Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 768, Chapter 767, Soul Trade, Part 2. Jenny had been cautious at first, but by the end she nearly burst out laughing. Soul. Please, this was the 21st century. Aliens had already made contact with Earth. Who still believed in that kind of nonsense? Was this breathtakingly beautiful woman actually an idiot? Or maybe she wasn't an idiot at all. Maybe she was someone from Hollywood. This lavishly decorated room, could it be a reality show stage? Intelligent beings instinctively interpret the world through their own lens, and Jenny had fallen into exactly that trap. She'd filed away every unsettling detail under one comfortable label, acting. The house belonged to a production crew. The carpets, the sculptures, all props, all fake. This enchanting woman was just an aspiring actress. That meal they'd served her earlier was probably some kind of trick, a magic show illusion, payment in kind for whatever this was. And behind the hidden cameras, countless viewers were watching every second of her performance. Once she thought about it that way, everything made sense. This was just an elaborate reality show set. The realization hit her, all those viewers had watched her wolf down that meal like she hadn't eaten in days. Jenny cringed inwardly. She had to recover some dignity. Can you really get me anything? She decided to play along, summoning every ounce of bravado she had. The siren blinked. This human had been trembling like a leaf not 5 minutes ago. What had gotten into her? It didn't matter. A deal was a deal. She nodded smoothly. Whatever the client asks for. Jenny tilted her head, thinking. Asking for something absurd like world domination would make her look shallow on camera, terrible optics. She settled on something grounded. $1 million, she said, keeping her voice deliberately casual. Can you do that? The siren nodded. She reached into a drawer, pulled a check from a thick stack, glanced at the amount, and set it on the table. Jenny reached for it. The siren's hand pressed down on hers. I'll need your payment first. What do I even have that's worth $1 million? Jenny almost laughed. The crew must have gone all out on this one, big-budget production. Anyone without inside knowledge would be completely taken in. Playing along, she said, you mentioned souls earlier, right? How much soul does $1 million cost? Something shifted in the siren's eyes. Your soul is the source of your life. To complete this transaction, I would need to extract a fragment of its essence, the equivalent of 10 years of your lifespan. Jenny's skin prickled despite herself. The atmosphere was deeply unsettling, she could feel her hair stand on end, but she pushed the feeling down and chalked it all up to good set design. She raised an eyebrow and said, in the tone of someone who's seen it all, do I need to sign something? Parchment, maybe. A contract written in blood. A flicker of contempt crossed the siren's expression. My master is the god of trade and souls. Comparing her methods to bargain bin demon tricks is almost insulting. No paperwork needed. I state the terms, and if you raise no objections. She slid the check across the table. It's yours. Jenny felt something pull loose inside her, a strange, hollow sensation she couldn't quite name. Before she could dwell on it, the check caught her eye and held it. She'd seen checks before, flashed by young hotshots in clubs who threw money around like water. She snatched it up and studied it carefully. It looked real. But that was impossible. Will there be anything else, ma'am? No, I'm fine. Thanks. Jenny was already backing toward the door. The crew must have mixed up their props and handed her an actual check by mistake. She bolted. She didn't stop until she was a full block away. Only then did she look back. No one was following her. She clutched the check tightly against her chest and took the long way home. In a place Jenny's eyes would never reach, the siren bowed to the empty air. Master. Thea stepped out of the shadows and accepted the wisp of soul essence the siren passed to her. It was clean, vibrant, alive with an almost floral clarity, nothing like the stagnant, reeking shades that drifted through Karen's river. Those were the dead. This was the real thing. By combining the commerce domain with the soul domain, she could use souls as a medium of trade, harvesting fragments of living essence in exchange for fair value, and witness the arc of a soul from life toward death. A way to peek through the curtain at the death domain. There was a secondary purpose, too, she was testing the Spectre's limits. As it turned out, the old Spectre had no objection whatsoever. Thea's principle of fair trade was itself a rule, and the Spectre, a being bound by rules, wouldn't interfere with rules being followed. Choose 100 of your kin, Thea told the siren. Send them across the world to collect souls on my behalf. She was precise about this. 30 years was the absolute maximum she would take from any one person. The degradation of a soul only became visible at the very end of life. There would be no mass deaths, no sudden waves of illness. Not in the short term. In her mind, this was a fair exchange. Take Jenny, for example. She might never earn that $1 million in a decade of hard work. By a certain logic, Jenny had come out ahead. Still, to prevent any meddlesome superheroes from shutting down the operation, she cast an enchantment on every trading house. Only those in genuine despair could see them at all. She turned the soul essence over in her fingers. A delicate, crystalline mist curled around her hand, pulsing with life, saturated with memory, emotion, thought, every fragment of the person it had been taken from. Everything a human being was lived inside their soul. But this was an ordinary person's soul. Under her gaze, it dissolved into dust in under 3 seconds. Thea sighed. She would need purer, more potent souls if she wanted to truly understand the domain she was reaching for. With her orders given, the siren threw herself into the work. She selected 100 of her people and dispatched them to every corner of the world. In just 3 days, they brought back 92 soul fragments. Most were 10 years. Some were 20. One exceptional case came in at 30. The clients ranged from total skeptics who dismissed the whole thing as theater, to true believers who tried to pry for extra details, and paid with erased memories for their curiosity. The siren's kin were no ordinary creatures. Even dropped into the middle of a city, any one of them could hold her own against a top-tier villain. Ordinary humans didn't pose much of a challenge. The requests were all over the map. Most wanted money. A few asked for weapons. Some wanted health. And one man, years deep in the Hollywood grind, convinced he simply lacked the talent to make it, paid 30 years of his life for artistic ability. The trading houses fulfilled every request without question. Word spread quickly. Whispers filtered into underground channels. Somewhere out there was a place that could get you anything, buy anything, sell anything. For months afterward, it became the hottest topic among information brokers in the shadow world. As the soul fragments accumulated, Thea settled into a new rhythm. Whenever a fresh idea struck her, she would draw out a soul and use it to test her theories. The life and death domains were twin peaks. Crack open even one of them, and both her power and her understanding would undergo a fundamental transformation. Chapter 769, Chapter 768, Diana Charging Forward, Part 1. The White House, early morning. Thea shuffled out of her room mid-yawn to find her mother Moira already deep in a stack of paperwork. "Thea, take a look at this." Moira handed her a thick file. Thea flipped through it at speed. The DuPont family and their associates think they don't have enough people under their control. Easy fix. I was just thinking the Earth's population was getting a bit crowded. She kept reading, shaking her head. These old families, even drunk on greed, had somehow reached twice their usual capacity on the promise of vast reward. Through a web of alliances and deal-making, they had conquered 5 of the 7 known planets beyond the solar system. The native civilizations had been devastated. Intelligent species were being enslaved and slaughtered, much like the indigenous peoples of the Americas centuries ago. The momentum was intoxicating. Not just the young, even the old guard had been swept up in the drumbeat of victory after victory. Every direction they looked, they saw money. But even the best hunters have blind spots. The enslaved species weren't helpless. They fought back. However advanced your weapons were, you could still die from a knife in the back while you slept. The major families hauled a shipload of spoils back to Earth and opened negotiations with governments. They needed weapons, they needed energy, and above all, they needed people. As if on cue, the answer walked right in. The overflowing prisons had been a headache for years. Thea didn't bother involving the governments directly. She directed Nell to grease the necessary wheels. Money changed hands, and the criminals who couldn't be rehabilitated were quietly shipped off-world and sold to the pioneering families. The price was laughably low, practically spare change. The cycle of crime that democracy had failed to break couldn't follow these men to a foreign planet. The families, now fully settled into the mindset of frontier lords, needed workers for the land. Whips and iron rods were persuasive enough. As for escape, the ships were all under family control. Surrounded by hostility on all sides, even hardened criminals found it in their interest to stay close to the people who could keep them alive. Blackgate Penitentiary, Belle Reve, and others, Nell swept through them systematically, loading thousands onto transport ships at a time. No one raised an objection. Prison staff had always found the work exhausting and dangerous. Stabbings with improvised shivs were a regular occurrence. Now someone was paying them to look the other way. From the warden down to the janitor, not a word was said. With these changes in the flow of capital, social order reached an unprecedented calm. Crime rates plummeted overnight. People were too exhausted from real work and too well paid to bother robbing a fast food restaurant. It simply wasn't worth the effort anymore. Thea kept her eye on the big picture and didn't sweat the details. Social transitions always had growing pains. Like Jenny, no policy could deliver for everyone, and she knew it. She genuinely believed she'd minimized the collateral damage. She felt no guilt. Her days settled into a comfortable rhythm, refining the power absorbed from the ancient wizard Shazam, studying the mechanics of the soul domain, and spending weekends sparring with Diana, a deeply satisfying workout for both body and spirit. She returned to the Soul Sea once more and cleared out everything connected to Darkseid's power. The siren had flagged that humans had been extracting trace amounts from the water, and Thea had sensed the discrepancy herself. She couldn't trace the culprit. Humanity's black market technology was too varied and too well hidden, but the material was gone now. Diana's twin swords had been infused with the most fundamental form of the Omega effect. Darkseid's divine blood carried a concentrated portion of it as well. Thea had spent 2 days trying to make sense of both. She got nowhere. This was something that existed beyond her current understanding, which probably explained how Darkseid had always managed to hold his ground against Highfather. She returned the swords to Diana, sealed the divine blood away for safekeeping, and decided to revisit the problem once her cultivation had advanced further. You've landed. How's the weather in Cambodia? Humid and overcast. Diana had set out alone with a travel pack to wander the world and deepen her understanding of Buddhist philosophy. Thea was buried in work, so she settled for a daily phone call to check in. On the other side of the world, Diana smiled warmly and hung up. A teenage girl beside her nudged her with an elbow. Boyfriend. The warrior goddess answered without hesitation. Girlfriend. The group let out an appreciative chorus of ooh, whether sincere or not. She'd run into this crew in Phnom Penh, 2 guys, 2 girls, self-described university students on a holiday trip. Their destination was Angkor Wat. Diana had her doubts about their story, but she didn't especially care. She herself was traveling under a concealment charm, so she was hardly in a position to judge. Diana, keep up. The girl called Cassie waved her over. Cassie and a good-looking young man named Daisy were a couple. The other 2 were the Lawrence siblings, friends to both of them. Their reasons for traveling together seemed murky, but Diana didn't press it. When they'd asked her name, she'd given them Diana without thinking, common enough in any language to be completely anonymous. Despite their best efforts to hide it, Diana had caught them huddled over a map around the campfire one night, whispering intently. A treasure map. She almost smiled. Kids who watched too many movies. She'd nearly slipped away on her own, but Cassie kept attaching herself to Diana, firing off questions about everything she saw. Diana sensed the girl wasn't a bad person, and they clicked in a way she hadn't expected. Any topic she named, Cassie would happily discuss for an hour. Not as encyclopedic as Thea, of course, but Diana was still a goddess. Her depth of knowledge and breadth of experience earned Cassie's genuine respect. In Cassie's mind, Diana was clearly some kind of scholar. The 5 of them took 2 vehicles and drove for 6 hours. With a local guide leading the way, they entered the Angkor Wat temple complex. Built in the 12th century, Angkor Wat was a marvel of architectural ambition and sculptural precision, renowned the world over for the grandeur of its construction and the exquisite detail of its bas-reliefs. It was an era when Hinduism dominated the entire Indo-Chinese peninsula. In the local language, Angkor Wat meant the city of temples, and it was dedicated to Vishnu, one of the 3 great gods of Hinduism. Brahma governed creation, Shiva governed destruction, Vishnu governed preservation, manifesting in countless forms to protect the world. In spirit, his doctrine was closer to Diana's creed of guardianship than any other tradition she'd encountered. Unlike the others, who moved through the complex at a tourist's pace, Diana moved slowly and with intention. As a goddess, she could sense the residue of divine presence here. Vishnu had descended to this place, likely to deliver some form of teaching or blessing. Many of the stone slabs and bricks inside the structure bore inscriptions, the reflections of people long gone. Few modern visitors could read Sanskrit, and so the ancient wisdom had been set aside in favor of admiring the architecture. Diana wasn't here for architecture. She moved swiftly through the complex, examining every inscription she could find. The ones that aligned with her own path, she absorbed and internalized. The ones that didn't, she noted for future reference. Chapter 770, Chapter 769, Diana Charging Forward, Part 2. Diana. Come look, the elephants are amazing. Cassie was perched on top of an elephant, waving both arms at her. The other 3, nominally focused on their treasure hunt, were waiting patiently, apparently won over by Diana's endless willingness to answer questions. Diana just smiled and shook her head. Thea kept 2 baby elephants at home, and even those were only mildly entertaining. The elephants at this tourist site had been broken in so thoroughly that the spark in them was nearly extinguished. What was there to enjoy? She didn't join the group on the elephant they were sharing. Instead, she found one that still had a hint of spirit in its eyes, stepped onto the mounting block, and swung herself up with one clean motion. The effect was immediate. The elephant felt something strike straight to its core, primal, instinctual terror. Its legs nearly gave out. Diana caught the panic before it could spread and soothed the animal with a gentle pulse of divine power, and no one in the crowd so much as glanced their way. "Move out. We're going to Phnom Penh." Cassie's cheer rang out ahead of them, and the two elephants lumbered slowly forward. Phnom Penh was a modest hill, a rise of roughly 65 to 70 meters, about 215 to 230 feet, and one of the few elevated points within the main Angkor complex. At its summit stood the ruins of one of the earliest Angkor temples, built during the reign of Yasovarman I as the first state temple of his new capital. It established the architectural principles that all later Angkor structures would follow. The sweeping panoramic views from the top made it one of the most popular spots in the entire complex. The five of them rode their elephants up the slope at a leisurely pace. From the summit, the entire temple complex unfolded below them in every direction. Cassie's boyfriend Daisy made small talk, asking Diana if she was tired, whether she needed a break, and then, in a tone carefully calculated to sound offhand, slipped in a few very specific questions. Questions that, in Diana's assessment, only a dedicated scholar of ancient Hindu history would normally encounter. She was mildly curious but didn't press. Daisy thanked her profusely and walked away, leaving his girlfriend behind. "What is your boyfriend actually researching? You're not doing anything illegal out here, are you?" Diana had never especially warmed to Americans abroad. They had a particular talent for being vocal about their own values while remaining spectacularly indifferent to everyone else's. The ratio of Americans abroad who broke local laws to those who didn't was not impressive. Her read on these four: they were here to lift something from Angkor Wat, split the proceeds, and live off the story for the next decade. The kind of thing some Americans considered an adventure, and then passed down to their children as though it were something to be proud of. A cycle of bad values handed from one generation to the next. Cassie, though, Diana genuinely thought she was a good person. Worth steering away from a bad path before it was too late. And Cassie was, in that moment, feeling her own doubts surface. She'd signed on thinking this would be a lark, a fun story for parties. But somewhere along the way, the vibe had shifted from adventure to something she couldn't name. Still, love made her push the unease down. She told Diana everything was fine. Diana let it go gracefully. She'd picked up more than a few things from years of living alongside Thea, including the art of knowing when to change the subject. She redirected the conversation to somewhere safer, and Cassie, grateful for the out, followed along. The next morning, Diana watched them pack their gear and said her goodbyes. The four exchanged warm farewells. She and Cassie swapped contact information, then Diana set off alone down a different path. The four young people watched her disappear around a bend, then changed direction and hurried off the other way. What they didn't know was that Diana had doubled back. A basic invisibility charm wasn't her strongest suit, but it would do. She trailed them from a distance. They kept adjusting their route against something, consulting whatever they had, until they stopped in front of a crumbling old shrine at the outermost edge of the Angkor complex. This far out, even the local children who begged near the main gates didn't come. Cassie's expression was tense, clearly arguing with Daisy. But Daisy's mind was made up. He drew a knife across his palm, pressed his bleeding hand to an ordinary-looking stone pillar, and waited. No dramatic rumble. No blinding light. The four of them simply vanished. Damn, a teleportation seal. Diana swore under her breath. She should have moved sooner instead of watching. She sprinted forward. The teleportation energy hadn't fully dissipated. She dove through before it could close. The membrane of space tore around her like parting water. She landed in a world of jaundiced sky and blood-red earth. The air was scorching, heavy with heat haze, and somewhere in the murk ahead, indistinct shapes moved and gathered. A minor pocket dimension. Modeled on one of the hell planes. After years of running across strange worlds alongside Thea, Diana's frame of reference had grown considerably. 2 seconds of observation was all she needed to orient herself. She wasn't worried about her own situation. Even if there was no exit, the mother box could bring her home. It was the 4 kids she was worried about. She scanned the horizon. No sign of them. She picked a direction and moved. Several dozen kilometers away, behind a low rise in the crimson earth, Daisy and Cassie lay sprawled on the ground. Cassie's physical constitution was far beyond normal human limits. She regained consciousness first, shook her head clear, and crawled over to where Daisy lay. She grabbed his shoulder and shook him until he stirred. Daisy came around slowly. He looked at the alien sky and the alien earth, and his eyes lit up with something fierce and hungry. This is it. This is exactly it. Just like the records described. He kept nodding, murmuring to himself. Cassie was terrified. The air here crawled against her skin. Some deep instinct in her soul screamed at her to leave immediately. She cried and begged Daisy to find the way out. You don't understand. This is a divinely sealed site. If we get to what's inside, we'll never have to answer to anyone again. He could see she was barely holding together. He took a breath, softened his tone, and pulled out a small notebook, palm-sized. This has been in my family for generations. One of our ancestors came to this part of the world during the age of exploration. He heard the legend from the local people, that somewhere here was a sealed place containing power beyond anything the world had ever seen. Power that could shake the heavens themselves. He was a plain man, the door to that world never opened for him. I thought I'd live the same quiet life. Working at a repair shop, going nowhere. And then. He reached into his bag and carefully unfolded a tattered, half-disintegrated sheet of parchment. Cassie took it. She stared at the cramped, angular script crawling across the surface and understood nothing. Chapter 771, Chapter 770, Diana Charging Forward, Part 3. Daisy smiled. That was exactly the reaction he'd been hoping for. That's a magical script, the written language of an arcane tradition. I found that parchment in a private collection that ended up on the market after the Rockefeller family liquidated part of their library. I don't know why families like that let treasures like these slip out into the world, but I know what's written there, the scattered notes of the grand alchemist Magnus. Worthless to most people. To me, it was the key that unlocked my ancestors' records, and the path to everything waiting here. He held up both the notebook and the parchment. 3 things came together, my ancestors' records, the decoded script, and everything Diana told us today. That combination brought us here. This is fate working through us. You shouldn't fight it. The words had been bottled up in him for a long time. His eyes shone with something that edged past conviction into mania. Cassie didn't understand when he'd become this person. Just a month ago they'd been quietly planning their future, talking timelines for getting married, running the numbers on a mortgage. Alien trade routes might as well have been on another planet for how distant they felt from her life. She had no idea what the Rockefellers had to do with any of this. She only wanted to know how her normal, happy little life had become whatever this was. Follow me. Daisy glanced up at the sickly sky. He was afraid, genuinely, but he crushed it down, cross-referenced the notebook against the landmarks around them, and jerked his head for her to follow. What about the Lawrence siblings? What about them? His tone was flat. Final. As though she'd said something stupid. Cassie's face fell. She had no answer. She followed him across the crimson ground, stumbling with nearly every step. Daisy moved faster and faster, checking his notes against the landscape. If Cassie hadn't had something inside her, a strength she didn't know she possessed, she would have been left behind long ago. Here. This has to be here. He stopped at a sunken pit ringed by 5 stone pillars. He compared the carvings on each column to his notes, and his face transformed, lit up like a man who'd found buried treasure. He put his shoulder into the first pillar and toppled it, then did the same to the next, until all 5 lay broken on the ground. He didn't bother with the steps. He launched himself in, tripped on a loose stone, and didn't even slow down. He went in face first and barely noticed. Daisy. Cassie stood at the edge and shouted down. Her internal alarm had blown past every threshold she had words for. She couldn't make herself go any closer. Daisy wasn't listening. He scrambled to the center of the pit and started digging with both hands, fast and mechanical, murmuring to himself, mine. Mine. My treasure. I'm here. He was fast. His fingers hit something solid. A crimson gemstone, roughly the size of a watermelon, came free of the earth. Its surface was rough and irregular, but every facet caught the dim light and scattered it into crystalline sparks. Inside the stone, something churned and swelled like fire clouds trapped in glass. Daisy lifted it with both hands, his expression rapt and reverent, like a man gazing upon something sacred. Neither of them noticed, the moment the gemstone was lifted, a black mist seeped up from somewhere deep beneath the pit. It rose slowly. Silently. And it began to coil around Daisy. Ah. Daisy was still dreaming, billionaire, president, king, emperor, take your pick, when a spike shot from the gem's surface with a wet, quiet thunk and drove straight through his palm. It shattered every dream with it. The pain was blinding. He dropped the stone. The spike retracted. And the gem did not fall. It floated. The fire clouds inside began to churn faster, deeper, richer, like a single drop of red ink spreading through water in zero gravity. Daisy's blood had fed it. The crimson gemstone blazed brighter, throwing out shards of light that illuminated the pit for roughly 200 meters, about 650 feet, in every direction. No. Daisy watched helplessly as the gem ignored him entirely and drifted upward toward Cassie. In that instant, everything clicked, and the jealousy and regret that hit him felt like something tearing loose inside his chest. The gemstone disintegrated in midair. It reassembled itself into a full suit of deep crimson armor. Every surface bristled with razor-edged spikes. Even from a distance, it radiated something dark and magnetic, a sinister beauty that pulled at the eye. The armor broke apart into more than 10 separate pieces, and in Daisy's hateful gaze, they shot through the air toward Cassie. Cassie, run! Cassie, get back! Daisy and Diana, arriving at last, out of breath, shouted at the same moment. Different intentions. Identical words. Cassie was a half-second too slow. By the time she thought to move, the crimson fragments had already found her. Ah! The scream cut off halfway. Pain drowned the rest. The last thing she registered before the darkness took her was the look on Daisy's face: fury, covetousness, betrayal, and then nothing. No. Diana lunged forward. She'd already seen it, those spikes on the outside matched spikes on the inside. The armor didn't just threaten others. It hurt its wearer first. It reminded her of the ancient flagellants, those who bound strips of thorned leather to their own flesh as a constant reminder that strength came through suffering. She was too far away. She was too late. Pauldrons, vambraces, greaves, a breastplate, a flowing cape, and finally the helmet, all assembled in under a third of a second. The deep crimson armor locked itself into place around Cassie's body. Blood poured from every gap where the internal spikes found skin. The armor, which had seemed slightly dim moments before, drank it in eagerly. Its color deepened and glowed, like lacquered darkness lit from within. Cassie, hold on, I'll get you out. Diana threw herself forward without hesitation and reached for the armor. Her arm had barely extended when the crimson vambrace intercepted it. Two beams of eerie light blazed from behind the helmet visor. Diana's aura surged. Cassie was completely unconscious, the armor was running the body now. Diana didn't give the armor enough credit to back down. She brought her power to 30%. She was going to rip the girl free by force. She got her hand on the pauldron. She set her stance. She was ready to tear. The crimson armor was faster than she expected. It dropped a shoulder, stepped back, and threw a right hook simultaneously. Diana didn't flinch. Her hand, pale as marble, fast as lightning, landed on the pauldron and began to twist. A deep red lasso shot from the armor's left hand, serpentine and flickering with energy. It looped around a distant boulder and yanked the armor sideways, barely slipping free of Diana's grip. Mine. It's mine. It has to be mine. I searched so long. Daisy hauled himself out of the pit on ruined hands, hunched and wreathed in black miasma. His eyes were glassy, fixed on the crimson armor, oblivious to the wrongness radiating off him. He stared at it the way a man stares at the one thing he's devoted his entire life to. Diana stopped mid-pursuit. This young man wasn't right. He was very wrong. That level of demonic energy wasn't something any ordinary human being could generate, let alone sustain. Chapter 772, Chapter 771, Diana Charging Forward, Part 4. The situation had escalated past any pretense of control. Diana shed the concealment charm, called her armor into being, and drew both swords. There was no longer any reason to hide who she was. Daisy made a sound, low and animalistic, somewhere between a groan and a growl. He convulsed with agony, and then with power, raw, staggering power. Right before Diana's eyes, an ordinary human vaulted past the demigod threshold and touched the scale of a true divine being. Or rather, energy at that scale was pouring through him. She looked at the shape materializing behind him. Horns. White hair. Two sets of eyes radiating a cold, malevolent glow. Deep crimson skin thrumming with force that felt like it could unravel the fabric of the universe. She hadn't seen him in person. But Thea and Raven had both described him in enough detail that recognition came instantly. Trigon. Just a projection, she noted, reading the energy more carefully. The tension in her shoulders eased by a fraction. Thea had made a point of walking Diana through the major power players. She'd wanted to fortify Diana's belief in herself as a warrior. By Thea's estimate, Trigon ran slightly above Darkseid. Hard to quantify exactly, but both of them surpassed Zeus. Looking back now with sharper eyes, Thea had also concluded that what she and Raven had sealed years ago hadn't been Trigon's true form at all. Almost certainly a projection. And if Raven was, technically speaking, the daughter of Trigon, she was more accurately the daughter of that projection, a fragment of a fragment. Trigon's actual body, if it ever tried to enter a plane like Earth, would tear the universe at the seams trying to squeeze through. The container was simply too small. So what they'd sealed back then was a projection. Its power level had probably been comparable to the Darkseid projection she'd driven off not long ago. And what stood in front of her now was a fragment of even that, a shadow of a projection. Diana had no reason to fear it. The obvious move was to call Thea and let her handle it, but Diana couldn't bring herself to do that. This mess had started because of her. She would finish it herself. The only real problem, if Trigon's projection kept her tied up, would the crimson armor use the distraction to run? Fortune was kind. The ancient armor had been forged specifically to contain Trigon's energy. Even now, with more than half its soul corroded by demonic influence, it remembered its original function. The red lasso swung out and targeted the demon directly. Dacey's transformation completed. The Trigon projection behind him began to fade, not because it had been destroyed, but because the modification of Dacey's body was nearly finished. What had once been a reasonably good-looking face was now grotesque, the flesh contorting and reshaping under pressure from within. A horn pushed upward through his forehead. Above his existing eyes, a second pair strained toward consciousness. His hands finished the change first. A flash of blood-red light, and a massive hand, trailing coils of black miasma, shot out with mechanical speed and seized the lasso. He yanked it back. Diana didn't waste the opening. She drew a sword, slipped sideways, and slashed for his legs. Her divine power coated both blades. Even the ambient light from their edges felt dangerous, cutting the air itself as they moved. Trigon's projection took the threat seriously. Without shifting his torso or moving his feet, he shifted 3 meters, 10 feet, to the right and let the strike pass. Apparently reading Diana's capabilities as significant, he released the lasso and brought both hands up in a sweeping motion. Demonic energy swelled outward in a wave. He thrust both palms forward, and a beam of blood-red force erupted from his palms, a roiling flood of demonic power surging straight at her. Diana faced that tide and didn't think about retreating. She never retreated. Not against an unstoppable enemy, and certainly not against this one. She sheathed her swords. She brought the power of her silver bracelets to their absolute maximum. With a battle cry, she met the wave head-on, pouring her full divine strength into a single forward strike. The golden pulse split the demonic torrent, carving a passage 10 meters, 33 feet, wide straight through the middle. Diana didn't slow down. She became the light at the end of that corridor and drove her fist into Trigon's face. The demon held his ground, but he was clearly giving way in the exchange. His transformation had completed, 4 eyes fixed on Diana with bottomless malice, and the air within a radius of roughly 400 meters, roughly a quarter mile, had grown so dense it was nearly solid. She'd sparred enough with Thea to recognize eye-based attacks. She used the ground as a springboard, launched herself skyward, drew a sword, and brought it straight down in an overhead strike. The eye attack missed her. Trigon seemed unsurprised. His frame swelled, taller now, immense, wreathed head to toe in scarlet flame. That iron hand caught the blade. His grip tightened and he twisted, trying to hurl her away. Diana backflipped clear. The sword came with her. In the same motion she drew the lightning spear and drove it straight into his forearm. The crack of thunder was deafening. Lightning met demonic flesh, and the contact acted like a conductor, as sharp and violent as a bolt from a clear sky. For the first time since the fight began, Trigon's projection stepped back. Diana pressed. The spear whirled and aimed straight for his skull. She was confident, and measured about it, deliberately targeting with intent to stun, not kill. She wanted the impact to drive the demonic entity out of Dacey's body. If she could separate them, she'd have options in every direction. But a deep red lasso snagged the spear tip. Her momentum was spent. She poured more power in immediately, and Trigon, buying himself a sliver of time with the delay, slipped clear of the finishing blow at the last instant. Damn it. Diana gritted her teeth. That armor couldn't tell ally from enemy, and it had just cost her a clean finish. The demon's 4 eyes glimmered with savage amusement. He raised one hand and pulled 2 meteors straight out of the sky. They screamed down toward Diana's position. At the same moment he opened his mouth and released a column of red light that fanned out in midair into a rolling storm cloud. Under that cover, he unleashed everything he had: fire, darkness, earth, magic from every tradition he could draw on, all of it at once, all of it aimed at her. Diana wrapped herself in divine power and took to the air, lightning spear in her left hand, great shield in her right, threading through the barrage with the fluency of long practice. The urgency she felt was real. Dacey's human body had a ceiling. At this rate of output, he wouldn't last much longer. But no matter how urgent she felt, she couldn't close to melee range. Every time she came near, the crimson armor found a new way to interfere. Her power was greater than both of theirs combined, but she couldn't bring it to bear. It was maddening. Then, gradually, the dynamic shifted. The more Trigon exerted control over the armor, the faster the armor's own consciousness reasserted itself. At first it was Diana against both, then it edged toward Diana and the armor against Trigon. But the moment the armor overextended its own power, Trigon's grip would tighten again and the armor would swing back to harassing her. Back and forth. Back and forth. A loop with no visible end. Chapter 773, Chapter 772, Diana on the Offensive, Part 5. Of the 3 combatants, Diana was the strongest, but her hands were tied. Facing 2 ordinary humans, she couldn't go for the kill. She fought awkwardly, pulling every strike, and the result wasn't pretty. Trigon's projection had the most combat experience of the three and the most cunning mind. He repeatedly dismantled Diana's surprise attacks and even managed to land a punch on the Amazon warrior in return. The crimson armor swung back and forth between them, helping one and then the other like a pendulum with no clear allegiance. Diana used the momentum from Trigon's punch to break away from the fight. With a sweep of her hand, she channeled a burst of shimmering golden divine energy directly into the armor, a call to the girl inside. She was trying to reach Cassie. In truth, Cassie had already been jolted awake by the pain long ago. Every leap, every attack the armor made felt like it was churning her body from the inside out. She was lucky to have a constitution far above that of an ordinary person, and the armor's interior spikes had been designed for tempering, not killing. They fed a portion of that energy back to the wearer after each movement. Without that, anyone who wasn't a steel-bodied ancient monk would have been dead already. Drifting in and out of consciousness, Cassie watched the battle outside as if she were a detached observer. She saw her new friend, Diana, the big sister who'd only just entered her life, fighting a demon with spear and twin blades. It wasn't hard to figure out, this woman was Wonder Woman, the superhero. But Cassie had zero interest in asking for an autograph. All she felt was that this had to be a nightmare, and she desperately wanted to wake up. Diana's divine energy reached her, warm and radiant, carrying within it a wealth of precious virtues. That energy of perseverance slowly drew Cassie back from the spectator's seat and into her own body. "Cassie, can you hear me? Cassie, it's Diana. I need your strength. Stay with me. Hold on. You are the master of this armor, command it. Make it obey you. You can do this." Diana's voice started as a distant murmur, like it was carried on the wind from somewhere far away. Gradually it sharpened and became clear, and Cassie finally understood her situation. "I can't. It won't listen to me." She wanted desperately to take control, even just one finger would have been enough, but her body was locked up like stone. Her nerves, bones, and muscles all felt like they belonged to someone else. Her commands couldn't reach them. She couldn't even speak aloud, only scream the words inside her own head. She wanted to yell at Diana that she was just a normal girl, not a superhero, not someone with unbreakable willpower. But Diana didn't seem to hear any of that. Her warm words kept coming, steady encouragement pouring into Cassie's ear, patient and gentle, like a sister, though more often it felt like a mother watching over a child. "You can do this. Hold on. You're almost there. I believe in you." Buoyed by Diana's relentless encouragement, Cassie summoned her courage again and again to wrestle control of her body, and failed again and again. No cold words. No strange looks. Only the same unwavering support, over and over. Something heavy settled in Cassie's chest. She didn't want to let down that kind of trust. She pushed. Failed. Pushed again. Failed again. Keep going. Don't stop. The girl who had always drifted through life never imagined she had this kind of conviction hiding inside her. A cry that rose from the depths of her soul tore out through her throat at last. The armor seemed to sense the profound shift in its wearer. It surrendered control and fell dormant, retreating into silence. "Cassie, you did it." The voice she recognized, but this time it wasn't a mental transmission. It was sound waves traveling through air, vibrating her eardrums, reaching her brain. She stared at the crimson armor covering her hands and arms, momentarily dazed. "Come help me get Desai out. I know you can do it." Diana snapped her out of it. Desai. That name felt like it belonged to a different century. It took her a long moment to remember, her boyfriend. Then, all at once, a flood of information poured into her mind. Cassie's eyes flickered, and she understood. The knowledge she'd just received was the armor's instruction manual, or rather, the silent armor's. The luminescent red lasso carved a wide arc through the air and coiled around Trigon's projection in one swift motion. The great demon's face twisted into a savage grin. His gaze drove straight through the armor, straight through flesh, and fixed itself directly on Cassie's soul. The sheer terror of those eyes, filled with boundless hatred and every shade of darkness, sent the psychological defenses she'd barely built collapsing in an instant. Fortunately, the rookie hero in the making wasn't facing the great demon alone. Diana had already seen this coming. She'd held back deliberately, just a moment, long enough to use the situation to temper the girl's character. Arrogance and impatience had no place here. The armor wasn't all-powerful. In the end, what mattered was what was inside you. A strong will was the only real weapon. "Demon, look at me. Say your name." Diana cracked her lasso of truth the instant Cassie's lasso was about to snap. She looped it around Desai's body. Under the rules of the lasso, the demon could only speak the host's true name. The result was inevitable. Trigon's true form could resist the lasso of truth without question, but this projection was nowhere near that level. Desai. The moment the name passed its lips, the binding force of truth expelled Trigon's projection from the young man's body. Diana didn't spare a glance for the unconscious youth. She seized her lightning spear, drew back into a textbook throwing stance, and hurled it with everything she had at the projection, still half unformed, barely beginning to solidify. Boom. Trigon's projection shattered. The fragments dissolved into nothing, shadows fading until not a trace remained. Only then did Diana exhale. Desai. Cassie could only call his name from a short distance away. She was afraid the spikes on her armor might cut him. He's just physically exhausted. Rest will fix it. Diana checked him over and gave a firm nod. The air here is awful. I left the Lawrence siblings not far from here. Let's move. Diana scooped up Desai, located the other two who had been unconscious this entire time, opened a sonic boom channel, and stepped back through to the spot they'd departed from earlier. They slipped away from the tourists' line of sight and found their vehicles. Diana pressed a gemstone, one sealed with a potent healing spell, against each of the three. Desai woke first. His gaze went straight to Cassie, still encased in her armor. He didn't need to see her face to know it was her. But he said nothing. He fixed her with one long, cold stare, got into his car alone, and drove away. Cassie watched him go until the car vanished at the far end of the road. Then her emotions finally broke through. She was gutted. She'd read exactly what was in that last look. Resentment that the armor hadn't chosen him. Resentment that she'd gotten something she'd never earned. And more on top of that, stacked to the brim. That much bitterness left no room for anything that had existed between them before. And Cassie couldn't honestly picture herself going back to a normal life looking like a walking suit of armor, anyway. If he wanted to leave, then let him leave. Chapter 774, Chapter 773, Diana on the Offensive, Part 6. They'll be waking up soon. Do you want to talk to them? Diana gestured toward the other two companions still stirring on the ground. No. They're Desai's friends. Better they don't see me like this. Cassie's voice came through the armor slightly distorted. Then come with me for now. We'll see if we can sort out your situation. Diana's invisibility was passable at best, her teleportation was nothing special either, and she wasn't about to risk taking someone with her mid-warp. The two of them took off into the tree line on the far side. The trees blurred past at dizzying speed. Air compressed ahead of her, building into resistance as she pushed through it. Running flat out, Cassie felt a rush of pure exhilaration, until she thought about what her future might look like, and a hollow ache settled back in. She had superpowers now, didn't she? Everyone wanted superpowers, the girl who loved to daydream was no exception. The cost had just been a little steep. She laughed at herself, quietly. Can I fly? She watched Diana skimming along just above the ground and seized on the question to push the worry out of her head. Diana didn't know the answer to that, but she walked Cassie through several approaches to flight, Thea's method, which relied on channeled magic, and Superman's, which drew on raw physical power. She covered both. Cassie had sharp instincts. Running at full sprint, she turned the explanations over in her mind, working through each variation. At first she could only manage enormous leaps. But she kept at it, feeling for the rhythm in the moving air, letting her body grow lighter and lighter, until, with a stumble and a lurch, she was actually floating. I can fly. I can actually fly. Pure joy swept through her. The cloud over her mood thinned for the first time. Diana was genuinely surprised. This girl's aptitude was extraordinary. The armor had not chosen poorly. A few more tests confirmed it. In the silent armor, Cassie outpaced baseline human performance in every category: strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and flight. No weak points, no gaps. With proper training, she could become something remarkable. Diana felt her conviction solidify. After the run, they found a stretch of forest well off the beaten path. Diana dropped into a cross-legged sit and waved for Cassie to do the same. You know who I am, don't you? She began. The breakneck sprint had done wonders for Cassie's spirits. She'd shaken off some of the low that Desai's departure left behind, and she was starting to look a little more like herself again. She nodded. Wonder Woman. Diana Prince. I've seen coverage of you online. Then, as if she'd just remembered something, she added, aren't you the first daughter's lover? Diana had to resist the urge to bury her face in her hands. You look like that, and you're still this nosy. That said, she found she liked this girl too much to scold her. You're not wrong, but let's stay on topic. I have no interest in your armor. The question is, can you take it off? Cassie's tone dropped. The armor only gave me combat data. Nothing about how to remove it. Diana asked to examine it. Cassie said sure, go ahead. After a long inspection, Diana also shared several techniques for centering the mind, trying to help Cassie ease the armor off through intercom. It was no use. The armor had fully integrated with her body, as organic as a second skin. Serenity alone wouldn't peel it back. Diana tried brute force next. All that accomplished was making Cassie thrash across the ground in pain. Completely pointless. I'm out of ideas, Diana admitted. But if you're willing, my partner may be able to help. And if not, she can at least seal the armor off. She chose her words carefully. Cassie, barely even a teenager, really, agreed without hesitation. But her voice carried a note of uncertainty. Is that Miss Thea Queen? Do we have to go back to the States? In this condition, I'm not sure I can. Diana waved her off. No need. Stand back. Watch me summon. The call ended. A flash of sky blue light pulsed, and Thea stepped through in a single stride. The phone call hadn't given much detail, so the two women settled down and walked through the whole sequence of events from beginning to end. You only sensed she was unusual, nothing more specific than that? Thea asked, an amused glint in her eye. The Valkyrie looked at her blankly. Should I have? Well. Thea's smile was knowing. If I'm reading this right, she's a relative of yours. By bloodline, she's Zeus's granddaughter. Thea had absorbed a considerable amount of Zeus's divine power over time. She was certain of this. It also explained, above everything else, why the armor had chosen Cassie and rejected Desai. Their physical constitutions weren't in the same category. Diana blinked. Then, after a moment's consideration, not that surprising, honestly. Zeus's family tree could fill a library. One more page or one less, you'd never notice. The man had too many children. Don't tell her that. Diana dropped her voice to a murmur, then turned to share her wish to take Cassie on as a student. Thea had no objection. The two women shifted quickly to the matter of Trigon. His projection was that formidable. Thea chuckled softly, then gave a silent salute to Earth humanity's gift for self-destruction. You want to summon a demon for fun? Fine. But don't summon a low-tier one, go straight to the strongest one on the list. She said nothing aloud, then looked over at the armored girl. Miss Cassie, does your armor have a name? Caught off guard by this stunning woman suddenly addressing her directly, Cassie tensed up. Thea hadn't expected a fight when Diana called, so she'd come in civilian clothes rather than armor. She was wearing an off-shoulder cream-colored dress paired with 5 cm, 2-inch, open-toe heels, nothing too flashy, but effortlessly refined. Standing in the middle of this unremarkable stretch of woodland, she looked completely at ease. Cassie had no framework for what she was seeing. She couldn't place why the first daughter seemed to emanate such an air of nobility, though it had something to do with wealth and power quietly at work. It says its name is the Silent Armor. Cassie answered, then immediately reached up to scratch the back of her head, then felt ridiculous about doing it and dropped her arm like a lead weight. Silent Armor. So this was Diana's student from the original timeline, Wonder Girl. Thea gave a small internal nod. Diana explained the reason she'd called, get the armor off, retract it, or at minimum seal it so it stopped disrupting Cassie's daily life. Thea ran a slow pass of magic along every surface of the armor, then stood still with her head bowed in thought. The armor had been forged in antiquity, specifically to counter Trigon, built entirely around the principle of sacrifice. In the ancient mind, putting on this armor meant fighting until death. There had never been any intention of taking it off. That said, the problem wasn't beyond her. The defining trait of ancient magic was grandeur, massive, overwhelming, built for maximum impact. Where it fell short was refinement. For all its raw power, it lacked the precision of modern spell work. Even working outside the armor's original design, Thea found the exploit she was looking for. She spent half an hour inscribing a modern format spell array over the armor's structure. Following Thea's instructions, Cassie channeled along the new pathways, and successfully retracted the armor. At least partially. Chapter 775, Chapter 774, Batman plays himself. The shoulder guards, chest plate, and helmet retracted fully into Cassie's body. What remained were the vambraces and greaves. The rest of the armor condensed into a form-fitting crimson bodysuit worn against her skin. Your bond with the silent armor isn't strong enough yet, Thea told her as she prepared to leave. Once there's no line between where you end and it begins, that's when you'll be able to retract it completely. She left Diana to handle Cassie's training. The goal was at least enough self-defense capability to keep herself alive. An hour later, Thea arrived in Gotham City with her secretary Mercy, a detail of bodyguards, and a team of financial attorneys. The departure of several hidden legacy families had returned a substantial block of assets to her, and she needed to formally confirm her stake in Wayne Enterprises. Lucius Fox, from where he sat as president, was deeply unhappy about her acquiring any further influence in the company. But the current reality gave him no room to object. Her shareholding hadn't crossed a majority, but it was the largest block held by any single party, by a wide margin. Money was just a number to her at this point. She wasn't here for the money. She was here for two reasons. First, to lock down her share position. Second, to negotiate the release of a portion of Wayne Enterprises' patent portfolio to emerging manufacturers. It would hurt the company's profit margin, and she knew it, but she was equally certain Bruce would never say no. Both parties took their seats in the conference room. That was when she saw who was across the table. Tim Drake. In his public identity, Tim Drake attended the meeting as Bruce Wayne's adopted son. The Red Robin suit was in storage. The domino mask was off. A tailored suit, a straight tie, and standing in that boardroom, Tim actually pulled it off. He looked the part. Handsome, polished, measured, composed. A wealth of knowledge and quiet intelligence that made him seem like a young executive with real vision. Impressive, for his age. The whole room knew who Thea was. The Batman family ran 2 lives each, though, even after fighting monsters together on the moon not long ago, they were expected to meet like strangers here. Such were the rules. A few pleasantries, and they got down to business. Tim's response to Thea's proposal, opening a section of Wayne's patent portfolio for public manufacturing licensing, was immediate and unqualified. It would cost the company, and he knew that. But he was equally certain Batman would agree. Lucius didn't offer much opinion. You're both swimming in money you don't know what to do with. You want to give some away. Not my problem, I just work here. Thank you, Wayne Enterprises and Mr. Drake, for your support. We'll arrange the formal. Thea paused mid-sentence. Even for someone with Tim Drake's reputation for composure, having Thea reach across the table to shake his hand had him wound a little tight. But her eyes had gone elsewhere entirely. Something hit her, a tremor with no physical source, a premonition with no logic behind it. It arrived like a hurricane slamming through her chest with no warning and no precedent. Across the ground, through the trees, a sound like countless voices weeping, and yet every living person around her was going about their day without a flicker of awareness. What was that? Thea's alarm was sharp. She glanced around, Tim, Lucius, Mercy, the rest of the room. None of them had felt a thing. They were staring at her with the expression people get when someone stops mid-sentence for no apparent reason. Something happened. She was certain of it. That signal had come directly from the cosmic will, the consciousness that ran through this universe. If the awareness behind Earth, too, was like a child, this universe's will was a titan carved from mountain stone. She hadn't decoded much. But her first instinct, someone had altered the timeline. The flashpoint. She reached out and felt for it immediately. Her family, untouched. The world's trajectory, running exactly the same as it had a fraction of a second ago. Smooth and uninterrupted. Barry Allen was having dinner with Iris in Central City, talking over wedding plans. Definitely not him. Then what? A sharp ring cut through her thoughts. Tim shot her an apologetic look and took the call. 2 sentences in, and his composure cracked. Bruce is missing. What do you mean, missing? Thea caught the voice on the other end. Alfred. She'd recognize his voice anywhere. Alfred Pennyworth did not call without cause. The man was unshakable under normal circumstances. Whatever had happened, it was serious. I need to go see what's happened to Mr. Wayne. She put deliberate weight on the name, punctuating each syllable. In front of the assembled commercial leadership of both Queen Consolidated and Wayne Enterprises, she activated her teleportation and stepped through. The Batcave's exterior was solid lead, she couldn't scan or observe from a distance. She'd have to see for herself. She reappeared inside the manor. Alfred, what's going on? She found the old butler quickly in the side parlor, his hands moving between his phone and his pockets, unable to settle. Thank heaven, Miss Thea, you couldn't have come at a better time. Come, quickly, come with me. He was almost gasping, and after half a minute he still hadn't finished a complete sentence. Thea channeled a small pulse of magic into him. Just enough to stabilize. He breathed. Master Bruce is gone. Her expression went flat. Who is gone? How is someone just gone? I stepped out to get his coffee. 2 minutes, at most. He simply vanished. No signs of a fight. No indication of metahuman activity, not that I observed. Come look. He was already pulling her toward the hidden passage. According to Alfred, Batman had been researching something. He'd stepped away for 2 minutes and come back to an empty chair. Wait, was Bruce sitting in this chair before he disappeared? She'd felt it the moment she set foot in the cave. Familiar energy. She crossed the room in 3 long strides, stepping into the inner lab, and pointed. Alfred nodded urgently. For a moment, Thea's expression might have been genuinely funny to an outside observer. She stood completely still. Even dissipated as it was, even barely a trace, she could read the residue clearly. Omega effect energy. And layered beneath it, a faint remnant of her own eye of obliteration. Her beam had been here. She was certain. She scanned the scene with a look that had gone somewhere distant. You're telling me today is not April Fool's Day? You're not all playing an elaborate prank? Batman had been researching the Omega effect in her eye of obliteration, and had somehow managed to erase himself from existence in the process. Bruce Wayne had really outdone himself this time. A specific image formed in her mind, a red light and a green light, coiling around each other, then detonating simultaneously against one very unfortunate man in a cape. The Sea Witch siren had warned her once someone had breached the Soul Sea. She dismissed it. The culprit, it now appeared, was Batman. This man never knew how to sit still. She'd wrestled with Darkseid and still found the Omega effect opaque enough to put on a shelf. Bruce Wayne, on the other hand, had apparently decided he'd reverse engineer it with a wrench and a screwdriver. Dark Knight tech or not, there are limits. She looked at the empty chair. She looked at Alfred's face, that expression of quiet, desperate hope that only old men can produce. She had something to say. She just wasn't sure it was her place to say it yet. Chapter 776, Chapter 775, Highfather explains. Alfred looked at her with that earnest, expectant gaze. Thea rubbed the back of her neck. She had a theory. Just a theory, she wasn't certain enough in her own conclusions to say them aloud yet. Bruce Wayne had money, a house, and no living parents, a middle-aged man, handsome, with the minor complication of an adopted son. By most measures, he was about as complete as a person could be. The universe's cosmic alarm bell had no business ringing for him. He simply wasn't qualified for that level of attention, and that was the truth. A standard baseline Batman could die 1,000 deaths, struck by a car, choked on food, crushed by a falling flower pot, and the cosmic will would not so much as blink. Thea was completely sure of this. But he'd gone and tangled himself up with the Omega effect and the Eye of Obliteration. The moment that happened, his life and death stopped being a personal matter and became a question of universal law. The stakes had just escalated a trillionfold. Handle this wrong, and the consequences would be cosmic. She saw Alfred open his mouth. This is very, very complicated, Thea cut him off. I need to find someone who actually understands it. I can't explain in any short amount of time. When Superman and Diana arrive, tell them to wait, I'll be back the moment I have answers. She stepped through to New Genesis. Highfather didn't need much of a greeting. She'd barely opened her mouth before he raised a hand and looked pointedly at the guards standing nearby. What you're about to ask is too large and too extraordinary to discuss here. Come, outside. The two of them walked out of New Genesis territory together in a single stride. They moved across abandoned terrain. Here and there, the landscape still bore the scars of Highfather and Darkseid's battle from several months ago, energy so old and so pure that time couldn't erode them, completely unmoved by the turning of ages. Power left by beings of that tier landed and stayed, permanent as geology. By that measure, Thea still had a long way to go. Her soul sea had a shelf life, it wouldn't outlast 10,000 years before it dried up completely. Just a matter of time. You can sense shifts in the multiverse, that's reassuring to hear. Highfather walked for a long while before he spoke, his tone carrying a note of something like relief, and something like caution. But I need to ask you one more thing. Are you certain you want to know what lies behind this? The meaning it carries, the truth at the center of it. How big can it possibly be? Thea thought, privately. She doubted Highfather was aware of what Earth cultists had gotten up to lately, summoning Trigon. What they'd intended, before mixing up their target, was to go straight to Lucifer. And then there was the South American cult that had summoned an ancient primordial beast, and actually pulled it off. A crowd of heroes had been flattened before God himself stepped in to clean up the mess. Earth humans being reckless is practically a superpower in itself, Thea thought. She could feel the trait in herself. She met Highfather's gaze with steady, unblinking calm, and gave a single nod. Go ahead. Only Darkseid and I know this. Your standing is above that of the gods, barely enough to be told. But you must promise me, do not share this with the deities. Not even with Goddess Diana. Can you do that? You have my word. She meant it. Highfather composed his thoughts. Goddess Thea. Do you know how the multiverse we inhabit came to exist? She probably did know, in an abstract sense, but her actual position in the cosmological hierarchy said she shouldn't. Better not to show off. She delivered a gentle, respectful answer, wasn't it you and Darkseid who built it? Highfather laughed, a full, open laugh, genuinely pleased. The compliment landed in exactly the right spot. The laughter faded. He shook his head, and his expression shifted to something more careful. There were layers of authority above even him, and he navigated them with care. Some praise was meant to be enjoyed privately, not taken at face value. You give me far too much credit, ha? Not even close. He steadied himself. Darkseid and I represent justice and evil, we are their emblems. We did not create the multiverse. The true architects call themselves the monitors. Their power exceeds mine by a measure I cannot estimate, wielding forces that Darkseid and I cannot begin to fathom. As a pinnacle among the new gods, we only use divine power, we operate within divine authority. The monitors have transcended every rule that governs us. Their tier is entirely above ours. They are omnipotent and omniscient. His voice carried a particular heaviness. For all the ground he'd climbed to reach his current standing, knowing that higher peaks still existed above him wasn't a comfortable feeling for anyone. Thea privately reserved judgment on the omniscient part. In her read, the monitors were roughly equivalent to the Beyonders in the neighboring Marvel cosmology, power without limit, reality itself as their playground, but all-knowing was still one step beyond what she'd seen evidence of. Darkseid's obsessive scheming to outmaneuver the anti-monitor, for one thing, pointed to knowledge gaps they weren't aware of. Then your implication is, what happened to the multiverse just now involves them. Both related and unrelated. Highfather settled into the look of someone prepared to talk for a long time. Thea made sure she looked like she was ready to listen. The monitors created the multiverse. They observe and record everything that occurs within it. The anti-monitor destroys universes, keeping the total count within a controlled range. In my understanding, this is a form of balance. Both forces are forces of order. Thea nodded. In her view, whatever had been done to reduce the anti-monitor's role later, the original model was still a creation of God's design. The antimatter universe, for all its apparent chaos, still operated on rules. Underlying order, even in darkness. Beyond the multiverse, there is a third force. Call them the third. The monitors and anti-monitor have always guarded against this faction, but a crack opened in the multiverse just now, and the third found a way through. A dark multiverse has been born. Highfather's expression was grim. One Darkseid was already enough on his plate. A whole new wave of adversaries was not what any of them needed. Dark multiverse. A third force. Barbatos. Thea cross-referenced what Highfather had just said with what she already knew, and layered in the chain of events around Batman. The picture snapped into focus. Until this incident, Bruce Wayne had been entirely ordinary, physically, spiritually, in every way that mattered. But the moment the Omega effect and the Eye of Obliteration combined and pulled him into their current, the moment the third used his passage to lay the foundation for the dark multiverse, he stopped being ordinary. He had become the bridge between the prime multiverse and the dark one. His body was the same. His soul was the same. But in a very real sense, the version of him now moving through the time stream was nearly indestructible, and he didn't even know it. Because of him, the entire cosmological structure had automatically scaled upward by one tier. What had been a parallel universe model, then a multiverse, had now evolved into a compound universe. Given enough time, it might become an omniverse. Chapter 777, Chapter 776, I'm here to help. From the perspective of the cosmos, or from the tier of beings like the monitors, this was cause for celebration. In their eyes, a universe scaling upward was like a farmer watching his corn grow taller than expected. A result this good deserved to be documented. It deserved to be replicated on a large scale in the future. From the perspective of any individual, or any deity, however, finding yourself with a brand new roster of enemies out of nowhere was nothing short of a disaster. Is there any way for us to strike first? The target she had in mind went without saying. Highfather exhaled slowly. Believe me, I've thought about it. But that universe has been sealed off in layers. The flow of time inside runs completely differently from ours. There's no way in, not now. It could open in 10 years. It could take 100,000. I genuinely can't tell you. Creating a universe is beyond the limit of my power. With the full picture clear, and the question in her head answered, Thea moved to say goodbye. Highfather was gracious about it, told her not to carry the weight of this alone, not to let it become a burden. The human transported away by the Omega effect must be located as quickly as possible, he added. The longer he drifts in the time stream, the greater the damage to the timeline. And if he somehow finds his own way back to the exact moment he left, under his own power, the entire universe will be destroyed. Thea stopped. Why? The Omega effect is a primal force, it carries the energy of origins. Every time it transports this human, that energy accumulates. If it traces his path back and returns to your point in time, a paradox forms. The origin fires back into itself. The explosion from that contradiction would punch through 3 or 4 universes without slowing down. The first universe in the chain would have no chance whatsoever. Do you understand? Thea was beginning to understand. This was essentially a high-end causality weapon. The beam fired from the source, threading through the time stream, looping back to the point of origin, cause without effect, effect feeding back into cause. The math didn't resolve. It detonated. And Bruce Wayne had accidentally turned himself into a walking bomb. The kind that could take out several universes. She said her goodbyes to Highfather with a full mind, and stepped back into the Batcave. Miss Thea, our master. Alfred looked up the instant she materialized. He's dead. She wasn't in the mood to soften it. Alfred went pale. She caught herself. She didn't actually want to bury the old man under that. More complicated than dead, actually. I don't have a clean answer yet. She tried again, measuring her words. The Omega effect alone was enough of an unknown. Her eye of obliteration layered on top of it produced a combination nobody had mapped. Two forces interacting, unpredictable outcomes at every level. Darkseid might have been able to explain it, but that option was obviously off the table. What she could work out, the Omega effect would fling Batman across the time stream at random. Today he might land in the Stone Age. Tomorrow he'd wake up in the trenches of World War II. That was entirely possible. And the Eye of Obliteration, whose function was to erase a person from everyone's memory, operating in the time stream, where there was no one else around to forget him, would turn inward. He'd forget himself. Textbook amnesia. She let out a slow breath. She could only model the surface interactions. The deeper effects were beyond her to predict. Untimed, random displacement through history. Each jump came with a memory wipe. A normal person would be finished after 2. But she trusted Batman's endurance. He would find his way back. Her task was the opposite, stop him, or, if it came to it, kill him in the time stream. If there was any other way, she wouldn't go there. He was an old friend, years running. But she had no choice. Universe or Batman. That choice wasn't hard. Don't expect Bruce to walk through that door again, she said, and rested a hand briefly on Alfred's shoulder. Then she left the cave. Tracking through time wasn't the obstacle. The obstacle was that Batman's landing point, which century, which timeline, was entirely unknown. Stumbling around blind was pointless. She didn't call anyone. The Justice League couldn't help with this. Diana was with her student. Bringing Wonder Woman into a conversation about the Monitors, beings who managed universes the way farmers managed fields, whose ships larger than the Milky Way ran on infant universes for fuel, who could unmake a cosmos with a casual gesture, who treated the gods she knew as roughly equivalent to crop pests, would do nothing but break morale. She'd reached that tier of perspective herself, and even she'd needed time to process it. She released a faint pulse of her soul force. Every person in the immediate vicinity stopped registering her. Thea lay back on the grass of a city park, center of Gotham, and stared up at the sky. Warm sunlight filtered through the clouds and fell across the ground. The city smelled green. Around her, people hurried past in every direction, living their ordinary lives, and she lay among them like something left behind by a different world. Go home and think. That was the plan. She was already getting up when a low, calm voice spoke beside her ear. I can help you. That's what I came here to do. She turned. Standing not far from her was a tall figure in a blue and gold bodysuit, blonde hair swept back behind flight goggles. Booster Gold. He's looking for me. Thea was genuinely puzzled, and not in a flattering way for Booster. Her soul force was active. She was invisible to most people who walked this earth. Very few people could pierce that concealment, and Booster Gold wasn't one of them. And when she looked more carefully, she noticed his focus wasn't quite fixed on her, his gaze was sweeping the area, not landing. I can help you. That's what I came here to do. He said it again, word for word. Thea didn't move. Around Booster, the surrounding crowd had noticed him. The murmur started spreading. Booster Gold. Can I get your autograph? Booster Gold, what's your type, what are you looking for in? A cluster of middle-aged women closed in, peppering him with questions, voices overlapping into noise. In the middle of the chaos, Booster was scanning desperately, craning his neck, calling out twice more, I can help you. That's what I came here to do. Now she was curious. She snapped her fingers. Both of them vanished from the crowd and reappeared at the roadside. You're looking for me, she asked. Booster visibly relaxed at the sight of her, a real, full-body exhale. That's right. I came specifically for you. Trust me, I can help. Help me how? I'll be honest with you, I don't see how you solve my current problem. I can. You need to find Batman. And I can help you do that. He said it like he meant it. Thea looked at him carefully, and the legendary memory of a deity found something. This Booster Gold was not quite the same as the one she'd met recently. Small differences in the suit. And more importantly, his eyes. The usual lightness, that easy irreverence, gone. What was there instead was intelligence. Quiet, practiced, unassuming intelligence. You're a different Booster Gold, aren't you? Not quite a question. The senior model. You came back from the 25th century. Further. She would never have guessed it from the outside. But apparently this man was quite the time traveler in his own right. Chapter 778, Chapter 777, Chaos in Gotham. Exactly, your instincts are as sharp as ever. Please come with me immediately. I cannot share a timeline with my past self. The elderly Booster Gold's voice was urgent, almost desperate. Thea processed the situation in an instant. This man knew her in the future, and by the look of it, they were on fairly good terms. She thought for a moment. I can't step into the time stream freely. If I bring my divine authority along, the whole universe goes haywire. I can only send a projection. Please hurry, I won't last more than a few seconds. No more words needed. Rippling like heat off pavement, a projection stepped out of Thea's body, carrying none of her new god power, only half her magical reserves. Booster Gold pulled a 2-meter sphere from his belt. He dove in, and in under a second, his form had already begun to blur at the edges. Thea's projection slipped in right behind him. Booster activated the controls. The sphere erupted with incomprehensible energy, punching straight through time itself, and vanished from the roadside. Sensing that the link between herself and her projection remained unbroken, Thea exhaled and turned for home. Her projection and the future Booster Gold began the great mission of tracking down one wayward Bruce Wayne, lost somewhere in time. Even with a Booster Gold from even further in the future offering his help, the search yielded nothing. An uncountable number of timeline junctions spread before them like an impenetrable web, silently mocking their efforts. Batman could be anywhere across thousands of time periods. Finding him was like searching for a single grain of sand in the ocean. 3 days later, Thea knew she couldn't keep this from everyone. She chose selectively, and told the Justice League members what had happened. Batman coming back would destroy the world. Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, asked, disbelief written across his face. Thea rubbed her temples. Sending a projection into the time stream still took a toll on her body. Her mental reserves, already at less than half, had been draining steadily since. That's what Highfather told me. I trust his word. Silence fell over the room. The same question hung in the air for everyone, sacrifice a friend, or sacrifice the world. Several of the heroes stared at the floor. Bruce could be insufferable on his best day, but the idea of him simply being gone, it sat wrong with all of them. There wasn't much anyone could do. Barry offered to help, and Thea immediately pulled him back. You stay home and worry about your wedding, please, the last thing I need is you making this worse. Time moved relentlessly. 30 days passed. The deeper consequences of Batman's disappearance had yet to fully surface, but the immediate effects were already visible. The criminals of Gotham, who had lived in fear of the Bat, were crawling back out of the dark. Penguin, Scarecrow, Two-Face, Batman's oldest enemies had sharp instincts. No one had to tell them. They could feel it. Batman was gone. Dead? Maybe. But what mattered was that Gotham's sky had changed. At first, they sent foot soldiers to test the waters. When they found only Batman's lieutenants answering the call, and that familiar dark silhouette never appeared, the criminals began to celebrate. Gotham's nights became theirs again. The new police commissioner was in over his head. The notice Thea had filed through City Hall stated that Captain Bruce Wayne was ill. The incoming commissioner had barely settled into his office before inheriting this mess. The misery was hard to overstate. The Justice League offered support. Nightwing, Dick Grayson, who had returned to Gotham to hold things together, refused. Wayne Manor burned bright. But the person sitting at the head of the table was no longer who it used to be. Master Drake, please eat something. Alfred set a plate in front of the third Robin, but Tim's mind was elsewhere. He gave the old butler a distracted wave, his eyes bloodshot as he pored over the Wayne family history, scribbling notes in the margins. 10 minutes passed. He finally rubbed his eyes. Thea was right. Bruce did alter some history. This record doesn't match what I remember. There are bat symbols scattered throughout, pointing us toward where to look. Batman is alive, Tim Drake murmured, as much to himself as anyone else. He's still out there, waiting for us to find him. Alfred exhaled slowly. He had watched Bruce Wayne grow into the man he became, his grief ran deeper than any of the Robins. But unlike the younger ones, he didn't rush. Through conversations with Superman, Barbara, Diana, and others close to Thea, he had pieced together the truth. If Bruce came back, the universe would detonate. He didn't know how accurate that assessment was. But he knew Bruce Wayne. That man would carry this knowledge like armor. Even a 10% chance of catastrophe would be enough to keep him away, which meant, in every way that mattered, Batman was already gone. A month of anguish. Many had quietly come to terms with it, the criminals of Gotham, and some of the Bat family themselves. Barbara Gordon passed the Batgirl mantle to Cassandra Cain and resumed her role as Oracle. She pulled Huntress and Tommy, who had come from Star City, and Laurel Lance together, rebuilding the Birds of Prey. She was protecting Gotham in her own way, honoring Bruce's last wish. And Dick Grayson had come back. He refused the Justice League's offer of reinforcements, shouldered the weight under his Nightwing name, and with the rest of the team, was out fighting criminals day after day, leaving early and returning late into the night. The only one who hadn't given up was Tim Drake. He still believed they could bring Batman home. Alfred couldn't bring himself to tell Tim the full truth. He simply stayed by his side. Later that night, the Manor's hidden door swung open and Nightwing emerged with Damian, both in civilian clothes. Dick was still fuming. Jason went too far. He's tearing down everything Bruce stood for. Next time I catch him, I will bring him in. With his father gone, Damian had retreated back into the cold, closed-off version of himself the team remembered from years ago. He greeted them with a curt nod and went straight to bed. Tim. Nightwing stood beside him, choosing his words carefully. I need your help. Damian's getting more violent by the day. I don't want him turning into another Jason Todd. Have you all just given up? Tim's voice was hoarse. You're just going to leave Bruce behind. Dick paused. You don't understand what's at stake. We had to make a choice. I know what choice you made. Tim closed the book and stood. I'll find another way. After the door shut behind him, Dick poured himself a drink and swallowed it in one go. God, I'm tired. One original Robin. One murderous second Robin. And a third Robin who had just walked out. Bruce's eye for finding people with iron will was unquestionable. Every single one of them was a force of nature who refused to be told what to do. Chapter 779, Chapter 778, The Battle for the Cowl, Part 1. Dressed like a young aristocrat, Tim Drake stepped out of Wayne Manor into the drizzling night. The rain washed over the city in soft curtains, and somewhere in the distance, gunshots echoed across the rooftops. As the third Robin, Tim wasn't as lost as Nightwing seemed to think. He wasn't anyone's replacement, he didn't need anyone's permission. He had his own way of doing things. He took the long way around and slipped into the Batcave. Nightwing doesn't have the nerve to take that final step, he thought, studying the equipment rack, eyes moving across the suits hanging there. But I do. Gotham didn't care who was under the cowl. It only needed the symbol. He suited up quickly, pulled on an older Batsuit, and shot out of the cave on a motorcycle. The way Tim saw it, the solution was straightforward: take down Jason, put him behind bars, then use the Batsuit to put the fear back into Gotham's criminal underworld, stabilize the city, and concentrate his efforts on finding Bruce. Clean and efficient, the best path forward. So that was exactly what he set out to do. The motorcycle moved silently through the streets, carving smooth arcs through the dark. His first priority was finding Jason Todd, the second Robin, the one who had died and come back different. Tim had never actually met him. By the time Tim joined the Bat family, Jason had already been resurrected and was long gone from Gotham. To Tim, the name had always been more of a cautionary legend than a real person. Is it here? Tim manipulated his wristwatch display, sifting through data. Unlike his predecessors, Tim trusted technology. He'd spent time studying the alien tech flooding Earth's markets, and unlike Bruce, he didn't approach it with wariness. Tools were tools, whether alien or human-made. The motorcycle came to a quiet stop. Ahead, an abandoned factory, shuttered when Thea's mass-produced alien technology had wiped out half of Earth's traditional manufacturing sector. Some companies had adapted in time. Others were already history, swept away in less than a month. This factory was the latter. Tim didn't care what it used to make. What mattered was that Jason Todd was somewhere beneath it. He slipped carefully across the factory floor. Behind him, the earth shifted. A massive crimson plant unfurled soundlessly from the soil, layers of petals blooming open one by one. Two beautiful women peered out in the direction Tim had disappeared. One had a cascade of red hair and a deep green catsuit. The other wore a short-sleeved blouse, pencil skirt, heels, and glasses, the image of a sharp professional. It was Poison Ivy and Secretary Macy, watching from the shadows. Thea had predicted that without Bruce, the Bat family would be rudderless. With Tommy and Laurel also wading into this mess, she'd sent Ivy, Gotham's own, to keep a quiet eye on things. Macy had been at Ivy's place with nothing to do, so she'd tagged along. Between constantly being around Thea and Ivy's particular influence, the once straight secretary had been thoroughly turned. Why is this city such a mess? Macy asked, eyebrow raised at the distant gunfire. The whole world is running non-stop right now, and Gotham still has people firing guns in the street. Ivy gave a light shrug. No idea. Come on, let's see what's happening. A cloud of pollen billowed from the plant behind them. Macy recognized it as something to blur the eye, and both women strolled casually after Tim. Tim had no idea he was being followed. A trained soldier of Thea's caliber had no trouble tracking the trail he'd left. They descended into a vast underground space, voices drifting up from below. I can't believe it, you actually built your own Batcave. Jason Todd, you had no right to, no, you stole that cowl. A barrage of heavy impacts followed, the sounds bouncing through the thick underground like muffled thunder. You shouldn't have come here. This isn't your masquerade. A low, cold voice answered. I'm not playing games, Jason. I'm here to arrest you. I won't let you drag Bruce's name through the mud. Then they were fully at it, fists, feet, the works. Tisk. Ivy watched with detached amusement. Men, fighting this hard over a name. Macy wasn't as dismissive of men as Ivy. She produced her indigo tribe ring, channeled its light to project a clear view of the fight below, and watched with genuine interest. She had traded blows with Lady Shiva for dozens of rounds. Her eye for combat was in a different league from Ivy's. Tim's impressive, she said, studying his movements. His physicality and his tactics were in perfect sync, speed, precision, split-second decision-making. You could see why Batman chose him. Ivy, honest enough to admit she wouldn't have been much without her mutation, glanced sideways. You think he wins? No. He loses. Macy's sharp expression faded as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by her usual placid smile. Jason isn't holding back at all. One side is going all out. The other has a limit he won't cross. The outcome is already decided. She had spent years as Lex Luthor's bodyguard. She read these things quickly. Tim had come in with the intention of ending this fast. But he couldn't bring himself to go for the kill shot against his own predecessor. Jason, by contrast, had no such restraints. Every hit was deliberate, bone-deep, merciless. When Tim realized his mistake and tried to shift tactics, it was too late. They had both trained under Bruce, the style had variations, but the core vocabulary was the same, and Jason knew Tim's moves better than Tim knew his. Jason had spent years after his resurrection wandering the world, absorbing fighting systems from every corner of the globe, hammering them together in actual life-or-death fights. His skills had grown beyond anything Tim had a reference for. A sharp mind wasn't enough to change the outcome. Your eyes are full of fear and confusion, Jason said. The one disgracing this suit is you. He clenched a batarang and drove it into Tim's chest, then walked away. Pathetic. He pulled off Tim's mask. Beneath it was a young face coughing up blood. Jason turned and left the field. Tim felt himself growing cold. Multiple fractures. Blood loss was dragging his consciousness under. He knew he'd failed completely. Chapter 780, Chapter 779, The Battle for the Cowl, Part 2. Sick with regret, Tim Drake lay where he'd fallen. Blood continued to seep from his chest. He'd failed Bruce. He wasn't worthy of that suit after all. His eyelids grew heavier, and with a heart full of unfinished business, they finally closed. Is he out? The two women observing from a distance whispered between themselves. Give it 30 seconds. Macy, no stranger to violence, kept her voice steady and held Ivy back. They waited a little longer, until Tim was fully unconscious, then stepped out. Brothers really do have a special bond, Ivy said dryly, surveying the damage. That is a thorough beating. She produced a vial of plant extract, dense with restorative life energy, and injected it into his arm. Macy followed up, running a measure of indigo tribe energy through Tim's body to stabilize the worst of the structural damage. Let's go. We've kept him alive, his teammates can deal with the rest. I want to follow that cold-blooded one. A dark Batman in Gotham actually sounds interesting. Ivy and Macy each activated their ring's stealth function and took to the air after Jason Todd. Half an hour later, Nightwing noticed Tim was missing. He tracked the motorcycle trail and found Tim barely breathing, a slow, faint rise and fall of the chest, nothing more. Alarmed, he carried him back to the cave. The medical pod in the Batcave had been upgraded substantially, Thea's tech had seen to that. Robotic arms got to work. Blood transfusions ran. 2 full hours of surgery before Tim was out of danger. Dick knew Jason's game. He understood the message. And he understood his own answer. If he didn't step up and confront Jason directly, Jason would keep killing. There was no middle ground here. He had to fight. He left the cave, connected with Barbara, and got the locations of several gang conflicts across the city. One quick analysis later, he was heading northwest. High above, the two women tracking Jason continued their conversation. It's hard to believe Batman trained him, Ivy said, watching Jason below, twin pistols blazing, vaulting between rooftops, methodically cutting down one gang member after another. The blood was running freely. Batman's legend had kept Gotham's criminals in check for years. As a former Gotham resident, Ivy had joined in those conversations, the no-kill rule, the great refusal. Bruce's biggest line. And here was his student, shooting people like he was clearing out a firing range. Clean technique, Macy observed, purely professionally. You can see the work he put into it. The two of them watched idly, conversation drifting from Jason's marksmanship to significantly more personal topics regarding what tools they preferred in private company. That one's here. Macy, composure intact even while mid-discussion and flushed from the subject, spotted Dick first, the Nightwing motorcycle rolling in from the distance. Jason didn't have the aerial vantage. But Dick wasn't trying for surprise, he wasn't even trying to muffle his approach. From half a mile out, the engine was clearly audible. Jason finished his work, 19 gang members, all down, all dead. He holstered his guns and turned, cold-eyed, as Dick stepped off his bike. "Why did you hit Tim that hard?" "Strange question. He broke into my home. Of course I fought back. You knew he wasn't your enemy. We're family." Jason's lip curled in contempt. "Jason, you're a killer. Whatever conscience you had left, it's gone. Don't lecture me." Jason's voice dropped. "You're not him, Dick Grayson. You're soft. You're pathetic. This city rots because of your self-righteous morals. Let me show you how it's actually done." The kick was a thunderclap aimed straight at Dick's face. Dick was 2 years older than Jason, his body at its physical peak, and his battle experience was encyclopedic. He raised his arm, absorbed the blow, and set aside his eskrima sticks. He answered with fists and feet, Bruce's style. The language of the cowl. Jason didn't reach for his guns either. He wanted this. He wanted the win to mean something, to earn the right to wear that suit, and if the chance ever came, to prove he could have done it better. Without him thinking you were special, circus boy, you're nothing. The punch caught Dick on the right cheek, followed immediately by a knee drive into his stomach. Dick's reflexes were exceptional. He absorbed the gut shot, rolled with the momentum, twisted his core, and brought a high kick up into Jason's jaw. Both of them staggered, clutching their injuries, measuring each other. "He was our father. No question. And you've shamed him." Dick faked left, drew Jason's guard, then dropped low and swept his legs out from under him before driving his forehead hard into Jason's face. Jason's vision went dark, his hearing short-circuited, but he kept his head. His hand found a small canister, and he aimed it at Dick and sprayed. A pale yellow cloud rolled out. Dick broke into violent coughing. "Scarecrow's fear toxin. You took that from the Batcave. You're getting more desperate by the day." "Face your fear," Jason said, and drove a kick into Dick's chest, 2 steps forward, then a follow-up punch aimed at his midsection. On the third swing, his fist was caught by Dick. Completely lucid. "Before I came, I injected vaccines for every known variant of Scarecrow's fear toxin." Surprised. Dick's voice was level. He never trained fools. 2 clean punches landed. Jason staggered back, spitting blood. "It's over, Jason." A final kick to the chest. The man who'd built his reputation on ruthlessness went down on one knee and didn't get up. Dick moved in to grab him by the collar, one last hit to end it. He grabbed air. "That's right," Jason said from above. "It is over, Dick. Rest in peace." His right hand fired a grapple line to a distant high-rise. Jason swung skyward, and in the same moment his left hand clicked a detonator. Chapter 781, Chapter 780, The Battle for the Cowl, Part 3. Boom. Boom. The ground heaved. Dick understood immediately, Jason had chosen this location deliberately. The gang fight, the drawn-out battle, all of it staged to lull him into position. The explosives had been planted long before tonight. He never stopped underestimating Jason's cunning, and Jason never stopped proving him wrong. No time for self-recrimination. Dick flung his grapple line toward a distant tree, borrowed the force, and launched himself clear of the blast. He felt the heat at his back as the shockwave rolled past. Then the chase began. They tore through the Gotham skyline, across rooftop ledges, down into narrow alleys, up the sheer faces of glass towers. Neither of them had Thea's abilities, or Diana's. They were 2 ordinary men, and from any height over 100 meters, 330 feet, a missed grip meant death. Just grapple lines, momentum, and the willingness to bet their lives on the next swing. Neither flinched. Dick had grown up performing aerial acts before he could walk properly, his body understood flight on an instinctive level that no amount of training could fully replicate. The advantage was slim, but it was real. They landed on the roof of a moving freight train. Dick moved a half-second faster. He knocked the grapple gun from Jason's hand. They faced each other. The train screamed beneath their feet, iron wheels hammering track. Sound echoed flatly in the tunnel walls around them. The final confrontation had arrived. "Not bad for a circus act," Jason said, but the tunnel noise swallowed the words before they could reach Dick. A faint smirk crossed Jason's face. He turned and sprinted in the direction of the train's travel. Dick went after him. Before he'd taken 2 full strides, he watched Jason reach back, pull off the cape, and let it catch the tunnel draft, sending it billowing straight toward him. His field of vision vanished. A flash of alarm, then he clamped it down. This is exactly what he wants. In the tunnel, with the train's roar drowning everything, his hearing was useless. The cape blocked his eyes. He was navigating blind, on a speeding train, with a lethal opponent somewhere in the dark. Should we save him? Ivy called over to Macy, keeping her distance above. Close quarters combat wasn't her strong suit, after all. No. Flat and final. The two women watched and waited. The critical moment came. Dick committed completely, abandoned defense, abandoned caution, abandoned any margin for error. If he misjudged, on a moving train, the fall would finish him. But his read of Jason was exact. Jason had chosen the most direct path, straight in. The moment Jason lunged, Dick was already airborne. A full-force kick with every ounce of weight behind it. No. Dick felt the impact of a human body. He stripped the cape away. The train burst out of the tunnel. They were over Gotham's river canal now, and Jason Todd, balance shattered, tumbled off the roof and dropped into the water below. He won't die from that, right? The two observers returned to whispering. Not a chance. Watch how he hits the water. He saw this coming. Macy had already read the angle of the fall. Fair enough. The new Batman is settled, then, which means Gotham's chaos should wind down. Let's go check on the birds of prey. They slipped away without a trace, moving toward the other side of the city. Nightwing stood at the medical pod, one hand resting on the clear surface, watching Tim sleep. You think I refused the cowl out of cowardice, he said quietly. Or guilt? Neither is true. I turned down the role because he asked me to. In the message Bruce left me, he said he wanted Nightwing and Robin to protect the city. I followed that. He paused. But Bruce isn't infallible. He made a miscalculation. He underestimated what Batman means to the people of Gotham. Dick pulled off his mask, exposing the tired eyes of a man who'd been running without sleep for too long. He'd spent years after leaving the cave trying to build a life that didn't orbit Wayne Manor, his own work, his own identity, free of Bruce's shadow. All of it was moot now. The choice was in front of him, stay in Bloodhaven as Nightwing, or come home to Gotham as Batman. He looked at Tim Drake, barely breathing, kept alive by machines, and found he had no choice at all. He peeled off the Nightwing suit, stood bare in the cave's cold light, and reached for the suit on the rack. Every memory that came with it, early hero worship, the weight of what it had become, the grief of the past month, he let it all fall away. He pulled on the cape. Bruce. Wherever you are, be with me. From this moment on, he was no longer Nightwing. He was Batman. Tim Drake woke up a day later. Between Ivy's plant extract and the medical pod's full battery of treatments, his recovery was faster than it should have been. By the time he was on his feet, the worst of the damage had mended. The emotional damage was harder. He learned that Nightwing had taken up the cowl. He stared at the ceiling of Wayne Manor and couldn't name what he felt. Nightwing has found his path. What about mine? He stepped outside. A graceful silhouette was making her way up the drive toward him. Miss Thea. Is something wrong? Alfred said you'd taken a hit and weren't doing well, Thea said. Asked me to come talk things through with you. Tim straightened as best he could, though 100 different things crowded his mind. His head, at least, was still sharp. He cut through to what mattered most. Is Bruce really beyond saving? Not even a chance. Thea was quiet for a moment. I hope the final answer is yes. I've known Bruce longer than you have. We disagreed on plenty, but he's a man worth respecting, and I'll try everything before we reach the point of no return. But if it comes down to a choice, I will choose this world over him. Tim grabbed onto that sliver of hope and asked what he could do. If he couldn't find his own path, finding someone who could show him one was a start. Thea cut him off gently and nodded toward the manor behind her. Come inside. Nightwing, sorry, Batman now, and the others haven't forgotten Bruce any less than you have. You all just came at it from different directions. She kept her tone easy, but she was running on fumes. Her projection was burning through one timeline after another, and every bit of that weight fed back to her. One conversation. Then sleep. The new Batman had been out fighting all night. When word came that Thea was here, he came straight out. Damian was roused on her request. Alfred drifted into the hall as well. They gathered together, waiting for her to speak. Chapter 782, Chapter 781, Aftermath of the Battle for the Cowl. Thea surveyed the room. Every face was turned toward her. Before we talk about Bruce, we need to talk about Gotham. The rest of the country's problems combined don't come close to this one city right now. Crime rates have been surging for a month straight. Civilian casualties from unnatural causes have already crossed 200. Gotham needs order restored immediately. If you can't do it, the Justice League steps in, no debate. She brought her palm down on the table. The National Guard has mobilized 1,500 troops and they're on their way to Gotham. I've bought you 3 days. After that, there will be no more large-scale firefights on Gotham streets. That's not a request. They nodded. She waited until she was satisfied, then eased up. Gotham's criminal population right now was a fraction of its peak. Characters like Penguin and Two-Face still walking free were partly Batman's doing. He'd consistently blocked Deathstroke's attempts to quietly ship them to remote mining operations on alien worlds. There's a limit to how blatant that kind of operation can be before the Bat notices. So here they were, with those lieutenants still intact and their organization still breathing. Chaos had come back fast. Batman is a member of the Justice League, Thea continued, turning to Dick. You'll attend meetings. Dick nodded. Inheriting the call meant inheriting everything attached to it. He'd known that going in. The Watchtower's operating costs, Thea said, thinking. Bruce and I used to split them. Now. The color drained from Dick's face. His hands went up. I'm broke. I have no money. Thea was not impressed. The new Batman had inherited the title but apparently not the budget. She looked at Damian. Damian was the kind of person who'd never thought about money in his life. He had Bruce's credit card and that was the sum total of his financial philosophy. He returned Thea's look with cheerful blankness. Miss Thea, if I might have a word, Alfred smoothly steered her to the side and proceeded to walk her through inheritance law, estate tax, Gotham's cost of living, and the downstream consequences of alien technology on Earth's economy. Bruce is technically still alive, Alfred concluded, helpless sorrow on his face. Legally, we can't touch the estate. Thea put a hand to her forehead. She'd forgotten about that. Alfred was right, she'd helped fabricate Bruce's medical records herself a few days ago. Couldn't very well be filing death certificates. Alfred kept going, painting a picture of a household one step from the breadline, summarizing his case with the practiced misery of a seasoned operator. Thea stared at the old man. Your crying poor skills already surpass mine. Fine. The truth was she wasn't hurting for money right now. One large financial hole, 6 months of covering it solo, manageable. All right, you win. We'll table the Watchtower issue for now. Let's talk about Bruce. You all know the basic situation. Nods around the room. His memory is suppressed. He's adrift in the temporal current, a dangerous position, any way you look at it. But here's what I actually need you to understand. Your father, your mentor, right now he's functioning as an extraordinarily powerful weapon. If he manages to fight his way back to this specific point in our timeline on his own, the resulting paradox would be catastrophic. The entire universe could be torn apart. She paused. I trust you're all following me. The ones Bruce had chosen were smart. They understood exactly what she wasn't saying. Dick and Damian had already arrived at the same place. They said nothing. Alfred's composure cracked. He pressed a hand to his mouth. Really? Tim's voice came out smaller. Not even one option. I want to say yes. I don't have one yet. Bruce is my friend. We didn't always see eye to eye, but he's a great man, and this world still needs him. I don't want to reach that final decision any more than you do. She meant it. She continued, building the case, my archaeological team uncovered a fossil approximately 6,000 years old. It had a bat symbol on it, one your memories would recognize. My projection is following the thread through the timeline. You may have already sensed it, even without knowing what you were sensing. She looked at Tim. Even without his memories, Bruce's instincts are still functioning. But he's like a stone dropped into a still lake, no matter how small or carefully placed, every ripple changes the water. The distortions run across the entire timeline. Some are minor. Some aren't. The strongest concentrations will be closest to home. Her hand made a slow circle, indicating the manner around them. What's different here? Dick and Damian exchanged a glance. They genuinely couldn't see it. Timeline overlap typically overwrites the elderly first. Some of what you remember has shifted, small differences, but they're there. Skeptical looks from the younger ones. She suggested they try a few questions with Alfred. It took less than a minute. His answers didn't quite line up with theirs. He looked faintly confused himself. He suggested they see for themselves, and led them toward the Manor's East Wing gallery. Thea had nothing pressing, so she followed along. Wayne Manor was immense. It couldn't match Chatsworth House for historical prestige, but in sheer acreage it was another matter, nearly 2,100 acres total. Among private estates in the United States, it ranked at the very top, twice the footprint of Queen Manor. Without household staff, Batman's paranoia didn't allow for them, upkeep fell entirely on Alfred. Asking an elderly man to maintain a property this size alone was its own form of cruelty. The family mostly kept to the western wing, the eastern galleries and grand rooms had been largely ignored. Bruce had never been comfortable with the wealth his family had accumulated. The painted faces of his ancestors had been relocated somewhere he wouldn't have to look at them. The gallery they were heading to now sat at the far end of the east wing. A long corridor connected them to it. The dust in here was thick. Alfred's impeccable training showed as he kept up an easy commentary, redirecting their attention before Thea, a woman of some standing, could form opinions about the housekeeping situation. Chapter 783, Chapter 782, A Tangled Timeline. At the far end of the corridor stood rows of statues alongside muskets and sabers mounted neatly on the walls for display, trophies of the Wayne ancestors' distinguished past, according to the old butler. This section of the manor was unfamiliar territory even for Dick and the others, let alone Thea. "Please, come in." The butler produced a key and unlocked a heavy door. The group filed inside one by one. The lights came on. The drapes were pulled off the portraits. Even among people renowned for keen eyes, both the young visitors and the old butler immediately sensed something was wrong. This one, and this one. They looked too alike. Damien pointed at several portraits, his voice edged with disbelief. His unease was entirely justified. The Wayne ancestors in those portraits shared the same broad face, strong jaw, and solemn gaze. Allowing for the painter's style, each looked strikingly like Bruce. The implication was deeply unsettling. Genetically speaking, a father and son might share similar features, but for that resemblance to persist across 4 or 5 generations. That was beyond explanation. This wasn't asexual reproduction. Once maternal genes entered the line, noticeable divergence would appear within 3 generations. Yet these ancestors looked as though they'd been cast from the same mold. What did that mean? The young group stared at the portraits, a chill crawling up their spines. Thea grimaced. What should have been a stable chain of cause and effect had been thrown into complete chaos by the Omega effect. Adrift in a fractured timeline, Bruce had lost his memories, yet some instinct drew him toward his own bloodline. His extraordinary leadership had allowed him to hold the Wayne family together through crisis after crisis across multiple generations, until he effectively became the family patriarch. He had turned himself into his own ancestor and been written into the history books. That was the problem facing them now. This man is holding a book with a bat symbol on the cover. Tim pointed at a portrait that looked almost saintly, his voice hushed in surprise. This one has a bat emblem on his coat. This one too. The evidence mounted. Even without his memories, Batman had left breadcrumbs everywhere, partly to guide his team to him, partly as a lifeline for himself. He just didn't know that in doing so, he was unraveling the entire timeline. Why is there a blank space here? Damien pointed to a conspicuous gap on the wall. That was Thomas Wayne, a man of the same name who lived in the 1760s. He was a notorious cult leader and was formally struck from the family record, the butler recalled. That can't be right. The Wayne family patriarch in the 1760s was Joseph Wayne. I'm certain of it, Tim Drake said, puzzled. Joseph. The butler thought for a moment. You must be misremembering, Master Drake. The only Waynes named Joseph in the 18th century were 3 men, none of whom ever served as patriarch. The butler was confident. Tim had been certain at first, but now he wavered, his conviction dissolving into uncertainty. Maybe there had been a Joseph, maybe not. Damien gave a dignified little cough to redirect their attention back to the missing portrait. The butler, ever attentive to the serious young heir to the Wayne name, dropped the Joseph debate and moved on. The family records say very little about this Thomas. Only that he seemed to be attempting to summon a demon, something called Bar something, the butler said, now uncertain whether these memories had always been his or whether, as Thea had suggested, they had materialized in his mind along with the shifting timeline. Barbatos? Thea asked, her expression calm. The Wayne family's entanglement with the dark multiverse ran deep, far deeper than anyone here realized. My father is Thomas. She almost laughed at the name. Couldn't have picked a better one. The butler snapped his fingers. Yes, Barbatos. Said to be a demon of some ancient tribe, a bat demon. The word bat made him shudder. Batman and a bat demon, had all of this been fated since the 18th century? So Bruce traveled to the past, left countless bat symbols behind, and in doing so actively shaped the Wayne family's reverence for the bat. Dick was the calmest among them, and his conclusion was bone-chilling. Is that what you're saying, Miss Thea? More than that, Dick. If I'm right, the cave Bruce fell into as a child, the one swarming with bats, was the very ritual site that this man prepared over 100 years ago when he tried to summon his demon. There was something else Thea didn't say aloud. Her memories held references to demonic activity in Gotham, and she'd once asked Barbara and Catwoman about it when she first arrived. Both had denied knowing anything. Now that she was a new god and immune to the timeline's upheaval, she suspected that if she asked again, their memories would tell a different story. But there was no reason to pile more onto their already burdened minds. Barbados was still far removed from this universe. She addressed it lightly. In Eastern thought, karma is about cause and effect. In this case, Bruce is both his own cause and his own consequence. His fate was sealed the moment time began to move. I hope this serves as a warning. Don't go digging into things you don't understand. Right. I'm heading back. The world is quiet for now. Gotham can't stay in chaos. You have 3 days. Get everything back to normal. As she opened a portal to leave, a voice called after her. Sis. It was Damien. The boy hesitated. Can I go look for him? Thea had always had a soft spot for her eldest student. She ruffled his hair. If you step into the time stream, the Wayne family situation gets a whole lot worse. Trust me, I'll figure something out. She stepped through the portal and returned home. Her clone was still searching the time stream. The drain on her mental energy was considerable, and her true body couldn't do much else. She bathed, then collapsed into bed. The Bat family moved quickly. Dick Grayson donned the Batman suit and returned to Gotham's streets. Damian suited up as Robin, the fifth to carry that name. Batman's deterrent effect was no joke. Within 2 days, the criminals quietly stood down and went home. A week after order was restored in Gotham, a gravestone was placed in the Wayne family cemetery, right beside the markers for Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne. A small, unassuming stone. No name. No dates. No funeral. Just an ordinary piece of rock, silently bearing witness to the greatest human hero who had ever lived. For the sake of secrecy, those closest to him paid their respects in staggered visits. Thea didn't go. She was still searching the time stream, and if it came to it, she might have to be the one to end his life there. Her presence at the grave would have been grotesque. She sent Diana in her place. Tim Drake couldn't bear sitting idle. Once his injuries healed, he declared himself Red Robin and left Gotham alone. 6,000 years before her true body's present, on the American continent, Thea, clone, and an elderly Booster Gold were sprinting through uneven terrain, a pack of fur-clad warriors in hot pursuit. Woolulu. The warriors let out cries that Thea couldn't begin to parse. The one leading the charge, a towering giant, easily 6.5 feet tall, built like a boulder, hurled a sharpened spear directly at them. Hey, have you actually been to this time period before? Where exactly is this cave you keep talking about? Thea called out as she ran. Her stats kept her from tiring, at least. Chapter 784, Chapter 783, The Mysterious Booster Gold. It had been years since a whole mob had come after her like this. Her divine power was anchored in her true body, but the clone carried a substantial reserve of magical energy, more than enough to reduce a handful of tribespeople to ashes. The problem was that this was the past, and she had no idea whether any of these warriors were the distant ancestors of someone important. Running was the only safe option. She'd tried going invisible, but the tribe's chieftain, the one who'd thrown the spear, had an uncanny sixth sense. He'd spotted her almost immediately, and they'd been running for the last half hour. It should be around here somewhere. Booster Gold muttered, fiddling with the device on his wrist with no real confidence. Thea let out a sigh. There's nothing but open plains here. Where exactly is this cave supposed to be? You, your younger self, even your son, none of you are reliable. She'd had enough of being cautious. She grabbed Booster Gold by the arm and took off into the air. Behind them, the assembled warriors dropped to their knees in reverence. They landed on the peak of a nearby mountain. Booster Gold worked at his wrist device and gave her a mildly aggrieved look. Timeline deviation just increased by another 0.0012%. Thea waved him off. Ancient people encounter something inexplicable and nobody dies, that's basically a rounding error. We're nowhere near the damage Bruce has caused. You know my son? Booster Gold asked. Of course. Rip Hunter, legendary time master. Hard to miss. She scanned the surroundings. Batman really was consistent, every displacement had dropped him somewhere in the Americas, always circling back toward what would eventually become Gotham. The obsession ran bone deep. We've covered 15 time points now, she said. Are you sure this stabilization method actually works? Absolutely. You're a new god, the timeline solidifies wherever you walk. Even if we never find Batman, we can minimize the damage he's done to the universe. A stabilized timeline stays fixed, no further changes. We need to keep moving forward. Booster Gold produced the spherical time device. Thea settled in beside him. With a deep, resonant boom, they punched through time and entered the time stream. Wait, if you can solidify time, that implies there's unstabilized time out there. And how do you know all this? She studied Booster Gold. There was something about him she couldn't quite read. Before the current era, this universe had a single timeline, fixed, immutable. Then came the rebirth of the multiverse, 52 coexisting universes, each one rekindled. Fluctuating wormholes formed in the process, and a flood of time travelers poured through them into the time stream. Thea's gaze sharpened. He'd said 52. That number shouldn't have meant anything to an ordinary man, not 51, not 53. 52 exactly. The multiverse wasn't an orderly display arranged for viewing. Its components overlapped and intersected in complex ways. The orrery of worlds connected Earth, 1 to Earth, 13, the Mecher axis linked Earth, 2 to Earth, 3, the graveyard encompassed Earth, 3, -13, -15, -19, -37, the sphere included Earth, 4, -35, -39, -41. A mother box could open the passages, but the precise count of parallel worlds. That was knowledge Highfather and Darkseid could confirm, not someone like Booster Gold. Who told you all that? I'll be direct, I don't see how you could have arrived at that on your own. Booster Gold looked deeply uncomfortable. He opened his mouth, closed it, and finally managed, that part of my memory is sealed. All I know is that I'm not your enemy. The navigation system suddenly let out a sharp chime. Booster Gold's face lit up. I'm picking up an Omega signature. This time we'll actually catch him. Thea's expression remained carefully blank. He'd said the same thing all 15 times before. Twice they'd arrived moments after Batman had jumped away. The other times, they'd been years, sometimes decades, behind the trail. Booster Gold and his salvaged future tech time machine were, in a word, unreliable. This looks like the early 19th century, the early frontier days. Here. Booster Gold reached under the seat and produced a pistol. Remember, we can't use weapons that are out of place for the era. Thea turned the pistol over in her hands. I have a feeling I won't be needing this. She was right. They stepped out of the time machine into the open air, and Booster Gold immediately froze. My God. Where are we? They stood on a small island floating in the void, like a leaf on a vast sea. In every direction, slow, steady waves of deep blue drifted past, tributaries of the time stream. The island's soil had turned completely to sand, dry as a bone when she picked up a handful. There was no sign of life. Only silence and emptiness. Has Batman been here? Booster Gold was completely lost. He grabbed his wrist device like a lifeline and began working it frantically, but got nothing. Stop fiddling with that. Thea spoke with certainty. Batman was here. But someone moved him, not the Omega effect. Someone did it deliberately. She pointed northeast. There's a strong magical signature in that direction. Let's go. She rose into the air without waiting for him and flew toward it. Less than a minute later, she stopped. A staircase of deep crimson stone climbed toward a mountain peak. At the summit, ringed by crags on all sides, sat a black castle. Booster Gold caught up. He stared at the fortress. What is this place? Are you going in? I only know this is the end of time, and that someone redirected Batman's random displacement. Whether their intentions were good or bad, they've done us a favor. Her words were barely out when the castle's massive doors swung open with a long, grinding creak. The passage yawned beyond, dark and bottomless, like the throat of some immense beast. Theatrical. Thea's lip curled with mild contempt. This doesn't feel like somewhere safe, Booster Gold said. Thea wasn't nearly as uncertain as he was. The moment she'd set foot on the island, she'd been noticed, and she'd noticed right back. Somewhere inside the castle was a very powerful mage. She wasn't bothered by the atmosphere. A woman who spent her days working with souls wasn't going to be rattled by dramatic lighting. She walked through the doors, crossed the courtyard, and stopped before a large set of double doors. She pushed them open and stepped inside without hesitation. A humanoid figure stood waiting, draped in a tattered black robe, hood drawn low to conceal its face, limbs skeletal beneath the cloth, spine perfectly straight. As though it had been expecting her. Chapter 785, Chapter 784, Battle at the End of Time. The black-robed sorcerer's magical reserves were as vast as the ocean, though his tattered robes did him no favors. That outfit would have gotten him picked up off the street in any modern era. The one standout was his withered left hand, clutching a staff that blazed with every color imaginable. Two mages of the highest caliber took each other's measure. Each assessed the other's style from their posture and bearing, calculating relative strength, mentally rehearsing the sequence of spells they'd use once the first blow landed. Peace was never an option. The robed figure's mental pressure hadn't let up for a second, his eyes were fixed on the immense, pristine magical energy radiating from Thea's clone. Thea felt the tug of fate's threads. There's something to gain here. Who are you? Do you know me? The black-robed figure spoke first. His voice scraped like glass against glass. And he wasn't speaking English, he was speaking something Thea recognized only roughly, Atlantean. Who are you? Don't you know me? Thea shot back. A brief, simple exchange, and both of them arrived at the same conclusion. Neither knew the other. Perfect. No hesitation. Let's get started. Soul Flame required her divine seat as a foundation, unavailable to the clone. But arcane fire was another matter. She raised her hand and launched her strongest opening attack, Silver Fire. Drawn from the purest depths of magical energy, the silver-white flame streaked forward on a long trailing arc like a falling star, straight for the robed figure. He surprised her. Dark as coal in that robe, and yet he was a water aspect grand mage. He raised his staff. Water surged from thin air on all sides, flooding the castle's ground floor into a shallow sea. From beneath the surface, a purple tentacle unfurled slowly and crashed down to meet the incoming silver fire. The silver fire snapped the tentacle, but it lost more than half its energy in the process. 2 more tentacles erupted from the water and smothered what remained. Impressive, Thea said, composed. Are you Atlantean? I didn't know they still had mages of your caliber walking around. Atlantis. The robed figure's voice was withering. What a quaint name to invoke. I am Magister of the Dark, young mage. Have you heard that name? One look had told him she was barely grown, and he resented her for it. That much power, at that age. Magister of the Dark something. That naming convention was ancient. Thea kept her expression neutral while her mind moved at full speed, sifting through memory, and then she found it. This self-styled Magister shared a mutual acquaintance with her, the first king of Atlantis, chosen of Poseidon, known by history as the Dead King. And if she wasn't mistaken, the man standing before her was the dead king's father. Well. The son had become an undead abomination. The father was apparently a grand mage. Like father, like son. Thea adopted a casual tone. I've heard the name. Maybe you were untouchable once. Right now. You're just old. Then she stopped talking and started working, pulling up her magical reserves and unleashing silver fire in a sustained barrage. Silver light exploded across the room. Torrents of magical flame slammed into the black mage on all sides. The water evaporated. The walls caved inward. Stone columns and floor tiles never made it to the ground, they burned to dust before they could fall. There we go. The water had been stripped away, and whatever had been hiding beneath the surface came into view. The creature looked like a colossal octopus. Its tentacles, fully spread, spanned several kilometers. The entire castle, even this floating island, had been built atop its enormous body, stone piled over living bulk. The thing had no head to speak of. Where all the tentacles converged into a central mass, there was a single mouth, 10 meters across, 3 rows of razor teeth packed tight in every corner of its maw. Its presence was ancient, immeasurable, the feeling of something that had existed before memory. Its raw energy was staggering. Even Thea's true body would have struggled against it directly. But the time stream had a double edge. The same temporal forces that magnified the creature's physical power had, over countless eons, eroded whatever intelligence it once possessed. Its body was immense, its mind had been washed away. By any meaningful measure, it was fighting at a fraction of its potential, even its original master could barely direct it anymore. A sea beast with a time affinity. Thea murmured, studying it with genuine interest. She wasn't sure whether that power had always been inherent or whether the time stream had shaped it over time. Booster, she started to call for him and turned to find him dangling from one of the octopus's tentacles, limp as a rag doll. She could have screamed. You absolute liability. Now I have to babysit you on top of everything else. She couldn't see the mage's face, but his amusement was palpable. He had everything going for him, deep reserves, a barely controllable but catastrophically powerful sea beast, and now a hostage. 3 advantages. The young mage had no way out. Thea wasn't thinking about him at all. She reached into her spatial ring and pulled out her bow, her most reliable tool for getting ahead in the world. She drew casually and fired a single arrow at the mage. He was puzzled by the choice but decided on caution. He called up a ripple of water blue energy as a barrier. The arrow punched through it as if it were nothing and kept coming. He had no choice but to deflect it with his staff. Thea clicked her tongue. She'd spotted the connection immediately, the staff was the conduit through which he controlled the sea beast. Without her divine authority for trade active in the clone, forcing an exchange was a low percentage play. Low, not 0. 1 arrow wouldn't do it. 10 arrows. 100. Eventually she'd land 1. What followed left the mage genuinely baffled. This was supposed to be a duel between 2 supreme mages, and somehow it had turned into an archer hunting a mage and his overgrown pet, the whole thing playing out like a third-rate shootout. Thea moved with the agility of a practiced elven archer, light-footed and fluid, weaving through the creature's hammering tentacles with unhurried precision, hitting the mage from every angle she could find. The sea beast was enormously powerful but completely stupid. Even its nominal master could only give it blunt directional commands, attack this area, without any real finesse. The creature demolished what remained of the castle with methodical indifference, not watching for effect, not adapting to terrain. Thea, meanwhile, was a moving target that didn't stay still long enough to hit. Within 10 seconds she had loosed over 100 arrows. The sorcerer's standard magical shields couldn't stop divine forged arrows. He had no choice but to use the sea beast's bulk as a wall, peeking out to fire off counterattacks, ducking back into cover, the whole engagement devolving into something that looked less like a legendary magical duel and more like a bad Western standoff. Thea was still winning. Her reaction speed and physical stats eclipsed his. Her arrows were inexhaustible. His magical reserves weren't. The mage ran the analysis himself and didn't like the answer. She was trying to drain him dry. He changed tactics, stopped retaliating entirely, tucked behind the beast, and redirected all his focus into driving the creature to attack. He was sure he could outlast her. He settled in and waited. Chapter 786, Chapter 785, Soul Extraction. He was sure he could outlast her, outthink her, outweight her. He persuaded himself he'd seen through her strategy. This was a contest of reserves and wits, and after so many years of existence, his composure dwarfed hers. He settled in, utterly at ease. Magical shields offered nothing against her arrows, so he stopped wasting magic on them, useless anyway. Every time a shot came for him, he stepped behind the sea beast. When he couldn't dodge, he deflected the arrow with the staff. He'd see who ran dry first. Thea noticed the change and blinked. He's cooperating. She didn't think much of it. She kept her rhythm, arrow after arrow, steady as a heartbeat. The mage felt he had the upper hand, his staff spinning like a windmill as he batted arrow after arrow aside, left and right, while cold eyes watched her from beneath his hood, filled with mockery. Look at her, so certain of herself. What a novel opponent. Something nagged at him, but he pushed it away. Stay defensive. No matter what she's planning, I can't be beaten as long as I hold out. He committed to a war of attrition and batted away another arrow. His hand felt light. He looked at it. The staff was gone. In his hand was a gemstone. He stared at it, seized it with his focus, and pushed his mage's perception through it. In his years of experience, another mage's enchantment was an open book, he understood the gems working at a glance. But how had this ended up in his hand? And where was the staff? Thea allowed herself a small smile. She'd exchanged a gemstone containing 30 years of human lifespan for a battered old staff. And he'd come out ahead, all things considered, for a mage approaching the end of his road, life was priceless. She ran her perception across the staff. Crude construction. Its value barely exceeded that of the dead king's old staff, and its only function was to maintain the mental link with the sea beast. To prevent that link from dragging him into the time stream directly, the mage had externalized that entire portion of his psychic presence into the staff. The beast's temporal saturation had in turn degraded the staff itself, which was why its control had always been so imprecise. No wonder the accuracy is so poor, Thea muttered. She didn't immediately erase his psychic imprint from it. If she did, the beast would go fully feral, and even she would have a rough time with that. Fortunately, she had it in hand before the critical moment. If she'd pushed him to desperation and he'd done it himself, that would have been a bad joke. I'll keep it safe for you, she called out, slipping the staff into her spatial ring as the mage's furious roar echoed through the ruins. I'll take you down with me. He threw the gemstone away and abandoned any pretense of economy. Like a dam breaking, he flung his arms wide and sent a tidal wave of churning seawater surging toward her. You think I'm scared of you? Thea dismissed the sea beast with a gesture, its corrupted mind followed the basic directive, and flicked her fingers. One by one, brilliant silver-white firebirds took shape around her, vivid and alive, crackling with dense magical energy. She sent them forward. They swooped and soared like creatures born of pure spirit, gleeful and blazing, and swept into the oncoming tide. The mage's technique was extraordinary. Buried in the churning seawater were flickers of concentrated light, and a single pass of that light unraveled the firebirds back into raw energy, which the water then swallowed and reclaimed. Impressive. Thea nodded, and meant it. Attack and defense in one motion, with the side effect of absorbing her own magical output back into his reserves. The man's understanding of magic was close to its limit. But she wasn't afraid. Another mage would have no answer for it. She wasn't another mage, she was a deity. The divine seat might be out of reach for the clone, but her knowledge still applied. She let a single, complex syllable fall from her lips. The mage's seawater reversed. The tide turned against its own master, walls of churning dark water folding back in on him. He checked his own spell instantly, every step had been correct. It had to be her doing. He made a snap decision, severed the corrupted portion, and reformed the remaining mass into a massive sea serpent. The creature was over 300 feet long, its ink-dark head swinging toward Thea, jaws opening to swallow her whole. Boring. No holy sword in the clone's possession, but the Highfather's short blade would serve. She gripped it, leveled it at the serpent's head, and let loose a blazing arc of light, a crescent-shaped strike that carved the air in half. If I shouted something dramatic right now, I'd never hear the end of it from myself. The serpent's head was severed cleanly. The mage didn't flinch, magical constructs regenerated. He focused, and nothing happened. He looked again. The severed cross-section was mirror-smooth. Pale silver flames burned quietly in the green water at the stump. He tried to smother them. Every layer of magic he poured in made them burn brighter. Another divine artifact. He was starting to look genuinely rattled. The divine bow and now the divine blade were relics just scattered around everywhere these days. Thea didn't care what he thought. She killed the serpent and extended her left hand toward the mage. Time to end this. A long string of intricate incantations fell from her lips. Her eyes ignited, stars burning behind them, the outward sign of mental energy pushed to its peak. The mage wasn't going to stand there and let her finish. The serpent's remains broke apart into seawater, thick and ink-black, saturated with his magic. A stomach-turning stench rolled off it. The air itself seemed to turn a sickly green as a tsunami of toxic mist came crashing toward her. Thea didn't try to tank it. Each time the fog drew near, she blinked away, 31 times in 10 seconds, barely a pause between them. The mage watched her in growing desperation. She didn't stop. At last, her spell was ready. A quiet crack. Every one of the mage's layered magical barriers shattered like thin glass. A thread, fine as silk and almost invisible, stretched between them. The mage felt his consciousness begin to blur at the edges. Chapter 787, Chapter 786, this place feels familiar. Necromancy. Whatever the mage had expected, it wasn't this. For all his centuries and his ancient learning, there were distinctions between old magic and new, but you can't mistake a spell's essence. He'd read the invasive energy in an instant. A necromancer. A young girl necromancer. And here he was, gaunt, black-robed, face hidden in shadow, the very picture of a master of death. He was the one who was supposed to look like this. How does this make any sense? That was his last coherent thought. Then he lost consciousness. Absorbing Darkside was the hard job. You're manageable. Thea spread her fingers. A translucent, blue-tinted soul hovered in her palm. The mage who called himself the Magister of the Dark had been soul extracted. The process had been slightly more difficult than usual, their power gap wasn't enormous, and the clone could only approximate soul energy through magical simulation rather than the genuine article. But the outcome was acceptable. A grand mage who could have fought her for hours had been ended in a single move. The forcibly extracted soul was dazed with confusion. Thea didn't bother with it. She tossed it aside without ceremony. She wasn't concerned about it finding its way back to the body. As the goddess of souls, she killed what needed killing and moved on. Once a soul was extracted, reintegration was a one-way door. She genuinely doubted an ancient Atlantean mage had the wherewithal to reverse it. She noticed something. The soul had started out murky, the natural haziness of fresh extraction, but as the surface impurities dissipated into the air, the underlying essence came through. The mage's soul was a steady, saturated blue, clear as deep water. It looked at her with vague, wondering eyes, as though puzzled by the difference between them. Do souls have elemental alignments? Thea found herself genuinely stumped. She'd collected countless souls through the siren, but they'd all been colorless and transparent. A tinted soul was a first. Worth studying. She found her best gemstone, sealed the soul inside, and tucked it away for her true body to study later. She walked over to Booster Gold, still collapsed in a heap, like a dead fish, where the sea beast had dropped him. He talked at length about coming to help, got taken out in one hit, and he'd been unconscious ever since. Truly remarkable. She kicked him. No response. She kicked him again. Still nothing. She sighed. The beast's temporal aura was severe, and Booster Gold was a baseline human. He'd be out for a while. She activated enhanced vision and looked over the mage's remains. Nothing on him but the tattered black robes, the men had died as broke as he'd lived. She incinerated the body with a fire spell. The castle was rubble. Their fight had left nothing standing. She picked through the wreckage without any real expectation, found nothing of value, and snorted in contempt. Destitute even in death. Finally she pulled out the mage's staff. It was covered in fracture lines throughout. Beyond repair by conventional means, to restore it fully would require the ability to rewrite reality. If she had that, she wouldn't need to be hunting Batman in the first place. But the sea beast's temporal reserves were another matter. She could see the immense store of time energy saturating the creature, and she wanted it. This thing had been floating in the time stream for no one knew how long. Through sheer resilience, it had completed the hardest step of temporal integration, synchronization, body, and power becoming one continuous substance. Its divine seat was absent, so it had tried to process the thoughts and experiences of countless intelligent beings drifting through the time stream through sheer instinct and will. The result was a nearly brain-dead titan. What to do? Letting something valuable slip away went against her nature. But time as a concept was genuinely beyond her current reach. Acquiring the time divine seat was another level of speculation entirely. The sea beast's lifespan predated Atlantis by eons. In human terms, or even by the standards of someone like Diana, it had existed forever. But measured against new gods like Highfather and Darkseid, whose ages were counted in the hundreds of millions, it was a child. And none of those elder new gods had claimed the time seat either. That kind of position wasn't something you earned by sheer time. It came from something else. Something like an opportunity. And that opportunity might be right here, locked inside a brain-dead sea creature, completely inaccessible to her. She sat on a fallen column, with her hands behind her head, and thought. Her gaze drifted aimlessly across the terrain. And then something clicked. I've been here before. The buildings were different, but the geography, identical. This is the vanishing point. The one the legends of tomorrow destroyed. End of time. A small island drifting in the time stream. Everything pointed to the same answer, she was right. The sea beast's temporal reserves. The mysterious backer behind Booster Gold. Rip Hunter. The legends. The destroyed vanishing point. The floating island. The Eye of Orin. 100 scattered details suddenly connected into a single coherent thread. Ha. Thea turned to Booster Gold, who was just beginning to stir. The time stream washed you, and your memory came back. Everything you told me about the parallel universes, I was the one who told you that. And I'm the one who sealed your memory afterward. Right. Booster Gold offered a tired smile. That's correct. Thea murmured quietly to herself. Which means the Time Masters Council, the one set up to repair the timeline damage Batman caused, is something I founded. Either in my future or in the next few days. Booster Gold nodded. She was quiet for a moment. I blew up the Time Masters Council in my own past, and then turned around and built it in my present. The only explanation is that I acquired the Time Divine Seat eventually. Batman and speedsters could get away with that, possible for a mortal, because the impact is contained. Not possible for a deity. Not without mastering time itself. Those old fossils on the Time Masters Council, I thought they were all completely useless when I met them, she said. You picked every one of them, didn't you? Booster Gold's smile turned rueful. My younger self saved a number of people who were supposed to die. But in my own timeline, those people were already gone. So. Chapter 788, Chapter 787, Establishing the Vanishing Point. Oh, so to keep these people from messing up your timeline, you just rounded them all up and stashed them at the Time Masters Council. Thea let out a short laugh. I always thought something was off about that organization, a few hundred bureaucrats doing absolutely nothing while 10 or so people were doing all the real work. Now it finally makes sense. With her confusion cleared up, Thea finally understood the full picture. Booster Gold hadn't been exaggerating when he said he could help her. The whole causal chain was a tangled mess, but she was happy enough to accept the outcome. A divine domain over time. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through her. Time, wealth, souls, they all overlapped in just the right ways. Nothing was set in stone yet, but that never stopped Thea Queen from getting to work. So I founded this organization specifically to repair the time ruptures Batman caused, that's right, isn't it? Asking someone else about her own intentions felt strange, but Thea's sheer shamelessness rendered her completely immune to the puzzled look Booster Gold was giving her. Probably, he answered, with the tone of a man who genuinely had no idea what went on inside her head. Once the organization is up and running, I won't be stationed here permanently. So you'd be the one leading it going forward. And the information about the 52 universes, I told you that at some point in the future. That question Booster Gold could answer with certainty. He nodded. All right, I think I've got the picture. Go round up the recruits. I need to redecorate. She waved him off and got to work. The aesthetic the Dark Sorcerers had left behind bore absolutely no resemblance to anything worthy of the name Time Masters, not that 99% of these so-called Time Masters were anything other than deadweight. They were people young Booster Gold had pulled from disaster, only to be quietly dumped here by his older self to live out their retirement in obscurity. Still, this was Thea's territory now, and she intended to do something with it. She had noticed during the earlier battle that elemental magic suffered significant attenuation at the edge of time, while soul magic was dramatically amplified. Rather than fuss over the details, she simply channeled soul-based magic to wash over the entire island, and the transformation was immediate. White and gray. The same palette she had seen the very first time she set foot on the vanishing point. She distinctly remembered mocking whoever had designed this place for their terrible taste. The irony of being that person was not lost on her. She worked fast. Booster Gold worked faster. Less than half an hour later, he had ferried over 100 people to the newly renovated plaza in successive bursts of white light. The gray-white courtyard filled with thoroughly disoriented individuals. Those who knew each other huddled together trading whispers, those who didn't kept their distance and their guard up. In a crowd that was roughly 90% middle-aged and older, a handful of young people stood out, scanning the environment with wide eyes, whispering rapidly among themselves. Young minds adapted quickly, and with imaginations shaped by years of serialized fiction, they had already landed on a theory. This was the opening scene of an infinite flow survival story. Thea nearly choked, trying not to laugh out loud. She had no interest in showing herself to this crowd of social elites, several of whom she actually recognized. She cast an invisibility spell to avoid the inevitable headaches. Once Booster Gold finished the initial recruitment run, a process that would continue indefinitely, since his younger self would keep rescuing people well into the future, Thea handed all organizational duties over to him. Booster Gold took to it with surprising energy, already rallying the assembled crowd with a motivational speech. Meanwhile, Thea shut herself away and got down to the real work, figuring out how to turn the sea beast into a time machine. Tough luck. She raised her control staff. A surge of magic flowed through the mental imprints etched into the wood and forged a connection with the creature. The sea beast's already dim consciousness was wiped clean. Its body still breathed, its heart still beat, but the mind was gone. What remained was a shell of tremendous energy, and the control staff crumbled to dust the moment the link was severed. What followed was surgery on a massive scale. The beast's body was dissected, rebuilt, and fused entirely into the island, the two becoming inseparable. Its blood, long saturated with temporal energy, had transformed into a unique fluid, pure, flowing time. Within it, the finest fluctuations along the timeline were visible to the trained eye. The brain was carefully extracted and installed inside a supercomputer, one that Deathstroke had appropriated from a highly advanced civilization on a distant planet and whose operating principles remained entirely beyond Thea's comprehension. The supercomputer would read all the information stored within the brain and display it on external monitors. Power was the final problem, and it gave Thea a headache until she remembered the blue energy rod she had taken from the demonites. That would do nicely. Her avatar and her true self shared thoughts and intentions seamlessly. Whenever she needed something, she simply asked Booster Gold to retrieve it from the real world. After a solid 2 weeks of work, the device she named the ArrowVerse, part technology, part magic, was finally operational. 30 minutes into the test run, a critical flaw emerged. Even the most advanced computer in this universe couldn't keep up with the volume and complexity of timeline data. It needs to go faster, the avatar Thea concluded. To accelerate the brain's processing speed, the only thing she could think of was the speed force. She still had a small reserve left over from what she had absorbed from Reverse Flash during an earlier encounter, something her true self had considered mostly useless and had been storing in a magically sealed box from Hades' vault. She had Booster Gold deliver it to the vanishing point. So where is it? The avatar asked, noting the sour expression on Booster Gold's face when he arrived empty-handed. Someone took it. What? A speedster. It happened so fast I couldn't see who. A speedster? Thea stared at him, genuinely baffled. The amount of speed force in that box wasn't enough to fuel a sprint across a parking lot. What could anyone possibly want with it? She pulled up the ArrowVerse 1.0 and began sifting through the timeline. The system couldn't handle massive data loads yet, but isolating a specific window was manageable. She found the thief, a figure in massive silver armor, wreathed in silvery light. The answer was obvious. That was Savitar, the one currently imprisoned in the Speed Force. He hadn't been after the Speed Force itself. He had been after the box that contained it. The plan was elegant in a twisted way, to swap the Speed Force inside the box for his own, then use the Speed Force's fundamental resonance to trick Team Flash into releasing him. Whether this Savitar was the original or the one who had replaced him, Barry Allen's time remnant, Thea wasn't particularly interested in finding out. You're going to have to make another trip, she told Booster Gold. The computer still needs that Speed Force. What if he takes it again? He scratched the back of his head. The question genuinely stumped her. Her gut said no, Savitar was only interested in escaping the Speed Force. He'd hardly go around stealing enchanted boxes for fun. Was he planning to make a living off them? Chapter 789, Chapter 788, Watching from the Shadows. An unstable timeline was a dead end. She could feel it with bone-deep certainty. A timeline riddled with speedsters punching in and out of it like it was a revolving door would never yield a divine domain over time. And a divine domain over time was exactly what she was building toward. To get something, you first had to give something. That was an unbreakable law. Thea had her avatar relay instructions to Booster Gold. Hold tight. The true body would handle this. To keep Savitar from stealing the box again, and to send a clear message to every speedster who thought the timeline was their personal shortcut, she needed enforcers in the time stream. Booster Gold's rescued retirees weren't up to the task. They could patch timeline anomalies, sure, but Thea needed something tireless, something fast, something purpose-built. She needed time wraiths from the original timeline. The true self lay sprawled across a bed in the White House. The sensation of having 1 foot planted in the timeline and 1 foot outside it was overwhelming in the most peculiar way. Only a divine being of the soul magic variety could sustain that kind of mental strain without collapsing entirely. Savitar could wait for now. His arc was predictable. In the future, he would murder Iris West. A grief-stricken Barry would create a swarm of time remnants to overwhelm him. Those remnants would succeed in sealing him in the Speed Force. What Barry hadn't counted on was that one of those remnants, carrying all of Barry's memories and abilities, would get creative. That remnant traveled back in time, became Savitar, and created the very fate it was meant to prevent. Cause had become effect had become cause. A perfect closed loop. Thea was fairly sure she herself had explained this exact theory at a Justice League meeting at some point, which meant Barry's remnant had that memory too, and had used it as a blueprint. He'd become Savitar, killed Iris, Barry created remnants, the loop closed. Repeat forever. Honestly. Aside from the Iris problem, the man wasn't hurting anyone. He wasn't robbing banks. He wasn't toppling governments. If he hadn't taken her box, Thea wouldn't have given him a second thought. Creating time wraiths would require soul magic, and who else in the universe occupied a divine domain over souls while also having a foot in the domain of time? The answer was obvious. The challenge was that she had essentially zero experience creating new life forms. The succubus had been an accident she still didn't fully understand. On top of that, she had burned through all the speed force she'd absorbed from Reverse Flash. She needed a new supply. The cleanest option was Barry, a conversation, a quick absorption, done. Except Barry and Savitar shared memories. That made things complicated. If it comes to it, I'll knock him out and extract it at the cellular level. She filed the idea away as a last resort and reached out to Caitlin to get a read on Team Flash's current situation. So Savitar's already made his move. Thea couldn't help but be impressed when Caitlin finished the briefing. The man was operating on schedule. He'd already planted the enchanted box as bait and was methodically steering Barry toward a predetermined fate. Thea took note of the situation and stayed out of sight. Savitar's people were circulating the box openly, using it to manufacture metahumans, and one of the lucky, or perhaps unlucky, recipients was Iris's brother, Wally West. The kid had no idea he was being set up as Savitar's contingency plan, his designated placeholder in the Speed Force. Right now he'd just gotten superpowers, and he was absolutely glowing with excitement, barely able to keep the grin off his face while everyone around him wore expressions of quiet dread. From her concealed vantage point, Thea watched him perform his painfully transparent impression of concern and rolled her eyes. The sequence played out predictably from there. Wally decided to challenge Savitar, got effortlessly outplayed, and was absorbed into the Speed Force to serve as the sacrificial placeholder. Savitar, or rather, Barry Allen's time remnant, was free. Step 1 was stealing the enchanted box from the end of time. Step 2 was breaking out of the future Speed Force prison. Step 3 was killing Iris in this timeline to complete the loop and become truly Savitar, rather than just a remnant playing the role. Thea watched Wally get pulled into the Speed Force with cold detachment. Wally's smug self-congratulation had been on full display not 10 minutes ago. She wasn't inclined to intervene. Not only did she not intervene, she quietly absorbed a substantial amount of the Speed Force energy that had spilled out during the transition. Wally's Speed Force signature and Savitar's were identical in origin, which suited Thea perfectly. She sealed the collected energy in a new box and made a mental note to hand it off to Booster Gold. Speed Force problem, solved. Time Wraith problem, still open. She had a feeling the answer would present itself within a day or two, right here in Central City. She was right. Barry, devastated by his brother-in-law's capture and convinced it was his own weakness that had caused it, was spiraling. Thea observed from a distance, and then felt Siren call to her. She left a message for Caitlin to keep her updated and headed to the Soul Exchange. "What is it?" she asked. For a half-divine succubus to flag something, it had to be significant. "My lady, a woman with an extraordinarily deep fixation has entered the shop." The succubus's expression was unusually serious. That alone sharpened Thea's curiosity. She gestured for them to go together. Both cloaked in invisibility, they arrived at a small town in North Carolina. Outside of the Hollywood flagship, the Soul Exchange operated primarily out of smaller cities. The woman waiting inside appeared to be in her early 30s, white, wearing sunglasses and a hat, clearly trying to avoid being recognized. From what little of her face was visible, she wasn't unattractive. "Our most esteemed guest," a succubus attendant said, her voice dripping with theatrical flair. "We have wealth and knowledge beyond measure, and yet none of it seems to interest you. I must say, that is a rare and unfortunate thing." The young woman was visibly unsettled, anyone would be, walking into a place like this for the first time. But she had spent considerable effort tracking this location down, and she wasn't going to back down now. I've already stated what I want, she said, her voice climbing as she spoke, the calm veneer cracking. Whatever the price, I'll pay it. I'm exhausted. I'm done. I just want people to take me seriously, to take my work seriously. Mercury Labs wouldn't give me that. Queen Consolidated wouldn't give me that. This is the only place that has what I need. Thea blinked from where she stood watching in the shadows. Wait. This woman works for me. Chapter 790, Chapter 789, Fixation. Had the young woman been at Mercury Labs before this? The facility rang a bell, a research institution that rivaled Reverse Flash's own cutting-edge operation, no small distinction. It was under Thea's ownership now, which meant the woman technically worked for her. Not that Thea could be expected to personally know any of the several million employees spread across her global portfolio. The succubus attendant, well aware that her superiors were watching from the shadows, smoothly circled back to the question. Our guest, you want to be noticed, to achieve something extraordinary, and you're asking specifically for super speed. Is that correct? The young woman's voice wavered slightly. That's right. Speed. The fastest there is. She paused, then added carefully, word by word, I want the fastest speed available. Don't try to pass off some run-of-the-mill Metas power as the real thing, I'm a researcher. I'll know the difference. She wouldn't actually know the difference, and both parties in the room were fully aware of that. It was a preemptive out, a way to avoid paying if the shop couldn't deliver. Thea almost had to admire the attempt. That woman's got some nerve, she murmured to Siren. Would you like me to give her a lesson she won't forget? The Queen of Succubi had already begun condensing a soul arrow in her palm. Hold on. Draw it out a little. Fair business is fair business. I want to see just how serious she is. Thea stayed her hand. The two of them continued to watch. You know the Flash? The one in Central City, the young woman asked, eyeing the attendant with frank skepticism. She clearly thought this whole operation existed somewhere outside the realm of normal reality. The attendant's response surprised her. The Flash. Yes, we know him. The young woman stared. She'd assumed this place operated entirely off the grid. She didn't dwell on it. That level of speed. Can you provide that? We can. But the price would be beyond anything you can easily imagine. I'll pay. Whatever I have. All of it. Something ignited in the young woman's eyes, not desperation, but conviction. Even if it only lasted 1 second, she wanted to be someone people saw. Thea studied her quietly. A long pattern of being overlooked had compressed her vanity into something dense and absolute. It wasn't hard to understand why Siren had flagged her. She'll end up on a different path after her moment in the spotlight. Thea was already certain this was exactly who she had been looking for. She raised a hand and froze time in a localized bubble around the young woman, slowing her consciousness to 1,000th of its normal pace. I'll be back. She left the North Carolina shop and returned to Central City. There, she found Caitlin. On Earth, too, Caitlin and Dr. Wells had developed a Speed Force Enhancement Serum, V9, they'd called it. Zoom had used it to get the edge on Barry during their race. Thea had subsequently absorbed the world's speed to defeat the rival, and the 2 remaining V9 vials had been left in Caitlin's possession ever since. Once Caitlin understood what Thea needed, she went to work immediately and produced 5 additional vials, handing all 7 over without hesitation. Back in North Carolina, Thea considered presentation. Test tubes and serums looked like lab equipment, entirely wrong for the Soul Exchange's mysterious ambience. She stripped away every modern element. From a nearby tree, she carved out the heartwood, hollowed it, and poured the serum inside. Given the young woman's physiology, she wasn't a speedster, wasn't Barry Allen, just an ordinary person. Long-term Speed Force exposure would tear her apart. 3 vials of heartwood serum would be enough. She handed them to the succubus attendant. With a snap of her fingers, the time freeze lifted. The young woman's mind picked up right where it had left off. Can you actually give me that kind of speed? The attendant's tone shifted, she'd sensed how seriously the boss was taking this. Yes. Completely. However, your body may not be able to sustain it. We're concerned that if you use this. I'm a scientist. The young woman cut her off. I understand the risks. Just tell me the price. Your soul. When you die, your soul will pass into our mistress's domain. And it will serve there for a very long time. Silence. The scientist half of the young woman's brain flatly refused to believe a word of it. Souls. Right. But then, if the shop could genuinely deliver Flash-level speed, they weren't exactly lying to her face either. Doubt and anticipation, coexisting in uncomfortable equilibrium. She thought of a story she'd heard, a C-list Hollywood actress who had seemingly developed extraordinary talent overnight. The thought steadied her resolve. True or not, this is my choice. The attendant produced 3 fist-sized pieces of heartwood and set them on the counter. The young woman blinked. This was what the Flash had used to get his powers. She picked one up and turned it over. The design was deceptively intuitive, a groove cut into the side, angled to drink from. She shook it gently. A faint sloshing sound. Peering through the gap, she caught a glimpse of blue liquid inside. The onset time is approximately 3 seconds. Is there anything else our guest requires? Intravenous injection would have worked in under a second. The oral version Thea had prepared was slightly slower, but the effect was identical. The young woman pocketed all 3 pieces of heartwood and left without looking back. That evening, at a charity gala in Central City, a young woman named Eliza Harmon took her first step. In full view of every guest, she became a bolt of yellow lightning and emptied every wallet in the room. Under the alias trajectory, she struck again and again across the city. Every headline screamed the same thing: the Flash has gone rogue. Barry came after her the moment he heard. A counterfeit Speed Force was no match for the real thing, and Harmon fell behind almost immediately. Desperation took over. She drank a second vial. The gap closed, they hit a dead heat. Barry talked, a full speech, earnest and well-intentioned, but it didn't help. If anything, it pushed her further toward the edge. Trajectory raised the 3rd vial to her lips. Thea, watching from a short distance, couldn't quite bring herself to stand by and let her burn up. She flicked her fingers. The vial, enchanted with practically radiating mystic energy, flew out of Harmon's hand. Trajectory clearly recognized her. She wheeled around with fury in her eyes and opened her mouth. That's enough. Thea leveled a single finger. Harmon's body, already pushed past its limits, offered no resistance. She crumpled, unconscious, before the first word left her mouth. Barry. Thea turned to him. This one seems to have gained her speed through magical means. I'll take over the investigation. Barry had enough on his plate. Savitar to fight, Wally to rescue, he didn't have bandwidth for a new speedster appearing out of nowhere. But seeing Thea reminded him of something. Hey, that trick you used against the rival, gathering up all the speed, is that still an option? Thea thought it over, genuinely consulted the world's will, and shook her head. Sorry. The world isn't interested right now. Last time was different, Earth, too, was in crisis. This world isn't, and it won't step in for an ordinary conflict. That method's off the table. Barry looked deflated. He asked briefly about Batman, got nothing useful, sighed, and waved her goodbye. Chapter 791, Chapter 790, Pulling Someone from the Speed Force. After parting from Barry, Thea hauled the unconscious woman to one of her properties. She had real estate on every continent at this point, and sat down across from her without saying anything. Eliza Harmon had no visible heroic potential whatsoever. When she'd first gotten her hands on super speed, she'd robbed wealthy gala guests. Fine, one could argue that was Robin Hood logic at a stretch. But then she'd ransacked Mercury Labs and the Central City Police Department. That was just revenge. Plain and simple. If Harmon had been a man, Thea would have stayed back and watched her turn to ash. Harmon's consciousness was still half lost in the sensation of running at impossible speed. Thea did a quick check and quietly stabilized her soul. Slowly, Harmon came back to herself. You. The recognition in her voice was immediate. Looks like you know who I am. That makes this easier. You were in serious danger back there. If you drunk that last one. Thea held up the heartwood vial and let the implication hang. So what? Who cares? Harmon's voice spiked with sudden heat. People like you have never once given a damn about people like us. You've got the whole world cheering for you, the chosen one, the superhero, the girl everyone loves. What do you know about anything? She looked like she wanted to bite through something. Ms. Eliza Harmon. Thea's voice was completely flat. I've reviewed your employment records. Mercury Labs currently has 29 ongoing research projects. You are the lead researcher on one of them, drawing an annual salary of $750,000. After the lab came under my ownership, all staff received across-the-board raises, yours included, somewhere between 3 and 10%. By any reasonable measure, bottom tier is not a category you belong in. Harmon's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Thea pressed on. Do you know what Mercury Labs interns are paid? I'm guessing you've never thought about it. Less than 3% of your salary. So tell me, what exactly gives you the right to call yourself disadvantaged? I'm waiting. Thea had been carrying weeks of frustration over Batman's situation, and her patience had been worn down to nothing. The rare combination of a snapping tone and a hard stare was enough to lock a scientist's nervous system in place. Harmon went very quiet. She didn't bring up class again. Thea kept up the act. She pointed at the heartwood vial. Tell me where this came from. Harmon didn't try to hide it. She laid out the whole story, the rumors she'd heard about a shop that granted any wish, the trail she'd followed, the exchange itself. Every detail. Thea adopted her best expression of someone hearing this for the first time, her brow creasing with theatrical concern. Does magic like that actually exist? Now that the adrenaline had worn off, the scientist in Harmon was reasserting itself. They said they'd take my soul. Am I going to die? End up enslaved somewhere forever? Her voice dropped to almost nothing. I don't actually want to die. Thea drummed her fingers on the table with the expression of someone deeply troubled. This is extremely unusual. You had no speed abilities before. The vial gave you everything. Harmon nodded vigorously. You may be in serious trouble. You need to stay far away from whoever runs that operation. And go where? The Justice League headquarters. Thea let a beat pass, then finally showed her true colors. Ms. Harmon. Answer me one question first, did you like having super speed? That level of it, the way it felt. Of course she did. She traded everything for it, hadn't she? She nodded. Then here's an offer. I have a Justice League position available. You'd be protected from whoever's tracking you, and you get to run as fast as you want, as often as you want. The moment the Justice League entered the equation, the entire conversation elevated itself. For all Harmon's grievances against the world, she genuinely respected what the League represented. She leaned forward immediately. What kind of position? Thea gave her a selective overview: Batman's disappearance, the timeline damage, the need for enforcement against unauthorized temporal travelers. Authorized travelers, naturally, would be members of Thea's own Time Masters Council. Obviously. The Justice League brand did its job. Harmon agreed with barely a moment's hesitation. Her ordinary appearance would serve her fine in civilian life, but she needed something more imposing for the work ahead. Thea designed her field look after a specific image, Harry Potter's Dementors, to be exact. Tattered black robes, the kind that communicated "do not approach." Something vaguely spectral. Much better. Give me a run. Harmon shot forward. Even to Thea's eyes, her true body's eyes, the speed was difficult to track. But the more striking thing was what else happened. Harmon passed straight through the wall. It wasn't a speedster's vibration trick. It was more like the intangibility of Martian Manhunter in his phased state. Ms. Harmon. Thea called after her. Based on what I just saw, you overused the speed force. Under normal conditions you're fine, but once you hit a certain threshold, you shift into a semi-incorporeal state. You should enter the time stream as soon as possible. Every day you wait, the transition accelerates. In ordinary life, Harmon could keep her name. In the field, wearing the robes, she had a new one, Time Wraith. One enforcer, though, was nowhere near enough. Speedsters were everywhere. And she was thinking of another one in particular, someone she distinctly remembered being hauled off by a Time Wraith. Where was Zoom right now? Thea channeled a thread of pure soul energy into Harmon. In her taxonomy, soul energy divided into ghost essence, drawn from the dead, heavy with resentment, and living essence, extracted through voluntary exchange, far cleaner. What she gave Harmon was the latter. It left Thea winded. But it was worth it. By infusing Harmon with soul domain energy, Thea had effectively altered her metaphysical jurisdiction. Anyone who used the Speed Force was, according to the Speed Force's own rules, eventually drawn into that space. The soul domain energy short-circuited that claim. Harmon now belonged to a completely different system, soul, wealth, and time, with no overlap with whatever had claim over her before. Thea exhaled. She opened a portal to the vanishing point. Go. Begin your work. She sent Harmon through, then turned back toward the outside world. Assess her memory, her avatar instructed the moment Harmon arrived on the island. The soul energy Thea had given her had done more than grant abilities, it had overwritten Harmon's personal timeline with Thea's own. Everything in her past was now calibrated to align with Thea's version of events. Some memories would be clear. Others would be deliberately obscured. The newly transformed half-divine being blinked, something strange moving behind her eyes, the sensation of a timeline clicking into place. The past solidified, the future remained in fog. Why are so many of my memories blurry? Harmon asked. She couldn't tell Avatar from original. Because powerful beings leave traces as they move through time. You can sense their passage, but you'll never see their true faces. Thea kept her tone cryptic. She told herself it was kindness. Protection from knowing too much. Protection from giving Thea a reason to keep her permanently silent. Bring him in, she said, once the memory orientation settled. A strange luminescence gathered in Harmon's eyes. A silver vortex opened, and a tall figure was thrown unceremoniously through it. Chapter 792, Chapter 791, Thea needs a break. One of the vanishing point's defining properties was its position outside the flow of time. Even gods weren't entirely immune to time's passage, but here, it simply didn't apply. For Thea, this man had last been seen almost 2 years ago. For him, roughly 2 seconds had passed. Mr. Zoom. It's been a while. Thea smiled warmly at the face she recognized, the soul-scarred skin, its surface eaten away by soul energy. The damage was unmistakable. Zoom's memory had left him mid-race. He'd been on Earth, too, Steppenwolf having been routed, chasing Barry Allen across a ruined landscape, and now he was somewhere else entirely, and that woman was smiling at him. He turned to run before he'd finished processing the situation. He pushed off the ground. His legs didn't move. He tried again. Nothing from the waist down. Thea watched him patiently. With soul energy this pervasive, you think you're going anywhere before I finish talking. Zoom gathered himself quickly. Whatever else he wasn't someone who lost his composure for long. What do you want? Practical. Good. You have 2 options. Thea raised a finger. 1, my associate over there throws you into the Speed Force. She gestured toward trajectory. 2, you take the name Black Flash and work for me. A pause. Your call, Mr. Zoom. Zoom took in the island with slow, careful glances. His experience ran far deeper than trajectories. He identified almost immediately that this location existed outside the timeline. And what exactly is the difference? He asked, testing. The Speed Force absorbs you completely. Your past, your memories, your abilities, everything becomes fuel for the space itself. Nothing of you remains. Thea spread her hands. Work for me, and you stay yourself. The job is simple, chase speedsters who are damaging the timeline and bring them in. A generous arrangement, wouldn't you say? It was total erasure versus working for someone else. Zoom didn't take long. He agreed, and was issued the Black Flash designation. Thea had no illusions. He was already scheming an escape. She didn't mind. The soul energy she'd threaded into him was sensitive enough to register the finest changes. The moment he made a move, she'd feel it. A few failed attempts, and Zoom would discover the appeal of eating, sleeping, and apprehending rogue speedsters for a living. Something else clicked into place for her too. She finally understood why, in the original timeline, Killer Frost had taken Black Flash out with a single strike during the Savitar arc. It wasn't that Caitlin had suddenly become that powerful, it was that both of them were already operating under the same organization's authority. The whole thing had been theater. I poached 2 heavy hitters from the Speed Force in one day. Thea permitted herself a moment of satisfaction. Trajectory delivered the customized Speed Force device to the Avatar. With all 3 of them, Avatar, Trajectory, and Zoom, pulling their weight, and Trajectory being a research scientist who had independently improved on the serum, and Zoom being a scientific mind in his own right capable of tuning Speed Force mechanics, it took only a few days for the ArrowCore I 2.0 to come fully online. Timeline disruptions were now cataloged, tagged, and sorted automatically. The combination of raw processing power, the blue energy source, and the sea beast's millennia of immersion in temporal currents produced something that could actually track where Batman had gone, no more wandering blind. After a few more failed escape attempts, Zoom resigned himself to the situation and stopped trying. To stress test the ArrowCore I 2.0, Thea sent both enforcers out on patrol. The objective was simple, find temporal trespassers. The method, straightforward. The time stream proceeded to have a very bad week. From behind her monitoring screens, Thea watched Trajectory and Zoom wreak absolute chaos through the timeline, chasing speedsters like they were herding chickens and dogs, scattering their quarry in every direction. Barry Allen, Don Allen, Bart Allen, Zyra Allen, the Allen family, the West family, the Swan family, the 3 great Speed Force dynasties, all their finest members suddenly found themselves receiving entirely unwelcome visits. The epidemic of illegal timeline hopping was curtailed with gratifying speed. With the speedster problem handled, Thea finally had time to evaluate what Booster Gold had done with his training program. She wished she hadn't looked geriatric. The word wasn't strong enough. Average age north of 45, every last one of them. Absolute masters at lounging around and chatting. Combat capability. Please. This group is completely useless, she told Booster Gold, pulling him aside, her dissatisfaction evident. Drop them into the Stone Age and half of them would starve to death before they'd corrected a single timeline anomaly. Booster Gold looked genuinely pained. He was a quarterback, not a drill sergeant, and he was working with the worst possible raw material. What if we gave them high-tech equipment, he offered, eventually and tentatively. You're offering to supply it? He waved his hands rapidly. No, you would. They'd be armed with your weapons. Thea stared at his perfectly serious expression, completely failing to identify the logical chain that had produced this conclusion. She relayed the request to her true body anyway. 3 days later, a considerable shipment of weapons and warships arrived, atomized into a single parcel by her true body, delivered to the vanishing point by Booster Gold, rematerialized on the other end, and distributed to the assembled retirees. Watching a crowd of silver-haired former dignitaries handle energy rifles and stroke the hulls of warships, Thea couldn't find anyone to vent her feelings to. The ships were modeled after the Demonite vessel on the moon, with top-tier cloaking capability. Combat capability. Let's talk about something else. The energy weapons were, if anything, worse, knockoff designs reverse-engineered from alien hardware, barely 20 years ahead of current Earth technology. This finally explained something that had nagged at her, why the Time Masters Council's weapons had always seemed so underwhelming. The mystery was solved. It was because the weapons were knockoff designs reverse-engineered from alien hardware, barely 20 years ahead of current Earth technology. I'm heading back to Earth for a bit, her avatar told Booster Gold. No lengthy explanations, the mental load of existing in two places at once was substantial, and Thea needed rest. She handed off the Batman search and the timeline maintenance to him, closed the connection, and let her true body recover. The White House had a very comfortable bed. Approximately 2 days later, her mother evicted her. I am running this entire country on my own, Moira told her, in the tone of someone who had genuinely lost patience, and you are sleeping through it. Go be useful somewhere else. Thea found herself walking the streets alone, lost in thought. She had a full list of things she needed to do. She had no energy to do any of them. Somewhere on the other side of the world, Diana was busy training her student and couldn't be interrupted. The League's members were all fighting something, or in transit to fight something. She pulled on an invisibility spell and sat down on a bench, letting her thoughts drift. A familiar silhouette passed in front of her. Kara. She reached out and caught the arm of a slightly distracted-looking Supergirl. The sudden appearance of a person materializing out of nowhere nearly sent the girl into the sky, then she registered who it was and exhaled. Kara sat down beside her. Chapter 793, Chapter 792, Kara's Troubles. Thea caught the look on Kara's face, the girl clearly had something to say, and was not about to sit on a curb and put on a show for the general public. She cut her off before she could start. Come on. We're getting drinks. The two of them headed to the Star City Women's Justice League base, where Thea took her to one of the bars she owned. Here. Try this. She set a glass down in front of Kara. Truan Firewater, alien brewed. Strong enough to knock even a Kryptonian flat. Don't believe me? Find out for yourself. She waved for Kara to drink up and get to the story. She'd earmarked the rest of the evening for other people's misfortunes, and she intended to enjoy every word of it. Earth alcohol had always been useless on Kryptonians. Kara had sneaked a few sips in the past, found it completely flavorless, and never bothered again. Now, with Thea watching her with that go-on, prove-it expression, she picked up the glass and downed it in one. The golden liquid scorched a path down her throat and settled in her stomach. A wave of heat rolled back up and flooded her mouth. That's actually not bad. Kara blinked, genuinely caught off guard. Something about this particular blend suited Kryptonian biology just fine. Thea produced a small, elegant bottle from nowhere and poured her another glass. Now this one. Dionysus's Reserve, the god of wine's personal vintage. Most people will never get a taste. Kara was hardly a mythology scholar. She knew Apollo because they'd come to blows twice, and she vaguely remembered running into more gods during the Underworld War, but couldn't have matched names to faces. Dionysus meant nothing to her. What the wine itself tasted like was another matter entirely. The aroma alone was intoxicating, and the finish lingered long after the glass was empty. Even Kara, with zero appreciation for fine wine, could tell this was something extraordinary, though she couldn't have explained why if asked. Keep going, there's plenty more. Thea's spatial ring was stocked with a respectable cellar, and this was her private bar. No one would dare complain about a customer bringing their own supplies. The bottles came and went. Even Kryptonian physiology had its limits, and Kara was getting there. Thea drank differently, small, unhurried sips, letting the evening breathe. After a while, the shadow over Kara's mood lifted enough for her to start talking. The story came out in stops and starts, looping back on itself. I mean, obviously I was going to help with the plane crash. Right. And then we ran into those attacks twice after that. It's not like I knew she was from the Luthor family. Not all Luthors are bad. Right. Lena isn't a bad person. Kara hiccuped. She really isn't. The girl was well past her limit, and her account came out tangled and out of order. Thea's comprehension was extraordinary, though, and she pieced it together without much trouble. Whether it was corporate sabotage or an equipment malfunction, the short version was this: Lena Luthor had been on a plane when the engines failed. The aircraft dropped out of the sky. Kara happened to be passing by, caught it, and set it down safely. Lena, seated at a window, glimpsed a figure flying away, and from that strange chance encounter, something had begun. Alien attacks followed. The fighting swept Lena into the chaos. They ended up taking down the threat together. Afterward, the two girls exchanged contact information. Kara, as Supergirl, began talking with Lena, casually at first, then more often. Kara hadn't had many friends her own age. She and Lena clicked in ways she hadn't expected. One complained about an evil older brother and the crushing weight of living under his shadow. The other grumbled about her overprotective older cousin and all the ways he tried to keep her in a box. Two girls, sharp-minded, a little rebellious, found each other. Lena admired Kara's courage, Kara envied Lena's mind. By now they were genuinely close. And then Superman found out. Clark, to his credit, hadn't slammed his fist on the table or raised his voice. He was patient, methodical, and kind, and had spent an entire day calmly laying out his case, which boiled down to one line: there are no good people in the Luthor family. Kara had pushed back hard, as any self-respecting older cousin would. She was older than him, technically. He had no grounds to lecture her. Superman's patience was genuinely remarkable, especially where Kara was concerned, his only surviving Kryptonian family. He never said a harsh word. But he had worked in, somewhere between the lines, the point that she was only a few years older than his 10-year-old son, which meant she should probably take his advice anyway. Kara hated it. She wasn't the type to win a fight against gentleness. Clark's soft, steady approach left her no foothold to push back from. She'd ended up storming off alone, wandering with no particular destination, which was when the equally at loose ends Thea had scooped her up. Thea chose her words carefully. I've met Lena. She's Lex's sister, yes, but she's not a bad person. Exactly. Kara, pleasantly drunk at this point, clapped Thea on the shoulder with enthusiasm that would have demolished most people. And Clark's position: no good people in the Luthor family, that's far too broad a brush. Lena has never done anything wrong. Even Lex, honestly, isn't simply villainous in any clean sense. Thea had dealt with Lex Luthor on several occasions. He was arrogant, vain, ambitious, the kind of man who walked into a room already assuming he was the smartest person in it. But he had lines he wouldn't cross, and he was, in his own way, trying to protect the Earth. In some respects, he and Batman weren't entirely unlike each other. Lex feared an uncontrolled Kryptonian and had spent enormous resources on countermeasures. Strictly speaking, the Luthor family had produced exactly one genuinely rotten person, their mother. That woman was truly, bone-deep awful. Thea had never thought of Lex as an enemy. He was a man of genuine charisma. Without Superman, without Batman, without her own presence, he would have been exactly the kind of leader who could have carried humanity to its peak. Her access to global intelligence gave her a clear picture. The Luthor family was effectively divided into three camps. Lena still ran what remained of the old LexCorp, and under her management it was showing signs of slow, steady revival. She was the moderate. Lex, out of prison, was quietly rebuilding his network. He'd apparently spent time behind bars developing a solar power generation system and was laying early groundwork for it, the neutral. And their mother, Letitia Luthor, struck Thea as a walking case study in menopause-fueled volatility. That woman had taken over the Cadmus project and was buried underground running experiments of questionable legality, using every manipulation and underhanded method available to her, a radical, through and through. Unfortunately, she had neither Lex's brilliance nor Lena's people skills. All ambition, no results. Thea had always considered her too marginal to bother with. Letitia came up in conversation, and Kara found immediate common ground. She's terrible. She really is. Forget about Clark. Trust your own judgment. If you believe Lena is a good person, there's nothing wrong with being her friend. Don't worry about Clark, he's just been burned by Lex too many times. Coward. Kara had precisely zero mercy for her older but technically younger cousin. Thea, several drinks in herself, patted her impressively endowed chest. Be bolder. What is there to be afraid of? Look at me, I'm completely fearless. If you want to give other people courage, you have to give it to yourself first. Right. Right. Well said. One more round. 2 more glasses went down. Thea's fearlessness was, if she was being honest, specifically about standing her ground against terrifying opponents, a bit of alcohol-fueled self-encouragement more than anything else. But Kara heard something entirely different. She'd heard about Thea's enemies in the abstract, but had never faced them herself, and couldn't really grasp the particular mix of caution and relentlessness that Thea meant. Her mind went somewhere else, Thea and Diana, facing the world's raised eyebrows with complete composure. That was courage. She'd been brought low by a few words from her cousin, while those two walked their path with their heads high. They'd earned the title of warriors. Thea, falling into the role of wise older sister, kept going, a loose ramble about living joyfully, trusting your instincts, this and that and the other thing. Her spiritual energy was still taxed from the long stretch in the time stream, and even with her double returned, she wasn't at full strength. When she decided she'd had enough drinks and enough of other people's problems, she found a room and went to sleep. Kara had 2 more glasses after that, then floated unsteadily toward the exit. Kryptonian genetics were extraordinary. She'd nearly lost her sense of direction, but 10 minutes in direct sunlight cleared her head by several degrees. Still a little hazy, Supergirl changed into her blue suit and red cape, got her bearings, and flew hard toward National City. She had something to say to Lena, that the L family and the Luthor family were not enemies by blood. Even if Lex and Superman stayed on opposite sides, that had nothing to do with the two of them. They were going to keep being friends. Best friends. Chapter 794, Chapter 793, Damsel Saves Damsel. After taking over LexCorp, Lena had made the sensible choice to leave Metropolis entirely. The city's residents had too many opinions about the Luthor name. She rebuilt the company's base in National City, raising an L-Corp tower as the tallest building on the skyline, a visible declaration of confidence in the company's future. By now L-Corp had genuinely emerged from the shadow of its old reputation and found its footing again. Kara and Thea had been drinking since the afternoon, which had produced a rather meandering flight path. By the time she reached National City, the last of the sunset was behind her. She felt calm. She knew what she wanted to say. She didn't go through the window. If Lena was really her friend, a real friend, then she deserved to know who Kara actually was. Heroes were everywhere these days. One more wouldn't change anything. And if hiding was something you did for strangers, what was the point of doing it for someone you trusted? She was going to walk in through the front door as Kara Danvers. She stripped off the cape and the suit, changed into a plaid shirt and jeans, put on her big framed glasses, checked that no one was watching, jogged through the lobby, into the elevator, straight to the top floor. She'd been here enough times to know the way. She was just pushing the door open when she caught voices inside, muffled by the soundproofing. She couldn't make them out. Kara pulled the door back shut and slipped off her glasses, focusing her hearing through the wall. I am not giving you another cent for those projects. What you're doing is criminal. You've made a joke out of everything I've worked to rebuild. I don't want to see you anymore. Get out. A young woman's voice, high and clear, every syllable carrying the particular weight of someone who means every word. Kara recognized it immediately. Lena. Be quiet. An older woman, voice sharp as a whip crack. The entirety of LexCorp is mine. You are nothing but an adopted daughter in the Luthor name. If Lex hadn't shielded you, what right would you have to speak to me like that? A cold laugh from Lena. Adopted daughter. How generous of you, Mrs. Luthor. Tell me, would you go pick a child off the street and take them in? Do you really think I don't know? Lex and I are half-siblings by blood. Adopted daughter. You have the nerve to say that. My mother died without anyone knowing why, and you expect me to believe you had nothing to do with it. The older woman's voice cracked into a shout. You ungrateful animal. Subdue her. Make her sign, transfer the funds to the project. What followed sounded like a brief, desperate struggle, and brief it was, because Lena Luthor was an ordinary person up against trained muscle, and ordinary people lost that kind of fight quickly. Fortunately, the goddess of luck had arranged for an extraordinary person to be standing just outside the door. A very slightly drunk extraordinary person. Kara's foot hit the door like a battering ram. In the same motion, before anyone in the room had processed what was happening, she crossed the floor and knocked the woman cold, the one who'd been holding a gun on Lena. The evil stepmother herself, who was, up close, as rotten as advertised. The second figure, however, was a problem. Kara swung at the tall man, and he hit her hard enough to send her across the room. Lena had barely started the sentence before she recognized the person who'd kicked in her door. Even without the cape, without the suit, the answer was obvious. The cavalry had arrived, and it was Supergirl. Kara met her eyes and gave a quick, reassuring nod. Then she turned back to the fight. Another Kryptonian. The man released Lena and studied Kara with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. How charming. Thea would have recognized him immediately. He was a former Luthor asset, Metallo, who'd once fought the Red Tornado to a standstill. After the Doomsday War, he'd signed on with Lex's mother, and his ruthless efficiency paired with his armored chassis had made him one of the Katniss Project's most reliable weapons ever since. Kara didn't know his history. What she did know was that she was alarmingly weak. She'd assumed it was residual alcohol, but when Metallo tore open his shirt to reveal the green stone embedded in his chest, she had her answer. Lena, run. I'll hold him. This was not the most convincing statement Kara had ever made, given that she was half doubled over from the kryptonite radiation. Lena had her own kind of backbone. She didn't run. Instead she pulled open a desk drawer and leveled a handgun at Metallo. Metallo laughed. He wasn't built for speed and couldn't realistically chase two targets at once, but now they conveniently gathered in the same place. He went for Lena first. She was the objective. Put her down, then deal with the barely functional Supergirl. The gun went off. Lena had good aim. She put the shot dead center in Metallo's forehead. The bullet struck with a sharp metallic crack, then dropped to the floor. A small dent in the synthetic skin, nothing more. Synthetic skin. Is this thing a Terminator? Face to face with the enormous figure bearing down on her, Lena's legs went unsteady. At the critical moment, Kara threw herself forward and drove her foot into Metallo's side. The kryptonite had stripped away everything but a fraction of her normal strength, but after months of being on the receiving end of sparring sessions with Alex and Cassandra, she had technique she didn't used to have. She read the force of his movement, redirected it, and sent him stumbling. Metallo brushed himself off and stood back up without particular urgency. Metal skeleton. Kryptonite heart. Against ordinary people he was overwhelming, against a weakened Kryptonian, he was essentially at the ceiling. He came at them again like a freight train. Lena was tougher than the average civilian, but only somewhat. The work of defeating Metallo still fell to Supergirl. Credit where it was due, it went to Thea. Back at the Star City base, she'd built a Red Sun training room specifically for Kara. After Alex had dragged her in there to spar repeatedly, Kara had made her peace with the feeling of stripped powers. The kryptonite was weakening her, but it wasn't breaking her will. She slipped Metallo's next punch, moved to his flank, and hit the elbow joint. Even at a fraction of full power, a fraction of Kryptonian strength applied to an elbow joint still felt, on the receiving end, approximately like getting struck by a locomotive. A hairline fracture opened. Kara's eyes lit up. She could actually win this. Joint manipulation was a staple of modern combat, and no small number of female heroes had mastered it, Alex, Cassandra, and others. Kara had been on the losing end of enough training sessions to pick up the fundamentals. She started working them, elbows, knees, angles. Metallo hit back without restraint, and Kara, operating well below capacity, caught a beating she'd remember. She was spitting blood within minutes. But the fight had lit something in her. No strength. Didn't matter. She was still a fighter. Watching her friend refuse to quit, Lena felt her usual cold composure strain at the edges. She'd spent most of her adult life inside careful calculations. She hadn't frozen. She worked through the problem. Police were out, she couldn't expose Kara's identity, and they'd be useless against Metallo regardless. Building security wasn't even in the running. Lex was unreachable on a good day, and even if she found him, she couldn't even bring herself to make that call. The Lex-Kryptonian feud could fill 3 days of conversation on its own. Asking him how to help a Kryptonian defeat his own creation. Simply not realistic. Chapter 795, Chapter 794, Want to Try. It was all up to her then. Lena could see the kryptonite's effect deepening by the minute. Kara had started the fight with barely more than 10% of her normal power, and now she had less than half of that. She kept her eyes on Metallo's chassis, thinking hard. Metal skeleton. Let's see how you handle electromagnetic interference. She moved fast and stayed out of Metallo's line of sight, placing magnetic field units in 3 corners of the room. Then she caught Kara's eye and flipped the switch. The field began building. At first Metallo registered nothing. 20 seconds in, he noticed the drag in his limbs and tried to break out of the affected zone, but Kara was planted firmly in his path. At maximum output, Metallo's motor control collapsed entirely. Kara hit him like she meant it. Lena cut the field the moment he went down. Both girls let out a long breath. The kryptonite heart couldn't be removed, it would kill him, but it couldn't be ignored either. Lena thought for 30 seconds, then produced a full lead housing machine to fit over his chest. She set a complex lock. Any forced breach would trigger a charge that would reduce the housing and everything inside it to fragments. With the radiation gone, Kara's recovery was almost immediate. A call to the Martian Manhunter brought DEO agents to take Metallo into custody. The stepmother was handled separately, a police report for attempted kidnapping and extortion. Lena knew Letitia had connections and would likely be back on the street within days. That was fine. The point was to make the woman's week as miserable as possible. They left the office looking like a crime scene for the morning staff to sort out, and agreed to find somewhere to sit and talk. Lena had long since treated the building as a second home. Just down the hall there were 2 small bedroom suites. Kara had taken a significant amount of punishment. The radiation was gone and her self-repair was running at full capacity. She was mostly healed, but the blood said otherwise. Lena, having grown up adjacent to enough of Lex's lab work to know Kryptonian biology when she saw it, pointed toward the bathroom without ceremony. "I'm fine, honestly," Kara started. Then she caught her reflection in the window. She looked like she'd walked out of a horror film. "I'll go wash up." A few minutes later she emerged, hair pinned back, wearing one of Lena's dresses. Her own clothes hadn't survived the fight. Lena was a few inches shorter, which meant the dress landed mid-thigh on Kara rather than at the knee. "You're completely healed." Even knowing what Kryptonians could do, Lena stared. "That was you on the floor 20 minutes ago." "Of course." Kara straightened up with the bearing of someone who had thoroughly earned the right to be smug about it. With the mood lighter, Kara said what she'd come to say. When Lena heard that her new friend had flown across a city, half-drunk, specifically to say this in person, she felt something shift. In the world of cutthroat deals and calculated relationships, genuine friendship was nearly mythological. She hadn't expected to receive it. "We're practically battle-tested friends at this point. Let's celebrate." Lena's taste was impeccable even in a temporary space. A small bar cart was tucked against one wall, its rack carrying a curated selection of world-class bottles. She started to reach for one. Kara paused. Something had occurred to her. She dug through her ruined jacket, checked every pocket, and eventually produced a small bottle. She held it up, gave it a shake. Still well over half full. She beamed. "Let's drink this." Lena accepted it, barely bigger than a fist. She turned it over with the professional composure of someone who knew better than to say what they were thinking. "This is lovely. It almost looks like an art piece. It's from Thea. Aged by some god," she said. Kara tilted her head and scratched her cheek, completely failing to retrieve the name Dionysus. She remembered the wine was extraordinary and that Thea had told her to drink it slowly. She'd shoved the bottle into her pocket while half-drunk, and it had somehow survived an entire fight with Metallo without breaking. Hearing it was Thea's, Lena's expression shifted with new attention. She quickly discovered the bottle's remarkable property: 2 full glasses poured, and when she checked the bottle again, it was exactly as full as before. The weight hadn't changed. "Drink it, come on." Kara had no interest in the physics of a self-replenishing bottle. She just wanted her friend to try the good stuff. Lena set aside the question, skipped the ceremony, and drank. "That is genuinely extraordinary." The warmth didn't hit like alcohol, it crept in soft and deep, like sunlight settling into the blood. Lena had been served a great many fine wines in her life. None of them had felt like this. To today's victory. Kara raised her own glass. They drank together, taking turns across the small bar. For this moment, the L name and the Luther name meant nothing. Kryptonian, human, irrelevant. They were just 2 young women under enormous pressure, sitting quietly in the same room. Kara had been drunk once already, and was now embarking on a second round bolstered by post-fight adrenaline. The god of wine's vintage was famous, even on Olympus, for its slow-burning finish. Had she fallen asleep after the first round like Thea had, she'd have been fine. Instead, she'd gone straight from a fight into another drinking session, and the accumulation was showing. Her words started tumbling out of order, subjects jumping without warning, though she held onto enough of her presence of mind to avoid ever saying her cousin's actual name, referring to him only as him. Lena, for her part, was a normal human being drinking Dionysus's personal vintage, which put her in an entirely different category of trouble. The woman known for razor-sharp composure had quietly forgotten her own last name. Who does he think he is? Kara's indignation was fully operational even in this state. Absolutely, Lena had been swept along in Kara's energy and was thoroughly committed to the ride. She flung an arm around Kara's shoulders. "They're all people who can't mind their own business. We are best friends." End of story. Then, with the casual intimacy of someone who has already decided to ask, "So, Supergirl, tell me honestly. Do you have a boyfriend?" Kara's expression soured, and she poured another glass. "Too many people in my business already. And the guys at school are all so shallow. They only care about how you look. Have you ever kissed anyone?" Lena's voice dropped, softer, closer. "No," Kara answered. "Have you?" "No." A beat. Lena tilted her head slightly. "Want to try?" The better part of Kara's judgment had left the building. But a small, stubborn kernel of clarity still burned somewhere at the back of her mind, and she hesitated. Then she thought about courage, the word Thea had used, not once but several times. Lena was right here. Lena was someone she trusted. And honestly, it wasn't going to kill her. Fine. What followed required no instructions from either of them. They turned toward each other, close enough to share the same air, breathing each other in. 500 words omitted. Chapter 796, Chapter 795, Opening the Door to a New World. The room was gray with early morning light, thin ribbons of it filtering through heavy curtains. Kara surfaced from sleep with a dull, insistent pressure behind her eyes. She'd never been hungover before, she'd never been able to get drunk before, and she had no framework for what she was feeling. She must be getting sick. She'd never been sick either, but she'd observed enough of the human experience to recognize the general shape of it. She reached up to check her own forehead. Her hand landed on something smooth and warm that was not her forehead. Her head turned with the mechanical precision of someone who has not yet caught up to what their body already knows. Lena. Lena was asleep beside her. Kara, fearless in battle, unbothered by kryptonite, veteran of alien invasions, made a sound that was not quite a scream, clapped her other hand over her mouth, and pulled herself back under the blankets like a startled bird. For a long moment she lay there staring at the ceiling. What had actually happened last night? She retraced events, Metallo. The fight. The kryptonite. Then cleaning up, sitting down, opening Thea's bottle. Lena asking whether she had a boyfriend. Her asking Lena the same question back. And then there was a gap. A clean, unhelpful gap. One fragment surfaced. She'd apparently asked Lena if she had any tips for a certain aspect of anatomy. Lena had apparently said something about kneading. Whether any actual kneading had occurred, Kara could not confirm. Her memory stopped cleanly at that point. Based on available evidence, however, theory had clearly been put into practice. Kara activated every ability she had across a radius she'd normally reserve for planetary emergencies. Supervision swept to the moon. Clear, no one was looking at her. Superhearing scanned the immediate area. Also clear. The universe had decided to cut her a break. She moved with maximum speed and minimum noise, gathered the clothes from the floor without checking whether any of them were actually hers, dressed, and was out the window before the room had time to register her absence. She had her back to Kara's departure. A pair of dark eyes opened. Lena had been awake for several minutes. As an Earth human with years of boardroom dinners behind her, her alcohol tolerance was higher, and she'd had less to drink. She'd just been thinking. A brilliant strategist, she discovered, was no better equipped to handle this than anyone else. Her closest friend had, overnight, become something considerably more, and she had no playbook for it. She did what any rational person did when the rational approach stopped working. She sat very still and waited to have a feeling about it. Lena sat up slowly, smoothed the sheets, and began to consider her situation. The morning air above National City was cold. Kara didn't notice. She flew home at maximum speed, poured herself a glass of water, and stood in the middle of the apartment trying to restart her brain. The water helped, slightly. She sat down. She and Lena had been close friends. Very close. And now they were apparently something else, and she had no idea what to do with that, or what they were, or what either of them actually wanted, or, everything dissolved into noise. It was only then that she registered that the apartment was empty. She and Alex shared this place. Alex should have been here. Where is she? Kara was just starting to wonder whether something had happened to her sister when the front door opened, slowly, carefully, and Alex slid inside wearing large sunglasses and an expression that would have been far more convincing at 3 in the morning than at whatever hour it currently was. "Oh, hey. You're up early." She gave a warm smile. Very natural. Kara looked at her. She said nothing. Alex had no particular attention left for her sister's expression. She was entirely occupied with her own thoughts, and after a long moment she seemed to reach some private decision, walked to the couch, and sat. "Kara, I need to tell you something." She stopped. Tried again. Couldn't find the opening. Kara redirected her own concerns. Whatever was happening with Lena could wait. Her sister was clearly dealing with something, and if it was trouble, she wanted to know. She set her shoulders. "What is it? Do you remember my friend from high school? The one I was really close with. Jessica something?" "Right." Alex picked every word. "We were very close. I stayed at her place a lot. I always loved being there. I thought it was just friendship. But looking back now, I think." She trailed off. Kara listened with quiet patience. She didn't follow the thread yet, but she was good at sitting with things she didn't understand. "I've been spending time with someone recently. A police detective, Maggie Sawyer. You've met her." The topic had apparently shifted. Kara waited. "I was with her last night." Alex's jaw set. "All night. The whole time." She said it like someone pulling off a bandage, and then she dropped her gaze to the floor and waited to be judged. Kara had been genuinely baffled by this conversation 10 seconds ago. Then she understood, instantly, with the specific lightning-fast comprehension of someone who had spent the last 8 hours navigating the exact same terrain. The pressure in her chest released by half. Same day. Same problem. Same solution required. She thought, briefly, about whether to say anything. She thought about courage, the specific word Thea had used, and what it had meant. Alex had found it in herself to say this out loud. If Alex could be brave, so could she. And this wasn't something terrible. On Krypton, same-sex relationships had never raised many eyebrows. Reproductive technology had long since separated the biological question from everything else. The L family had traditional values, yes, but traditional wasn't the same as cruel. Besides, Thea and Diana were right there as a reference point, and they were fine. Alex, wait. I also, and she told her. Alex stared at her for a long moment. She had prepared herself for many possible responses from her family when she finally said this out loud. Being immediately one-upped by her own little sister had not made the list. She opened her mouth, closed it, attempted to find grounds to object, and realized she was standing in a glass house. Do you actually like her? The big sister instinct reasserted itself at least this far. She's a Luther. We were really good friends before any of this. Kara pulled at her hair. And now I have no idea what we are, and I don't know how to handle it. The Danvers sisters sat on opposite ends of the couch and stared at nothing in particular. Lena, meanwhile, had spent the morning issuing instructions to her assistant in a sequence that could generously be described as nonlinear, then sent her away and picked up her phone. Her evil stepmother was freshly in police custody. That option was off the table. Lex was unreachable by nature, and even if she found him, there was no version of this conversation that ended well. She turned the problem over and over. Eventually she called Mercy. She was Lex's former bodyguard and Lena's unlikely acquaintance. They'd known each other for years, long enough that Lena had once half expected Mercy to become her sister-in-law. She made small talk, circling the subject gradually, and eventually steered the conversation toward the matter in the most oblique way she could manage. She had not expected Mercy to be enthusiastic. She was very enthusiastic. Thoroughly, comprehensively, quotably enthusiastic. Lena hung up and sat in silence for a moment. That good? She turned to her computer and pulled up Supergirl's public profile. She scrolled slowly through the archived photos. In every one, she was the same person, strong, open, relentlessly optimistic. All the qualities Lena had spent years cultivating, Kara just had, naturally, without trying. Lena's left hand turned her pen in slow circles. She went back through the sequence of events, the plane, the second encounter, the third, each one connected to the last like links in a chain neither of them had noticed assembling. Something had been pulling at this thread for a long time. She revisited the previous night. Not the blurry parts, the feeling. Like stepping outside her own skin and finding the air easier to breathe. This might not be so bad after all. Chapter 797, Chapter 796, Are You Willing? Lena was staring at her laptop, lost in thought, when something tapped against the window. Knock. Knock. Supergirl was hovering outside, her expression uncharacteristically solemn. Lena snapped the laptop shut. She had no idea whether her behavior from earlier had been visible through the glass, and she was not going to find out, and opened the window with the practiced composure of someone who had survived considerably worse. Inside, however, she was a mess. Years of reading a room had her calibrated. Kara had barely held herself together to get here. Coming to this window had cost her something. There's something I want to talk to you about. Kara's voice came out approximately normal for the first 3 words and developed a slight tremor by the end of the sentence. Neither of them noticed. The roof. Lena suggested. I'll wait for you up there. Kara was gone before Lena finished the sentence. Lena held very still for a beat, then slapped both palms gently against her own cheeks. Focus. She was a woman who had spent years in cutthroat deal-making. She was not going to be undone by one conversation. She found approximately none of her usual confidence and jogged to the stairwell anyway. Kara was sitting on the roof's edge when Lena pushed the door open. She had her back to the door, looking out at the city, and with the distance and the light she looked small, not fragile exactly, but reduced somehow, like something that was waiting. Lena started to call out and stopped. Tried again and swallowed the words. Then she did what made sense when no words worked. She walked to the edge and sat down beside her. It was a significant height above the street below. Lena was human, with human consequences for falling from it. She sat down anyway. What are you? How are you? Kara turned, visibly alarmed. You'd catch me, Lena said simply. Not a question. It was the most uncomplicated trust Kara had ever been offered. They sat side by side in silence, looking at the city. The wind moved through the space between them. Down below, the morning rush had started, small figures, distant sounds. Do you like me? Lena asked. Kara had spent 30 minutes flying in circles to cover a 10-minute trip. She had prepared for this conversation. She had run every version of it in her head. And she still looked like a deer caught in headlights when Lena said it straight out, no preamble, no warm-up. Lena watched the panic move across Kara's face, and felt the familiar weight of bracing for an answer she wasn't sure she wanted. She released her grip on the ledge. Leaned forward. And dropped. Kara didn't have time to think. Her hand shot out and closed around Lena's wrist before a tenth of a second had passed. Let go. Lena's voice was perfectly calm, dangling in open air. I won't. Kara had both hands on her now, wide-eyed. Lena, why? Do you care about what happens to me? Obviously. Then hold me properly. Not here on the ledge. In the air. Kara, operating entirely on instinct and residual panic, lifted her into the air and wrapped both arms around her. They rose up away from the building's edge, into open sky. Below, the morning crowd was beginning to notice. Phones came out. Some were filming. At this altitude, no one could make out the details. Will you be with me? Lena asked. Kara Danvers. She paused. I'm sorry, I don't know your Kryptonian name. Kara Zor-El. Kara Zor-El. She said it again with the matter-of-fact clarity of someone who had made a decision and was following through on it. She had assessed the situation. Kara was someone who could be nudged in all the right directions and still take forever to move without a push. So she was pushing. Will you be with me? Supergirl, now acutely aware of the gathering crowd below, made an executive decision. She tightened her hold and flew. Is this, oh. The wind hit Lena all at once. She opened both arms wide, laughing, and let it take her. So that's what flying feels like. Say yes. Say yes, say yes, say yes, Lena's voice carried over the wind, half laughing, half urging, completely undignified and not remotely sorry about it. Yes. Yes, I will. Kara finally said what she'd been carrying all day. And the weight was gone, all of it, clean, like a door finally opening, and Kara flew faster just because she could, and Lena laughed louder, and the two of them swept across the sky like they'd invented it. High above the cloud layer, two figures materialized. Mercy had filed her report 3 minutes earlier. After that, Gideon had located the scene via satellite, two young women, staging what appeared to be a rooftop confession with full aerial follow-through. Thea stared. Superman had beaten her here, somehow. They stood side by side and watched Kara and Lena become distant specks against the blue. Lena's not a bad person, Thea said. Kara deserves to be happy, Clark said. You're very open-minded about this. He laughed, the laugh of a man who'd run the math on all his other options. He raised a hand and disappeared. Thea signaled Mercy to erase every record captured in the last 20 minutes, then teleported herself back. She'd spent enough time with Kara to know what she was looking at. The girl had committed 9/10 of the way and was carrying a tenth's worth of hesitation. As the relevant elder sister figure, Thea felt a certain responsibility to do something about that. The original timelines Kara had ended up with a Daxamite who, in Thea's considered opinion, had the bearing of someone who had never earned anything he had. She wasn't going to let that happen twice if she could help it, but how to handle this would require some thought. Back at the office, Mercy arrived with one more piece of news. Alex Danvers had spent the night with a police detective named Maggie Sawyer. Well. Thea looked at Mercy. You know Lena reasonably well. Do you think there's anything we can do to help move things along? Mercy considered. Lena isn't quite ready either. She might need a push. Then we're hosting a party. She decided on the spot. Something casual. Give everyone a chance to relax and drop their guard. She picked up her phone and started calling. First on the list was Kate Kane, Batwoman, Bruce's cousin, and a pioneer in certain circles since before most of the current generation had figured it out. She'd been openly out for over 20 years, had been expelled from West Point for it, and was currently with Gotham detective Renee Montoya, who would, in due course, become the second person to carry the questions mantle. Kate answered on the second ring, heard the purpose, and agreed immediately, offering her private residence as the venue without being asked. Thea worked through the rest of the list. The final headcount, Kate and Renee as hosts. Thea and Diana. Mercy and Pamela. The Danvers sisters and their respective situations, Kara and Lena, Alex and Maggie. And Aquaman's companions, Yawara and Cassina. 12 people. Perfect. Chapter 798, Chapter 797, The Goddess's Embarrassing Past. The Danvers sisters needed a little time to arrange things, and some people lived too far away to come quickly. Yawara, for instance, lived deep in the South American jungle. Others had work to deal with. Renee Montoya and Maggie Sawyer were both cops, so the gathering was pushed to the weekend. 2 days later, in the Hall of Justice, Thea welcomed new members to the League as one of its founding members. Green Arrow Oliver Queen and the Atom Ray Palmer officially joined the Justice League. The original Batman had been replaced by Dick Grayson. No one in the room objected to this. That said, the new Batman had no advanced tech, none whatsoever, no money either, which made him roughly 99% decorative. Thea had privately concluded they should just keep him around as a mascot. The other slot that changed hands was the Green Lantern position. The Guardians of OA had reached their absolute limit with Hal Jordan. They'd forcibly recalled him to the central planet to await reassignment, and handed the ring to a newcomer, John Stewart, a former Marine and a Green Lantern, and black. "You're not exactly giving me a friendly look, young Green Lantern." Thea swept the room with her gaze and caught the new GL glaring at her. Was he always this worked up? "You lead the Yellow Lanterns, and the Yellow Lanterns are evil," the newcomer said, visibly irritated. "Ha." Thea laughed, and quietly stopped Diana and Oliver with a small gesture. She signaled she had it handled. Her laughter rang through the entire hall. "That line was clearly fed to you by those Guardians, and they sent you here to replace Hal Jordan. Their political maneuvering is as clumsy as ever." It was a precisely aimed opening move. Hal, despite a long list of aggravating habits, had gotten along extremely well with the rest of the League. He was close friends with the Flash and the Green Arrow, genuine ones, by all accounts. When word went around that he'd been politically maneuvered out, the room's collective gaze toward John Stewart turned cold almost instantly. John Stewart hadn't even registered that Thea was using Hal's goodwill to isolate him. He kept going, cataloging every sin of the Yellow Lanterns. The Yellow Lanterns sacrificed enormously in the last Great War. They are not evil. Diana was on her feet. If this man couldn't back up what he was saying, she was going to provide a lesson. Thea pulled her back down. "When you can win with 2 sentences, why raise a fist? You keep saying the Yellow Lanterns are evil. Do you know who founded them? Don't try to dodge this, I know it was Sinestro." The new GL squared his shoulders, as if he'd just seen through an obvious verbal trap. "Right, exactly, evil Sinestro. That's the version the Guardians gave you, isn't it?" John Stewart nodded, with the expression of a man for whom the name Sinestro was a contamination of sacred ground. Thea almost laughed out loud. "What the Guardians probably forgot to mention is that the extraordinarily powerful ring on your hand right now. That's the one Sinestro wore when he was still a Green Lantern." The expression on John Stewart's face moved through a remarkable sequence: disbelief, suspicion, and then something close to dread. It was hard to read on his face, but it was there. "Something this evil, why haven't you thrown it away? Buried it? Destroyed it?" She pressed on. "These Guardians of yours, defenders of justice, I wonder if they mentioned that before the Green Lantern Corps existed, they built another interstellar peacekeeping force. The Manhunters. Those Manhunters went rogue and slaughtered every intelligent life form in an entire sector of space. The Green Lantern Corps was built precisely because of that catastrophe. Mr. Stewart, are you aware that the survivors of that sector founded the Red Lantern Corps? That they want revenge against the Green Lanterns? Do you consider those survivors, people who lived through that massacre, evil? 79 planets. Nearly 150 billion intelligent lives slaughtered by the force you call champions of justice. As a member of OA's honor guard, Mr. Stewart, clearly a man who follows every rule to the letter, I assume you'd say those lives deserve to die." It was a devastatingly precise line of argument. Thea knew perfectly well that the massacre had nothing to do with the Guardians themselves. Krona had engineered it from the shadows, but John Stewart didn't know that, and neither did the Guardians. That was all she needed. Tearing into him was effortless and, frankly, a pleasure. And she'd made a point of naming his background, honor guard. By the book. Follows orders. In a room full of people who had built their entire careers around not following orders, that wasn't going to age well for him. She finished without waiting for a reply. Her lips formed a single quiet word: idiot. Then she turned and leaned in to speak softly to Diana. The rest of the League regarded John Stewart with varying degrees of unease. The new Green Lantern sank back into his seat, expressionless and thoroughly humbled. The atmosphere in the hall was distinctly off. The sharp-tongued Hal was gone, the perpetually combative Batman was gone. 9 people exchanged a few brief words and wrapped up the meeting. "How is your student coming along?" Thea asked as she and Diana walked out of the Hall of Justice and strolled down the street, unhurried. At the mention of her student, Wonder Woman's expression shifted into something unusually troubled. She thought for a moment, choosing words carefully. "Overall, she's fine, but she has absolutely no sense of urgency. Training her is like pulling teeth. I was very dedicated at her age." Diana punctuated this with a small, decisive punch of the air. "Don't rush her. She's young, she'll get there." Thea smiled like a fox with a secret. "Besides, if I remember correctly, you weren't exactly a model student at that age either. You used to sneak off to play whenever you could, didn't you?" Diana cut her a look. The meaning in her eyes was perfectly legible. "How would you know anything about my childhood? When I was playing in the mud, your family hadn't been born for 18 generations." Thea flicked her wrist and conjured an image in midair. Young Diana, tiny and adorable, was clutching a stuffed animal around a corner, eavesdropping on her mother and aunt. Hippolyta and Antiope were deep in a worried conversation. The girl's bright eyes filled slowly with tears she refused to let fall. She squared her small shoulders, went back to her room, locked every toy she owned in a box, pulled out a little blade and a little sword, and began drilling alone. So much for being dedicated from a young age. Oh! Diana immediately dispersed the water mirror projection and looked around sharply, confirming no one had seen. She exhaled with visible relief. How did you even find these images? Ha, 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 Thea was delighted. The moment ArrowVerse I 2.0 had come online, she traced the river of time and combed through Diana's entire childhood. She'd found a truly excellent collection of embarrassing moments. Whether this constituted abusing her position was, Thea felt, simply not a question worth asking. Chapter 799, Chapter 798, Reunion with the Moon Goddess. Diana bowed her head and thought for a moment. Looking back at her own childhood from where she stood now, she found she was genuinely curious. If we just watch, will it disturb the timeline? Thea shrugged it off entirely. She'd appointed herself the time manager, and she figured a little sightseeing within her own authority wasn't exactly a crisis. So, can we go back together and actually see it? Of course, and who knows, we might even spot a time anomaly while we're there. Thea said this with a conviction she did not feel. They each split off a clone of themselves, and Thea led Diana to the vanishing point and slipped them into the time stream. Themyscira looked exactly as it always had, or rather, exactly as it once had. Thea had targeted a point 7 years after Diana's birth. No earlier. She did not dare go further back. She was absolutely terrified of running into Zeus. The two goddesses hid among the trees and watched a younger Hippolyta and Antiope talking quietly. Not far away, a small figure was hidden too, watching with enormous, solemn eyes. Catching the weight of her mother's unspoken expectations, she wrestled silently with something inside herself. Then little Diana quietly retreated from the trees, returned to her room, and locked away every toy she owned. Reluctant and resigned, she picked up her little blade and little sword and began drilling alone. See. Thea covered her mouth, trying not to laugh outright. You weren't much better than Cassie at her age. Diana's expression was complicated. Looking back at herself now, she had to concede that she hadn't exactly been a monument to discipline. They moved through Themyscira like ghosts, invisible to the crowd. The Amazons had only recently settled the island at this point in time, the tribe still keeping its old customs. None of the graceful, art-filled architecture that Diana knew had been built yet. By itself, the island was pleasant enough, Thea supposed. But Diana could barely contain her excitement. The sea wind lifted their hair. Layered mountains stretched to the horizon. Walking hand in hand with the person she loved, on the soil that had made her, she looked like she might lift off the ground. Watching young versions of so many tribeswomen running about, building their home from nothing, Diana felt a deep, genuine joy rise in her chest. Happy? Thea asked, like someone showing off a very good present. Happy, Diana answered. Completely, simply, unarguably. Then come back to mine tonight. But I promised Cassie I'd be back by. Cassie is a grown woman. She won't die. Call her and say the League has a mission. Diana knew it was entirely made up. She agreed anyway. Thea's argument was morally questionable but hard to dispute. An unpaid teacher who vanished for a few days would be properly appreciated once she returned, and Cassie would figure out how to survive without supervision. They wandered the island at their own pace, Diana mostly talking, Thea mostly listening. Both kept careful discipline, no magic, no divine power brought to bear on the island. This was the past. They could watch, but they couldn't interfere. Diana was mid-step when Thea pulled her arm. Wonder Woman's reflexes were instinctive, her bright eyes swept the crowd. And found her immediately. A woman who shone like clear moonlight given form. She can see us. That was the first thought all three women shared, simultaneously. Lady Artemis. Thea had already confirmed the identity. She offered a small, respectful bow, not required, given where she now stood relative to the moon goddess in the hierarchy of power, but old debts were old debts. Oh, hello. Diana was considerably more awkward. Artemis was technically her sister, but the relationships among the Greek pantheon were, to put it diplomatically, complicated. She settled for a bow, remembering only that Artemis had blessed her birth. Artemis, for her part, was startled. She'd come out for a solitary walk and stumbled upon two divine presences she had never encountered. Both were manifesting in clone forms, but even a clone carried traces of its source, and what she felt from Diana reminded her of Apollo, composed, radiant, difficult to look at directly. Thea she simply could not read. There was something of Hades in her, but different in ways Artemis couldn't name. She caught herself staring and bowed quickly. The three goddesses stood in silence for a moment. Thea and Diana were simply caught off guard, they hadn't expected to run into anyone they knew, and neither had immediately thought of what to say. Artemis spoke first. You're not of the Greek pantheon, are you? Are you perhaps from the Mesopotamian tradition? They'd encountered Egyptian gods before, and a divine presence at Thea's level would have ranked among the highest of the Ennead. There was no reason not to know her. It didn't make sense. Diana glanced sideways at Thea. The look was a wordless question. How do we explain this? We come from the future, Thea said, perfectly at ease. We came specifically to thank you, Lady Artemis. The news visibly shook the moon goddess. Time was forbidden territory, not just for her, but for Zeus himself. Without a fixed anchor point, the probability of losing oneself permanently in the time stream was roughly 80%. The fact that these two had navigated it casually said a great deal. Do I still have a future? You do. The Olympian prophecy, that Zeus's firstborn will kill one of his children before ascending to the throne. That matter. False. Completely fabricated. What? Artemis forgot herself entirely for a moment. She'd lost sleep over this. And now she was being told it was invented. But Zeus gave the oracle himself. He said. She hesitated, uncertain how much of her pantheon's secrets to share with strangers. Thea's smile turned cold. Zeus was a masterful manipulator. He'd kept his children spinning in circles, convinced them to abandon their mortal worshippers and retreat into the divine realm to wait for a death that was never coming, while he himself seized every opportunity to push toward a higher plane of existence. Whether it was mortals abandoning the gods or gods abandoning mortals, that was a question Thea didn't dare answer lightly. She already knew the answer, and it was history. Humanity had entered the age of science. The era of the old gods, of faith-sustained divinity, was ending regardless of what anyone chose. Lady Artemis, she said instead. The path of mortal faith has limits. But as long as that moon hangs in the sky, no harm will come to you. Artemis had always been quiet-natured, almost indifferent to competition. The reassurance extinguished whatever ember of interest she might have carried toward the war for divine supremacy. What followed made a particular kind of sense. Working backward from the result to find its cause, Thea finally understood why the moon goddess had been so inexplicably kind to her from the start. She'd paid for it herself. Knowledge exchanged, in advance, for protection she hadn't yet needed when she gave it. No special insight. No instant connection. Just a transaction, paid back across time. A fair one, at that. She'd given Artemis something genuinely valuable, a warning to step back from a trap, and had added a new god's perspective for good measure. It had to be said, the Greek pantheon invested extraordinary creativity into eating, drinking, and enjoying existence. On the subject of growing stronger, they were astonishingly, almost impressively oblivious. For Artemis, there was really only one viable path: release the dependency on mortal faith and take the path of a nature god, as Zeus had. It was the only direction that would sustain her. You come from the future, Artemis said as they prepared to part. Your understanding must exceed mine 100-fold. What is the true nature of the world we inhabit? And where, in the order of things, do we gods stand? At the question, Diana's eyes lit up too. She didn't know the answer, but instinct told her Thea did, and had simply never said so. She sent Thea a very clear signal: you are absolutely telling her today. Hands in pockets. Ready to listen. Thea scratched the back of her head. She thought about it, and decided to share a small part of the picture. The universe is vast. There are parallel universes beyond counting. The world beneath our feet is one of them. She left out the specifics of 52 distinct universes. New gods had their singularity, the old gods did not, and it wasn't worth the detour. Above the universe, a higher power divided existence into 8 domains. They are called the divine realms. They correspond to one another in pairs: the dreaming, the heavenly realm, New Genesis, and the celestial sphere are on one side. The nightmare, the inferno, apocalypse, and the underworld are on the other. We come from New Genesis. Our enemy Darkside is on Apocalypse. Olympus and many other sacred territories are part of the celestial sphere. Hades' domain and Osiris's underworld are both part of the greater underworld. Angels dwell in heaven, demons in the inferno. As for the dreaming and the nightmare, they are too mysterious even for me to speak of. She laid it out plainly. Artemis visibly relaxed. She'd always suspected her position in the cosmos was worse than she wanted to admit. Hearing it broken down like this, she thought, wait. That's actually not bad at all. The quiet anxiety that had sat beneath her composure faded. Thank you for these words, Artemis said as she took her leave, her tone carrying a faint double meaning. I look forward to our next meeting. After she was gone, Thea and Diana wandered Themyscira for the rest of the day. They slipped back to the present timeline, spent the night in a blur, and made plans to attend the weekend gathering. Chapter 800, Chapter 799, The Party. Weekend. Gotham City. Heaven by day. Hell by night. The upheaval that had followed Batman's disappearance was gradually settling. Dick Grayson was pouring everything he had into the role, anyone could see that, but he wasn't Bruce. Thea had used the window to strike from both ends, legitimate and otherwise. Batches of criminals had been loaded onto transport ships and hauled off-world. The Penguin, for instance, one of Batman's oldest adversaries, was currently mining coal on a planet 5 light-years from Earth. The major crime families had been swept through several times. Key lieutenants and senior operatives were gone. What remained, the small-timers, the street-level operators, was being comprehensively dealt with by Barbara's birds of prey, the new Batman Dick Grayson, and Damien's Robin. Gotham was, at this precise moment, the safest it had been in living memory. A new wave of criminals would inevitably rise to claim territory and establish new chains of command, but that was a problem for later. Welcome, Thea, Diana. As Bruce's older cousin, Kate Kane had resources to match her lineage. Her villa sat in the heart of Gotham's wealthy district, nothing like Wayne Manor, which only had an elderly butler. It was staffed properly, with a footman who held the car door open as they arrived. Thea had dressed in a plaid chiffon blouse with a camel midi skirt and heeled pumps. Diana wore a white lace-cut dress with black pointed heels. The two of them stepped out arm in arm, faces relaxed and bright. Batwoman, waiting at the door, had left the red and black tactical suit at home. She stood in an elegant, leisurely dress, looking like a woman of considerable refinement, and far younger than the perpetually grim Bruce. Thea and Diana each exchanged a brief embrace with her before Thea said, amused, crime in Gotham is actually down. I was half expecting to have to throw a punch before we even got here. Ha! Let the young ones handle Gotham from here on. I might just retire. Kate laughed softly. A few more pleasantries, and they all moved inside. The secretary and Poison Ivy had already arrived. They waved briefly from across the room before everyone drifted into separate conversations. Shortly after, the Danvers sisters entered, followed by Yvara and Cassie. Alex's partner, Maggie Sawyer, had a gentle smile and a quiet, unshakable conviction in her bearing, effortlessly magnetic. Kate's partner, Renee Montoya, the future question, said little, but carried herself with a bone-deep refusal to bend. Both women were civilians. Both were cops. Both had been openly out for years. They had more to talk about than most people in the room. Kara had clearly had help getting dressed. She was in a camisole top that left her shoulders and arms bare, a blue midi skirt, crystal heels, polished, feminine, entirely unlike her usual unremarkable outfits. Lena's work, obviously. Thea watched her scanning the room like she was expecting something to jump out at her, holding her designer clutch like someone holding a brick. What are you so nervous about? Do you think Superman's going to come leaping out of a hedge? She circled around quietly and tapped Kara on the shoulder from behind. Hey, Kara. The girl spun around fast, clearly startled, then melted with visible relief when she saw who it was. How's it going with Lena? You two settling in well? It's good, but she keeps managing me. Kara pouted. Thea laughed and patted her shoulder. Someone sensible absolutely needs to keep an eye on this one. Without someone like that, she'd drift through life entirely. The gathering was primarily for Kara, Alex, and Lena, three people who needed their footing steadied. The veterans had seen it all before. Kate said a few words as host and opened up the floor. As one of the League's founding members, and someone who'd always treated Kara as a younger sister, Thea stepped up to add something. We're gathered here today to celebrate a few people who found each other. Love has no borders, and no gender. It is full of goodwill. When two hearts meet, they give us strength we didn't know we had. Love isn't a burden. It's a gift. She snapped her fingers. The villa rippled. The air shimmered. Before anyone had fully processed what was happening, the room was gone, and in its place stood a city of gleaming metal that went onto the horizon. Patrol ships moved overhead. A monument anchored the central plaza. Every detail radiated incomprehensible technological advancement. No one in the room was an idiot. This entire gathering had clearly been arranged with Kara in mind. She was the only alien present, and the look on Kara's face settled any remaining doubt. The others only needed a moment. Krypton. This is Krypton, Thea confirmed. It's reconstructed with holographic technology. Take Lena and explore. She'd put significant work into building it. Through the Ibn Trade Consortium, she'd tracked down a handful of people who had personally visited Krypton. Their memories had been collated into a composite simulation, then Lobo had stress-tested it against his own extensive familiarity with the planet, having torn through it more than once. The accuracy was rated at 99%. Fiora had personally reviewed the final version and found nothing wrong. For someone who had only been 10 years old when she left, Kara would never notice any minor gaps. Kara was already pulling Lena through the streets. The others followed at a comfortable distance. They could still hear her, narrating, explaining. This house belonged to so-and-so. There was a wonderful shop just down this road. Lena listened with her whole self, asking questions, wanting everything. They walked and talked and laughed together. Can't you take her back to Krypton before it was destroyed? Diana murmured to Thea. Too complicated, Thea said quietly. That moment has too many threads attached. We shouldn't touch it. Since taking on the role of time manager, she'd come to understand how many secrets time contained. The council could only do patchwork at the margins. Ordinary human affairs were manageable. Anything beyond her own current tier, everything beyond her level was a blackout. Someone far above had clearly decided certain things were not to be seen. Krypton fell into that category. She knew better than to push. The hologram was enough. Kara knew it wasn't real, and she didn't need it to be. Seeing home again, in whatever form, was more than enough. Kara threw herself into the simulation with everything she had. She came out exhausted, but exhilarated. By the time they started singing later that night, Lena was already flagging. Thea, as an arts goddess, had a voice that transcended anything naturally possible. She didn't use it to dominate. She and Diana sang one song together and gracefully stepped back, handing the stage to Kara. What no one expected, Kara was genuinely, remarkably talented. The songs she chose were beautiful, raw and clear and lovely. She informed the room cheerfully, with absolute conviction, that her name contained Kara, which was basically karaoke, and clearly this had been the plan all along. With her heart finally anchored, her direction finally clear, Supergirl stepped out of the fog she'd been wandering in and into something unmistakably, entirely her own. Chapter 801, Chapter 800, Thinking About the Future. By Thea's estimate, the L bloodline's raw power combined with the Luthor bloodline's intellect meant Kara might, in time, surpass even Superman in what she ultimately achieved. The party wound to its close. The wine, a divine vintage, as always, did what it always did, and laid out an assortment of female heroes and female cops in cheerful disarray. Everyone found a room and slept. They'd laughed and carried on all day. Diana headed back to resume training her student. Thea began thinking about the future. The Guardian's replacement of Hal Jordan appeared on the surface to be a response to his repeated insubordination. In reality, it was not that simple. Information coming in from the Yellow Lanterns and the Indigo Tribe confirmed that the Green Lantern Corps had been mobilizing across the universe with increasing frequency. They were positioning themselves. Only one enemy could put the impassive little blue Guardians into that kind of urgency. The blackest night was coming. She'd considered trying to prevent it. But this was the will of the universe itself. Life implies death, it was the natural order, a cause written into the fabric of existence. She could not stop it. She should not stop it. The consciousness underlying this universe was incomparably stronger than that of Earth, too. If she placed herself in direct opposition to it, she estimated something like the Phantom Stranger would materialize within the next few seconds to make its displeasure known. There was, technically, one permanent solution to the blackest night: cremate every corpse in the universe. No body, no rising. She knew it was impossible. By a conservative estimate, 90% of all planets across the known universe practiced burial. Every planet she'd personally visited, without a single exception, buried their dead. The Green Lantern homeworld of OA alone had nearly 1 million deceased lanterns interred in its cemeteries, many of them carrying the title of Greatest Green Lantern. If Thea proposed burning them all, she might as well declare war on the Green Lantern Corps outright. It would be faster and only slightly less offensive. And that wasn't even accounting for Earth. Outside a handful of countries in Asia, burial was the overwhelming norm globally. Presidential authority alone could never push a universal cremation mandate through. She'd need to reinstall a monarchy and enforce it by royal decree. Conservative estimate, hundreds of millions dead in the enforcement alone. And then there was the fact that every single superhero's lost family members, every one of them, were buried in the ground. Including Themyscira. Burn all of them. She would almost certainly cause more deaths than the blackest night itself. She wasn't about to do something that stupid. She put the thought away. Not long after, through official channels, she arrived at one of ArrowVerse's secure facilities. Before leaving the party, Diana had raised the subject of Harley Quinn, no major recent offenses, but being compelled to go on life-threatening missions with a bomb surgically implanted in her neck was inhumane by any measure. And during the Darkseid invasion, Harley had performed well. Was there a case for clemency? Thea agreed. Harley was trending in a better direction, still chaotic, but not recklessly so. Better to pull her out and watch how she developed. She went to ArrowVerse directly and told Amanda Waller, without preamble, that she was taking Harley Quinn. Can you give me a reason? Waller's expression was tight. Someone walking in and taking a prisoner this openly was a blow to her authority. What kind of reason do you want? Government paperwork? An executive pardon? A signed letter of commendation from the Justice League? Name it. I can produce any of them. Thea found this mildly amusing. Her leverage over ArrowVerse at this point was absolute. No one in the apparatus could outmaneuver her. Amanda Waller exhaled slowly. You can take Harley Quinn, but... No, but... Thea's voice was perfectly level. They weren't on the same level anymore. Waller no longer had standing to negotiate. The handover was completed in minutes. I'm free to go. Harley Quinn, who'd been doing gymnastics in her cell, looked genuinely startled when the neck device was removed. Waller walked out without a word and slammed the door. Harley blinked, looked around in confusion, then appeared to experience a sudden revelation. Oh. Little Thea, you came to save me. Thea didn't respond. Jim. Guard. I'm leaving, okay. Ha ha ha, the guard stared ahead, expressionless. Deadshot, I'm going. I'll come visit sometime. Deadshot nearly came out of his skin when he saw Harley waving cheerfully at him through the bars from the outside. Can I stand by your side until the very end? Those words were barely cold, and she was already gone. Don't bother seeing me out, I'll be back to visit, I promise. She was still bellowing into the facility while clinging to the gate, craning her neck toward the interior. The sheer volume of her voice announced that she was exceptionally, aggressively pleased with herself. Thea grabbed her before she could do any more damage and got her into the car. Left unchecked for another 60 seconds, half the prison population would have come out to settle old scores. She didn't dare release this particular chaos agent directly into the general public. She dropped Harley with the management committee for now, left Lobo in charge of watching her for a few days, and reserved judgment. With Harley handled, she was back at the vanishing point inside 10 minutes. Trajectory and the Black Flash had both been productive lately. Time to review the haul. This one came through from the 64th century. The Black Flash stepped forward with a middle-aged man, gray-streaked hair, unfocused eyes, a manner that was slightly too casual for someone in handcuffs. Thea pulled up the Orocore Eyes records and read through them carefully. The file was appalling. Every human being around him was, in this man's worldview, an NPC. He'd killed at random across multiple parallel timelines with breezy indifference. He hadn't limited himself to adjacent universes, he'd been active in Thea's own, and ArrowVerse had mounted several failed arrest attempts, each one foiled by future-era technology he'd brought with him through the time stream. Don't look at me like that, she said. You think you're superior because you come from the future? In the 30th century, the Legion of Superheroes had already established an absolute prohibition on unsanctioned timeline violations. Your era is 3,000 years past that ruling. You chose to ignore a rule everyone agreed on. There is nothing ambiguous about your guilt. The magician's eyes held only contempt. Even as a prisoner, he didn't believe he was in any real danger. These 21st century people might be able to navigate the time stream, but their worldview and understanding were, in his estimation, equivalent to those of prehistoric humanity. That gap was his armor. Thea extended her hand and lightly touched a finger toward his forehead. A violent burst of light detonated outward. Her fingertip was blasted back. Both of them froze. Nanorestructured body. Thea peered at him with the expression of someone who'd just spotted an interesting specimen. He'd modified himself to a terrifying degree. The magician was equally shaken, though he wouldn't show it. Even cuffed with a power suppressor, he'd never believed anyone here could actually kill him. In his era, any weapon from this primitive age should have been trivial against the peak of future technology. That was the foundation of his contempt. But Thea's casual attempt had given him something uncomfortably close to genuine dread. Don't look at me like that, she said pleasantly. Killing you won't cost me a moment's hesitation. She extended her hand again. This time, she pushed divine power through it. Even a nanorestructured body cannot resist soul extraction. The magician's expression went blank. He fell forward and hit the floor. His eyes were open and empty. He was dead. Thea gathered the soul fragment. The demonstration had been intentional, the man was a genuine threat who deserved to die, and his death served as a clear message to the Black Flash. Bring the next one. The second prisoner was brought forward, a small red-haired boy, barely 5 feet tall, about 150 centimeters, dragged out by the Black Flash with visible terror on his face. Well, well. A famous name. Thea scrolled through the records and found more or less exactly what she'd expected. This child had not committed any offense, it looked very much like the Black Flash had brought him in as a personal grievance. She looked at the Black Flash for a long moment, letting the silence carry its own weight. Bart Allen, of the Speed Force lineage. She looked at the file again. His only offense was an accidental first-time displacement through the time stream, with no history of intentional violations. She closed the record. Chapter 802, Chapter 801, everything will be all right. Thea gave Zoom a long, expressionless look. He immediately dropped his gaze. She scrolled through the Orocore Eyes records. It was his first accidental displacement, with no history of intentional violations. She looked at Bart and said warmly, "Let me take you back to your own timeline." The boy saw her friendly expression and immediately launched into an explanation, with both hands. "Slow down. I can't." "Hey, fine, just go ahead." He had almost no control over his speed force reflexes. His hands were a constant blur, his words coming out faster than a normal conversation could follow. Without Thea's own super speed, he'd have been nothing but a blur to her. He spoke a 30th century dialect of English, significantly different from the modern one. Fortunately, divine mastery of language was one of the perks of her rank as a goddess. Without it, this conversation would have been completely incomprehensible. The boy seemed genuinely delighted that she could keep up. His gestures got more enthusiastic. "You came looking for your grandfather?" Thea raised her eyebrows. "That's quite a trip to make." She shook her head. "All right. I'll take you there." She reached out, took the boy's hand, and brought him to STAR Labs. Inside, Team Flash was in the middle of a meeting, running through options for extracting Wally West from the Speed Force. The working plan: use Cisco's Vibe ability to locate the Speed Force entry point, then have Barry run inside to retrieve him. Crude. Insufficient. Neither of them knew what hazards waited inside or whether they'd both make it back. Barry and Wally were barely acquaintances. He was taking the risk entirely for Iris and her father Joe. Thea's appearance caught the room off guard. "Thea, what's—" Barry barely got the sentence out before the kid beside Thea blurred forward and wrapped both arms around his waist. "Grandpa. I finally found you." Thea had quietly slipped a deceleration charm on him during the walk over and given him a crash course in 21st century English, enough that the word grandpa came out with perfect, crystal-clear diction. She covered her mouth to hide her smile, found a chair, sat down, and settled in to watch. Barry looked like he'd been hit by something. His neck turned with the stiffness of a man in shock. He found Iris's face. Iris's complexion had gone gray. The kid was throwing off yellow lightning as he moved. Iris had seen that before. Speed Force. That was absolutely Speed Force. Iris's glare had murder in it. Arms folded. Waiting for an explanation. Immediately. Barry felt about as comfortable as a man standing in a hole he'd accidentally dug himself. He looked at Thea. "Where did you find this kid? Don't do this to me. I backed you at the league vote, remember?" "Ahem." Thea cleared her throat. "I found him in the time stream. He's from the 30th century. This made it considerably worse for Iris. She was a civilian. No Speed Force. No enhanced longevity. She was not particularly confident about her chances of making it to the 30th century in any meaningful sense. Joe West, Barry's foster father, wasn't thrilled either. But he was a seasoned cop who had weathered enough chaos to stay rational when everyone around him was losing it. He crouched down, arranged his face into something warm and approachable, and rested a hand gently on Bart Allen's head. "Son, who's your father?" "Don Allen," the boy said immediately. Clearly a question he'd been asked before. Barry found the entire room looking at him. He put both hands up and shook his head slowly. "Don Allen. Never heard this name in my life. I have no idea." "And your mother?" "Melanie Swan." Swan. The name hit the room like a dropped weapon. Albert Swan, the Reverse Flash, their greatest recurring nightmare, and Barry's future son had apparently formed a family with someone from that bloodline. Except for Thea, still cheerfully observing from her chair, and the Earth 2 Wells father and daughter, who weren't part of this timeline's history, every member of Team Flash wore an expression reserved for confirmed enemies. Thea was reaching for the metaphorical popcorn when her communicator cut across the room. She read the message twice. A brief pause to think. She stood, ruffled Bart Allen's hair, and said, "Stay here with your family. I have somewhere to be. Bye, big sis." The boy waved after her energetically. Thea walked out of STAR Labs in excellent spirits. 10 minutes later, she arrived on Autumn, said to be the most beautiful planet in the known universe, and the current home base of the Blue Lantern Corps. The Guardians Ganthet and Sed had gone into the deepest reaches of the universe to investigate the mysteries of the Blackest Night, leaving behind a Blue Lantern Corps that could generously be described as sparse. And at precisely this moment, a species called the Ricti Hive had set its sights on the quiet, peaceful Blues. With both Guardians absent, Saint Walker had reached out directly to Thea. She'd agreed without much deliberation. 500 Yellow Lanterns and 500 from the Indigo tribe, the combined force arrived at Autumn in full formation. Autumn's reputation turned out to be deserved. There were mountains and water, and locals who were genuinely glad to see you. Add Saint Walker's hope energy, which was quietly transforming everything it touched, the cumulative effect was almost overwhelming. More than one lantern felt an unfamiliar, unwanted conviction that they had arrived somewhere sacred. What a place, Heracles remarked, having tagged along as usual. Same look as always, dragon hide coat, a broadsword the size of a stone pillar. The only visible change was the absence of aggression in his face, replaced by something that looked almost like genuine compassion, the look of a man who had washed away the worst of himself. Your Highness, thank you for answering the call. Thea pulled him up and walked him through the tactical situation. The weight on St. Walker was easy to read. He was, at his core, a gentle-natured man. His catchphrase was all will be well. His approach to every difficult problem was to wait with his hands folded and trust that something would turn up. According to his worldview, it always did. Calling the Blue Lanterns a skeleton crew, barely more than a handful, was not an exaggeration. The hope emotion was the rarest of all to genuinely attain. Their official active roster numbered exactly 3, St. Walker himself, the living planet Mogo, coaxed into joining through roundabout means, and a being named Worth who looked like something that had walked straight out of Journey to the West, specifically the Elephant Demon. 3 members against the Rikti Hive's armies. The name alone said everything about what they were up against. Hive armies meant numbers beyond practical counting. Even the most powerful individual lantern, surrounded on all sides by a biological tide, would eventually go down begging. With the Yellow Lanterns and the Indigo tribe now committed, the math had shifted considerably. And with Thea and Heracles on the field, fighters who operated entirely outside the constraints of ring-based power, St. Walker finally exhaled a long, relieved breath. Your Highness, he said, his voice genuinely bright now, a new member joined the Blue Lanterns just today. Everything really is turning out well, exactly as it should. He turned to her with obvious excitement. Would you like to come meet them? Chapter 803, Chapter 802, The Ratchy Swarm. Thea had no objections. She ordered her people to set up camp and hold position, then took Elder Sun, Sister Blue, and Arkilo along to watch the show. From a distance of over 300,000 kilometers, roughly 186,000 miles, she first hailed Mogo, who orbited Autumn like a satellite. The young planet's morale was high, the emotions it broadcast back were pure joy, excitement, and exuberance. Then she met the third Blue Lantern, Worth. Like an elephant-headed sage of legend, he had a massive head, broad ears, and a long trunk, and hovered in midair with his hands opening and closing in a slow, deliberate rhythm, as though deep in meditation. Thea's dual identity as a Yellow and Indigo Lantern didn't earn much of a reaction from him, but her status as a true god earned an immediate full bow. Did he really make it this far on his own? Thea studied him carefully. That was genuinely remarkable. St. Walker had only received his blue ring because she'd handed it over like a gift. Mogo was a planetary consciousness, ordinary life was specks of dust before something like that. But this elephant-headed fellow was different entirely. He'd earned it. Kept the flame of hope burning through sheer stubborn willpower, one day at a time. Thea found herself genuinely moved. She thought for a moment, then extended one finger and pressed a stream of light into the space between Worth's brows. The third Blue Lantern's eyes flooded with visions. When they cleared, he gave Thea a deep, solemn bow. She accepted it without fanfare. She'd passed along more than a few teachings from Earth's great monks over the years. The material wasn't suited to her own path, but it was a perfect fit for him. After that, they toured the Blue Lantern training grounds. Full members were few, but the reserve corps was at least passable in number. Thea gave them a rough once-over, around 200 recruits wearing temporary rings, every single face radiating warmth and positivity. Honestly, she could grab any one of them at random and they'd be more upbeat than she'd ever managed to be. But hope was a fickle emotion, easy to ignite, just as easy to snuff out. One stumble, and despair was right there waiting. Maintaining that feeling every waking moment was a feat of extraordinary difficulty. That your new recruit? Thea pointed at a cross-legged alien sitting in the center of the courtyard. The alien had an oversized amber-yellow head and a pair of goldfish-wide eyes swimming with moisture, the look of someone who had lived through a great deal of hardship and simply couldn't quite put it behind them. His posture mirrored Worth's almost exactly, likely the elephant's personal meditation technique. One hand raised at chest height, 4 fingers as thin as chopsticks. The man looked like he'd been wrung out and left to dry, the sort of figure that practically had, "Push me around," written on his face. Thea almost buried her face in her hands. Blue Lantern's combat strength couldn't possibly get any weaker, could it? Everything will be fine, with this squad. Could you at least recruit someone who can actually throw a punch? Yes, that's Cien. He reached full Blue Lantern status just yesterday. St. Walker spoke in his usual unhurried murmur. Add one more. Let me find you someone. Thea swept her gaze over the reserve corps. A big battle was coming, the least she could do was round out a 5-person squad for him. What she saw made her wince. Where were the bruisers? The Yellow Lantern instructor Arkilo was pushing 500 gene, over 550 pounds / roughly 250 kilograms, with arms like tree trunks and thighs wide enough for a car to drive over. Blue's reserve corps had absolutely nothing like that. Whether hope as an emotion naturally skewed towards slighter builds, or whether St. Walker's eye for talent was simply broken, Thea couldn't say. Every single one of the 200-plus reserves looked lean, wiry, or just plain frail. She lowered her standards. Again. Then again. Picking the best of a weak lot, she finally settled on a female alien who at least had some height to her. "You'll do." A flash of blue light passed. Thea gave her hope a forcible nudge, just enough to qualify her as a full Blue Lantern. A new member. St. Walker was visibly delighted. He arranged a brief ceremony, and the woman named Circe officially joined the Corps as a full Blue Lantern. When fear pervades the waking day. Through pain-swept nights and terrors cold, when fire of war devours all. We raise our eyes to starlit height. The light of hope shall never die. With the brief ceremony concluded and 2 new Blue Lanterns added to the roster, they finally turned to the question of repelling the enemy, and yes, repelling was the word. The option of annihilating the Ratchi swarm outright wasn't even on the table. The Ratchi's homeworld sits in Sector 9. Their forces span 31 surrounding star systems, they control both Sector 9 and Sector 10. A civilization of enormous power. St. Walker, who not long ago had been living in a feudal society completely convinced his own planet was the entire world, now found himself dropped into a leadership role against a merciless alien enemy. He was, if he was honest, a little out of his depth. That he remained optimistic at all was testament to everything his ring stood for. He kept looking for a way through. No one laughed at him. The Ratchi's fearsome reputation was known to every civilization that had entered the galactic age. Nobody picked a fight with them voluntarily. Even pooling 3 Lantern Corps together, even accounting for Autumn's native population, who weren't pushovers, plus their warships and weapons, the math still didn't add up to victory. If there was time to plan a counterattack, it was better spent planning an evacuation. Thea herself had no particular interest in fighting the Ratchi at all. Win or lose, there was no upside. The Ratchi's breeding capacity was the best in the known universe, losing even a single lantern would sting for days. Going up against them was like throwing fine china at cheap pottery, a losing trade by every metric, and the goddess of commerce absolutely refused to operate at a loss. More to the point, the Guardians had already begun their early preparations for Blackest Night, and she couldn't afford to fall behind. Unlike the Own's vague, cloud-wrapped prophecy from the Book of Oa, which had half the Guardians spinning wild theories, Thea knew exactly what Blackest Night was. Not a weapon. Not an apocalypse. The resurrection of the dead. And for fighting off endless waves of corpses crawling out of their graves, was there any better weapon in existence than an insect swarm? She'd come here specifically to recruit the enemy. As far as she was concerned, very few things in this universe couldn't be traded. The Ratchi had needs, find what they needed, offer a solution, and collect the return. Simple business. What's that? They don't have any problems. Then Goddess Thea could always put on a different hat and make them some problems. She got the coordinates of the Ratchi's territory, told no one to follow, and flew out alone under the banner of scouting the enemy. Several breaths later, she had crossed multiple sectors and arrived at the Ratchi homeworld. Calling it a homeworld was something of an overstatement. The Ratchi swarm had begun as a relatively small species, the original planet's dominant civilization hadn't even been them. But through endless cycles of breeding, combat, and evolution, they had seized control from its intelligent inhabitants and launched an era of frenzied expansion. Their original homeworld became a wasteland in short order. Unable to relocate their main brain, they pillaged beautiful, resource-rich worlds throughout the cosmos and connected those stolen planets to their barren core through biological engineering, physically fusing captured worlds to the exhausted original body. What Thea saw of the Ratchi homeworld was an irregular mass floating in the void, like a colossal arthropod crouching in open space, the original planet buried at its center, 7 or 8 captured worlds gripped around it by vast tentacles that blotted out the stars. The predatory instinct seemed hardwired into the species' very genome. Everything about this planet communicated a single, unwavering creed: we do not yield. We do not break. We fight to the last. Chapter 804, Chapter 803, Blue Beetle. Interesting. Thea wasn't the type to be cautious when she didn't have to be. She floated at a leisurely pace, taking in the view, until the Ratchi made their move. In under a minute, 7 warships surged out of the planet's shadow, bizarre half-biological, half-mechanical hybrids with their guns already charged. No preamble. The moment she entered range, they opened fire. Energy shields snapped up as their main cannons began to cycle. Thea wasn't stupid enough to tank a main cannon. She was here to do business, not start a brawl. Her figure flickered left and right, threading through the incoming fire with unhurried ease, slipping through a gap between 2 warships in the space of a heartbeat before dropping toward the planet's surface. Boom. She'd barely entered the atmosphere when 2 white laser beams lanced toward her. Without even looking, she batted them aside with a wave of her hand, and redirected them straight back to their owners. 2 explosions. She touched down. Desolate silence. Rock. More rock. Not a trace of vegetation anywhere. The Ratchy homeworld had been dead for a long time. A rapid series of sounds rang out. 7 or 8 beetle-shaped mechanical suits closed in around her, blue-black, chitinous, unmistakably combat configured. Ah. Humanoids on this planet, that's unusual. Thea stared at the exoskeletal mechs and felt a vague flicker of recognition. You're not Ratchy, are you? Why are you fighting for them? Who were these again? Something in her memory stirred, a hero, she was almost certain. The armored figures exchanged curt, rapid signals, not language, more like an encoded frequency. They scattered into a wider formation, their suits beginning to reconfigure. Some sprouted cannon barrels. Some extended blades. The hostile intent was unmistakable. Only one of them held back at a distance, gesticulating wildly at her. Curious, Thea glanced over at that outlier, and the memory clicked. Blue Beetle. Teen Titans. But what was he doing all the way out here? This was Sector 9. Earth Sector 2814 was half the known universe away. She didn't have time to think about it. A circle of itchy trigger fingers had already closed around her. Cannon fodder, she said flatly. Both fists drove into empty air. Invisible ripples radiated outward. Every mech in the formation froze mid-movement, locking into rigid, blank-eyed stillness. Her understanding of soul energy had deepened considerably in recent months, and with it, her technique. The aliens inside those Ratchy-built suits didn't stand a chance, a single soul impact pulse, and every one of them stood there like a statue. Thea strolled out of the encirclement and stopped in front of Blue Beetle. She looked him over with mild interest. She dressed for negotiation today, casual. The plan was to start polite and turn rough only if necessary. A cream leather jacket and blue jeans, sharp, stylish. Completely out of place on a barren alien wasteland. She knocked on his visor. The Blue Beetle's right arm transformed into a long blade and came up at her in a diagonal slash from below. Hey! She caught the blade between 2 fingers. The armor threw everything it had into the attempt. Not a millimeter of give. If you can't control that thing, I'm not going to be polite about what happens next. The mechanical assembly seemed to recognize the futility. The blade retracted back into gauntlet form, and Thea let go. Like an old machine winding down, the suit's faceplate cracked open with a grinding clunk, and a young face slowly emerged from inside the armor. The boy had clearly Mexican features, round face, an open expression, and every last one of those features was currently arranged in barely contained panic. The moment he registered Thea's face, he grabbed on like a drowning man finding driftwood. You're Miss Queen, right? You're from Earth, right? Did the Justice League come to rescue me? He craned his neck immediately, scanning for Superman and Batman behind her. Thea studied him for a beat. The kid was too shaken to think straight. The League isn't going to cross half the universe for one civilian. The League isn't here. I was passing through. I'm from Texas, my dad runs an auto repair shop, this thing just decided I had to go fight in a war, I want to go home, but I look like this now and I can't. He pointed at his armor and kept talking, looping back to the beginning, starting over. Thea stood with her arms folded and let him go. When he mentioned wanting to go home for the 3rd time, she cut in. Your name? Kid. Jamie Reyes. He slowly wound down. He took a real look at her. A cream jacket and jeans. Standing on a dead alien planet like she was waiting for a coffee order. He had a full suit of alien battle armor. She'd apparently strolled out here in street clothes. She came out here for an alien war in street clothes. All right, Mr. Reyes. How did you end up this far out? Earth's a long way from here. Jamie launched into the story. He'd come across a Blue Beetle figurine, fist-sized, in the middle of a gang altercation. The usual comic book origin story, blood hit the relic, the device activated, the Blue Beetle symbiont woke up and chose him as its host. The armor had picked up a Ratchy combat signal, the incoming assault on the Blue Lanterns, and simply taken off, dragging him across uncountable light years back to its origin point. He'd been terrified for the entire trip. And then she had dropped from the sky. Right, straightforward enough. He wanted to say this is not a story, but found he didn't quite dare. Your armor's interesting. Here's what you do, head back to Earth and call this number. Thea pulled out a pocket notepad, tore off a sheet, wrote it down, and held it out under his baffled gaze. She'll help you look at it, see if she can adjust some of the command protocols southwest you can actually drive the thing yourself. Lady, can our phones even reach this far? Then Thea's hand moved, and a warm teal glow rose around her. A swirling vortex opened in the air in front of him. In you go. You said you wanted to go home, didn't you? I don't have a portal locked onto Texas, so this'll drop you in Star City. You might need a connecting flight or two. Jamie almost dropped to his knees. You're a lifesaver. Star City, Antarctica, the bottom of the ocean, he didn't care. He squeezed his eyes shut and threw himself through the portal. With that minor detour wrapped up, Thea activated her enhanced vision and began scanning. She needed to find whoever was in charge here and see what kind of trouble they had. Any Ratchi that clawed up from the ground, she slapped flat. Any that used cloaking, she torched into fireballs. Any that spat acid, she answered with lightning. Thea moved at a deliberate, unhurried pace, not rushing, not slowing. Partly to put on a show of strength, partly to get a proper read on what this hive was actually capable of before she decided it was worth dealing with. Chapter 805, Chapter 804, Studying the Swarm. Individual Ratchi weren't particularly strong. An ordinary human with a weapon could handle one in a straight fight. Put them in a horror movie, and a group of people with fire axes could work through them just fine. The horror was always the numbers. Boom. A wall of fire, over 35 feet, roughly 10 meters, high and 330 feet, 100 meters, long, materialized from thin air and swept into the oncoming swarm. Fewer than 1 in 1,000 survived the heat. Thea drove her left foot into the ground, an earthquake technique, wide radius, and buried the rest. Almost no soul presence. Pathetic. She walked on, shaking her head. Large-scale soul magic barely registered against the Ratchi. There was simply nothing to grab onto. Even pulling out the small amount of soul they had wouldn't make much of a dent. They ran on pure instinct. Her understanding of souls could be as refined as it liked, and it still wouldn't matter against something that barely possessed one. The problem couldn't be ignored, either. If the Ratchi had almost no souls, the undead raised during Blackest Night had none, and forget about wealth and commerce, the dead weren't in the market for anything. An army of corpses would be effectively immune to her 4 divine domains: soul, wealth, trade, and culture. If it came to a real fight, she'd contribute less than Diana would. That was the primary reason she'd come here to help the Ratchi in the first place. She was working her way through the terrain when her path finally ran out of room. The entire canyon was carpeted with Ratchi. Every type she'd seen and several she hadn't. Combat variants bearing teeth and raising blades, coiled to die fighting. Logistics brood mothers, bloated, immobile, clearly designed for one purpose only, packed into every available space in a wall of bodies. The main brain had panicked. That was the only explanation. Faced with her direct approach, it had deployed everything, an all-or-nothing last stand. She laughed, clear and bright, and the sound rang off the canyon walls. She rolled her shoulders. The body count from this walk alone was at least 1 million. The Ratchi had a sophisticated level of biotech, half-mechanical hybrids with solid combat ability and tight formation discipline, and working through them had actually taken some effort. She was genuinely a little tired. Hey, she called toward the valley. I'm carrying goodwill in here. I came to do business. The main brain didn't believe her. Not for a single second. You slaughtered your way to my front door and you want to say you're here for business. Are you mocking me? Anything bought, anything sold, have you heard our shop's slogan? We meet every need. Thea cupped a hand around her mouth and shouted it into the depths of the canyon. What shop? The main brain was genuinely confused. Not that it mattered. It wasn't a kind creature, and it had no intention of making pleasant conversation with someone who just butchered her way to its gate. While Thea waited, it channeled a massive burst of energy and erected a broad shield across the canyon, a deep blue dome, sealed tight as a lid over everything inside. Then it gave the order. Every combat class Ratchi unit threw itself at her in a berserker charge. The logistics unit stayed back, useless in a fight, and the main brain couldn't afford to have them wiped out and lose its grip on the swarm's command structure. Psychokinesis. Thea recognized the technique immediately. She deployed a silver fire shield of her own, and the entire surging charge simply ceased to be. Every Ratchi that touched it burned to ash. Her eyes weren't even on them. They were on the dome. This time she didn't reach for soul magic or divine techniques. Thea clenched her right fist and pulled up the image she'd filed away in memory. Hi Father, standing on New Genesis, throwing a punch across dimensions that had killed Superman. It was pure physical force, no divine powers engaged. She wanted to know the real gap between herself and a new god at that level. She took a slow breath in. The Ratchi suicide charge continued around her, ignored. The air around her fist began to churn as force built and built. When she had gathered everything she had, she threw the punch. The air tore with a sharp crack. The ground beneath her fractured, a furrow ripped open roughly 1.5 miles, about 3 li/1.5 kilometers, long and 330 feet, 100 meters, wide, everything in the corridor reduced to powder. Air compressed violently to either side. The phantom of her fist surged forward across several miles, growing as it traveled, until it struck the main brain's blue dome as a towering shape hundreds of feet high. Thud. It landed with a deep, muted impact. Thea was mildly annoyed. Didn't break it. A massive spiderweb fracture spread across the entire surface of the dome. Psychokinetic energy flooded in, patching every crack, the main brain burning through its reserves at a furious rate to hold the structure together. It barely held. But it held. Oomph. Not being a warrior type really has closed off the overwhelming brute force option permanently, hasn't it? She shook her head with undisguised frustration. Without gathering any further technique, she simply reached back and hurled a fire lance, several yards long, a few meters, trailing a silver-white flame tail like a meteor. Crack. It struck the exact same fracture the punch had left. This time, the dome didn't survive. It shattered like glass. Hey. She dusted her hands off. Come out now, or I'm actually leaving. She considered herself extremely reasonable. She had no intention of walking all the way to the main brain's physical location. The main brain had no offensive capability, no defensive capability, and no mobility. Walking up to it while looking like a walking catastrophe felt more like extortion than negotiation, and extortion didn't make for good long-term trade relationships. She waited 10 seconds. The air above the canyon churned. Psychokinetic force condensed under pressure, shaping itself into a rough approximation of a face, not a pleasant one, but recognizable. The main brain had been forced out. It wasn't happy about it. The truth was that it couldn't read Thea at all. Random powerful stranger passing through. Specific enemy? It had no weak points to exploit, no way to predict her next move. If she decided to make a habit of dropping by, it couldn't stop her, couldn't hurt her, and the situation would only get worse. So it had to show up. At minimum, it needed to know what she wanted. The psychokinetically assembled face studied her carefully. Which great power of the cosmos do you represent, distinguished visitor? And your reason for coming to the Rachi swarm is? Thea smiled pleasantly and said something she didn't believe for a second herself. I came in good faith. You live in such a harsh stretch of space, it must be difficult. Is there anything you need? The main brain wanted to say, we need nothing. What we lack, we take. But the collective intelligence of the entire Rachi swarm was not without its survival instincts. It wasn't going to snap back at someone who had just bulldozed through 1,000,000 of its soldiers without breaking a sweat. She had it cornered. For this visitor who had shown up uninvited at a den of cosmic marauders to hard sell them something, the main brain's working plan was, buy whatever she's selling, smile, and pray she leaves happy. Why don't you tell me what we're lacking? The main brain's spirit was bleeding internally. It braced for pain. Just get her out of here. Thea's eyes lit up like twin stars, blazing to their full intensity for just a moment, bright enough that even the main brain's psychokinetic projection flickered. Then she reined it in. I am the sovereign of souls, she said. You have no souls. What if I sold you some? She had originally planned a transaction. But the main brain had apparently read it as an offer of allegiance, and she had no intention of correcting the misunderstanding. What? The face dissolved into scattered gas. It reconverged almost immediately, but the ripple of shock had been unmistakable. You're serious? Souls can be traded. What would the price be? Thea was all but laughing inside. Sell what your buyer needs, and the market practically sells itself. Watching the main brain's undisguised eagerness, she decided to start with an outrageous price. She arranged her most solemn expression. I am the sovereign of souls. My word carries authority. Souls can be created, destroyed, and yes, traded. My price is this, the Rachi swarm fights on my behalf. She kept it deliberately vague. In the main brain's interpretation, it filled in the blanks, she's a newly rising power without followers. She's come here recruiting. Chapter 806, Chapter 805, Subjugating the Main Brain. The division of power across the cosmos had long been established. The Green Lantern Corps' mandate to protect universal peace was largely ceremonial in practice. There were territories they couldn't reach, and many they didn't dare touch. The Kryptonians in their heyday. The father and son of Mongo. And now the Rachi swarm, all beyond the Corps' reach. In the main brain's reading, Thea was here to recruit them. The Rachi had grown wild and ungoverned. Every intelligent civilization in the galaxy resented them for it, and they were currently the only major power in the cosmos without an overlord. That left them exposed in ways the main brain didn't like to think about. But the main brain didn't bow its head on impulse. It wasn't about to swear loyalty on the spot, it wanted to see first what this soul sovereign could actually deliver. Honored Supreme, the main brain said carefully, its tone deferential to the point of abasement while the subtext was crystal clear, show me results before I sign anything. The Rachi swarm would be honored to receive your favor. Please grant us one small request first. Thea held up one finger. Right now, on this fingertip, there is a pure soul, no memories, no history. I know you can't see it. But if you bring me one of your people, I'll demonstrate in front of you. She'd originally come here intending a transaction. But the main brain had read it as an offer of allegiance, and she saw no reason to correct the misunderstanding. To the main brain, the logic was impeccable. The sole sovereign. What a title. Announcing yourself like that and not being struck down by cosmic retribution meant the universe itself had recognized the claim. A being like that didn't run a shop. It didn't peddle goods. It granted favors. The main brain considered for a moment, then sent a signal. A winged Rachi flew up to join them. Siren had been cycling through a substantial volume of souls in recent months, and those study sessions had finally paid off. Thea now had a working method for inserting a soul fragment into a living body. It was a significant step forward from her previous approach, which had been strictly a one-way process. Doing it with a complete human soul was extraordinarily complex: psychic architecture, physical integration, memory encoding, every variable fought every other variable. She hadn't solved that one cleanly yet. But the Rachi were a different case entirely. Their soul presence was so faint to begin with that a single look had been enough to map their internal structure completely. Rachi physiology was built for evolution, countless advantages, but the same rapid cycle gene expression that let them adapt so quickly also interfered with soul development. To put it plainly, they were too casual about it. For long stretches of their history, most individual Rachi had drifted through their lives in a half-aware fog, entirely dependent on the main brain for coordination. Possessing a soul, holding memories, and thinking independently, these were the markers of true sapient life. If the Rachi gained souls, they could be called they instead of it, the most significant transformation in their entire species history. She didn't use Earth soul fragments. For reasons tied to the entity of life, life originating on Earth was intrinsically a tier above alien life in her system. Even a fragment from someone deeply unpleasant wasn't appropriate for a Rachi. But her research had yielded something workable: synthetic soul shards. Magical energy sculpted to simulate the soul's resonance frequency, with handcrafted memories loaded in and then wiped clean, then stabilized with a small application of divine soul power. A blank template. She sorted through her stock and selected one, a 10-year lifespan distillate, already cleared of all memory imprints, as close to neutral as she could make it. She located the key meridian nodes and spoke a brief command. The shard followed the soul pathways and drove itself home. Invisible ripples moved through the air. The main brain, with its extraordinary psychokinetic sensitivity, felt the shift immediately, and turned a cautious gaze on its tribesmen. The Rachi that had received the soul blinked in confusion. Several long seconds passed. Then something changed in its eyes, the slow, bewildered dawn of eye. The main brain watched in silence. After a long moment, it looked back at Thea. "Please give me a moment, Your Eminence. I'll return shortly." It swept the newly conscious Rachi up in its field and retreated. Thea didn't stop it. As the main brain, its own personal consciousness was the most strongly developed of any Rachi. The moment any tribesperson broke free of its direct control, it felt the shift instantly. More to the point, a subject with too strong a self-will was a threat to its rule, and it would not allow that. Whatever it did to that newly aware individual, dissection, vivisection, study, elimination, that was its own affair. Thea held her position in the air and waited. The main brain returned quickly. Its deference had increased by a noticeable margin. It chose its words with care. "That soul is too powerful for our use. Would you happen to have anything more suited to our species-specific characteristics?" Thea nearly laughed out loud. The creature was afraid a strong-willed tribesperson would threaten its authority. And this was already a degraded synthetic copy. It wanted something even lower. Normally, simplified versions of anything were easier to produce than complex ones, and she'd have been perfectly happy to provide something lower grade. But her objective had shifted. She no longer wanted a transaction. She wanted the main brain itself. "Stop dancing around it," she said. "I have no interest in ruling your swarm. Instead of weakening your subjects, why not strengthen yourself? Do you want to become a true sapient being, shed that body, walk under open sky, lead your swarm to victory after victory?" The words landed quietly. In the main brain's ears, they hit like a thunderclap. Temptation. The most dangerous kind. The main brain wasn't naive. If it opened its psychic core, Thea could do anything in there. It might not even know how it had died. "Your swarm remains yours," Thea continued. "The only difference is that you could leave this barren rock. You could move as an intelligent being under the open sky, travel through space, and see things you've never had the body to see. Is that a hard choice?" The risk was real. The lure was greater. After a full 10 minutes, the main brain made its decision. "Your Eminence. Please, come inside. Let us speak properly." The psychokinetic projection dissolved into scattered particles. The Rachi guards below parted, opening a path. Thea walked through the winding stone tunnels and finally came face to face with the main brain's true form. Inside a translucent membrane of stretched tissue lay an enormous brain, the size of a small hill, resting in the silence of its stone chamber. The stillness carried the weary weight of something ancient. Psychokinetic energy of near physical density hung in the air around it, not a display of aggression, simply the overflow of a power it could no longer fully contain. It had 4 limbs. They had atrophied to near uselessness, decorative more than functional. 3 feed tubes extended from the rear of the brain, pumping a dark green fluid in a slow, steady flow. "You're dying," Thea said, without preamble. She had taken one look and seen the whole picture. Even with the fluid sustaining it, this creature had only a few years left. Of course. Without a soul strong enough to anchor it, the neural mass had been slowly unraveling over time. It would die quietly and unseen, and a new brood brain would emerge to consume and inherit everything it had been, carrying the chain forward. That had been the iron law the Rachi had lived and died by for uncountable millennia. That had been the law until today. Facing a death that had always been coming, now finally close enough to smell, the main brain dropped every pretense and opened its psychic core. It chose to surrender. Chapter 807, Chapter 806, The Queen of Blades. When a willing asset walked through your door carrying its own supplies, there was no point in being polite about it. Thea went directly to the deepest layer of the main brain's psyche and left a brand. If it ever moved against her, it would die in ways that would be deeply unpleasant to experience. It was a strange chain of events that had led here. She'd intended a simple transaction. Somehow, step by step, it had escalated until she was walking away with an entire insect civilization in tow. She didn't hold the Rachi's reputation against them the way most cosmic powers did. Put the right tool to the right use. For dealing with Blackest Night, there was no better blunt instrument anywhere in the known universe. An army of soulless undead against a civilization with the highest breeding rate in the cosmos, that was her kind of equation. For a subordinate who had just walked in with her entire species as a signing bonus, she wasn't about to be stingy. Rachi biotech. Kryptonian genetic theory she'd stored away over the years. Rare materials fused with magical energy to form the body's foundation. Divine power to shape the final structure. And because this was her subordinate, a female form went without saying, Thea Queen had certain aesthetic standards. To make the new body look more human to people on Earth, Thea used a genuine 30-year soul distillate. No synthetic substitutes. Transfer your psyche into the new body. The main brain's neural structure parted along one of its folds, and a thread of pure, silver-white light leaped free from the interior, diving straight into the waiting body. Outside the cave, the Rachi swarm went haywire. Their rudimentary thought processes had no framework for what was happening. Some turned on each other. Some stampeded toward the cave entrance in blind panic. The alien pilots who had been stunned inside their symbiont suits began to flicker back online, and several of them scrambled for the exits. Thea let them run. One more or one fewer didn't matter. The Blue Beetle symbiont wasn't something that could be mass-produced anyway, the Rachi weren't an elite force, and she had no use for an elite doctrine. Volume was the entire point. She sealed the cave mouth with a gesture. Eyes bright as a field of stars, she began channeling the soul into the new body. Binding the main brain's ancient psyche to a fresh soul and an entirely foreign physical form was not a simple matching problem. Every variable fought every other variable, and she had recently given herself the title of Soul Sovereign, which meant she was the one responsible for solving it. It took a full day of sustained, concentrated work before the 3 elements settled into something stable. The new body had been, by baseline standards, entirely ordinary looking. Then the main brain's consciousness began to flow in, and the changes came. The arms grew more slender. Bony chitinous spurs emerged from the elbow joints, the kind found on an insect's foreleg. What had been clothing reshaped itself into plating of dense, dark chitin. A pair of massive bone wings extended from the shoulders. The hair moved as though alive, each strand independent, in constant restless motion. The vast psychokinetic field that had filled the cave collapsed inward, compressed tight. Dark green veining spread from the corners of the eyes. And then a pair of violet eyes opened slowly, with something ancient, deep, and faintly terrible looking out through them. Not bad, Thea said, surveying her work. As an intelligent being, you need a name. The Rachi main brain is history. Kerrigan, that's what you'll be called. She would swear on any oath that the resemblance was entirely natural, that it had nothing to do with her, and that borrowing the Queen of Blades name from memory was a purely coincidental decision she just happened to find amusing. Kerrigan rose. She moved her new limbs, slowly at first, then with growing confidence. The sensation of a body freely, voluntarily moving was something she hadn't experienced in longer than she could remember. And her psychic power was under her command at last. Generations of main brains had accumulated it to a fearsome scale, and where before that same power had threatened to overflow at any moment, now it felt like a small insect she could flick aside with a thought. It was light, responsive, and wholly hers. She could feel emotion. Not the dim, wordless drive of pure instinct, but something with texture and color. She almost couldn't hold it, an urge rising from somewhere deep in her chest to simply let it out in a long, raw cry. Hey. Thea's voice was cool and flat. Bring your people back under control first. Without the swarm, you're worth nothing to me. Kerrigan caught herself. She reached out across the Ratchi's command frequency, one level at a time, cascading down the chain. Sector lieutenants. Subcommanders. Elite units. Main force. Infantry. Level by level, control spread back through the network. The swarm that had been in chaos for a full day was brought to heel. How many Ratchi had died in the interim, Kerrigan didn't particularly care. Thea cared even less. Without waiting for further instruction, Kerrigan began recalling the Ratchi forces scattered across 2 sectors and over 100 worlds, pulling them back toward the homeworld. The process cost her some psychic strength. Rebuilding an authority structure from scratch was always expensive, but she managed it. Send your scouting swarms out, Thea told her. I want continuous intelligence on the Green Lantern Corps, OA specifically, and on the Star Sapphires at Samarin. Leave nothing unmonitored. And start breeding. I want an army large enough to blot out a star field. She had complete confidence in the Ratchi's reconnaissance capabilities and their breeding rate. Kerrigan, however, heard something slightly different. She wants to move on OA and Samarin. Her new master was a recently risen power with serious ambitions who hadn't revealed her hand yet. The breeding order was obviously a build-up for invasion. The new boss was serious. Kerrigan stood a little straighter and began giving orders. With the Ratchi swarm pulling back on all fronts, the Blue Lantern's crisis dissolved on its own. From the outcome alone, St. Walker's trademark optimism suddenly seemed justified. Everything really had worked out. Thea returned to the Blue Lantern's home star. She said little to the serenely unbothered St. Walker, only that her scouting confirmed the Ratchi were in full retreat. Then she sent the Yellow Lanterns and Indigo tribe back to their respective posts. She didn't leave with them. Instead, she flew alone in a different direction entirely, toward a far corner of the cosmos. Sector 666, a sector that lived up to its number. She'd given John Stewart quite an earful about it during Justice League meetings. This was where the Manhunters, the Green Lantern Corps' robotic predecessors, had carried out their great purge. An entire sector's intelligent life had been reduced to 5 survivors. One of those 5 had gone on to found the Red Lantern Corps. She wasn't here to pay her respects. People dead for thousands of years didn't earn much sentiment from her. She had a practical reason for the visit. She knew Blackest Night would originate from this sector. As for which specific planet, she still needed to search. The Guardians had scrubbed all records of this region clean. No text, no archive. The entire sector had been dumped into the cosmic equivalent of a trash bin, discarded, unacknowledged, forgotten by everyone. What had happened here had degraded from history to myth to nothing at all. The wandering souls that remained had been left to dissipate. Some were already extinguished, while others were still locked in the last instant before their deaths, their unresolved fury accelerating the growth of something the universe had not yet named. She walked on the surface of one of these worlds. The nearest star was very far away. Sky and ground were both dark. The atmosphere crackled with faint crimson lightning rolling through the cloud banks overhead. Periodic gusts swept across the terrain, carrying with them a smell of iron and old blood that thousands of years had done nothing to diminish. Bones everywhere she looked. The dense death energy saturating this place had long since consumed flesh and tissue, but the skeletons of intelligent beings had endured, lying as they had fallen, arranged like a silent accusation directed at the sky. Why us? Why did we deserve this? The question had no answer. The injustice had no resolution. And both would keep feeding whatever was building here in the dark, for as long as anyone let them. Chapter 808, Chapter 807, Larfleas. Peaceful Death. She turned the concept over in her mind, walking across a planet stripped of everything that had ever lived on it. The atmosphere carried a kind of meditative stillness, remote, elevated, the idea of death refined to its purest philosophical abstraction. Thea didn't like it. It was technically impressive. Whatever consciousness had once shaped this world had pushed the concept of death toward an extreme, and it was still not what she was looking for. High-minded, philosophically refined, but it said nothing about what death truly felt like from the inside. It had missed the point entirely. She had wandered across 12 planets on impulse, and not one had given her what she was looking for. The Red Lanterns operated somewhere in this region, a faction of lunatics you couldn't reason with, and she'd already made her decision. Time to go home. She opened a portal. An orange beam came at her from an angle she hadn't expected. She slapped it aside. Then 7 or 8 more followed, fire, blades, noxious gas, all of them orange. She released a burst of divine presence and shattered the barrage, then turned to look. On a hilltop crouched a gaunt alien, skin desiccated, body hunched like an oversized kobold, orange light bleeding from every surface. Two dim eyes stared at her without blinking. The skull was distinctly canine, an elongated jaw bristling with teeth, 3 curving fangs jutting from each corner of his mouth. He was clutching a lantern she recognized immediately. Orange lantern. She tilted her head. You're that one, what was it, Larfleeze? The alien shrieked. It is Larfleeze. The greatest Larfleeze. Wealth, you carry tremendous wealth, all of it belongs to Larfleeze. It can only belong to Larfleeze. He was looking at her the way a starving man looks at a meal. The greed in his eyes was so naked a child could have read it. She didn't bother calculating whether he'd planned this ambush or just blundered into her. She rose into the air and looked down at him. Do you even know how to write the word death? Larfleeze considered this. I don't read. I can't write. She nearly choked. Lucky idiot. Some blundering fool who'd tripped over a ring and somehow kept it. Treasure, endless treasure, all mine, all Larfleeze. He descended into raving, the glazed urgency of a man muttering in his sleep. A full minute passed before he seemed to remember she existed. He raised his ring hand. Hand over your hoard. The ring erupted. Constructs poured from it, enemies Larfleeze had defeated over decades, their identities stolen and locked inside, reanimated as lantern wraiths to fight in his name. He'd built himself an entire army from the people he'd consumed. If Larfleeze weren't quite so dim, she reflected, the damage he could cause would rival the Black Lanterns. Now we're talking. She whistled, the sound condensed into a blade-thin edge and lashed around the first construct charging her, a bloated, multi-mouthed worm. The whistle became a white wire, cinching tight, then snapping outward in both directions. A clean bisection. Send more. Take my treasure. Larfleeze didn't register the loss. His ring held enough for an army and he spent it with reckless abandon. Sky and ground vanished beneath wave after wave of orange constructs. No gaps. No breathing room. Nothing but that sickening glow in every direction. She'd always known the orange lantern was a problem. She hadn't expected this. If an ordinary ring operated at 100% capacity, and a blue lantern's presence could push that to roughly 150%, then the orange ring's ceiling sat somewhere around 100,000%. Greed, by its nature, didn't share. Larfleeze had never made a second ring, never split his power with anyone. Every scrap of emotional energy in the spectrum funneled into a single point. Right now, Larfleeze alone was a standing army. Wretched thing. Every extra second you stay alive is an affront. She condensed a pair of silver fire scimitars, one in each hand, and hurled them into the massive constructs. The blades spun like twin bolts of lightning, burning incandescent. Each construct they struck either crumbled immediately or managed a beat of resistance before collapsing. 11 kills, then the silver fire guttered out and both blades dissolved to nothing. Larfleeze flinched. He scrambled behind a construct with a tentacled chin the size of a doorframe. All that power and no idea what to do with it. This ring should be mine. She caught herself mid-thought and immediately froze. Wait. Something was wrong, a pull behind her eyes, a sharp wanting she didn't recognize as her own. She shook it off fast, her mental discipline snapping back into place. At her current divine level, greed couldn't sink in deeply, but it had gotten in far enough to plant an actual thought. While she was clearing her head, Larfleeze sent another wave. The Guardians of OA had long since decided the cost of fighting Larfleeze wasn't worth it. To keep the peace, they'd ceded the entire Vega system, including his home planet Okara, in exchange for a non-aggression agreement. Criminals had poured in afterward, believing themselves safe. Every last one had ended up as another construct in the ring. The enormous tentacle chin thing at Larfleeze's back, that was his crown jewel. Thea studied its divine signature. Unless she was badly mistaken, it was a god of hunger, a genuine new god, pulled in from some distant universe entirely. The construct was intact but hollow. Its source was exhausted. Whatever Darkseid might have given to acquire it, all that remained was a body running on ring commands. She drew the holy sword. She was going to purge every last one of these constructs from existence. The anger she'd held at modest mastery for so long surged without warning, stoked by the greed saturating the air around her. It rose fast, clean, and total. Murder filled her eyes. She wanted Larfleeze's head. Lucky individuals were supposed to know their place, to show deference, to know fear, not spend their days barking at beings who outclassed them by every conceivable measure. Not quite sharp enough, Larfleeze was still sending more. In his mind, quantity could overwhelm anything. 10 wasn't enough, send 100. 100 wasn't enough, send 1,000. In fairness, that logic had worked for him for a very long time. He had sole dominion over an entire star system and an endless supply of criminals to feed the ring. Unlike Hal Jordan, who valued precision and efficient energy management, Larfleeze had no need for either. A ring sitting at 100,000% capacity didn't require strategy. It just required someone willing to spend. Chapter 809, Chapter 808, Thea versus the Orange Lantern. A flash of blinding light. Larfleeze glanced over at the sound, and watched one of his bowl-shaped constructs split cleanly in two. Lantern wraiths could regenerate quickly enough that under normal circumstances he wouldn't have cared. But the two halves of the bowl construct caught fire instantly, and in under 3 seconds they were ash. No amount of orange light energy poured back into it could restore it. That sword, I want that sword. Somebody take it from her. He didn't grasp the danger. He was already screaming orders. His constructs were unlike anyone else's, they possessed genuine life and awareness, yet remained under absolute ring control. The skills of their original bodies carried over, however dimly, and so the attack that came now was not a mindless swarm. Energy blasts, projectiles, blades, and blunt weapons converged on her from every angle. Thea didn't flinch. She hadn't used the holy sword seriously in a while, most enemies she'd encountered lately didn't require it. A few required something no sword could fix. But somewhere in that barrage she heard Larfleeze's voice again, sharp, possessive, dripping with bottomless want, I want that sword, and the last of her patience burned away. She hadn't felt anger like this in a long time. It rose without warning, total and consuming, as though a furnace door had been thrown open in her chest. She didn't fight it. She let it in. Worm-shaped constructs, bisected from head to tail. Eye-cluster constructs, she plucked out the eyes. Ones with too many tongues, she cut the tongues off. Ones with too many limbs, she cut those off too. Her sword carved through the horde in wide, unhurried arcs, and everything it touched turned to burning ash. The lantern wraiths were phantoms, cutting them down didn't bleed off her rage. It only made it worse. She cut faster. The planet's surface was being reshaped around her. Her blade wind gouged channels into the rock, pulverized boulders to powder, and sent debris spiraling into the pressure, which used it as ammunition. The already ravaged landscape grew more desolate with every pass. You piece of garbage. I'm cutting your head off today. Her divine presence blazed. Over 1,000 ring wraiths had fallen to her blade, possibly closer to 800, but the number stopped mattering, and she carved straight through the outer layers of Larfleeze's defenses without slowing, heading directly for him. Behind the wall of constructs, Larfleeze looked into her eyes. What he saw there was not just killing intent, it was contempt at the level of a higher life form regarding a lesser one, looking through him as though he barely counted as a subject of attention. He had never once experienced that before. And for the first time since he'd claimed the orange ring, he felt it, real fear. Did I miscalculate? Should I run? The golden radiance of her wealth-divine seat was blazing in his mind like a second sun. He'd never seen anything like it, and having seen it, he knew on some animal level that if he let it go, he'd spend the rest of his life in agony for it. Greed crushed the fear. He gritted his teeth and held his ground. He sent the god of hunger forward. Where do you think you're going? She switched the sword to her left hand and thrust her right palm outward, channeling divine power into a wide-area soul pulse, targeted directly at Larfleeze's position. The invisible shockwave rolled through the constructs without touching them. Ring wraiths had no independent souls, the pulse passed through them like wine through smoke. Larfleeze was another matter. He was still alive, still his own being, and the direct hit launched him backward a dozen meters, roughly 40 feet, blood pouring from his mouth, his mind a white blank. I'm taking your head. She kicked off the top of a construct's skull and shot forward. One clean strike, and this ended. A colossal suction force hit her like a wall. The god of hunger had moved. It crossed her path at an angle, and now its mouth, 10 meters, 30+ feet, wide, gaping open to maximum, was between her and Larfleeze. The suction that poured from that maw was immense, irresistible, forcing her to break off and strike back rather than push through. The angle of her approach became untenable. She stopped, turned, struck back, and bought Larfleeze just enough time for his constructs to regroup around him. 7 or 8 different energy barriers snapped into place. Whatever trick she'd used on his mind earlier, he'd fortified against it. Ha! She didn't even sound surprised. The Guardians told you where to find me, didn't they? Those miserable old cowards. It wasn't really a question. Those ancient meddlers had been alive for hundreds of millions of years. Planting a surveillance device or two in her general vicinity was nothing for them. Setting an orange ring lunatic against her cost them absolutely nothing. If it played out badly for Larfleeze, no loss. If it kept Thea occupied, also a win. Today, there's no one coming to save you. The anger in her chest burned green-edged and red-hot together. She raised her gaze, eyes lit from within, and fired 2 beams directly at Larfleeze. Green channels with traces of red fury, the light was more vivid than any she'd ever produced, burning brighter than before. The beams curved around the constructs, lunging to intercept, tracking their target, converging on Larfleeze. Ah! He ran. For the first time in his long, greedy life, Larfleeze ran. His survival instincts were strong. He'd climbed from a small, cautious creature on a lawless planet to the undisputed king of an entire star system, and those instincts had saved him more times than he could count. Nothing had ever set off his internal alarm the way this did. He dove, twisted, sprinted. The beams tracked him perfectly. In less than 2 seconds, he would be out of time. The god of hunger lunged sideways and put itself between him and the beams. She tried to angle past it. The hunger god opened its mouth to maximum width, and the suction that poured out was enough to bend the beam's trajectories, to pull them off course through raw gravitational force, strong enough that debris tore from the planet's surface and the planet's orbital path visibly shuddered. The construct's blank, dead eyes flickered with something that looked briefly, impossibly, like relief. The beams disappeared into that vast maw. The god of hunger crumbled from the center outward, cracks spreading in all directions. Then it was dust. Ugh. Thea pressed the heel of her hand against her temple. It felt like someone had driven an iron rod through her skull. Her vision went dark at the edges, and her thoughts scattered. Her spirit force surged into turbulence, and she had to force it flat again through sheer will. A god of hunger, not a fake or an inflated lesser being, but a genuine new god, even a depleted one. Annihilating it left a mark. She stood with her eyes half shut, slowly rubbing her temple, frowning hard, pressing the disturbance in her spirit force flat a fraction at a time until the worst of it passed. Chapter 810, Chapter 809, 30 silver coins. Destroying the god of hunger had given her a splitting headache, but it had also given her something else, clarity. She stood in the wreckage of the battlefield and took stock of herself. She looked at the dead planets stretching around her, the silent star sector, the wandering souls crying out without sound. That's what it was. Not Larfleeze's greed. Or not only his greed, that had just been the accelerant. The anger she'd been carrying since she set foot in this region of space had a different source. These dead worlds were full of souls that hadn't gone anywhere. They died in resentment, in fury, and they were still here, still screaming without voices, and she'd been walking through that invisible noise for hours. It had saturated her without her realizing it. The anger had been theirs. Fortunately, the surge and collapse had done something useful. Her anger, which had remained at a modest level of control for so long, had now been tested hard enough to break past the threshold. It settled into her like something that finally fit. She could work with that. You piece of garbage, where do you think you're crawling to? Larfleeze had stopped trying to stand. He was pulling himself forward with his hands, legs dragging uselessly behind him, muttering something no one could parse. His spirit force was nearly depleted, the constructs had faded, the orange glow across the landscape had died away, and the planet was just dark rock again. Thea crouched, looked at him, and delivered a second soul pulse. Larfleeze went flat. He didn't get up. She straightened. She leveled the holy sword at his skull. You wanted my sword? Come and take it. She pointed at him with the flat of the blade. Every last bit of wealth belongs to Larfleeze. That's what you said, wasn't it? You had the nerve to reach your dirty claws toward the goddess of wealth, and today would have been the last day of your miserable life. She held the point steady. Then she paused. A new message had arrived in her mind. She turned it over quickly, reading the shape of it, the timing, the chain of cause and effect. The Larfleeze ambush. The emergency gem. The interval between them. A supreme being had arranged this. Deliberately. The orange ring attack had been engineered to pull her away from Larfleeze at exactly the right moment, to force her hand into sparing him. She could see the whole mechanism now, the way you see a chess set up only after the game is over. She laughed quietly through her teeth and pointed at Larfleeze one more time. Dog. Your tiny little view of the world never imagined that a supreme being would use this kind of method to save your worthless life. Count yourself lucky. Next time you show your face in front of me, I'll take that head. She turned her back on him without another look. She was halfway through opening a portal home when the emergency gem flared. The call could only come from a handful of people, her immediate family and closest circle. Someone was in serious trouble. She ran a quick divination and had the situation mapped out in seconds. It was clear enough, the other side hadn't tried to hide anything. Raven. Wiltshire, England. Stonehenge. She arrived under a cloudless sky, the kind of afternoon that made the countryside look like a painting. A few young men were kicking a football at the edge of the field. Tourists moved in small clusters between the standing stones, snapping photos, checking guidebooks. An entirely ordinary day. In the hidden fold of space layered over the monument, things were less ordinary. Thea pushed through the boundary. Raven was backing away in uneven steps, her dark robes trailing across the grass. Standing between her and any exit was a tall man in a blue coat with a broad brimmed hat pulled low, and the way he moved had the particular confidence of someone who had never once doubted he would get what he came for. Thea threw a divine barrier between them and stepped in. Raven. Get behind me. She felt the barrier the moment it left her hands. Something was wrong with the local magical framework. The energy flow here was unlike anything she'd worked with before. She abandoned arcane power immediately and switched to pure divine force. That held. Raven saw her and exhaled, visibly. She crossed behind Thea's shoulder and fixed cold eyes on the men in the hat. Careful. He lured me here. There's something planned. The magical interference, it's connecting to hell. Thea scanned the area, uncertain. This is where he was originally summoned. Raven's voice carried something layered, grief, old anger. The he she meant wasn't the men in the hat. Thea looked back at him. So. Phantom stranger. Unless I'm reading this wrong, you were trying to hand Raven over to her father. Since when do you run errands for hell? The phantom stranger's expression didn't change. He stepped through the divine barrier as though it wasn't there. Thea's eyes narrowed. That was a divine barrier. He'd walked through it like fog. New God, he said. I have no connection to hell. A being of great power sent me to do this. Stand aside. Before such greatness, you are an ant. An ant. She turned that over in her mind and found, to her own mild surprise, that she wasn't offended. He was right. The presence, if that was who stood behind this, had the Watchers of Marvel, Highfather, Darkseid, every cosmic entity she'd ever encountered, all of them, somewhere far below the same horizon. She had enough self-awareness to know exactly where she stood in comparison. Calling herself an ant was probably generous. Even so. She'd been thinking about the Larfleeze encounter on her way here. The timing. The orange ring attack right before the emergency call. The setup was too clean to be coincidence. Someone at an altitude she couldn't reach had arranged for her to be here at this exact moment, and that someone was, in all probability, watching. That kind of power didn't micromanage. It set things in motion and enjoyed the unfolding. The presence was the author of this story, not a character in it, and authors didn't usually stop the plot from complicating. Which meant she had room to maneuver. A little. She dropped the argument about great power entirely. No winning that one. Instead she tilted her head at the phantom stranger and shifted registers. You know I'm the goddess of wealth, right? I can see from your expression that you do. She paused. Then you also know those 30 coins hanging around your neck fall inside my domain. The stranger's coat covered his chest, but she'd already felt it, a faint trail of divine resonance, small and old, saturating objects that had been in contact with something incomprehensibly large. The coins were trivial in weight and monetary value. As objects steeped in divine karma, they were anything but. The spear of Longinus started as an ordinary Roman lance, she continued pleasantly. It became a relic because of what it touched, and what it was used to do. 30 silver coins used to purchase a life, the life of Jesus of Nazareth, carry the same category of weight. That kind of transaction sits squarely in the wealth domain. They're holy relics whether anyone likes that framing or not. She glanced at the coins outlined beneath his coat. What a shame. And they're yours, which means I can't simply take them. But. She tilted her head slightly. For a man who sold Jesus for 30 silver coins, Judas, wasn't it? That was your name once, there's still quite a lot we could discuss. She smiled. The local authority matters more than some distant emperor. I don't need to take anything. I just need to be relevant. The presence was the Buddha in this story. The phantom stranger was the pilgrim monk, traveling a road he believed was ordained. And she was the demon making trouble by the roadside. Pilgrims expected demons. The script practically wrote itself. I just need to not go over the line. So, she said to the stranger. Let's talk about you. Chapter 8:11, Chapter 8:10, Journey to Hell, Part 1. I was Judas, the phantom stranger said. Everyone knows that. There is nothing to hide. He turned his attention to Raven with the detached certainty of a man completing a task. My task today is to send her in. Thea grabbed Raven's arm and opened a portal. The stranger didn't need to intervene. The city wouldn't be the place for a confrontation, he preferred to work from the shadows, not in the open. He wouldn't chase them into downtown New York for an open brawl. If she could just get through. A colorless, transparent ripple folded across the portal mouth and sealed it. She must remain here, the stranger said. This is ordained. Thea punched through the ripple with raw force and stepped anyway. The stranger was already in front of them. Raven pulled against Thea's grip, furious, and tried to reach for her power, but the magic here was wrong, eddying in directions that made no sense, and she couldn't get enough of it to work with. Her considerable reserves were useless. Ordained. Thea looked at him flatly. You must have a very sad life, believing that. Then she stopped talking and worked. 5 colors of light expanded around her in all directions, hope and compassion and will and fear and rage, the emotional spectrum rendered in layered halos. They enclosed the phantom stranger entirely. She pressed them inward. Each frequency found something different to pull on. Hope, did he hope? He hoped he could be forgiven. He'd been hoping for 2,000 years. Fear, was he afraid? Yes. He was afraid that the hope was a lie. That the forgiveness he'd been promised was something he'd invented from his own desperate need. Rage, at himself. At the life that had never, not once, been in his own hands. Compassion, she aimed that one like a lance. A sinner drowning in penance who couldn't tell whether his suffering was earning anything or just suffering. The stranger's poker face didn't crack, but she saw the tightening around his eyes. Then she reached into the wealth domain and found the 30 coins. Small. Old. Saturated with a weight of divine karma so disproportionate to their physical form that the contrast was almost funny. She touched that weight carefully, not to seize it but to resonate with it. These coins were well within her jurisdiction, and the jurisdiction holder didn't need permission to listen to what objects in their domain remembered. The coins remembered everything. Awe. The phantom stranger's composure shattered. He seized both sides of his own throat with both hands, staggering backward, expression wild with a panic she suspected he hadn't shown in centuries. His feet left the ground. Then she was looking at somewhere else entirely. Rough linen, a dusty road at evening, and an ancient olive tree. The 30 coins were not around his neck now, they were the rope. He dangled from a branch, the coins looped and knotted into a noose, and his feet weren't quite touching the ground. Not high enough to end it. Not low enough to stand. Just suspended, in that eternal in-between. He couldn't go up. He couldn't come down. And then the people came. A crowd of ordinary villagers, rough clothing, bare feet, farmers and laborers. They stopped on the road below him, looked up, and began to talk among themselves. Some of their faces were ones he vaguely recognized. He opened his mouth. The noose made it impossible to speak properly. It didn't matter. No one was asking him to speak. They just looked, commented to each other, and moved on. Pity from some. Contempt from others. Disgust from more than he expected. The afternoon light turned gold, then red, and still they came, a slow, steady procession passing beneath him. He could hear everything they said, and he couldn't answer a single word. By the time the last of the daylight drained from the horizon, the road was empty again. The woman stepped out of the growing dark. She looked at him hanging there with the particular expression of someone who has run out of patience with a situation that didn't have to be this way. You really believe you hung yourself out of guilt? It wasn't a question. Or was it the commentary? Everyone decided you were guilty, so you decided the same. You walked into your own verdict without understanding what you were actually being convicted of. He had no answer. 30 silver coins, and you chose betrayal. A few weeks of whispers, and you chose to die. Your own life was never a decision you made, you drifted into every outcome you ever reached. 2,000 years later and you're still drifting. Her voice rose. Raven is a good and innocent person. You were going to hand her back to her father, throw her away again, and call that penance. Then what exactly is penance to you? Tell me. Loudly. He couldn't. But as Thea spoke, the noose at his neck eased, loosened noticeably, as though something in the mechanism of his long penance had genuinely shifted. The vision dissolved. They were at Stonehenge again, Raven's hand still in hers, with the phantom stranger standing in front of them, upright and unreadable. But his jaw was slightly too tight, and his breathing was a half-beat too careful. And then the world went strange. Color drained from the air around them, not going dark but going other, cycling through shades that had no names, light and non-light oscillating in ways that shouldn't have been possible. The standing stones were still there but they'd become peripheral. The center of everything was a small, dirty schnauzer sitting on the grass, looking at all 3 of them with complete equanimity. Thea went very still. There you are. She'd suspected. The timing of the Larfleeze encounter, the escalating coincidences, the locked-in feeling of the whole sequence, she'd had a guess. She managed her expression into something that looked genuinely startled and uncertain, with just a trace of awe. Not difficult. Some of the awe was real. The presence had tolerated her work on the stranger. The coins hadn't resisted her. That was as close to a nod of approval as she was likely to get from a being at this altitude, and she could dimly sense something more, as if he were not merely watching but faintly, obliquely, exchanging something with her. An impression rather than a message. She filed it away. She was a character in this story, not a director. Raven was a bit player. They didn't get to improvise the ending. They watched. Raven's grip on her hand tightened. What is that? Or, who is that? The little schnauzer looked ordinary from a distance, but when you actually paid attention, it felt like standing next to the entire universe. Raven had faced Trigon. She'd never felt anything like this. Even my father doesn't. Thea squeezed her hand. Don't. The presence wasn't looking at either of them. He turned his attention to the phantom stranger and spoke, simply, perhaps you still don't understand. The world has never needed your salvation. The one who needs saving is you. The stranger opened his coat. Reached in. Lifted the 30 silver coins on their cord and held them. You told me. When all 30 have departed, my redemption is complete. His composure was back, or most of it. But underneath, then why aren't they departing? Then why aren't you keeping your word? He didn't say that. He'd learned a long time ago not to say that. The presence looked at all three of them with the unhurried attention of someone watching something they'd been invested in for a very long time. Your journey has only just begun, he said. I look forward to what comes next. The schnauzer grew, or perhaps the world shrank. Thea watched in absolute concentration, and in the space of a breath she saw, not visions, not metaphors, but actual pattern, cycles of stars, epochs of civilizations, the long turning of things that took longer than history to turn. It was probably only a second. It felt like no time at all. Then he turned around and walked away. Thea got her bearings back. Looked around. Vast wasteland. Dark sky. The earth beneath her feet was deep red, and the air hit her like a fist to the nose, sulfur, thick enough to make her eyes water. She sneezed twice. All around them, in every direction, forms drifted without direction or purpose, the wandering dead. Hell. Chapter 8:12, Chapter 8:11, Journey to Hell, Part 2. Welcome to Hell, new God. The phantom stranger's tone made it clear this was not a welcome. Thea didn't need the introduction. She'd already run the assessment. Hell occupied the same cosmic tier as New Genesis and Apocalypse, categorically above the parallel universes she usually operated in. She'd felt the shift the moment they arrived. The rules here were different in ways that went deeper than technique. She turned to Raven, who was trembling. I'll find a way out. Trust me on that. Raven tried to hold herself steady. The smell of this place, the weight of it, she'd been to the edges of hell before, but being dropped into it without warning was something else entirely. First things first. Thea caught her by the wrist. Your magical signature is broadcasting. If your father's people sense that, we're done before we start. Hold still, this is going to be uncomfortable. She worked quickly, tracing 4 separate rune formations across Raven's limbs, each one key to the specific frequency of Trigon's demonic essence that ran through Raven's bloodline. The malevolent power that made Raven his daughter went quiet. From a casual magical scan, she'd read as an ordinary girl with some arcane training. Not perfect. The blood resonance, the deeper hereditary connection, that she couldn't mask. They'd need distance between them and wherever Trigon's main body was anchored. That'll hold for now, Thea said, stepping back and studying her work. Just don't push your powers hard. The runes will slip. And you. The phantom stranger's voice came from behind her. Your divine light might as well be a bonfire. This realm is not hospitable to beings of your nature. She gave him a look. Obviously. She'd already checked. Her mother box, blocked. Teleportation, incompatible with Hell's dimensional laws. The lantern ring, worthless here. Every exit she'd built into herself over years of careful preparation was sealed. The presence hadn't just dropped her here and left the door open. He'd made absolutely sure that if she was going to find her way out, she'd have to earn it. She reached into her wealth space and rummaged until she found it. A gray-white robe, frayed at the edges, the kind of garment that looked like it had been dragged through a century of neglect. It had come from Hades's vaults, not a front-shelf item, not something she paid much attention to when she first acquired it, but the enchantment was useful, it drew wandering souls. They were attracted to it. She threw it over her shoulders. The effect was immediate. A dozen nearby wraiths turned toward her, confused and hungry, and then began drifting in. Then more followed. The dead didn't care about divine light, they responded to soul signatures, and the robe advertised a feast. Within 30 seconds she was wrapped in a trailing shroud of restless dead that would have made any observer assume she was a necromancer in her professional prime. The phantom stranger stared. She wiggled her fingers at him. Surprised. I plan ahead. Her soul attribute divine seat did the rest of the work. Any wraith that actually got too close simply ceased to exist on contact with her passive emanation. She was a predator wearing prey's clothing. From the outside, she looked perfectly dangerous in the acceptable kind of way, the kind of dangerous that Hell's inhabitants respected rather than attacked. Raven needed no disguise. Her aura already matched Hell's native resonance, she belonged here in a way that wouldn't raise flags. Raven glanced around at the blasted landscape and dropped her voice. Can we follow the old route? The path we opened when we sealed the fragment, through Nanda Parbat. Would that work? You know this terrain. Thea turned to her with some interest. If an existing route was accessible, that would make things considerably simpler. Raven looked around carefully for several seconds. Then she shook her head. She didn't recognize any of this. Then we find our own way. Thea pointed at the stranger. You, follow us. And try not to be dramatic about it. She turned without waiting. I'll fight to the end before I sit around waiting for someone to hand me a way out. He fell into step behind them. The outer reaches of hell were a disaster unfolding in slow motion. Wandering souls accumulated here, beings who'd lived with enough malice in life to miss the path to the spirit realms entirely, ending up in this wasteland instead. Without direction or memory, they cycled through the same blind hunger until something in the environment tipped the balance. They absorbed enough of hell's ambient energy, fought and consumed each other long enough, and eventually something crystallized. A minor demon. Given enough time and enough violence, a minor demon could become a major one, carve out territory, start something that looked almost like civilization. This was the iron law of hell's natural history, forged over billions of years. It also meant the outer reaches were occupied, and the occupants were watching. Several demons passed them at a distance. Every one of them took one look at the wraith-trailing gray robe and chose a different direction. She didn't have Diana's brilliant divine presence, her own divine seat leaned toward neutrality, commerce, exchange. But a necromancer walking hell's outskirts with dead souls clinging to her like a cloak was its own kind of statement. The phantom stranger was not so fortunate. He was, by any reasonable cosmic accounting, the greatest sinner who had ever lived. Whatever divine record kept these things noted had that distinction next to his name. The wandering dead in this sector could smell it. She watched three of them lock onto him simultaneously and drift his way with the focused attention of things that had been hungry for a very long time. He threw up a defensive barrier. More came. Can you make less noise? She said without turning around. I am not doing this intentionally. Then think about it harder. She sighed, pulled a thin thread of soul attribute divine power out of herself, and passed it back toward him, not enough to disguise him, but enough to broadcast a basic deterrent. This one is off the menu. The wraith slowed, reconsidered, drifted away. Don't make me regret that, she said. They walked. The landscape didn't change much, dark sky, red earth, rock formations that looked like they'd been melted and resolidified multiple times. The sulfur smell faded to background noise after the first hour, which was its own kind of terrible. 3 hours into the march, the faint outline of a settlement appeared at the edge of visibility, low structures, dim lights. Thea ran the numbers in her head. Hell's cosmological neighbors were Apocalypse and the Nightmare Realm, Dreamscape gone wrong. Either would be substantially worse than where they were standing. But Hell itself had something useful. Human beings had been finding their way here and building routes out of it for as long as civilization had existed. Summoning circles. Bargain portals. One-way gates installed by demon lords who'd once had reasons to want traffic flowing outward. The presence had sealed her methods. He hadn't sealed Hell. She just needed to find a local who'd rent her a door. A demon came down the road toward them on a hell horse, a dark beast with eyes that burned like embers, its hooves ringing against the red stone with each step. The rider wore half armor, scavenged and battered, and had the air of someone who'd recently acquired it from a previous owner. He was moving quickly. Thea stepped into the road. You. Stop. All I need is one demon with a working portal and a price I can meet. She smiled pleasantly at the demon, who had stopped his horse and was now calculating his odds with visible discomfort. This was exactly the kind of negotiation she could do all day. Chapter 813, Chapter 812, Hell's Journey, Part 3. The spectral glow radiating from Thea's body, converted from wandering ghosts she'd harvested, sent the demon stumbling backward in panic. Hell and the underworld weren't far apart, and the occasional undead archmage wandering over from one to the other was perfectly normal. Talk. Who's the local lord? Thea didn't bother asking for directions directly. The way she figured it, most demon lords maintained a direct portal back to Earth. She just needed to pick one who wasn't too powerful. It's Lord Nibiros, ma'am. The demon's voice shook. She sized him up, 5'7", 170 centimeters, red skin, no wings, no spell-like abilities. His combat power was thoroughly unimpressive, but the fact that he rode a horse in Hell meant he was at least elite tier by grunt standards. She looked him over several more times. Nothing remarkable. Barely stronger than an average human. And if the soldiers were this underwhelming, Nibiros himself probably wasn't much better. Wasn't the demon who tangled with Blue Devil named Nibiros? The name was awkward and tongue-twisting enough that she wasn't entirely sure. From now on, you serve me. The demon bristled, but then Thea tossed him a fingernail-sized chunk of adamantine, and his displeasure evaporated into delight. He couldn't nod fast enough. As a servant, naturally, he couldn't ride while his master walked. The demon, whose name was Tooth, surrendered his horse without further prompting. Thea cradled Raven and swung into the saddle. As for the esteemed Mr. Phantom Stranger, he could keep hoofing it. With her new servant in tow, Thea asked about the state of hell. The power struggles among the archdemons were beyond Tooth's pay grade, but the one thing he could tell her, through an endless stream of complaints, was that hell was desperately short on basic supplies. A shortage. A critical shortage. Thea blinked. How had this plotline developed? Surely the Almighty hadn't learned she was loaded and sent her down here to stimulate hell's economy and boost domestic demand. Her original plan had been to find a portal and leave. But the situation made her think twice. She had money. She had obscene amounts of money. That included every category of supplies imaginable: daily goods, raw minerals, weapons, rare equipment. Kerrigan's Zerg didn't produce anything, they'd simply conquered 2 sectors worth of alien civilizations and piled the spoils on their hive world. The Zerg only cared about reproduction. Their demand for material goods was the lowest of any species in the universe. Everything belonged to the collective, consumption was negligible, and there was no 6% of the population consuming 50% of the resources problem. Over millions of years, after plundering hundreds of planets, their accumulated wealth had reached a staggering figure. To demonstrate her loyalty when defecting, Kerrigan had handed over 70% of the Zerg's collective treasury. Thea's dimensional storage was now stuffed to the point of bursting. Her stockpile of adamantine and mithril alone could be measured in thousands of tons. It was simply too much. As if confirming her suspicions, she carved a golden trail of bribes across the landscape. By the time they reached the nearest small town, she'd recruited over 300 demons and 12 hell horses. The Phantom Stranger said he didn't want one, but his body was considerably more honest than his mouth. He took the reins the moment she offered. 300 thugs, all acquired at an absurdly low cost. A few metal scraps, a handful of Zerg talons, that was the entire transaction. Of course, flaunting that kind of wealth also attracted plenty of hostile attention. But every attacker had their soul ripped out and was reanimated as a walking corpse. The undead were now shuffling mechanically along at the rear of the convoy. Tooth tossed 2 coins to the gate guards, and the whole entourage filed into the town. Paying the gate tax meant acknowledging the local lord's authority, and in return, they gained access to the market for rest and trade. Refuse, and you stayed in the wilderness. They weren't the only group traveling like this. The roads were full of similar bands, chaos held together by a thin thread of order. Thea fought off 2 more ambushes along the way. Both attacking leaders died on the spot, a bit of coin changed hands, and the enemy forces became her forces. Her total headcount broke 1,000. Winner takes all. The demons switched allegiance with the casual ease of changing clothes, as though they'd been hers all along. And with the demons came slaves. Intelligent beings reduced to property. Human slaves. Men and women, hunched and broken, wrapped in filthy rags, their expressions hollow. They trudged alongside the demon foot soldiers, shuffling into her column without a word. You can't save them. They're already dead, technically. The stranger spoke up, clearly worried she'd fly into a righteous fury and leave demon corpses everywhere. Thea thought he was overthinking it. How many of the humans who'd ended up in hell were genuinely good people? These were souls who'd eagerly signed demonic contracts in life, seduced by promises of power or pleasure. Now they were here to pay the bill. That was how the bargain worked. She changed the subject. Why are you still following me, anyway? Hasn't your boss given you any orders? The mention of this depressed him visibly. He hadn't received a single prompt, not a hint, not a whisper. He shook his head in silence. What do they call the being you serve? The voice. And I don't serve him. Let me give you some advice, don't judge him by the standards of your new gods. Thea smirked. What's with the attitude? If it weren't for the fact that his boss was absurdly powerful, she'd have dealt with him ages ago. Nibiros is holed up in a castle to the northwest. I'm going to take him out and see if he has a portal back to Earth. If you haven't received your mission prompt by then, come find me. With that, Thea led her army into a small fortress, formerly the base of one of the attackers, now seamlessly under new management. Spears and armor were distributed. Whatever her demon's actual fighting ability, once they were kitted out, they looked almost respectable from a distance. The stranger was speechless. You're here to conquer territory, aren't you? Didn't even hesitate, just went straight into warlord mode. He couldn't begin to understand what Thea was after. Confused and unsatisfied, he waved goodbye. He had a feeling the voice would only speak to him once he was away from her group. And sure enough, the phantom stranger, that loyal toy to his divine master, had excellent instincts. Barely 5 minutes after separating from the main force, a voice vast as the horizon itself echoed through his mind. Find yourself. Find your family. No. My family is innocent, you can't drag them into this. His face went white. It was as if someone had plucked the deepest string in his soul. He screamed at the blood-red sky, but hell remained indifferent, its crimson canopy a silent testament to his wretched fate. They're all innocent. They're ordinary people, they don't even know what I am. Please, leave them alone. He kept crying out, but the world around him had frozen. Time and space collapsed into stillness. He could see the malicious eyes of nearby demons, could see Thea's army filing into the fortress, but no one noticed him. He'd been slipped into the cracks between moments. Fine. I'll look. I'll go right now. After an indeterminate stretch of frozen agony, the stranger steadied himself. The flow of time resumed. He searched like a man possessed. Not here. Not them. Through one demon city after another, for longer than he could say, until at last, 3 familiar figures came into view. Chapter 8:14, Chapter 8:13, Hell's Journey, Part 4. Ellie. Tim. Elena. I'm here to save you. After wandering hell for days without Thea's support, fighting his way through demon hordes over and over, the stranger's reserves of both stamina and magic were long since depleted. But now, from some unknown wellspring, strength surged back into his limbs. One punch sent a demon guard flying, and his vision narrowed to those 3 silhouettes, his family from the mortal world. Or rather, the family he'd built over the past 2 decades. He loved his wife. He loved his 2 children. He'd never imagined that he would be the reason they were dragged into hell. An ordinary woman and 2 ordinary children. They weren't Thea, who could trade blows with Darkseid for half an hour. They didn't have 2 sectors worth of alien wealth at their disposal. They certainly didn't have the talent to carve out a fiefdom in hell's wastelands. And with time flowing differently here, the stranger had no idea how long they'd been wandering. The sight that greeted him shattered his heart. His wife had her back to him, hunched over, gnawing on a slab of rotting meat. The light had gone out of his children's eyes entirely, they followed the column numbly. I'll kill every last one of you, he raised his arm to obliterate the demons. He couldn't access even a 10,000th of God's power, but even that sliver meant he feared no enemy here. The massacre never happened. Before his fury could find its target, a demon with a skull wreathed in flames stepped into his path. His overwhelming power drained away, siphoned off in a steady stream by this unremarkable-looking creature. The stranger couldn't comprehend it. How could this demon absorb the power of the Most High? Surprised, stranger. The flaming demon's voice dripped with hatred. I'm you. Don't you recognize me? You've probably forgotten me entirely. You stole my name. My family. My happy, whole family, wife and children. Everything you see here is your doing. The stranger recoiled. Philip. The original Philip. The demon laughed, a cruel, jagged sound. That's right. Take a good look at what you've done. You stole my identity. You lived with my family. And I sank into hell. But now we're all together again, one big happy reunion. Philip wrapped his arms around the 3 broken figures, 1 woman, 2 small children, and laughed, and laughed. Seeing his beloved wife and children reduced to creatures running on survival instinct alone, the stranger's composure crumbled. Everything is my fault. Please, let them go. The power of the Most High vanished as though it had never existed. He was the sinner on the field of blood again, battered, stripped of courage and conviction and dignity, with nothing left but his knees on the scorched ground, begging for forgiveness. Philip ground a boot into the stranger's skull, his expression one of sadistic amusement, his laughter rich with satisfaction. Not enough. Not nearly enough. This doesn't even begin to calm my anger. Do you know what it's like? Those suffocating memories. The pain that drowns everything else. I had a kind family. I had my own life. But you destroyed it all. The demon's foot bore down harder, grinding. You're going to pay. Take me instead. I betrayed the Son of God, Jesus himself. I'm the most evil man in history. Chain me up and let them go. It's the only thing I can still do for them. Please. The moment those words left his mouth, Philip paused. After a long moment, he nodded. All around them, the damned loosed a collective howl, a shapeless, animal sound. Ghosts in the wasteland wailed in harmony, a keening that pierced straight to the soul. All of hell seemed to shudder. The greatest sinner in history had volunteered for damnation. Hell's will practically sang with triumph, celebrating its monumental victory. The indestructible cloak was torn from his body by a swarm of lesser demons, ripped to shreds like cheap cloth. The phantom stranger became Judas once more, and this time it was no illusion of Thea's. He willingly cast aside the identity the Most High had given him and returned to what he'd been, a mortal man. They're yours now, hey, if you can walk out of hell alive, that is. Move it, slave. Philip cracked a whip across the stranger's hunched back without an ounce of hesitation. Mortal again, the lash bit deep from shoulder to waist, and blood flowed instantly. He didn't flinch. He lifted his unconscious wife and children onto his back and staggered after the column. The weight of 3 bodies nearly crushed the breath from his lungs. But he believed he deserved every ounce of it. Along the way, he endured the mockery, the beatings, the abuse of every demon in the column. This was his road of atonement, and he would walk every step of it himself. How long he walked, how far, he couldn't say. Each day blurred into the next, a mechanical, mindless march forward. Time lost its meaning. Memory grew hazy. Even the demons grew bored of his meekness and moved on to newer victims. To help his wife and children recover, he instinctively gravitated toward the other humans in the column. The human contingent turned over constantly. Some escaped. Some were killed. Everyone carried their own mountain of troubles, and before long, nobody cared about his identity as Judas. "Hey, big guy. You've had plenty of chances, why don't you run?" A reasonably attractive woman sidled up to him. Stripped of his power, he had no idea what crime had landed her here. But the way she carried herself, eyes calculating, flirting with half the humans in the column, made it clear she wasn't exactly a saint. He had no energy for small talk. "I'm atoning," he said flatly. The woman wasn't ready to give up. She glanced at the demon patrols and dropped her voice. "Word is, some undead archmage crossed over from the underworld and is building an army to attack the demon lords. The pay's supposed to be unbelievable. Let's escape together, you're big, you'd be an asset on any battlefield. Fight, get paid, go home." Home. The word cracked something inside him. He shook his head. "I'm atoning. I won't run, and I won't retreat." The woman stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Finally, under her breath, "Idiot." He didn't give it another thought. Somewhere down the line, he heard the woman had led a handful of human slaves on a midnight escape. Their destination, unknown. The demon column churned like hell itself, new faces joining, old ones vanishing. The only constant was Philip, who never tired of tormenting the stranger. Long after every other demon had lost interest in the greatest sinner of all, Philip remained dedicated to his suffering. The irony was hard to miss. "Keep moving, slave." The whip cracked again. The stranger maintained his pace, back bent under the weight of his family, feet bare on hell's burning surface. His shoes had disintegrated long ago. Eventually the demon band scattered. The region's war had escalated dramatically. The new undead archmage was trying to carve out a domain, a city of death, and the local lord wasn't about to cede ground without a fight. The tug of war had been going on for some time, and most of the demons, everyone except Philip, had been drawn to the front. Even the stranger, dull as his senses had become, could tell that this remote corner of hell had devolved into absolute chaos. The relative peace of the march was gone, replaced by the ring of blades on every horizon. That one really knows how to stir things up. Chapter 8:15, Chapter 8:14, Hell's Journey, Part 5. In the quiet hours, the stranger thought about Thea. The memory was already fading, she felt like a figure from a distant lifetime. But her sheer, stubborn refusal to bend sometimes made him waver. Had he made the right choice? He had. He must have. Thinking of everything Philip had put him through, the stranger steeled his resolve. This was all a trial from the Most High. That conviction lasted precisely until the next morning, when a bone arrow fired from somewhere in the distance punched clean through Philip's throat. "What the?" the stranger gaped in disbelief. He'd been certain Philip was part of the divine plan, a tormentor assigned to him until he'd endured 81 tribulations, a constant shadow that would never leave his side. Right up until that arrow buried itself in the demon's windpipe, he'd believed it with every fiber of his being. Watching Philip's body twitch in a spreading pool of blood, the stranger wasn't so sure anymore. Maybe this guy hadn't been a test from God after all. A wave of skeleton soldiers surged out of the dust. At their head rode an undead knight, cobbled together from demon corpses, while a handful of poorly equipped demons rushed to meet them. The two sides crashed together without preamble. No one so much as glanced at him. Just to be safe, the stranger crouched beside Philip and checked. The demon who tormented him for God knew how long had bled out. Dead. Something inside the stranger went cold. So he wasn't my ordained adversary after all. Then what was the point of all those months of suffering? Where's my cloak? Where's my power? He tried to reclaim the abilities he tossed away like garbage, and found, unsurprisingly, that you couldn't unring that particular bell. The skirmish was small. The stranger had lifetimes of survival experience. He crept and dodged his way clear of the battlefield without trouble. "Hey! Give me my power back. Please, I need to get my family home." He screamed at the sky. No answer. Not even an echo. It was as though he'd never existed at all. "I need help. At the very least, someone who can get my wife and children back to Earth." The demons were out of the question. That left exactly one option: he had to backtrack and find Thea. Whether it was restoring his family's minds or sending them home, the help of a goddess of souls was indispensable. Finding a single person in hell's vastness was no small feat. Fortunately, Thea was incapable of keeping a low profile. She was currently waging a spectacular siege, and it took little more than a few casual questions to locate her. The stranger's luck held, or perhaps the Most High was simply enjoying the show too much to throw obstacles in his path. Carrying his family on his back, fighting through checkpoint after checkpoint, the stranger finally reached the outskirts of Thea's camp. The encampment sprawled across the Hell's Cape, nearly 1,000,000 demons under arms, with an equal number of undead shambling alongside them. On the horizon loomed an enormous bronze-colored fortress city. Countless demons fought desperately along its walls, and every so often a high-ranking demon entered the fray to shore up a crumbling section, keeping the attackers from scaling the ramparts. The area blazed with light. Inside the city, a colossal stone pillar rose into the blood-red sky, magical radiance pulsing across its surface, throwing off waves of sinister energy. The attackers had lit spectral ghost lanterns of their own that burned a sickly white, boosting the speed and striking force of every undead in range by a solid 10%. The stranger waited outside the perimeter for 3 days. He couldn't get in. "Are you really a divine agent of the Heavenly Father?" he muttered from behind a boulder, thoroughly miserable. Thea, for her part, was being careful not to reveal her true nature. Her strategy was simple: throw bodies at the walls, regardless of losses. By day, her demon army stormed the gates. By night, the undead took over. Around the clock, without pause. Heavy demon casualties. Irrelevant. She could recruit more from the surrounding territory. With one sweep, she could pull in fresh hordes, and the cost was negligible. Undead losses were even less of a concern. The battlefield was carpeted in corpses, and at her level of necromantic skill, a single gesture raised several thousand new soldiers. The defenders' morale crumbled fast. The stranger witnessed it with his own eyes. Demons who'd never understood the concept of loyalty leaped from the walls, collected their bounty, and joined the attacking side without breaking stride. Lord Nibiros himself was forced to sortie repeatedly, barely managing to drive the enemy back each time. But as the numerical gap widened from unfavorable to catastrophic, Nibiros went from occasional sorties to frequent ones, and finally to permanent residence on the front line. His fall was only a matter of time. A thunderous crash, the gates, weighing dozens of tons, buckled under the Hell Siege engine and split apart. 2 shattered door panels crashed to either side, as if announcing the city's fall. Nibiros, his teal skin ghastly as a wraith, couldn't decide where to commit. Enemies swarmed the walls and poured through the breach. Against the tide flooding in, there was precious little he could do. His strength sat squarely in the middle tier, stronger than most, weaker than the elite. His domain was a forgotten corner of hell that no one had ever bothered to contest. "I'll kill you." The teal-skinned demon spotted a black-robed figure drifting toward him. He lunged, claws slashing like twin swords, intent on tearing this enemy apart. Moron. The figure was, naturally, Thea. Neither Raven's power nor her own full strength was appropriate here. At full power, she could swat aside 10 demons like him with one hand. A single finger extended. A torrent of raw magic, laced with a thread of divine soul energy, spiraled forward like a drill bit. It punched through the demon's mental defenses, bored into his psyche, and detonated. "From today, you're a bone guard." Nibiros's flesh dissolved in seconds, converting into the spectral fire that fueled undead constructs. His massive, armored skeleton creaked and popped as soul energy settled into the framework. The former demon lord, now the bone guard Nibiros, slowly rose to his feet. The rest of the battle was a foregone conclusion. With their lord reduced to a literal skeleton on the enemy's side, the surviving demons had zero interest in fighting on his behalf. When they learned there was money involved, they happily set down their weapons. Demons from both sides mingled as though they'd been comrades all along. Tuth. Rally the undead army. Sweep the city from east to west. Anyone who won't submit, kill them. The speaker was clad in full battle armor, eyes burning with malevolent spirit light, faint wisps of ghosts orbiting his body. This was Tuth, the very first demon Thea had recruited in hell, the one who'd told her about the supply crisis. His personal combat ability was atrocious. Even with good equipment, he'd gotten himself killed in an earlier engagement. Thea had raised him on a whim, and the results surprised even her. Tuth turned out to have genuine talent as a Death Knight, and he'd gradually risen to become one of her key commanders. Life was full of surprises. For the remaining demons, a motley assortment from half a dozen former war bands, she appointed a few leaders, divided up the territory, and left the administrative details to them. Big Sis Thea, when are we going home? Raven had been going stir-crazy. The first few days she'd been terrified Trigon would come knocking, but she'd slowly relaxed. Heh. We can't leave until we find him. Thea had originally started recruiting just to make her own life easier. But gradually, she'd begun to understand the shape of the play she'd been cast in. In this whole affair, She was just a backdrop, there to highlight the stranger's suffering. The better she did, the more it highlighted his misery, and the happier the Most High was with the show. Chapter 8:16, Chapter 8:15, Hell's Journey, Part 6. After a few cautious probes, Thea confirmed that Hell didn't care if she conquered a bit of territory. The Most High cared even less. So she threw herself gleefully into the game. Raven was no fool, quite the opposite, the little schemer was terrifyingly sharp. The moment she caught Thea's odd expression and the pointed references to him, she pieced together about half the picture. You were pulled into hell by his decree. No one can resist that, so you were always going to end up here, one way or another. Whatever the reason, you were meant to do something down here. Thea chose her words with surgical precision. When the kid seemed to get it, she shut up immediately. Can't say too much. In short, a higher power decided you were coming, whether you wanted to or not. Once you arrived, the specifics were up to you, he only built the stage, then pulled up a chair to watch. Follow his script and he was pleased. Deviate a little and that was a pleasant surprise. Thea had no idea if her theory was correct. She looked confident, but every step felt like walking on ice. Fortunately, her experiments confirmed the script was generous. She had plenty of room to improvise. Carefully playing out the part she'd been given, she'd been startled to discover that Hell's will was also satisfied, conveying a vague but unmistakable sense of "you're doing great." She hadn't known whether to laugh or cry. But gradually, her tentative skirmishing escalated into full-blown military campaigns. Raven's eyes lit up with excitement as she rummaged through Nibirusa's personal treasure hoard. Thea leaned back in a chair, right hand propped behind her head, long legs crossed on the table, half resting and half plotting her next move. At some point she drifted off. Raven shook her awake. She scrambled back into her undead archmage disguise, hair pinned up, hood drawn over her face. Oh, hey. We found him. Raven clearly thought a certain someone had overslept. No one's watching. You can drop the act. Thea shot her a withering look. This is called being thorough. Thorough. Do you understand? Maintaining her persona, she swept into the outer chamber. My lady. An extraordinarily alluring she-demon dropped to one knee. Ah, Mechanthut. Well done, mark it as a merit. You're dismissed. The alluring demon beamed and withdrew. Only then did Thea push back her hood and regard the familiar figure who'd been escorted inside, the phantom stranger. Well, well. Lord Stranger. What's all this? Been out experiencing hardship. The phantom stranger at this moment looked utterly destitute. No shirt. No shoes. A pair of fraying burlap trousers and nothing else. Whip marks crisscrossed his body in every direction, and a blow to his temple had opened a gash that still dribbled blood down the side of his face. Getting to Thea had cost him dearly. It wasn't until he spotted Mechanthut, the same woman who'd once tried to convince him to escape, now fully transformed into a demon, that he'd finally connected with the right people. The ordeal between then and now defied description. He didn't register Thea's teasing. He went straight to the core issue, can you restore my power? Thea regarded him with a mixture of pity and amusement. Ha. Ha ha. You're giving me way too much credit. No, I can't. A flat rejection. The power of God. I'm going to restore that. In what universe? The truth is, that power never left you. He's right here, by your... He cut her off. By my side. Is that what you're going to say? That one speaks in riddles, fine, I'll grant him that. But you. You don't have the standing. I've seen beings far greater than you. You think you're a god? New gods, you're nothing but a gang of pretenders. You're not even in the same league. Don't you dare lecture me. Months, maybe longer, of compressed rage finally erupted. The stranger was half mad with it, snatching up everything within reach and hurling it against the walls. He cursed the Most High. He cursed Thea. He cursed the miserly neighbors from the mortal life he'd shared with his family. The whole world was laughing at him. Toying with him. Come on then. Whatever tricks you've got left, bring them. Either kill me or give me the answer. I'm done guessing. His eyes were bloodshot. Veins stood out on his forehead like cords. You've lost your mind. Raven conjured a sphere of black flame, authentic hellfire, the kind only a rare few could wield. She was ready to put this lunatic down. If the stranger hadn't tried to trick her into entering hell in the first place, none of this would have happened. Easy. It's not time yet. Thea stopped her with a hand. Raven blinked. In her experience, Thea wasn't exactly the forgiving type. A screaming rant delivered to her face. Unprecedented. Raven huffed but complied. The two of them, one tall, one small, both perfectly poised, sat and watched the stranger burn through his tantrum. It didn't last long. From behind the stranger, where his wife and children lay on the ground, came a faint, rasping sound, something between a breath and a moan. It hit the stranger like a bolt of lightning. He scrambled to his family's side on all fours, and the tears came instantly. Please. Save them. They're just ordinary people, you have to be able to do something. Right. Thea closed her eyes, assuming the pose of a mystic, and let 5 full minutes tick by. A faint smile curved her lips. Phantom stranger. Or Judas. You interrupted me just now. Once again, your rashness has cost you. He thought she was refusing. His expression went ashen, and then transformed into something close to horror as he stared at the ordinary silver coin balanced between her fingers. That's my coin. The shape of those 30 silver coins was branded into the deepest stratum of his soul. His hand flew to his neck, nothing. The coin had seemingly materialized in Thea's hand from thin air. Thea very much wanted to throw her head back and laugh. One of the 30 coins. Hers now. The coin was physically unremarkable. But the power sealed within it could restart the entire multiverse. Not the Flash's version, a single timeline, a few days or years rewound. This was a reset to the moment of cosmic genesis, before anything had been born, when all of creation still waited in the dark for its cue. Even without the reset function, she could use the power to create a universe of her own. And if she wanted neither a reset nor a new cosmos, she could simply observe it, the way one might study the lingering shadow of Earth, too. Even that alone would benefit her enormously. It was the stranger's outburst, his reckless, sputtering tirade, that had handed her this opportunity. So Thea was in an exceptionally good mood. You betrayed Jesus and traded his life for silver. I came here to help you, and you twisted my goodwill into an insult. Those 30 silver coins, and the one in my hand, are all part of the price. The stranger had no words. He didn't know what to say. Don't overthink it. I understand the agreement between you and the Most High. If he hadn't approved, this coin never would have ended up with me. But someday, you will owe me a favor, payment for today's offense. The stranger wasn't stupid. Reading between the lines, he deduced that his power would eventually return, why else would she want a future favor from him? She certainly wasn't going to ask him to guard the front gate at Queen Consolidated. Chapter 817, Chapter 816, Hell's Journey, Part 7. The tension drained from the stranger's face, and Thea suppressed a smirk. The Most High had played this man like a fiddle. You betrayed him, and you expect him to redeem you. One only had to look at how casually the Most High had dumped the stranger's wife and children into hell, not a shred of moral hesitation. Human values didn't apply to a being like that. An endless cycle of manipulation. An endless game of cruelty. Watching the stranger thrash in his sea of suffering, that was the Most High's idea of entertainment. Your family's happy. Into hell with them. You want redemption. Here, let me hand one of your silver coins to Thea. Let you dangle between heaven and damnation, neither rising nor falling. The stranger's position was identical to the moment he'd hanged himself 2,000 years ago. He just hadn't realized it. The stranger wanted to reclaim the coin. Thea could have told him not to waste his time. Once something entered her possession, it stayed there. Until the end of the world, his road of atonement would never reach its destination. She'd become a tool in the Most High's torment of the stranger. Thea didn't mind. She cleared her throat. You interrupted me earlier. What I was trying to say is, the power has been beside you all along. Isn't that right, Your Highness? She looked pointedly at the empty air to the stranger's left. Who's beside me? The stranger looked left, looked right, nothing. But instinct whispered that he'd just taken a massive step closer to the truth. You shouldn't have called me out. A figure materialized from the void, radiant with golden light, enormous wings unfurled behind him. His arrival brought a chorus of celestial hymns and the simultaneous howl of hells while raging against the intrusion. An angel. Raven blurted, and immediately clapped both hands over her mouth. Greetings. I am Thea Queen, of New Genesis. May heaven's holy light shine upon the mortal world. I am Zoriel, Eagle of the Host. Thea and the angel exchanged formal courtesies. His power sat a notch below hers, roughly on par with Diana's. Zoriel spoke as though every sentence were a hymn. Thea had gotten what she came for, so she left the rest to him. The rest of this is between you two. The stranger looked at Thea. Looked at the angel. This entire situation was bizarre from every angle. You've been with me this whole time, he ventured. Thea coughed once, interrupting. If I'm not mistaken, he's been with you since you were still Judas. 2,000 years. An invisible companion for 2,000 years. Through every identity, every family he'd built and lost, this being had been at his shoulder. That's impossible. He loves all mankind. Even one as steeped in sin as you remains his child. Angels watch over every soul, each person has a guardian. Zoriel's voice carried that signature Arya-like quality. Raven shot Thea a suspicious glance. Every person. Do I have one? Thea's face went blank. She rolled her eyes. What nonsense. One angel per person. That'd require trillions of them. With those numbers, heaven would have steamrolled hell ages ago. Zoriel's pitch was polished, but the rhetoric was laughably heavy-handed. From the moment you drew your first breath, I have been at your side, phantom stranger. The uncomfortably intimate quality in the angel's tone sent a shiver down Thea's spine. If she recalled correctly, Zoriel eventually died and was resurrected in a female form. Best not to get involved. My power, where is it? The angel produced the stranger's former blue cloak. He is always there, waiting for you. You need only understand the meaning of your own existence. Thea watched the stranger throw the cloak back on without a second's hesitation and knew he probably still hadn't grasped the lesson. But that was no longer her problem. With a wave of his hand, the familiar energy surged up, from the fabric, from the deepest core of his own soul. His wife's and children's eyes regained their luster. Their ashen skin took on warmth and texture. They seemed to have come back to life, at least on the surface. Wait, something's wrong. Their condition. The stranger's elation curdled. His family was the wound that would never close, anything less than perfection set off every alarm. He turned to Thea and the angel. They can't be resurrected in the conventional sense. What you've restored is their souls. At least, that's my assessment. Thea examined them with genuine care. Zoriel, by contrast, was considerably less invested. Casually, almost offhandedly, take them to heaven. They'll be reborn there. The blood drained from the stranger's face. He knew exactly what reborn meant. A completely new life, memories, history, identity, all erased. His wife and children were gone. Permanently. Irretrievably. Help me save them. I'll give you another coin. A fragile thread of hope in his voice. Thea's attention spiked. A second coin. With two, she could create an entire universe and observe its evolution from inception, the kind of experience that would catapult her comprehension to an unimaginable level. But she severed that greed almost as quickly as it arose. Too much of a good thing. This was the stranger's trial, but who said it wasn't also hers? Heaven wanted the stranger to release his family. What business did she have meddling in that? A moment's inner struggle, and her mind settled into clarity. Her mastery over the emotion of greed had, she noted, taken a quiet but meaningful step forward. I'm sorry. I can't. They don't have much time left in this world. She ran through the examination one more time, delivered the bad news, and said nothing further. The disturbingly affectionate angel gave her a warm smile, then escorted the stranger's wife and children toward heaven for rebirth. Afterward, he contentedly resumed shadowing the stranger. Before leaving, Zoriel extended an invitation for Thea to visit heaven. She declined without hesitation. Going through heaven meant borrowing their transit routes, which was worse than just leaving through hell. And the environment up there wasn't suited to her. What was she going to do? Hang a sign in the pearly gates reading, everything bought and sold. The Most High would teach her a lesson inside of 5 minutes. Watching the stranger and his angel depart, Thea let out a long breath. The lead actor had exited the stage. The play was over, and she could finally relax, no more walking on eggshells. She and Raven tore through Nibiros's belongings and located his teleportation array. Where it led, nobody knew. Nibiros had been too poor to ever use it. She inspected the array twice. Her best guess, Earth. But she wasn't fully certain. The destination could be anywhere, including Apocalypse. If she stepped through and found herself surrounded by hostile new gods, she needed to guarantee she could retreat. The conquered territory couldn't be abandoned, either. Hell produced valuable resources, a viscous fire oil that burned for 3 consecutive days, geothermal cores buried deep underground that radiated immense heat, and the occasional artifact or demi-artifact left behind by some long-dead power. Countless idle mages had ventured into hell over the centuries on a lark, died in spectacularly varied ways, and left their spellbooks scattered across the landscape. Then there were the souls themselves, an endless supply of damned spirits. Thea still couldn't figure out how souls drifted from the underworld into hell. Was it because the underworld was cold and hell was warm? The market here was enormous. The specialty goods were genuinely useful. And what she had to spend was almost nothing. She didn't even need earthly resources. Random junk the Zerg picked off backwater planets fetched astronomical prices down here. Since Hells will showed no interest in evicting her, she settled in without a second thought. Tutha's undead legions were absolutely loyal. But Mechanthut, the human woman turned succubus, was a less certain bet. Hell's ambient will was chaotic, even a psychic brand wasn't foolproof. And the local lordship required a demon face. So Thea installed Mechanthud as the official ruler, with Tuth and the Bone Guard Nibiros as her deputies. A legitimate demon lord backed by powerful subordinates and the former lord's residual authority created a three-way balance. When Mechanthud learned that Thea and Raven were leaving and that the entire domain was hers to manage, the now even more alluring succubus prostrated herself on the floor in total submission. Your strength is still too low. Thea appraised the she-demon. Too weak to hold the territory. If this corner of hell was going to serve as a gateway city between the infernal plane and the outside world, Mechanthud needed a serious upgrade. Consider this a gift. The chaotic energy hell had been feeding Thea was useless to her, but it poured into the succubus's body perfectly. After half an hour of physical restructuring, Mechanthud emerged transformed, wearing a revealing crimson silk robe with studded leather accents. Smooth pale skin across her exposed back, enormous wings, and a long, sinuous demon tail completed the picture. She was, in every sense, a proper demon lord now. Demon loyalty could never be taken for granted. Thea implanted a deep-rooted thread of fear into the innermost recesses of Mechanthud's psyche, enough to guarantee 2 or 3 years of reliable service. Then she took Raven by the hand, and under the watchful eyes of her assembled forces, stepped onto the teleportation array. One stride forward. When she looked up, she was in another world entirely. Chapter 8:18, Chapter 8:17, Thea's Strange Journey, Part 1. Who are you? Where's Raven? Thea spun around, and her breath caught in her throat. The girl who had been standing beside her was gone. In her place stood a tall, gaunt man wrapped in brown robes, his eyes rolled back to solid white, cradling a massive book that seemed tethered to his very existence by some invisible chain. The man looked at her with that blank, rolled-back gaze, as though he could read every secret she had ever carried, effortlessly, the way most people read headlines. Who are you? What happened to Raven? The edge in her voice was genuine. This being was neither fully human nor divine. He radiated almost nothing, no pressure, no crackling power, no aura of threat, and yet beneath that surface was something that felt inexhaustible. The specter would have been out of his depth here. The phantom stranger didn't come close. In all her travels through the outer layers, she had only encountered one entity that registered stronger, and that was Serena. Everyone else she'd met out here had already been more powerful than her. She allowed herself a private moment of nostalgia for Earth, where she had been, without question, the strongest person in the room. The girl has returned to her own world, the robed man said. His voice was rough and low, though his manner was almost courteous. I came for you. Thea studied him carefully, her mind already running through the short list of possibilities. There were plenty of cosmic heavyweights scattered across the outer layers. But beings who existed on an entirely different level from everyone else. That list was short. Cross-referencing his appearance, his bearing, and what remained after elimination, there was only one name left. The man spoke as though he had already read her conclusion. I am a member of the Endless. I am Destiny. Destiny. The word landed like a hand grenade. This was one of the most powerful beings in all of existence, the eldest of the Endless family, considered equal in standing to Lucifer Morningstar, who himself was said to wield half of God's own power. That placed Destiny beyond the High Father. Beyond Darkseid. Beyond both the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor. A tier that made the word powerful feel laughably small. Thea made a face, jaw slightly dropped, eyes a little too wide, and waited for the men to continue. The Endless do not seek to control, Destiny said. We transcend. We are deeper truths made manifest. Destiny is freedom. Death is life. Dream is reality. Destruction is creation. Desire is hatred. Despair is hope. Delirium is sanity. When he spoke the words destiny is freedom, his gaze settled on Thea with quiet, deliberate intent. Then came the line that hit her like a lightning strike. Your longing for freedom shattered the shackles of your original fate. The color drained from her face. Before she could even attempt to mask it, his next sentence nearly launched her straight off her feet. You have earned the right to join the Endless. Destiny. Death. Dream. Destruction. Desire. Despair. Delirium. Those were the 7. Which one would be hers? Her mind took off at a full sprint. Against the Endless, even new gods were a footnote. She was still mentally auditioning initiation ceremonies when Destiny spoke again. You who transcended your own fate, you will be my sister. You will be death. Thea waited 2 full seconds. She glanced left, then right. Nothing felt different. Her divine power, her magic, identical to what they'd been 2 seconds ago. If this was death claiming her, it was channeling power she couldn't yet detect. She stared at him with perfect blankness. Was this a test? Some kind of cosmic joke? Or had a higher authority already vetoed the appointment before it started? Before she could spiral into a full crisis, Destiny spoke with that calm, all-knowing tone of his. Not yet. Come with me, to the beginning of time. That is our home. There is much you need to learn before then. The world lurched. Nausea swept through her like a wave, the unmistakable, deeply unpleasant sensation of skipping along a timeline. She'd done it enough times to recognize the feeling. Rubbing her temples, she looked up as her vision cleared. She was inside a colossal structure unlike any architecture she had ever encountered. If forced to describe it, the closest approximation would be an irregular heptahedron, seven-sided, asymmetrical, and seemingly incapable of holding still. The building felt alive, capable of reshaping itself according to some invisible will, and what stood before her was the accumulated result, a collision of incompatible styles that somehow coexisted without apology. Color had lost its meaning here. Stare long enough at the walls and you could convince yourself you saw every shade that had ever existed, focus more closely and none of them were quite right. From the perspective of someone who carried an art goddess's sensibilities, the place had no aesthetic coherence at all. It felt as if someone had grabbed 6 entirely different architectural traditions and stacked them on top of each other out of pure indifference. At the center of the hall stood a long rectangular table. A high back throne occupied the head position, its back carved with the image of an open book in shackles, Destiny's seat, unmistakably. 3 chairs lined each side of the table, facing each other across the narrow width. The first chair on the left felt faintly connected to Thea. It wasn't an invitation, more like a distant, non-committal acknowledgement. Sitting down now would be a decision with severe consequences, she could feel that clearly enough. The energy swirling through that seat was dense and layered, the residue of countless contenders. Should have known it wouldn't be that easy, she muttered, frowning at it. She looked across to the other seats. Several were empty. Others radiated tangled, unresolved power. That, at least, gave her something to hold on to. Besides Destiny, none of the others seemed to have settled into their seats yet. The competition for Death's chair was fierce beyond comparison to the rest. Destiny has decreed that Death must be female, Destiny said. You are currently the most qualified candidate. I sincerely hope you will become my sister. As a candidate, you'll have access to Death's domain. If you have questions, you can find the answers there. We will not meet again until you are ready to claim your seat. He delivered those perfectly composed final words, and simply ceased to be present. Thea stood alone in the vast, silent hall. The quiet was profound enough to feel like pressure against her ears. She breathed slowly, pulling at the edges of the chaos in her thoughts. Where exactly is Death's domain? She turned, looking in every direction. There were no signs, no map, and no one to ask for directions. Can I really take Death's place among the endless? She ran through everything she knew about Death, omnipresent, absolute, bound by nothing, exempt from every hierarchy. Every person, every god, and everything eventually came to Death's door. Measured purely by scope, it was the universe's ultimate power. And she was the kind of small fry who, whenever the real heavyweights fought, could only stand back and watch. Wishful thinking wasn't going to get her anywhere. She had to try regardless. 7 directions spread out from the hall. The central path was clear and wide as a highway compared to the others, which ranged from winding footpaths to absolute void. Thea felt an immediate, bone-deep aversion to it. That was Destiny's domain. She had walked away from her assigned fate a very long time ago, and she was not about to go back. A pitch-black corridor made her pause. She reached toward it mentally, then pulled back. That one whispered of dream, but it wasn't hers. She turned to the remaining side. One passage was thick with drifting gray mist, dense enough to swallow sight entirely. From somewhere inside came a layered murmur of voices, laughter, cursing, the distant chorus of countless presences, and something in her gut said, plainly and without hesitation, that's the one. Chapter 8:19, Chapter 8:18, Thea's Strange Journey, Part 2. Once certain of her direction, Thea didn't hesitate. She stepped forward into the gray. The hall disappeared. In its place, a void with no ceiling and no floor, thick mist pressing in from every direction. Beneath her feet was a floating chunk of stone no larger than a mattress. In every direction she could see, above, below, left, right, front and back, were hundreds upon thousands of similar fragments. The fog swallowed her view beyond a certain distance, but she could sense it, out there in the unseen reaches, these stones went on without number. This was a path marked by death itself. Choose wrong, and she would die. As a new god, she understood the logic well enough. This was a test of comprehension. The deeper your understanding of death, the more clearly the correct path revealed itself. There was only one right answer, a direct line to the truth. Oh, come on, she thought, fighting down a surge of frustration. I'm just a candidate. Does this really need to be this elaborate? She took stock of her situation. Fortunately, she had never confined herself exclusively to the heroic side of the spectrum. Years of studying souls, gray arts, forbidden knowledge, the spaces between life and death, had given her a relationship with mortality that far outstripped most new gods. Without that background, she'd have been completely lost before the first step. The road ahead was murky. But it wasn't hopeless. She still had the Phantom Stranger's silver coin, which could reset the entire scenario. But using it here felt profoundly wasteful, a nuclear option for a puzzle. And if everything reset, would her family still be where she'd left them? Would Diana? Waking up at the very beginning of things, completely alone, was not a version of victory she could accept under any framing. She stared at the debris field filling her vision. Somewhere among these countless fragments was the single path that led forward. The odds were genuinely poor. Worse still, of the dozen or so stones within immediate reach, only 3 or 4 had any real potential for her. The rest were traps or dead ends she could sense without touching them. She narrowed it to 3. Her best guess was that her correct path ran through one of them, but 3 was still 3. Can I project an avatar to scout? She tried. Nothing. Death treated all beings as equals, new gods no differently from ordinary humans. Her powers were effectively sealed. Physical capability sat fractionally above human baseline. Attempting to fly would simply drop her into the void below. She sat cross-legged on the stone, chin propped on one hand, and thought through everything she had ever read or absorbed about the endless, beings who transcended the world itself, each carrying power on par with the monitors, with destiny and death standing above even that tier. Everything ends. She reached a decision with the quiet certainty of someone who has exhausted every other option. A small, colorless sphere of energy materialized in her palm. Her faith energy, drawn from her scales of order. Once before, at a critical juncture, it had guided her toward a vital source. Now, at another crossroads, it was the only compass she trusted. I've helped enough people. Now it's their turn. She believed that completely, without qualification. Faith energy and the endless shared a common root, in a roundabout way, both born from the collective weight of living things. There had to be some resonance here. Which way? She asked silently. The energy burned, then pointed. She nearly threw her fist in the air. The fragment it indicated was one of the 3 she had already been watching. She leaped. From there, Thea moved steadily forward. The beginning had been the hardest, too many choices at once, each requiring careful thought before she spent even a trace of faith energy to confirm it. As she continued, patterns began to emerge. She analyzed each decision herself first, burned a small amount of energy only to verify her final choice from her narrowed selection. Slow. But her odds of reaching the end were somewhere around 60 to 70%. The only genuine threat was running dry before the finish line came into view. Whether by the universe's goodwill or by destiny quietly nudging the scales, when her faith energy hit the 1/3 mark, the void gave way and solid ground appeared beneath her feet. Thea let herself fall flat on her back, arms and legs spread wide, and murmured a few quiet words of thanks to God. It took a long while before she felt like standing. She got up and took stock of the space. It wasn't large. A massive stone stele stood alone at the center. Beside it stood a single small building, no bigger than a studio apartment. She approached the stele first. It radiated a presence old beyond measurement, as though it had existed here before the universe's first breath. Black stone of unknown material, marked with scattered characters. When her eyes found the text, something shifted. Either she had shrunk, or the stele had grown. What had been roughly 30 feet tall, 10 meters, was now a pillar rising tens of thousands of feet, over 10,000 meters, into the void above her. Thea flew to the summit and read downward. First place, blank. Second, third, fourth, she kept going, her expression growing incrementally less dignified. At number 78, she found her name. Silver bright, glowing clearly, while every other entry sat dark as charcoal. A small, genuine thrill ran through her despite herself. Still, 78th was hardly a rank to celebrate. Before she could fully commit to an appropriately deflated expression, information flowed from the stele directly into her understanding. The selection criteria. The fact that these rules existed nowhere outside this room, no public announcement, no explanation offered to anyone, made complete sense to Thea. Because she benefited from them. Substantially. More than 10,000 names were carved into that stone. She had landed at 78th. Her name was the only one that glowed. The advantage was not subtle. For reference, Hades, her and Diana's longtime acquaintance, sat at rank 4,119. Hypnos, the sleep god of death, was somewhere past 8,000. Necron, the Black Death Emperor, held rank 105. Darkseid sat at 319. Some entity whose direct gaze caused immediate death ranked somewhere in the thousands. Doomsday ranked comparably. None of this reflected mastery. Necron could have left Thea entirely behind on that front. Their lower rankings came from one source, none of them had ever known the hidden criteria. The first criterion, and in Thea's estimation, the decisive one. From the very beginning of his design, destiny had decreed that death would be his sister. The position required a female candidate. Female. Female. The important things bear repeating. That single requirement had eliminated Darkseid and Necron before they had taken a single step, regardless of how deep their understanding of death had become. It made no difference whatsoever. Chapter 820, Chapter 819, Thea's Strange Journey, Part 3. In a pure contest of mastery over death, nothing that existed, or had ever existed, could touch Necron. He had been present before the first living thing drew its first breath. Necron's domain was the death that predated all life. The role Thea was fighting for was categorically different, the death that came into being at the same moment as the universe itself. Necron's power couldn't reach a stone, because a stone had no life. Death the Endless could. Even rocks died. The two existences occupied entirely different tiers, and the gap between them was immense. Even so, Necron had taken his understanding of death as far as his nature allowed. Thea, by comparison, had barely touched the surface. Without the female requirement, that steel, that small house, that entire domain, none of it would have had anything to do with her. Destiny, she had to admit, was deeply, methodically cunning. He hadn't judged candidates purely on strength or insight. He had layered in hidden conditions, quiet criteria, unstated rules that no one outside the family had ever been told. The gender requirement alone had eliminated 90% of all death-adjacent entities. Take Darkseid, for example. The man had spent hundreds of millions of years in devoted, sleepless, obsessive study of death's fundamental nature. He had eventually pushed himself to a desperate decision, allowing the Flash and the Black Racer to end him, enduring the agony of rebirth, abandoning all his accumulated power, and starting over from absolute zero. He went through the entire harrowing process, emerged on the other side, and learned absolutely nothing. Not a single breakthrough. Not a sliver of new comprehension. He was the textbook example of someone broken by a rule he never knew existed. How was anyone supposed to know the position had a gender requirement? The second criterion, not harming family, had eliminated entire pantheons whose long histories were steeped in mutual violence. Hades had the raw power, but the sheer number of relatives he had killed worked heavily against him. The third, a partner who must not be mortal, had cut another broad swath from the competition. Under all these tangled, seemingly arbitrary conditions, Thea had broken into the top 100. And if she claimed first place, succession was automatic. Her current limitation was her level of comprehension. Claiming the new god aspect of death would likely push her into the top 20. After that, through continued study and application, perhaps higher still. She had no idea how she could climb any higher after that. She let go of the ranking fixation. There was enough to focus on right in front of her. The steel, apparently done with her for now, had returned to its ordinary 30-foot, 10-meter, height, standing quietly in the gray expanse. Thea approached the small house with measured caution and pushed open the door. Inside were a vanity mirror and a bed. Nothing else. But when she crossed the threshold, a set of clothes materialized on the mattress. She picked the garments up and examined them. Nothing divine about them, no aura, no resonance. Just cloth and leather. A sleeveless crop top, black ripped jeans, a wide leather belt, fingerless gloves, leather boots. On the vanity table, a pendant in the shape of an Ankh cross. The ancient Egyptian symbol of life. Death wearing the symbol of life. She turned it over in her fingers, then shrugged and clasped it around her neck. She looked in the mirror. Midriff exposed, arms bare, a silhouette that landed firmly in punk territory, nothing remotely resembling her usual style. As she registered the mismatch, her golden hair shifted to black on its own. Her eyes stayed green, now edged in deep shadow. Her lips darkened to a burnished near black. Interesting choice. She blinked. Everything reverted to normal. The outfit worked like a skin, one thought to wear it, one to remove it. Only the Ankh stayed put regardless of how many times she reached for the clasp. She searched the room thoroughly. No cultivation manuals, no inscriptions, nothing under the bed. Empty-handed, she walked out. Her rank on the steel, 77. The Ankh's previous wearers had accumulated resonance in it, and now all of that had defaulted to her. Easy enough to deduce. Death wearing the symbol of life. The two concepts should oppose each other, and yet here they were, deliberately joined. The message was already in the pairing, seek death through the study of life. That was her direction forward, and it would be for a considerable time. The understanding hadn't come through reasoning. It had simply arrived, settling cleanly into her mind as though it had always been there. I think I can push one more. She burned the last third of her faith energy. The prayers of countless living things blazed up, and her name on the steel climbed, barely, with enormous reluctance, one more position. 76. And another fragment of understanding settled in, clean and weightless. She smiled. Faith energy worked. A path forward existed. Her instinct told her, repeat this process another 17 or 18 times, and she wouldn't need to seek out a death domain source herself. The source would come to her. As for Necron, no soul, entirely different developmental track from new god cultivation. Not a viable target for absorption. She closed her fingers around the ankh and turned her attention to its secondary functions. Two clarified themselves: unrestricted entry and exit through death's domain at will, and the ability to teleport to any location where death had ever occurred. Given the full scope of history, that was effectively anywhere in existence. Nothing left to find, she departed. The 52 parallel Earths anchored the center of existence. Beyond them lay the divine territories, Hell, Apocalypse, New Genesis. Further still, the realm of the monitors. At the outermost edge, the home of the endless. Riding the time stream back toward her own era, she made a startling discovery. The ankh allowed her true body to travel the timeline directly, not a projection, not a shadow. She could enter the time stream in the flesh. Its capabilities extended far beyond what she had initially estimated. The journey home was a cascade: origin point to personal timeline, monitor realm to divine territory to the parallel worlds, down to Earth. Each transfer hit harder than the last. By the time she stepped onto solid ground, the world was swaying slightly. "Are you all right?" Raven stood a step away, genuinely puzzled. From her perspective, the two of them had stepped through a portal together no more than a heartbeat ago. She had no idea that Thea had just completed an entire extraordinary journey in the space between one breath and the next. "Fine. Let's go, I'm completely spent. I need a few real days of rest." Between the Ruiji swarm, the orange lanterns, the phantom stranger, Hell, and now the endless, she had nothing left to give. Raven made a quiet sound of acknowledgement and didn't press. They stepped out of the portal into open air. Earth. Thea checked the time. Barely a month had passed outside, while they'd fought through close to half a year in Hell. A trip that had gone as well as it possibly could. Raven had avoided falling into the Ghost Father's hands. Thea had walked away with something extraordinary. They said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Home, a long bath, and her own bed. She'd meant to sleep. Her mind had other plans, circling back to the death problem the moment her head touched the pillow. Her most serious competition for the ranking, objectively, was Necron. Her advantage was the objective criteria. His advantage was a depth of comprehension that made hers look faintly embarrassing. Comprehension accumulated the way anything of substance did, through time. Thea was honest enough with herself to admit that she had no real confidence she could close that gap through sheer effort alone. Chapter 821, Chapter 820, Superman and His Wife's Little Trouble, Part 1. The objective factors limiting Necron were another matter entirely. Take Zariel, the notably flamboyant angel who had always lingered at the phantom stranger's side. Upon resurrection, the men had apparently decided to shake things up and undergo a complete gender change. Thea lay flat on her back in her own bed, staring at the ceiling with an expression of genuine alarm. What if Necron tried something similar? He was the embodiment of pure, absolute death, clean, untouched, unchanging. But purity wasn't the same as permanence. If Necron, through whatever obscure and terrible logic drove a being like him, ever decided that a gender change was worth attempting, he would basically have the role of death locked up. No set of criteria could stop him after that. Necron must go. She couldn't kill him. That was simply a fact she had to work around. But she could contaminate him. His entire nature was pure, pure death, pure negation, absolute and unalloyed. That purity was precisely its vulnerability. Introduce enough of the green and the red into that nature, let the contamination spread, then drag him to the deepest and most inaccessible corner of existence and bury him under 100 layers of sealing formations. The problem would be managed for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, the ankh had been hinting at something: glimpse death through life. That made the life equation research non-negotiable. All roads, considered from any angle, led back to the same conclusion: Necron, the obstacle blocking her path, had to be removed. The plan had one additional advantage: she didn't need to execute it alone. Raise a banner of cosmic justice. Present Necron as the existential threat he genuinely was. Rally every force that had any stake in continued existence to the cause. Let them believe, accurately, even, that they were protecting the cosmos. Meanwhile, Thea would be eliminating her most dangerous competitor. Virtuous. Mutually beneficial. No contradiction whatsoever. She lay in bed another 3 days, letting the accumulated exhaustion drain away, then started moving again. Star City first. A loop through familiar streets. The city was quiet, almost peacefully, unremarkably quiet. Damien Dark, who in the original timeline had eventually become a serious problem, had been pulled out of circulation long ago and redirected toward considerably more constructive activities. Without him as an anchor, Star City's criminal ecosystem had atrophied to the point where it barely warranted dedicated attention. This was why Tommy and Laurel had recently migrated to Gotham in search of more substantial opposition. When the hunting ground runs dry, you find another one. Shadow, nearly 7 months along, had relocated to the new continent to prepare for the next generation of the Queen family. Roy Harper, like a number of the younger heroes, had packed a bag and set off to find his own path. As for Oliver, she had gone looking for him and been turned away entirely. The Green Arrow was in Central City, apparently helping Barry deal with Savitar. It was unexpected, but not unwelcome, when her phone buzzed with an incoming call from Lois Lane. They agreed on a coffee shop nearby. Thea arrived, they exchanged a few pleasantries, and Lois got straight to the point. "Clark is being impossibly stubborn," Lois said. Her tone was measured, noticeably more restrained than it had been in her earlier years. Motherhood had taken some of the edges off. The Daily Planet was acquired. The new management wants to shift editorial direction toward digital media. What exactly is wrong with that? She wrapped both hands around her cup. He acts like a man frozen in amber, clinging to print journalism like it's the last true institution in existence. I cannot reason with him. Clark, Krypton didn't have print newspapers. What is he actually defending here? Thea sipped her coffee slowly and let the full picture come together. The Daily Planet, founded in 1826, an institution in every meaningful sense, had been approaching the end of its era for years. Younger readers and older ones alike had moved to digital. The decline of print was not a trend but a tide. It had nothing to do with justice or ethics. It was simply the shape of change. Out of consideration for Clark's feelings, Queen Consolidated, Wayne Enterprises, and a handful of other wealthy heroes had tacitly agreed to leave the planet alone. The result of all that careful avoidance was that the paper had been picked up by a neutral conglomerate, not good, not bad, simply businesslike. Thea was privately amused by the tax issue. Clark had immediately dug up the new owner's history of tax irregularities and turned on Lois, demanding to know whether conscience mattered more than money. Which was a fair moral question, in isolation. The truly funny part was that in this day and age, almost nobody didn't play games with their taxes. Queen Consolidated, Wayne Enterprises, Palmer Tech, all of them. The new owner of the Daily Planet had simply been unlucky enough to wander into Clark's crosshairs at the wrong moment. The new owner had also replaced Perry White as editor-in-chief. With Lois. Clark saw it as a betrayal. For the first time in their marriage, he had slammed the table. He said, "I took the wrong side," Lois said. "That I'm legitimizing people who don't deserve it." She was now executive producer of the Evening News Division and executive vice president of New Media, considerably more senior than her old column reporter position. On paper, a genuine advancement. In the apartment, unbearable. "Here's what I've been thinking," she continued, with the careful word choice of someone who had genuinely thought it through. "I need to find more common ground with Clark. Something that actually closes the gap between us." She met Thea's eyes directly. "I want to learn Kryptonian. The language, the customs. And if it's possible at all, I want to be able to fight alongside him. Not just stand near him looking supportive." Thea studied her for a moment. Lois was watching the distance between them accumulate, and had decided to do something about it from her side. She wasn't asking Clark to change. She was doing the changing herself, quietly, without any announcement. In Thea's opinion, this was considerably wiser than the version of Lois who had once charged headlong at General Zod without a plan. Learning to fight alongside him, Thea said. Actually keeping pace with him. That's exactly what I want. Thea weighed the practical scope of it. Turning an ordinary human into someone who could fight alongside Superman was, on paper, a massive undertaking. But difficult and impossible were not the same category. And Lois wasn't as ordinary as circumstances had made her appear. On Earth 3, Superwoman was Diana's direct counterpart, and Superwoman's base template was Lois Lane. A different world's history had made that version extraordinary, this world's path had made her ordinary. The potential was in the design. "Come with me," Thea said. She brought Lois to her lab and assembled a sleek, tech-forward bracelet while Lois watched. Pure technology. Looks like a smart health tracker from the outside. But while you sleep, it delivers immersive learning, language patterns, cultural context, combat techniques. I've preloaded Kryptonian language and customs, plus every major Earth fighting discipline currently in practice. She brought up the display interface. Download anything else from here as you need it. Conservative estimate, 30 days to complete the full course. What you do with it afterward is up to you. But with solid fundamentals and proper armor. She gave a small, decisive nod. Frontline capable. No question. Thea, thank you. Lois pulled her into a genuine hug and left the lab at a pace that suggested she'd already started navigating the device interface on the way out. Thea had been about to leave herself when something at the edge of her awareness made her pause. She tilted her head upward. Clark was watching from the moon. It was, admittedly, quite a distance to maintain silent observation from. She considered pretending not to notice for approximately 3 seconds, then conceded it was pointless and flew up. Chapter 822, Chapter 821, Superman and His Wife's Little Trouble, Part 2. Clark looked rough around the edges today. He hadn't shaved. He'd traded the blue and red for a plain button-down shirt and jeans, and was sitting alone in a shallow lunar crater looking like the most powerful person alive in the middle of a thoroughly bad week. He had obviously heard every word of the conversation below. He'd apparently decided to continue the thread in person. "My father sent me to Earth," he said. "It took me 30 years to find a way of living with that. Clark Kent reports the truth. Superman brings people hope. That's the framework I built my entire life around." A pause. "I genuinely don't know anymore whether I'm the one who's wrong, or the world is." Thea sat down across from him on the lunar surface and considered the conversational landscape. No cafe ambience. No coffee. She reached into her spatial storage and produced a barrel, broad, rough-hewn, obviously not manufactured anywhere on Earth, a souvenir from Hell's more civilized quarters. She poured 2 cups. The wine inside was, paradoxically, extraordinarily gentle, pale, smooth, leaving the mind unusually clear and the thoughts unusually precise. It was something of a delicacy among Hell's greater demons, whose minds were perpetually battered by forces of chaos. Clark had no way of knowing its origin. He took a sip, paused with visible appreciation, and assumed it must be something new from Queen Consolidated's product line. "That's genuinely excellent," he said, meaning it. They drank. Clark talked. He talked about Lois not understanding him anymore. About the workplace shifting beneath his feet. About colleagues who seemed to have simply stopped caring what they were actually reporting. Isn't a journalist's entire job to report the facts? He turned to look at her. "Lois told me we should give people the stories they want to read." I couldn't believe those words came out of her mouth. He held his cup in both hands. "You and Diana are basically gods walking among ordinary people. You have to have an answer to this: does truth matter, or do people's wants matter more?" Being called a living god was something Thea continued to find entirely reasonable. She took a moment to consider how to answer usefully. "The old priests and clerics believed they were shepherds," she said. "That ordinary people were the flock. They placed themselves on a higher plane automatically, by assumption." Clark nodded slowly. He'd read extensively in human history, he knew what she was referring to. Many of the great scientists of earlier centuries had been clerics by primary vocation, people who had genuinely contributed to human development precisely because they held knowledge others didn't. "The difference now," she continued, "is that the monopoly on knowledge has been broken. People can choose what to believe, what to read, what to let into their lives." She let the implication sit for a moment. "So, why are you so certain that people still need the specific truth you've decided to provide?" Clark frowned. "Are you saying truth doesn't matter anymore?" "I'm saying even the best priests didn't just broadcast truth directly. They guided. They worked with what people could actually absorb. They understood the gap between what they knew and what others were ready to hear." She set her cup down on the lunar regolith. "What you and Diana and Bruce do isn't entirely different. You don't explain Darkseid to the public. You don't announce the actual state of the cosmos beyond Earth's atmosphere. You hold things back, you filter, you choose what gets disclosed. And as long as you're doing that from a principled place, it's still the right call, because the alternative isn't a more informed public, it's a paralyzed one." Clark made a face. He couldn't immediately find the counter to it. "But honestly," Thea said, "I don't think this argument is really about journalism at all. The real problem is that you and Lois don't really connect anymore. You don't spend enough time talking. You don't have enough shared territory." He looked at her. "Clark, I don't know exactly what Jor-El told you when he sent you here, but you've divided yourself into 2 roles for 30 years, Clark Kent and Superman, and neither of them actually lives. Clark Kent just goes to work, goes home, goes to sleep. That's not a life. That's a routine. Ordinary people don't live like that." She tilted her head. "Look at Kara." Clark turned his attention toward National City and focused. Kara was trudging down a shopping street under a mountain of bags, her face caught somewhere between resignation and quiet suffering, like someone who'd agreed to one store and was now on her 14th. Lena was 3 boutiques ahead, still going strong, chattering happily, occasionally turning to solicit Kara's opinion. Kara's responses had been reduced to nodding or shaking her head, all other communicative functions having been conserved for the purpose of staying upright. Lena pulled her into another doorway. Kara followed without resistance. Clark turned back to Thea with an expression of genuine uncertainty. "That is, happiness. That's someone living like an ordinary person," Thea said, without any particular embarrassment. "Enjoying life, even badly. Kara has real experiences now, good ones and miserable ones. That's exactly what it means. She met his eyes. If you want to give people hope, you have to carry it yourself. You have to believe in life well enough to actually live one. Clark was quiet for a long moment. Everything will be well, he said finally, half to himself, as though testing whether the words still meant what they used to. Note to self, Thea thought, introduce him to St. Walker at some point. They would get along extraordinarily well. Words alone didn't reassemble a marriage. She reached into her spatial storage again and produced a second bracelet, compact, unassuming looking, with a calibrated red sun radiation emitter built in. Worn on the wrist, it would dampen every Kryptonian ability to negligible levels. Clark could eat a meal and actually taste it, sleep 8 hours without his mind cataloging every sound on Earth, and walk through a grocery store without accidentally denting anything. For when you want to actually be Clark for a while, she said. Not perform the role. He took it carefully, turning it over with evident curiosity. She wasn't done. From the storage she produced a considerable stack, home design guides, seasonal cooking collections, restaurant recommendations for major cities, lawn and garden manuals, a full year of fashion publications. Clark looked at the stack. Then at Thea. Then at the stack again. He read everything in well under 3 seconds. Thea asked him several questions at random: fabric compositions, regional food pairings, color theory and interior design. He answered each one accurately, with context, without hesitation. Perfect, she said. You are now a genuinely useful person to take shopping. You have opinions on quality, recommendations for lunch, informed views on whether the throw pillows work. A brief pause. You should also consider a different haircut. Just to introduce some novelty. Clark looked mildly alarmed. Then thoughtful. He flew home, fast, purposeful, noticeably different in bearing than when he'd arrived. So this was basically house-husband knowledge, Thea thought, staring after him. Weird method, but if it fixes Superman's family crisis, that's still a win. She was not entirely sure how she felt about this being a thing she did now. The rest of her patrol circuit was straightforward. The global picture was calm, genuinely, quietly calm, in a way that felt earned rather than merely free of incident. She wrapped up the circuit and set course for the vanishing point. Chapter 823, Chapter 822, Eve of Blackest Night. The vanishing point. The end of time. Still no sign of Bruce. Booster Gold shook his head. He was forcibly redirected before, the trajectory drifted off Omega's set path. That makes him a lot harder to track. Thea had no good answer for that. The trail had gone from a predictable pattern to a completely erratic one. Booster Gold was leading his ragtag band of elderly bureaucrats across the time stream, patching up temporal anomalies in Batman's wake, and as for when it would ever end, the deeply honorable Booster Gold had absolutely no idea. She kept working through the backlog at the vanishing point, trying to reconstruct Batman's movement trail. Nothing. The self-styled Time Masters Council currently consisted of 100-odd aging officials, 5 ships, technology approximately 20 years ahead of Earth's, fewer than 10 combat-capable young operatives, and weapons that were essentially knockoff energy rifles. Enemies with no name weren't worth engaging. Enemies with a name they couldn't beat. In short, a deeply embarrassing organization. The 2 speedster enforcers, however, had been remarkably productive. Rogue time travelers had become nearly extinct along the timeline. She returned to Earth. Oliver found her there, and told her why he'd come. Barry moves fast, Wally's been rescued, and Savitar is Barry. So the whole plan is to keep it from him while they figure out how to stop Savitar. Her older brother had hauled himself to Central City on his own initiative. After he finished the story, Thea fished around in her wealth space and tossed him a vivid green grenade. What is this? Oliver caught it, caught off guard, though he had to admit the color suited his aesthetic. An inertia grenade, modeled on Turtleman's cells. On detonation it creates a heavy deceleration zone roughly 500 meters across, 640 feet. Once Savitar is slowed down, the rest of you pile on. Put him down with overwhelming fire. She sounded completely unbothered. It played out almost exactly as predicted. The Flash, Kid Flash, Wally West, Impulse Bart Allen, and Savitar, 4 speedsters tearing through Central City in a desperate chase. In the end, Green Arrow used his sister's grenade, detonating it at a point where the 4 were converging. It created a deceleration field. Overwhelming fire turned out to be off the table. Inside the zone, every speedster was reduced to normal human pace, and bullets slowed to near stillness. That made it Oliver's show. He calculated every escape angle and reaction window, then loosed 20 arrows in one unbroken motion. Even at near-frozen speed, they sealed off every direction. Forward, back, left, right, Savitar had nowhere to go. He was defeated. Barry, true to his nature, made the same choice his future self had made: exile. Savitar was banished to the Speed Force. History had bent itself back to the right path at a strange angle. Savitar's fate, it seemed, could only ever be the speed force. Strange, the things fate insists on. Thea hadn't made her presence known. She watched alone from the sky as Savitar's scheming amounted to nothing. Fate's grip wasn't that easy to escape. Over the next 2 weeks, she moved constantly between Earth and the outer cosmos, working toward a more aggressive approach to Blackest Night. After Blackest comes Brightest, and in her current tier of power, Brightest Night looked almost quaint. Necron descended, a trickle of death energy contaminated the Earth's will, and the forces of the green and the red threw a tantrum. That lingering residue wasn't even worth calling a scratch. She bypassed the parliament of trees entirely, slipped into the green through the back channel Swamp Thing provided, and laid a broad containment net along the outermost layer of the Earth's will. Even if Necron managed to seep a little power through, the damage would be minimal. With the Earth's natural deforestation trend already in check, both the environment and civilization moving in decent directions, she extracted a measure of energy from the green and used it to forge 10 counterfeit Green Lantern rings. With Earth's affairs settled, she traveled to OA. The proposal for a joint coalition was rejected before she'd finished speaking. The Guardians were as immovable as stone. Your perspective is impossibly narrow. I can let it go that you tipped off Larfleeze and had him ambush me. But why are you still clinging to those laughable categories? Yellow Lanterns are evil. The Indigo tribe was founded by Aubin Sur, so they're traitors. The Blue Lanterns are defectors. Do you not understand that a universal crisis is bearing down on you? The relationship between them had hit an all-time low. She wasn't about to stroll into someone else's house just to vent. She wanted the domain of death, but she had no intention of dying for it. The Guardians ran deep. Billions of years of accumulated power. There was no telling whether they had contingencies specifically designed for her. She entered OA through illusion, making one final attempt. The Guardians remained unchanged. 3 conditions: abandon the Blue Lanterns, surrender the Indigo tribe, and dissolve the Yellow Lanterns. Thea almost laughed. You are going to die horribly. She dismissed the illusion and left. To break Necron properly, she couldn't prevent Blackest Night, but she also couldn't afford to do nothing, not if she wanted to tip the scales of willpower in her favor. The trick was restraint. Don't let it go too smoothly, but don't stop it from being summoned either. That was an extraordinarily fine line to walk. Fortunately, the Guardians refused to cooperate. If Necron couldn't claw his way out, that would have been a real problem for her. The OA visit wasn't entirely fruitless. There had originally been 12 Guardians. One had been killed and possessed by Parallax during the Coast City incident. Ganthet and Ced's exile accounted for 2 more. When Thea had last visited OA, 9 remained. Today there were 8. Ruling out diarrhea, menstrual leave, childbirth, and other entirely mundane causes, the absent Guardian was almost certainly the one who would trigger Blackest Night. Scar. There was a 90% chance she'd already departed for Sector 666 to begin summoning the Black Lantern rings. The event was close. Very close. Without much hope, she sent an illusion to Zamarin, homeworld of the Star Sapphire Corps. The Sapphires, the Violet Lanterns of Love, received her warmly. Their history was entangled with the Guardians' own. Their founders had been among the Guardians' kin, women who'd broken away over disagreements on how to handle the rings, traveled here, found the Violet power source, and built the Star Sapphire Corps. Your Majesty, please come and witness the depth of our love. The Zamarin Queen, blue-skinned, same lineage as the Guardians, led Thea to the Violet power battery. What Thea saw stopped her cold. Inside an enormous amethyst were 2 skeletons, encased together, with a pair of weapons wrapped alongside them. They are a pair of lovers, the Queen said, voice rising like a hymn. Undying and inseparable. Their love transcended every mortal boundary. They are the source of our strength. Thea stared at the fossils entombed in that ancient crystal. Those 2. That's Hawkman and Hawkgirl, isn't it? And judging by the crystal's age, at minimum 4,000 years. Possibly far older. She'd always wondered why neither Hawkman nor Hawkgirl appeared anywhere in her timeline. Now the answer was obvious. Horus had been eliminated. The 2 of them, caught in the aftermath, had been carried here on an alien vessel. The Queen's reverence was earned, their love was real, genuine enough to keep them together forever, with no reincarnation and no departure, their souls sealed in that crystal for eternity. Which was precisely why Thea's timeline held no Hawk pair. She wanted to warn the Queen, those 2 skeletons would be among the first priority targets when the Black Lantern rings came for them. But she had no standing to say it. Either the Sapphires destroyed the crystal themselves or the Black Lanterns did, the end result was the same for the power battery. She could only offer polite exclamations about the beauty of love and move on. As things stood, rage, fear, hope, compassion, all 4 were hers to wield freely. Greed had been nudged forward through her encounter with God. That left only Green's courage and Violet's love. The Queen's philosophy, in Thea's view, was unhinged. Love justifies everything. You can do anything for someone you love, law and universal values be damned. A little too raw for her tastes. She let it go. At the end of their conversation she raised Blackest Night. The Queen's optimism genuinely surprised her. In the Queen's reckoning, crises of this magnitude happen several times per century across the cosmos. Nothing to worry about. And there was, beneath the words, a faint condescension toward this new god who seemed to be getting wound up over nothing. Thea let out a dry little laugh and said nothing more. As St. Walker always said, all will be well. Fine. If nobody else is frightened, why should I be? Then let's all sit back and wait. Chapter 824, Chapter 823, Blackest Night, Part 1. 3 days later, in a secret base in Metropolis. Thea sat with her hands laced behind her head, long legs propped on the desk, watching the surveillance feed with absolute focus. On the screen, a pale-skinned man was performing what appeared to be final cleaning rites on a collection of corpses. His expression was rapturous. He muttered to himself as he worked, moving with the reverence of a pilgrim completing a sacred act. Is this guy actually worth our attention? Slade Wilson, Deathstroke, loomed behind her, built like a brown bear in body armor. He genuinely didn't understand why Thea was treating this one differently. Ordinary psychopath. Murdered his entire family, now he's tidying them up. Trash like this, Slade could put down 3 at a time without breaking a sweat. Huh, well. Slade's commentary barely finished before the man on screen broke into an enormous, unhinged grin. He straightened his collar in the mirror with careful ceremony, then produced a technological device, pressed it to his own temple, and squeezed the trigger. A flash. The man dropped into the pool of blood with a smile still on his lips, surrounded by the blood of his entire family. Slade had seen a lot of death. He'd been the cause of plenty of it. He'd watched men take their own lives in impossible situations. But dying happy. That was a first. The man wasn't normal. That was Slade's red. Years of operating at the edge of survival had sharpened something in him. Alive, the man had been unremarkable. Dead, he'd become something else. Stronger. In an instant. The surveillance feed cut to static. They waited in silence for 3 minutes. Then the figure in the pool of blood stood back up. He wore a black face mask. There was an inverted triangle on the chest, with 5 vertical bars like a palm print burned into the fabric. A dull, lightless cape and bodysuit. The smile from before death still curving his lips, mocking the world from the other side of it. And on the middle finger of his right hand, unmistakable. A black ring gleamed there. A black lantern ring. Slade's yellow lantern ring made him sensitive to constructs of all kinds. He spotted it immediately. That's why you were watching him. Thea looked at the first black lantern for a long moment. She put her legs down from the desk. It started, she said finally. Increase security around my mother. Our people go on high alert, pull back the perimeter, consolidate around the most defensible positions and wait for the right moment to counter. That pessimistic. This necrophiliac is that dangerous. Slade had never seen Thea take a passive stance before. He didn't quite believe it. The prophecy says he's dangerous. Better safe than sorry. She hadn't discussed any countermeasures with anyone. The truth was, at this moment, she could cast a resurrection spell on William Hand, codenamed Black Hand, and solve the problem immediately. Methods for resurrection were rare, but she had them. As a goddess of souls, with enough effort she could cast it herself. Blackest Night would be enormous in spectacle, but it could be delayed. Easily. Black Hand was Necron's anchor to the physical world, his conduit. The moment Hand was resurrected and turned from dead to living, Necron would have no choice but to retreat back into the void. But that only bought time. Hand had an obsession, a compulsion. He wanted to die, in the most literal sense. No way to stop him indefinitely. And more importantly, Thea needed Necron to actually manifest. She had to fight him, damage him badly, ideally cripple him. She couldn't let him go home untouched. What if he went home and started cross-dressing? She gave Slade his instructions: consolidate their shadow assets, preserve the elite operatives, write off the outer ring people as acceptable losses. Then she went home, had an emergency consultation with Moira that lasted hours, and settled into wait. Meanwhile, her avatar was already at Sector 666. The sector was deathly still, like a colossal beast with its jaws spread wide, waiting to devour the living. Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, stood at her side. The Zerg leader didn't know what they were here for. Thea hadn't explained. A short time later, the avatar received the signal from Thea's true body. The time had come. The darkest day in the universe was here. Tell your swarms to get ready. The prophecy says this sector is about to release something vast and dangerous. Hold back what you can. Every ring you stop counts. Kerrigan had questions she wasn't asking. She relayed the order. Zerg filled the void. Every direction, every plane, above and below and every angle between, a staggering biomass of armored bodies blotted out the starfield. Most of these units were elite tier or above, ordinary Zerg couldn't survive open space. If this went wrong, it would deal a serious blow to Kerrigan's forces. Don't worry. The casualties won't be severe. Thea sounded certain. Even if Black Lanterns could resurrect, they wouldn't bother with Zerg, their life level was too low to interest them. A short wait. Then the darkness of space, which should have absorbed all light, began to reflect. Points of light. Small at first. Scattered. Then they multiplied. 10 became 1,000. 1,000 became 1,000,000. 1,000,000 became 1,000,000,000. Then beyond counting. The entire sector filled with their gleam, and each point of light was a ring. Black Lantern rings. Thea stared at them, unblinking. Necron was using the anti-monitor as the Black Lantern power battery. The 666 sectors accumulated dead served as vessels for his death energy. Except for the first ring, sent to Black Hand on Earth, every ring in existence was right here. Necron himself existed before all life began. He had no presence in the physical universe. He needed the rings to gather enough energy to drag him from the void into the material plane. Thea wasn't here to stop the summoning. But she wasn't here to cheer it on either. Tell your swarms, move up. Kerrigan's eyes lit with that particular alien focus. Massive armored beetles, bodies encased in thick, spike-laden chitin, moved up to the front line. Behind them came the ranged Zerg, units specialized in trapping and area denial, capable of slowing and restricting enemy movement by a dozen different means. And at the rear, 500,000 of a new strain. Big heads, small bodies, eyes bulging round as a frog's, mouths that cracked open in rhythmic pulses of faint luminescence. These were Kerrigan's newest creation, engineered specifically for this night, at Thea's request. Destroying Black Lantern rings wasn't easy, but it wasn't impossible either. White Lantern power could annihilate them outright. Resurrection magic could do it. Angels like Zoriel could sweep a wide swath clean in a single pass. All of these worked because they carried immense life energy, lethal to constructs built from death force. Outside of that, the traditional 7-core method. Green Lantern power, combined with any one other emotional energy, could destroy a Black Lantern ring. The Guardians had earned their reputation, they'd recognized the unique properties of willpower billions of years ago. With OA refusing to cooperate, Thea had needed another approach. Some heroes and villains emitted unusual emotional projections that could bypass the standard logic. She remembered that Vixen could mimic a deep-sea anglerfish's bioluminescence and use that faint white glow to destroy Black Lantern rings, though it drained her to do even once. Zerg genetics could solve that problem. Strip out aggression, defense, and speed at the gene level. Keep only one thing, the capacity to fire that bioluminescent pulse as many times as possible in combat. Chapter 825, Chapter 824, Blackest Night, Part 2. Thea hadn't shown her hand yet. 500,000 frog Zerg dying was nothing, against the swarm's total numbers it barely registered. She'd never run this experiment before. Caution first, could the frog Zerg actually counter Black Lantern rings? She needed data before she committed. The rings poured out from the depths of the sector like a rising tide, spreading through the void like a vast black curtain. The armored beetles moved up first. As the swarm's primary frontline unit, the beetle tanks boasted carapaces that could absorb any conventional bombardment, limb serrations for close-quarters dismemberment, and mass enough to simply bury what they couldn't cut. Simple and lethal. But against Black Lantern rings, they were at a severe disadvantage. The rings were too small, the beetles too large. The rings didn't attack, they simply passed through the front line. They punched through the heavy chitinous armor, leaving holes like the work of ultra-high-velocity sniper rounds. Several leading beetles were reduced to fragmentary debris on contact, not by deliberate strikes but purely by the ring's momentum passing through their mass. Second-line trap Zerg deployed every tool they had. Some launched webs across the void. Some opened fire with acid clouds. Wide maw units split their jaws and swallowed clusters of rings wholesale, relying on multi-layered stomach chambers to process them. At the same time, Thea reached out with her power and seized one ring. She examined it closely. The result wasn't encouraging. Even at her strength level, comparable to Superman's, not on the tier of Highfather or Darkseid, but not weak, she couldn't brute force the ring to destruction. She poured on pressure. The ring didn't crack. She tested her emotional spectrum against it. Fear, rage, compassion, hope, each in turn struck the ring. It smoked white under the assault, but not broken. When she shifted to fear and pushed 30% of her capacity in a single focus strike, the ring emitted a sharp crack, announced, connection severed, and crumbled to powder. So it doesn't have to be Green Lantern power specifically. Any single emotional energy can work, it just needs to be concentrated enough. That's less convenient than using Green Lantern energy directly. Also explains how Vixen's anglerfish trick works, no green in that, just a dense spike of a single emotion. She went through each emotion in sequence. Rage and fear required approximately 30% of her output. Compassion and hope needed only 20%. Positive emotional energy had a cleaner advantage against the Black Lantern's death force. The problem was that ordinary people couldn't regulate emotional energy output like a dial. Of all the various lanterns, only one person in the Seven Corps could manage this without a ring, the Firstborn, whose nature as a divine being gave him immovable will and divine power sufficient to channel compassion on raw instinct. Everyone else, stripped the ring away, and they were nothing. Thea thought for a moment. She put on her yellow lantern ring, then drew out one of her counterfeit rings, the one she'd made for Alan Scott on Earth 2, patterned on the power of the green. It carried her psychic signature, she could use it with minimal adjustment. She raised both rings toward a black lantern ring that had drifted close. One beam of green light. Then one beam of yellow. The ring announced, connection severed, and fell apart. She was pleased. Then she looked down at the ring on her hand, and the pleasure dimmed a little. The counterfeit green ring worked. But this was deep space, far from Earth, far from the green's domain. Earth was where the green was strongest, other planets had traces of it, just far less. Out here in open vacuum, the ring would run dry after a handful of shots. Shift the front line to containment. Hold what you can. Leave the destruction work to the special units. She turned and gave Kerrigan the order. One night. That was how long this would last. The Frogzerg just needed to prove useful tonight, they didn't need names. Kerrigan's internal calculus adjusted and new orders flowed out. The beetle tanks were taking staggering losses, their scale worked against them here, every surface was a target, and their bodies were pocked with impact holes. Holding the line passed to the Hunter-class units. Countless nets spread out across the void, snarling and slowing the ring's momentum. With containment creating windows, the engineered Frogzerg, built from Rainbow Raider's rage spectrum cells, fused with deep-sea anglerfish genetics and Zerg base biology, lunged at the trapped rings. A faint whitish light burst from their open mouths, and ring after ring crumbled to dust. Good. Very good. Thea didn't hold back her praise. The Zerg Queen channeled every command skill she had, maximizing every tactical window to destroy as many rings as possible. But the Frogzerg's emotional energy reservoir was thin, and the engineered gene sequence didn't hold up under sustained use. Each unit could fire at most 3 pulses. After the third, they had nothing left. Kerrigan could plan brilliantly with nothing to work with. Even her best choreography couldn't change the math. Give ground on the front. Stop what you can. The order was a mercy. No suicidal last stands required. Kerrigan let out a breath she hadn't quite been holding. The front line opened. The black rings, operating on pure instinct and no intelligence, flowed through like floodwater following a channel, passing through the Zerg formation in a vast torrent, mechanically locking onto predetermined trajectories and dispersing outward from Sector 666 toward their designated targets across the cosmos. The swarm kept firing. The results were modest. Thea kept firing too, trying every method she had. When the last ring had vanished into the dark, Kerrigan finally relaxed. Zerg forces had never operated with this level of fine control before tonight. Surviving units pulled back to the assault carriers. Zerg vitality, as always, was stunning. Many of the beetle tanks that had looked like they'd been turned into cullenders came back to full condition within minutes after being submerged in regenerative nutrient pools. Even the depleted Frogzerg recovered partial function. Total count, do your biocomputers have a figure? Kerrigan queried the mothership's organic computation systems. The number came back fast. Approximately 3.9 billion rings had been released into the cosmos. Their combined kill count was under 2 million. Against 3.9 billion, that wasn't even a rounding error. 3.9 billion. Thea let that number sit. That wasn't 3.9 billion pigs. That was 3.9 billion Black Lantern soldiers. And the rings only selected the finest individuals across the entire universe, the most remarkable lives. The Zerg casualties from earlier hadn't even warranted a glance from them. In theory, each Black Lantern could construct hard-light constructs like any other ring-bearer. But directly puppeteering 3.9 billion soldiers simultaneously was beyond even Necron. He could only allow them to operate from memory, let them act on instinct based on who they'd been in life. This meant that anyone who hadn't known how to use a ring when alive still wouldn't know how after death. Small mercy. The real concern now was OA's cemetery. Millions of the greatest Green Lanterns ever were buried there. If they rose as Black Lantern puppets, even at half their former power, even a fraction of them, the Guardians would have more than they could handle. Chapter 826, Chapter 825, Blackest Night, Part 3. There were 3.9 billion Black Lantern soldiers. The scale of it, even just imagining it, confirmed the reputation, universal catastrophe. She ordered the Zerg forces to hold near OA and wait for instructions. In the original timeline, Scar had turned traitor and imprisoned her fellow Guardians, but Thea didn't know how things would play out here. Her read was that either the Guardians or the Green Lantern Corps could hold the line for a few hours. Several thousand Green Lanterns using hard light constructs in coordinated defense could stall a breach for a while. The Zerg could be more useful later. With the Zerg in position, she shed the Goddess of Souls regalia and changed to a different set of armor. Considering the number of battles ahead, she cancelled the avatar and sent her true body instead. Zamarin needed to be secured first, the star sapphires were too valuable to lose. The Ankh amulet gave her the ability to teleport between any living beings. She went to find Saint Walker. On Autumn, the Star of Hope, the ambient concentration of hope energy was so dense that even Black Lantern rings couldn't approach. Both Saint Walker and Sister Blue were waiting for her here. Sister Blue was visibly tense. The firstborn sat with his great sword across his knees, eyes closed, utterly still in meditation. Darkness comes. Abin Sur didn't build this in vain. Let the light of the blue lanterns shine across the universe. Thea looked out at the assembled blue lanterns in full readiness, and let her voice carry. Knock. Knock. The blue lantern's distinctive call went up across the gathered corps. Half moved to contact blue lanterns elsewhere in the universe, calling them in. The others began coordinating with the yellow lanterns, setting up transport. Yellow lanterns for aggression, blue to restore vitality, indigo to replenish energy. Under Thea's coordination, the three corps had been moving toward tighter integration over the past weeks. She planned to anchor everything at Autumn. The dense hope energy made it nearly impregnable, and with Mogo available as a deterrent, this was the most defensible fortress in the sector. Tonight she'd be stretched across two fronts, Earth and Autumn, but if both held, they'd already won the majority of the battle. Where are Ganthet and said, she asked Saint Walker. Ganthet had a vision of Blackest Night. He's gone back to OA to warn the Green Lanterns. Said traveled to Okara, she's searching for Larfleeze. Larfleeze. The name surfaced in her mind and her mood dipped immediately. In the original timeline, that creature had squatted on Earth and written out a full-page letter to Santa demanding presents. Worthless creature. She took a breath and consciously moved her attention elsewhere. All right, first, she stopped. Something. Keep setting up here. I'll be right back. She translated out without a flash of light, the era of showy teleportation signatures was long past. She reappeared in an underground structure, two small boxes stacked behind her, two hooded figures standing before her. Those two boxes behind me, you hid them here, didn't you? She addressed the taller of the two figures. Old friends. You've returned to the physical world and you didn't come find me. The taller one pulled back his hood. Sinestro. It had been years since she'd last seen him. Still lean, still tall, but visibly worn out. The shorter figure bowed slightly, Lyssa Drac, as sensitive to otherworldly presences as ever. Why aren't you speaking? I remember we weren't enemies. Sinestro said nothing. Lyssa stepped forward quickly. Lord Sinestro was badly wounded in the antimatter universe. His voice. That's nothing. Thea extended a finger and touched the air. A brief pulse of white light. Sinestro reached up and felt his own throat, something like surprise crossing his face. There. I said it before, we're still friends. Are you looking to return to the Yellow Lanterns? Sinestro looked at her steadily. His voice came out hoarse, rough-edged. I won't grovel. My voice, you can take it back. Another stubborn one. Thea reached for the bigger move. She held out both hands, 10 fingers pale and clean as carved ivory. Look at my hands. I don't need rings anymore. A yellow haze materialized between her palms. This is fear, what you know best. The color shifted. This is Blue Lantern Hope. Another shift. This is Red Lantern Rage. Another. This is Indigo Compassion. Sinestro stared. The world he'd known had green and yellow. That had been the full spectrum in his mental model. All of this, what was all of this? The world had moved on faster than he'd tracked. We're worlds apart now, Thea said. You're not a threat to me anymore. So I'll tell you this as an old friend, the universal upheaval has already begun. If you want power, real power, you'll have to give something for it. Sinestro's expression sharpened. You're trying to recruit me. Against the Green Lanterns. Thea let just a trace of the mysterious into her voice. Tonight. Don't look at me like that, I'm not a primitive, I know how planetary rotation works. I mean tonight literally, no matter the local time anywhere in the universe, everything will be engulfed in blackness. Unless you hide yourself in the antimatter universe, you will be caught in it. She caught a transmission coming in from a distance. We can't fight this alone. It's not just targeting OA or Earth, your Korrigar won't be spared either. If you want help, come to Autumn. Blue, Yellow, and Indigo are already there. She left Sinestro to think it over and teleported back. Zamarin still refused to accept our help. Sister Blue gave her the expected bad news. The Zamarin Queen had declined their offer of alliance. In the Queen's estimation, the Star Sapphires could withstand any enemy through the power of love. Love conquered all. No outside help required. All units, move out. The Star Sapphires are a critical force and we can't afford to lose them. Save what we can. Thea couldn't do much about it. One decision at the wrong moment could produce consequences that couldn't be undone, and the Black Lantern rings traveled faster than she could negotiate. Zamarin was probably already past saving. She could only do what she could do. Whoosh. The blue lanterns combined their power and opened a large-scale portal, and the three corps reached the outer system of Zamarin in 2 hops. What had been a high-tech world wrapped in love was now burning from horizon to horizon. Hundreds of black lanterns swarmed the outer atmosphere, running rampant. The violet lanterns were in disarray, they didn't understand why their fallen sisters and heroines had come back wrong, wearing black and moving wrong. This lot is worth coming out for personally. Sinestro had made up his mind before the corps departed, catching up to the group just as they launched. He put his yellow ring back on. Looking down at the chaos below on Zamarin, his voice held nothing but contempt. Their power battery has been destroyed. Violet energy is running out, and there's no way to replenish it. Thea issued orders in rapid sequence. Arkillo, take your unit and intercept those black lanterns. Saint Walker, stabilize the line with him. Sister Blue, take your people and get the civilians out. The order landed. Arkillo moved. Sinestro's expression darkened, his most loyal captain, moving without so much as a glance in his direction. If even his closest lieutenant ignored him now, the rest of the yellow lanterns were clearly beyond his reach. Chapter 827, Chapter 826, Blackest Night, Part 4. He was too proud to chase anyone around like a lackey, but standing there doing nothing wasn't an option either. Thea tossed him a ring. He caught it, looked at it, and paused. A green lantern ring. What does this mean? This ring, it doesn't feel right. As the man once named the greatest Green Lantern of all time, he knew a standard ring better than he knew his own wife. The counterfeit built from the green's energy registered as wrong the instant it hit his hand. No time for the long version, Arkillo and the others are there to hold. Black Lantern constructs can't be destroyed by any conventional weapon, the only methods that work are green power combined with any other emotional energy. You've worn a green ring before. You can wield 2 emotional energies, right? Her counterfeit green ring could only pull power from the green when in contact with it, planetary surfaces with living plant life. Open space was out. That ruled out giving it to the 3 corps members, their emotional range didn't extend outside their own spectrum. She had no better option. Sometimes flattery worked better than logic, so she let the challenge hang in the air. Sinestro wasn't slow. He was just proud of it. The hardest task suited him best, he'd always believed that. Of course I can. He put the counterfeit ring on without hesitation, and frowned. Left hand, yellow. Right hand, green. He spent a moment absorbing the difference between the two, the mechanics were identical, but the feel of the source was strange. Disorienting in a way he couldn't quite name. Sinestro moved to the front line with both rings active. Thea turned her attention elsewhere. Behind her, Zamarin's violet power battery had been destroyed from the inside. The first Hawkman and the first Hawkgirl rose from the ruins of the energy source. Prince Khufu of ancient Egypt. High Priestess Chayera. The enormous black sigil blazed on both their chests as their skeletons hauled themselves upright and flesh regrew, muscle and skin returning to the form they'd held in life, but drained of warmth. Still. Dead. The Black Lantern copies carried every memory they'd held. They didn't know they were puppets. They simply looked around the way they had in life. Their eye sockets filled with the cold light of the dead. The Star Sapphire Guardians surrounding the ruined battery stood frozen. They'd listened to the story of this pair for thousands of years. Now the subjects of that story were standing in front of them, wrong in every way they couldn't describe, and not one of them knew what to do. Khufu and Chayera looked at each other and smiled, and the expression had no warmth in it. Their black wings spread. 1 warhammer each. They went through the assembled violet lanterns like a scythe. Wait. That's actually impressive. When Thea arrived, the 2 of them were in the process of chasing down 30+ violet lanterns for a sustained beating. That gave her a moment of genuine surprise. Hawkman and Hawkgirl were never supposed to hit this hard. How were they doing this much damage? She revised the conclusion quickly. The strength wasn't theirs. It was the weapons. Nth metal. The hammers. That alloy amplified everything: strength, speed, endurance. Layered on top of those buffs, damage reduction and accelerated recovery. She watched with her own eyes as a violet lantern hard-light construct shattered against Chayera's body. That was what nth metal looked like at full expression. The hammers also had a second property: they struck directly at the soul. Each blow induced a brief disorientation at the metaphysical level. The violet lanterns were only managing to hold together through group formation. Casualties would have been severe otherwise. Powerful weapons. Tremendous buffs. Attack and defense simultaneously reinforced. The hammers were a complete package. But those hammers were also their ceiling. Nth metal objects couldn't be carried into reincarnation. It was pure metal, a pair of several dozen-pound warhammers. No mother in history had given birth to one. So Khufu and Chayera at their first life were at their strongest. Every subsequent incarnation had progressively less to work with. This weapon belongs with me. Thea looked at the hammers in their hands and the gauntlet on Khufu's arm, and decided this quietly. But the hammers could wait. Her attention had been caught by something else, a vast form nearby, shifting in and out of visibility. Bone frame body, elongated alien skull, long tail. It moved as if it didn't want to be seen. And then it caught her watching it and bolted. You there, where do you think you're going? You're the predator, aren't you? The Sapphire's battery entity. Get back here. She didn't go for fire or wind. This was a manifestation of love, and she used her least practiced element, earth. Masses of ground heaved and rolled, coiling around the predator and pinning it in place. At the same moment, Khufu and Chayera locked onto her and charged. Leave this to me. Go help your people. She waved the violet lanterns off and sent 3 air coil constructs to bind both revived hawks simultaneously. And someone contact your queen, tell her however you normally handle that entity, send someone to take over. Chayera strained against the coils with everything she had. Her strength wasn't quite enough. Khufu was stronger. The nth metal gauntlet on his forearm began to pulse with faint light. With one full body flex, he ripped the air coils apart. He shifted his hammer to his left hand and raised a gale with his right, cutting through Chayera's bonds with the same motion. Both hawks had their eyes on Thea. They called something in ancient Egyptian and came at her together. Get out of my way. Her left hand opened flat, palm facing the void between them. A wall of fire erupted. The 2 hawks had no angle to turn in time, they hit it at full charge. I know your queen. I'm here to help. She turned and addressed the cluster of violet lanterns who were still watching. If any of you have time to stand here gaping, you'd be better used outside helping your people. One of them, seemingly the ranking officer, exchanged a rapid communication with someone, then bowed and led the group out at speed. The brief distraction cost her half a second. Khufu and Chayera came back through the fire. She had to admit, their original incarnation was genuinely strong. And the Black Lantern state had layered on a new set of properties that made the matchup annoying. No soul to exploit, her primary technique was neutralized. They were immune to mental influence, so her emotional spectrum projections were blocked at the entry point. Her weakening spells fared no better. The Black Lantern's terrifying regeneration erased most lingering effects almost immediately. They were immune to instant death, confusion, and a full range of disabling effects such as petrification, slowing, restraint, and stunning. With stacked immunities on top of Khufu and Chayera's already formidable physical abilities, plus nth metal, their combined power was comparable to Diana when she'd first come off the island. But the rings were their vulnerability, and Thea didn't intend to match them in a straight fight. She slipped every attack without effort, then raised both hands, green and yellow, and put 4 beams into them without rushing. Khufu and Chayera fell apart into dry bone. Now she had time to deal with the tug-of-war on the other end of the room. The parallax entity, yellow, fear, had the energy of a middle school edgelord. The proselyte, indigo, compassion, read more like a very small, very sheltered girl. And the predator, violet, love, felt like the spectrum's version of a love-blind teenage girl. Chapter 828, Chapter 827, Blackest Night, Part 5. The creature was utterly deranged, but undeniably powerful. It was enormous. Thea had almost missed it at first. Love really does make people blind. That saying couldn't be truer. This made it the 3rd lantern entity she'd encountered in person. The blue lantern entity was still nowhere to be found. Thea suspected that hope simply ran too scarce in the universe at large, and the hope she'd channeled into St. Walker had originated from Earth, too. The blue lantern entity was probably crammed into some forgotten corner of deep space. She bound the captured violet lantern entity in layer after layer of compressed earth and stone, then reinforced it with 7 or 8 containment seals before she was satisfied it wasn't going anywhere. Chasing it across the galaxy would have been deeply inconvenient. She reached out with a sorcerer's hand spell and pulled the 2 nth metal hammers over to her, bounced them experimentally in her palms, and struck a pose. Absolutely ridiculous. They were enormous power multipliers for ordinary people, but for her they barely mattered, and hammers were hardly elegant weapons. She'd go bare-handed before she'd take the field swinging those. She tucked them away for later study. Khufu's gauntlets were a different story entirely, divine artifacts with a faint but unmistakable signature. An old acquaintance, Horus. Or rather, what remained of a god's will after the main consciousness had vacated the divine seat, a fragment, technically severed from Horus himself, clinging to existence in the metal. A light brush of her hand could erase that last thread permanently. She didn't do it. Horus had helped her considerably. There was no reason to be ruthless toward something barely surviving. As a prospective member of the Endless, a death in waiting, she could afford a little grace. She crouched to examine the two sets of remains. The Xamarin Queen swept in through the entrance a moment later. Our central power battery. The Queen swept her gaze across the shattered amethyst carpeting the floor and broke into theatrical wails. Thea strongly suspected she was performing, but played along regardless. The central battery can be rebuilt. What matters are the people, as long as they endure, the flame will be relit. She wasn't just saying it to be kind. In the original timeline, the Green Lantern Central Battery had been demolished and rebuilt, then demolished and rebuilt again, more than once, and nobody had ever seen a Green Lantern headbutt a wall in despair about it. By her estimate, with these crystals and 40 or 50 star sapphires channeling energy into them followed by one purification cycle, reconstruction was entirely achievable. The Xamarin Queen's acting wasn't her strongest work. She stopped crying almost immediately. She directed her people to collect the amethyst shards. They had established methods for retrieving the entity as well, so Thea handed it over without argument. The two sets of remains on the floor were more complicated. They were her people's icons. Technically they should be taken home, but knowing that Black Lanterns could resurrect them at any moment made them living time bombs. A political leader couldn't publicly announce she was abandoning her people's cultural symbols, even when every survival instinct was screaming at her to do exactly that. Thea wasn't particularly worried about it herself. The nth metal hammers were already secured, even resurrected, neither of them would be much of a threat. Out of 3.9 billion Black Lanterns across the universe, 2 more or less changed nothing. Let them remain here, Thea offered. On the land they loved so dearly. A leader couldn't be the one to say it, that line had to come from an outsider. Not that dearly loved was accurate. The Zamarons had been on Xamarin for less than 3,000 years, meaning that 3,000 years ago this place was empty. Khufu and Chayera had been dumped here by ancient aliens with nowhere else to put them, and died in each other's arms with nothing around them but barren rock. Whatever their last words were, they probably weren't about the homeland. No one challenged the framing. The bones couldn't argue. The Queen's guards nodded as if this were the only proper outcome. Both Thea and the Queen made no attempt to hide their disgust, tossed the remains aside, and walked out of the palace together, each carrying an armful of crystal fragments. Thea pocketed 2 of the finest quality shards for future research into the emotion of love. The Queen demonstrated the considerable diplomatic skill of not noticing at all. Outside, the battle was still grinding. The Xamarin population was small, just over 1 million, which made sense given that love at this extreme was never the majority position. Actual Star Sapphire members numbered only in the dozens, but they still practiced traditional burial rites. When the Black Lanterns descended, they immediately exhumed hundreds of former Star Sapphires and brought them back as enemy combatants. All of them could form constructs. Sheer numbers had routed the Star Sapphires in the opening exchange. When familiar faces began appearing, family members, mentors, elders, walking toward them and reciting shared memories, the emotionally oriented Star Sapphires had their guard completely down. By the time the Black Lanterns showed their true intentions, the Star Sapphires hadn't even registered that the end was arriving. In a single wave of attacks, over 20 Star Sapphires were killed. Those 20 were immediately resurrected as Black Lanterns and returned to the field. Simultaneously, the central power battery was shattered from the inside by the freshly reborn Khufu and Chayera, cutting off all ring energy replenishment. The situation had deteriorated to critical. Fortunately, the 3-Corps Alliance had arrived in time, relieved the Star Sapphires and barely stabilized the line. As Thea flew out of the palace, she found Sinestro cutting through the field like a scythe, the only person present with the willpower and technical mastery to wield 2 rings simultaneously. Others met the basic requirements, but lacked the technique. Another fighter on the line had sufficient natural talent, but had never bothered to study ring technique. He preferred his own massive blade over ring constructs, and right now he was acting as a one-man rapid response unit, relying on raw physical dominance to sprint between critical points wherever the line was collapsing. Snap. A Black Lantern ring shot past Thea's eye line. She reflexively wrapped it in a sheath of magical force. Flesh, flesh. Connecting to 10 Nat of Xamarin, connection failed. Flesh, flesh. Connecting to Nat of Xamarin, connection failed. The ring droned through its litany, mechanical and patient. Thea listened. On its 3rd cycle it finally produced something useful, power level, 1.15%. She let out a slow breath. Less than half an hour had passed since the Reach's sniper rings fired, and the rings had already begun feeding Necron. When that number reached 100%, the Lord of the Dead would enter the universe. And the rate would accelerate exponentially as the body count rose. She was running short on time. Only when all 7 corps were united could the field be held. Sister Blue, begin staggered evacuations. We're not taking pointless losses here. Sinestro, this isn't your personal showcase. Can't you read which sectors are critical? Stop wasting green light on meaningless targets. Saint Walker, get to the front line and help Sinestro recharge his rings. Those women and children have their own people. Stop adding to the chaos. Sister Blue's situational awareness was genuinely poor, she had no instinct for coordination at all. Sinestro looked like he was toying with the enemy, dismantling black lanterns with contemptuous ease, but Thea could see what it was costing him. Maintaining 2 mismatched rings was burning through his mental reserves at a serious rate. He was running on willpower alone. And Saint Walker had actually paused mid-battle to help a child who had tripped over rubble, in the middle of a war, no less. Chapter 829, Chapter 828, Blackest Night, Part 6. After dressing down her people one by one, Thea threw herself directly into the fight. With the 3 corps finally moving in actual coordination, the Black Lantern assault remained relentless but could only keep giving ground against sustained heavy magic. On the far side of the battlefield, Indigo 1 began the evacuation in staggered waves. Each Indigo tribe member could carry tens of thousands of civilians per jump. Fall back. Thea raised her hand, a massive fire tornado erupted and swallowed a cluster of Black Lanterns whole. Lethal damage aside, none of them were getting out for several minutes. They retreated step by step, fighting the whole way. When the last group of civilians had cleared the planet, the Allied Corps disengaged entirely and withdrew to Autumn. On Autumn, Saint Walker launched immediately into his customary speech about how everything would ultimately be fine while shepherding the Xamarin Queen toward the refugee area. Thea monitored incoming feeds remotely. The Black Lantern rings were converging on Earth. After a moment's consideration, she left a clone behind on Autumn and used the Ankh amulet to teleport her true body back. She entered the Justice League Hall and triggered the highest level alert. Superman arrived first, Diana right behind him, then the 3 speedsters, Barry Allen, Wally West, Bart Allen, followed by Martian Manhunter, Supergirl, and Green Lantern John Stewart. They came at a run, most of them clearly unprepared. Diana was in civilian clothes. Superman hadn't shaved. Barry had a lipstick mark on his cheek. Wally made a series of increasingly frantic eye signals until Barry finally noticed and wiped it off. What happened? Diana's voice was sharp. The League's highest level alert was wired to reach every superhero on Earth, not just League members, a feature Bruce Wayne had quietly installed in the system and that the others only discovered after Dick took over as Batman. A catastrophe of cosmic proportions is unfolding in the universe. It will reach Earth within minutes. The Green Lanterns will handle, John Stewart began. Don't. Thea cut across him flatly. Your homeworld OA is already surrounded. You just haven't received confirmation yet. She picked up her phone. Not every hero could fly, and even those who could wouldn't cross several thousand miles in time. Queen Consolidated's global network could reach them, using local communications infrastructure to pull together an emergency cross-continent video conference. One by one they connected: Starfire, Stargirl, Raven, a young Booster Gold, Green Lantern Guy Gardner, Blue Beetle, Animal Man, The Atom, Vibe, Faura, Livewire, Firestorm, Hawk and Dove. Those with flight or teleportation entered the hall in person, the rest joined via screen. Thea's gaze lingered briefly on Hawk and Dove. The 2 tall men had absorbed fragments of fate she'd deliberately shed. Hawk, already inclined toward aggression, had intensified, looking more and more like a Red Lantern. Dove had gone the other way, becoming so serene that even the actual Angel Zor-El seemed less so by comparison. She'd amplified their most defining traits by offloading those aspects of her own destiny onto them. Whether that road led somewhere good for either of them was genuinely unknowable. She steeled herself. Some things had to be left behind so she could move on. There was no going back. She wrapped them in a thin layer of soul force, isolating them from the surrounding aura. Hawk and Dove registered a brief, vague discomfort, and attributed it to nerves at finding themselves among so many heroes. She gave instructions to the students at the magical school to hold position. Black Lanterns couldn't enter the new continent, and magic had proven largely ineffective against them in any case. She knew that from direct experience. No point sacrificing fragile mages in this fight. She checked the time. Less than a minute had passed. Most of the assembled heroes knew each other, many didn't. They gathered in clusters of 2 and 3, watching Thea work the phone. She glanced at the main screen. Those without flight, the new Batman, Green Arrow, and national leaders from multiple countries, were already on the video feed. Everyone. She let that land. We have very little time. Less than an hour ago, an uncountable number of black rings emerged from deep space. She paused. The sharper heroes in the room glanced at the two green lanterns. Your instincts are correct. What's coming are black lanterns. Black rings. A conservative estimate puts the total at 3.9 billion. That's impossible. That can't be right. The room fractured into voices. The national leaders on screen were worse, except for Moira, who'd been briefed earlier. All of them looked shell-shocked. 2 green lanterns on Earth had already been enough to inspire fantasies about seizing rings for national power. Now 3.9 billion were incoming. Average it out and there was nearly 1 ring for every 2 people on the planet. Not that kind of math. Not that kind of ring. If Thea could have read their minds through the cable, she'd have told them, "Congratulations, you guessed right." This really was aimed at Earth. Several leaders went completely blank. Guy Gardner, veteran League member with the posture of someone who'd seen too many actual wars, turned to Jon Stewart with an expression of undisguised disbelief. They'd been trying to reach OA. Not a single signal had come back. What can they do? Have you engaged them? Only Diana had the standing to ask that directly. They reanimate the dead, but in a specific sense. They can select the most elite warriors in the universe, restore their memories, and deploy them as Black Lantern soldiers with full access to their living capabilities. The 2 green lanterns exchanged a look. Jon Stewart asked, "Can they use constructs too?" Yes. What else could lock down OA so completely that nothing gets out? And while we're on the subject, you know the crypts of the honored. I'd imagine that place right now is. I refuse to believe that. Jon Stewart wasn't ready. At that moment, a voice came from outside the hall. "Stewart, she's telling the truth. OA's fall is only a matter of time." 2 figures flew through the entrance, one large, one small. Hal. Several heroes called out. Hal Jordan was well liked. Right now he looked utterly exhausted, and he returned the welcome with a single nod. Thea turned to his smaller companion with genuine puzzlement. "Ganthet. I was just looking for you on Autumn. What's that symbol on your chest? Are you a Green Lantern now?" "I have renounced my status as a Guardian." The small blue figure's voice was unusually measured. "Now I fight as part of this universe, as a Green Lantern." Thea respected that, actually. The Guardians had always treated the Green Lanterns as instruments. For Ganthet to break with his own kind, abandon every fixed idea held for millennia, and willingly step down to fight alongside people his colleagues had always dismissed, that required something that most beings never managed. She let it sit for a few seconds, then deployed a time-stop bubble and pulled Ganthet inside it for a private word. The small blue man surveyed the different temporal flows around him with seasoned calm. "You know about that presence on Earth, I take it. That's why you came back to hold the line here." "The entity." Thea didn't hedge. "I'm aware of it. No need to probe me, I know it exists. It's the physical manifestation that formed when the universe's first light made contact with matter." Chapter 830, Chapter 829, Blackest Night, Part 7. Ganthet's relief was visible. "So you do know about the entity. Then you also know Necron's target is this planet." Though phrased as a question, he already knew she did. Of course she knew. She also had plans of her own regarding Necron that she was keeping to herself for the moment. Both the universe and Earth need the power of the Green Lanterns. She showed him footage from the Xamarin battle, frame after frame of yellow, blue, and indigo members hammering black lanterns that regenerated every time, only going down when Green Lantern light was mixed in alongside any other core. Is that what the Indigo tribe can do? Ganthet appeared to look directly through Sinestro in the footage, registering neither the man nor the green ring on his hand, but turned with measured interest toward Indigo, one and the others in the field. The Indigo tribe could briefly shift their color, essentially borrowing from any of the 7 spectra and projecting it outward. The complication was that what Thea had created was pseudo-green lanterns to begin with. Running that borrowed light through another layer of conversion made it doubly artificial, averaging 3 or 4 combined shots to eliminate a single black lantern. They were about to continue when the time-stop bubble cracked open with a sharp sound. Thea was genuinely startled. Her control over time had reached a significant level. She could feel the nature of the break clearly. This hadn't been a targeted attack against her specifically. It felt more like collateral damage from something nearby. She held still and focused on the sensation, then said slowly, with something approaching disbelief, "Something just punched a hole through the walls of our reality." "Who did that?" Every hero in the room stared at her blankly. Could she please say something within range of human comprehension? STAR Labs. Cisco's face went white, as if some internal alarm had just gone off. He slapped open a dimensional breach and dropped through. Several speedsters followed without a word. Thea raised her voice over the immediate commotion. "Trust the Flash team. They'll have a report shortly." She checked the time. Under 3 minutes before the first wave of Black Lantern rings reaches Earth. To everyone watching, national leaders, heroes across the globe. She made eye contact with the camera feeds. What comes back will look like your loved ones. It will remember the right details and say the right things. I need you to hold on to this, the people you knew are at rest. What will be standing in front of you is a body wearing borrowed memories. They are not who you think they are. Our only confirmed countermeasure is Green Lantern light combined with the light of any other ring core, which makes our 3 Green Lanterns the primary strike force. Hal Jordan, Guy Gardner, and John Stewart stepped forward as one. The weight of it showed. They stepped forward anyway. I can contribute, I'm a Green Lantern as well now. Ganthet raised his ring finger. Thea lowered her voice. Are your former colleagues still on OA? A few thousand Green Lanterns cannot hold off millions of Black Lanterns. What OA needs right now are guardians, not one more ring bearer. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can't get back. OA is completely surrounded. I'll send you through. Leave the ring, that way OA has guardians to coordinate from the inside, and they can work with the other core to maximize how many Green Lanterns come out of this. Something flickered across Ganthet's face, not quite a smile, not quite resignation. Half a day as a Green Lantern, and this is how it ends. Destiny keeps leading me back down the same road. He removed the ring. The Guardian's blue robes replaced the green uniform. Thea sent him through a spatial fold and relayed the relevant intelligence to her clone stationed on a distant planet. The moment the ring was freed, it shot upward. It came back quickly, and it brought someone with it. A young man was pulled bodily through the air into the hall. He looked at the assembled crowd with the expression of someone who had been in bed 2 minutes ago and was trying to determine if he was still dreaming. Hal, walk him through everything. Thea surveyed the room. Green and yellow had old history that didn't need aggravating right now, and the blue lanterns were too few to spare. She assigned 4 indigo members to pair with the Green Lanterns. Their combined light could destroy Black Lanterns, and their teleportation would let them function as a rapid response unit wherever the line broke open. One more time. She made sure she had the room. Whatever those rings bring back, whoever it looks like, the person you knew is already gone. What stands in front of you is a corpse wearing a memory. Don't forget it. She kept repeating this because heroes were, as a category, profoundly sentimental. In the original timeline, a remarkable number of them had died not because Black Lanterns outfought them, but because they couldn't make themselves act against something wearing a familiar face. Boom. As if to offer the assembled heroes a live demonstration of what was coming, the word had barely left her mouth when a shockwave hit. Something had landed in the city. Several heroes with enhanced vision looked toward the impact point. Black armor. A hard-planed, military face. The figure had dropped to the city center at extreme velocity. The impact force had cracked the pavement in a spreading web, fracture lines running several blocks in every direction. It ignored the civilians entirely, then tracked the assembled heroes' attention back to its source and matched their gaze. Thea's mouth tightened. She turned to the Kryptonians in the room. I'll take him. Faura's face was already set as she launched herself toward the window. Superman tensed toward the exit several times, stopped himself each time. Who is it? Diana couldn't see at that distance. She kept her voice low. General Zod. Thea grimaced slightly. The butterfly effect was moving faster than anticipated. This was an opening move she hadn't expected. She'd buried Zod's body in the Kryptonian debris field after his death. She hadn't anticipated him being called back first. At least Krypton had shattered, almost nothing intact remained. If dozens of Kryptonian corpses suddenly reanimated at once, Earth would have no realistic chance of holding. She watched a moment longer. Faura, furious, with grief written across her face, hit top speed and launched herself like a cannonball, catching Zod and hauling him out toward open country. Zod's body had died, the Black Lantern ring could only restore what he'd been at the moment of death. Faura had spent years under Earth's yellow sun, and she could now overpower the men who had once outranked her. She caught Superman's eye. Don't. Across the room, Hal Jordan and the other 2 Green Lanterns were doing rapid-fire orientation for the new arrival. Kyle Rayner, the young man's name, as it turned out, had just received Ganthet's custom-built ring, and despite looking completely dazed, he was actually trying to absorb the information being thrown at him. He had been in his own apartment, asleep, approximately 2 minutes ago. Thea watched him with quiet amusement. He was the future wielder of all 7 light spectra, the future White Lantern. An ordinary human who would one day carry 7 distinct emotional forces simultaneously. Sinestro had been a prodigy for centuries, had lived a life of extraordinary highs and devastating lows, and still managed only 2 spectra at once. Kyle Rayner was like a complete amateur who wandered into the wrong room, watched someone demonstrate an ancient technique once, and walked out having accidentally absorbed the entire curriculum. Where others trained for decades to master a single ring, this man would apparently just accumulate mastery. Incrementally. By accident. While other things were happening around him. Thea currently commanded 4 spectra through careful planning, sustained effort, and divine authority. She was not human. She wasn't even immortal in the ordinary sense, she was a god, and a ranked one. And even she wouldn't claim to wield all 7 freely. That an ordinary person would eventually manage that, she supposed some things were simply arranged by fate, and there was no point arguing with it. Compared to Kyle Rayner, Hal Jordan was starting to look like a bull who'd charged every wall in the room just to get where he was going. Chapter 831, Chapter 830, Blackest Night, Part 8. A small smile, and she let it go. In this timeline, Kyle Rayner's star wouldn't burn quite as bright in isolation. She herself already commanded 4 spectra, and wearing 3 rings at once was well within her capability. She pulled her attention back to the sky. Less than 30 seconds later, her voice carried through the hall and across every signal receiver on the planet that was still listening. They're here. The heroes poured outside. The sky, which should have been dark and clear, looked as though someone had dissolved ink into it, light giving way patch by patch to a spreading black stain until the entire visible dome had become one unbroken mass of moving black specks. The rings didn't rush. They hung there for a deliberate, almost theatrical beat, contempt or instinct, hard to say, and then scattered, breaking apart across the globe to find their designated hosts. The heroes responded the only way heroes knew how, by throwing everything they had at the swarm. Superman and Supergirl's heat vision. Firestorm's atomic-level disintegration blasts. Stargirl's staff. Every core and every individual threw what they had at the descending rings. Nothing worked. Kryptonian heat vision, Firestorm's molecular restructuring, raw kinetic force, none of it touched the black rings. Only the 4 Green Lanterns working alongside the Indigo tribe managed to bring any down. Diana didn't fire a single shot. She trusted Thea completely. Thea held back as well. The heroes knew what was coming, they had enough mental preparation to handle the immediate crisis on their own. Her task was different, gather all 7 emotional spectra and become a White Lantern, ready to face Necron directly. She reached out and caught a ring that drifted past her hand. The mechanical voice inside it was as flat and clinical as a broken machine left running. The ring strained against containment. On its 3rd attempt to break free, the voice came through in fragments. Flesh, flesh, Solomon Grundy of Earth. Awakening. Flesh, flesh, Boston Brand of Earth. Awakening. Flesh, flesh, John Grayson, Mary Grayson of Earth. Awakening. Flesh, flesh, Maxwell Lord of Earth. Awakening. Flesh, flesh, Ted Cord of Earth. Awakening. Flesh, flesh, Robert Queen of Earth. Awakening. Flesh, flesh, George Harkness of Earth. Awakening. Flesh, flesh. The ring kept going. Thea ran through the names at speed, pulling information as fast as the ring fed it to her. Then she closed one hand around it, green in one palm, yellow in the other, and crushed it. The dead were coming back. She wasn't some recluse living off the grid, there were names in that list she recognized personally. Robert Queen, her adoptive father, had just been called up. Whatever was directing Necron's resurrection priorities seemed to have a precise sense of where to aim. Dick Grayson's parents, who had no battlefield significance whatsoever and existed in this world as complete bystanders, were on the list. Superman's foster father. Aquaman's biological father. The aunts, uncles, and formative figures of heroes spanning the globe. One notable absence, Barry Allen's mother had not been called. Whether the Speed Force had run interference or something else was at work, she remained undisturbed. The night's casualties were inevitable. Every government was mobilizing its military, throwing conventional weapons at the walking dead. The math wasn't working. Elsewhere. 3 ARGUS facilities were hit. The resurrected Captain Boomerang, Rick Flag, and Enchantress struck simultaneously, combined with former prisoners who had been quietly dealt with over the years, their numbers were snowballing fast. Katana, Deadshot, and Dr. Light bought time for Amanda Waller and Lila to retreat. Killer Croc, cut off, was killed and immediately converted into a Black Lantern warrior. Gotham was worse. The dead were walking the streets, spreading destruction and fear across the city. Dick Grayson, carrying the Batman mantle now, and the birds of prey were being pressed from every direction. His stubbornness was showing, he hadn't called the League yet. Thea gave it an hour, maybe less. Thea, we have a problem. Barry's voice in the comms. She acknowledged. Those small blue-skinned figures, they appear to have opened a passage to Earth, too. I watched it happen. A massive surge of rings just poured through. She paused. No. Think. A full-scale multiversal escalation wasn't possible from those 8 puppet guardians. Under Scarface's control, they were operating at a fraction of their actual capability. Tearing open the multiverse required an entirely different order of force. But the breach she and Darkseid had torn between worlds during their fight on Earth, too, the one she patched but apparently not completely sealed. Superman. Diana. Come with me. Central City, something's wrong there. The others exchanged looks but followed as she teleported them over. Supergirl had tried to come too. Thea waved her off toward National City. Alex and Lena both needed help. STAR Labs was a crater. The buildings had been leveled by something striking from below, leaving an enormous pit with fractured earth and equipment scattered across several city blocks. Whatever had once been a cutting-edge research facility was now a ruin. Those are the Guardians. Diana had come in full armor. She watched the small blue figures hanging in the air overhead. They looked wrong. Each one of them looked wrong, expressions contorted, with something feral in their movements. 8 dark chains had stripped them of independent will. They were currently occupied with the speedsters. The other ends of all 8 chains ran to a single figure, a female guardian, her face covered in old scar tissue. The one with the scarring is the source, Thea said. The chains appear to be her method of control. Scarface had found the fracture in reality and was deliberately exploiting it. That was genuinely unexpected. Thea's fight with Darkseid on Earth, too, had left dimensional damage behind. She'd patched it, judged it stable, and moved on. She hadn't anticipated someone weaponizing the scar tissue. You're going to regret this. Thea's voice was flat. The small scarred guardian said nothing. She simply opened her hands, and all 8 chains went taut. The 8 guardians turned as one, and a wall of energy blasts came crashing toward her. I'll hold them. You seal the breach. Diana was already moving, cape sweeping wide as she dove into the center of them, blocking, striking, holding ground against all 8 simultaneously. The right call. Dimensional sealing was Thea's specialty, not Diana's. She told her to watch herself, then dropped to ground level. What she found was worse than anticipated. Before, this had been a fracture, narrow enough to squeeze people through but impassable for anything large-scale. What was here now was a gap at least 10 meters high and more than 50 meters wide, as if someone had taken that original crack and pushed. This was not a quick repair. Dr. Queen. Long time no see. She heard it before she saw it, a red streak burning fast and low from the far side of the gap. It was a silhouette she recognized immediately. The reverse flash. Albert Swan. Her hand came up. One broad ice ring containment spell, the absolute last thing she needed right now was a Black Lantern speedster. Something that fast, and immune to half her standard control toolkit, was a miserable matchup for someone who relied mainly on magic. She snapped both rings on. She was ending this quickly. Her left hand green light connected with the reverse flash, solid contact. Her right hand came up. And something looped around her right wrist and yanked hard sideways. She knew what it was before she finished turning. The lasso of truth. Thea's composure finally gave way to something resembling actual emotion. These people and their shameless resurrection of the dead, it was genuinely disgusting. The reverse flash took the opening, sprinting free of her containment and throwing a lightning bolt as he went. Simultaneously, whoever held the lasso hauled in the opposite direction. I'm not at full strength here, but I'm not weak enough to be handled by puppets. She grabbed the lasso with her free hand, planted her feet, and pulled, dragging whoever was lurking in the shadows directly into the open. She didn't look before the punch landed. Long dark hair. A hawk and star breastplate. Battle skirt. Shield on the back, short blade at the hip. The figure she'd just sent skidding across the pavement was the Earth 2 Wonder Woman, the one who had died when Steppenwolf caught her from behind. Chapter 832, Chapter 831, Blackest Night, Part 9. Thea put the imposter down with one punch, because that was exactly what the thing was, an imposter, full stop, then pivoted and dispersed the reverse flashes thrown lightning with her other hand. A weight settled in her chest. If Wonder Woman had been raised, everyone who had died on Earth 2 had likely been raised as well. The confirmation came immediately, a rush of wind, and a massive figure tore through the breach, broad-framed, face threaded with black ichor, the S-crest on his chest, and a wide cape. He caught the Earth 2 Wonder Woman in midair without slowing, then spun and drove a fist straight at Thea in the same motion. You're not in my league either. Move. She turned the full-strength punch back at him and sent the Black Lantern Superman skidding across the street. She was a spellcaster first and foremost. She spent an entirely unreasonable percentage of her existence hitting people with her actual hands, and she was getting tired of it. Am I in your league, then? An arrow came from her blind spot, upper right. Thea caught it, squeezed, turned it to powder. You're even weaker than he is. She turned to face the source. A woman in a red tactical jacket stood across the wreckage, a quiver on her back and a compound bow with 2 arrows already knocked in her hands, aimed steadily at her from the distance. The fury Thea had been keeping a lid on began to climb. Black lanterns had resurrected the Earth 2 version of Thea Queen. Then more came through the gap: Batman, Oliver, Malcolm, Tommy, Moira. Unbelievable. Her fury at Necron had passed the point where words were adequate. Intentional or not, this had just become personal. "I'll take him." Barry identified the Reverse Flash and started talking trash to draw his old nemesis away. Clark engaged the Black Lantern Superman, and the two of them filled the air with impact noise on the far side of the breach. Both of them were stronger than their opponents now. But the Black Lanterns kept recovering. Drag this out long enough and neither Clark nor Barry could win an attrition fight against enemies with no ceiling on how many times they could stand back up. Thea didn't wait. She signaled Caitlin to help slow them down, slipped on both rings, and started moving through the field. "Why? Why do you get to have everything? What do I have that you don't, aren't I you?" The Black Lantern version of herself kept working the outer perimeter with arrows. An individual Black Lantern ring was drawing from a pool diluted across 3.9 billion units, every performance metric was way down across the board. Flight still worked. Combined with skills learned in life, she was managing well enough to be a persistent nuisance. "You're inferior to me in every way." Thea said it plainly. The old version of herself wouldn't have talked this way. Compared to entities that genuinely warranted the word God, she'd always considered herself comparatively small. But tonight she was going to say it, or she wasn't going to sleep. "You're mortal. That's the difference." She grabbed the Black Lantern Oliver by the arm. The smell of old death hit like a wall. She planted a foot on his neck and pressed down. Earth 2's Oliver had died in a shipwreck, his potential entirely untapped, a deadweight of a man right to the end. She had absolutely zero hesitation. 2 pulses of combined light, and he collapsed into dried bones. On the other side of the field, the Black Lantern Malcolm and the Black Lantern Batman were demonstrating that combat intelligence persisted after death. They'd circled around Thea entirely and were going after Caitlin and Cisco instead. Bart Allen and Wally West cut them off. Thea pointed at each of the remaining figures in sequence. You, all of you. You're husks. I have no family connection to any of you, and you have no connection to me." She turned back to face the Black Lantern version of herself. "You want to understand the difference between a god and a mortal? Let me show you a gap you were never going to cross." She brought both palms up, facing each other, and began slowly drawing them apart. Between her fingers, light fractured into shards, dim at first, then building. A dense, barely contained heat began accumulating between her hands, compressing itself inward, smaller and brighter. The air immediately around her palms started to distort. Thea held her focus, lips moving in a low murmur. The spell was called the Ammon-Ader Eternal Sun, something she'd found during research in Hell, largely by accident. It compressed magical force into the form of a miniature star. Against conventional undead armies it was a weapon of mass destruction. Whether it could genuinely damage Black Lanterns remained untested, but concentrated solar intensity would definitely damage their dead bodies. She knew enough about rings and about death to know that death had limits. Everything ends, even Necron had an ending written somewhere. And the Black Lantern's capacity to regenerate wasn't free. Every gram of dead matter restored drew from somewhere, which meant ultimately from Necron. His reservoir was vast enough that the draw wasn't visible yet. That was fine. She was prepared to make it visible eventually. Attrition. The longer this ran, the more it cost him. The sphere of light between her hands grew from a faint glow into something that bent the air around it and warped the light. Even her own skin was registering the heat now. She shoved the sphere upward with both hands. At first, the effect was subtle. The Black Lanterns only registered a general brightening, uncomfortable in the degraded optical range their dead eyes operated in, but manageable. Then the minutes stretched, and the heat built. Several Black Lanterns in the air began to show it. The Black Lantern Superman had already been losing to Clark. Between the real Kryptonian outclassing him and the building solar intensity, his performance started coming apart in visible increments. Clark pressed harder, and landed a clean punch to the chest. The Black Lantern Superman staggered. He tried to compensate, tried to pull his speed back up, and found it wasn't there anymore. He looked at his own hands. The dark muscle was smoking. He tried to make a fist, a finger simply detached. He looked around with what might have been confusion. The Black Lantern Wonder Woman nearby showed the same symptoms. The Reverse Flash was worse. He'd tried to break left and his right foot had dissolved from under him mid-stride. He was stumbling. The ordinary human Black Lanterns fared worst of all. Some were dragging a leg, some had already stopped moving entirely. The rings kept working to repair the damage, methodically, mechanically, with the dedicated focus of something that had never been programmed to recognize a losing position. Their logic was rigid, while the host persisted, repair. So they repaired. The concentrated sunlight dissolved the repair. They tried again. The result was a loop, dissolve, repair, with combat effectiveness swinging wildly as bodies fell apart, were reconstituted, and fell apart again. Without structural integrity, even a Black Lantern Superman couldn't generate meaningful force. Clark and Barry both found themselves at a clear advantage for the first time in the fight. The Reverse Flash couldn't run. The Black Lantern Wonder Woman was still thinking tactically. She shifted to targeting bystanders, forcing Barry to peel off and intervene rather than pressing the advantage. And Scarface, even at ground level with the Black Lanterns forming a partial screen between her and the sky, the light found her anyway. The chains had started to change color where the light struck them directly. 2 showed visible damage. The 8 rabid dogs who had been tearing at Diana began to stutter in their assault, their blank expressions showing the first faint trace of returning awareness. Chapter 833, Chapter 832, Blackest Night, Part 10. Scarface had never encountered legendary magic before. She was decisive. 4 Guardians kept pressing Diana while the remaining 4 pivoted to destroy the miniature sun Thea had conjured. Unfortunately, the Guardians had no grasp of magical principles. They defaulted to their old playbook, blanket the problem with enough energy and it would stop being a problem. She had encountered the angel Zoriel before, and could sense the same divine energy here. Thea's spell drew from that same source, but ran stronger than the original. It channeled positive energy from heaven itself through a magical conduit. Necron could shrug off that kind of energy. His foot soldiers could not. The energy bolts the 4 Guardians fired didn't destroy the miniature sun. They fed it. Rather than shrinking, the sphere grew slightly larger. With 4 Guardians redirected, the pressure on Diana dropped sharply. She brought her great shield across in a horizontal sweep and drove it straight into the nearest Guardian's face. These weren't good people, Thea had told her as much long ago. She felt absolutely no remorse. Crack. The thick shield met ancient flesh with devastating force. The so-called immortal little blue man's face caved in on impact. Diana raised her sword for a killing stroke, then stopped. He was still technically alive. Kill him, and he'd be back on his feet as a Black Lantern within seconds. She muttered a curse under her breath, twisted her wrist, and redirected the blow from a decapitation into a slash aimed at the energy chains binding him. The sword of Hephaestus blazed, every inch of the blade alive with fire. It sheared through the construct chains in one clean stroke. The freed Guardian's face snapped back into something resembling its original shape. With his emotions still stripped away, he simply looked at Diana for a moment, expression blank, then turned to face his former commander, Scarface. Scarface read the situation clearly. The miniature sun couldn't be brought down. She'd lost a Guardian. The female Guardian who had been seduced by Necron didn't hesitate. She gathered the remaining 7, hit Diana with a concentrated blast to force her back, and teleported out of Central City, taking her former colleague, now her new trophy, with her. Casting the legendary spell had left Thea slightly drained. She was a half-second slow on sealing the space. She watched Scarface start to run, and chose, quite cheerfully, to let her go. Without Scarface, Black Hand alone couldn't summon Necron. No reason to stop her. With the field commander gone, the remaining Black Lanterns kept flooding through the portal. The situation hadn't improved much. Diana came face to face with a Black Lantern version of herself, and for a moment was caught off guard by a wave of mixed feelings. Eagle armor. Battle skirt. Boots. The silver bracelets. The lasso of truth. Diana wielded the sword without purpose, no creed, no objective, just motion. She had been lost even in life. Now, with her soul stripped away, only her body remained, pulled back to its feet by a black ring. You're this world's Diana. The Black Lantern's withered face twisted into something like a grin. Wonder Woman. Ha, you'll die here today too. I've spoken to your soul. Diana's voice was measured. You're a memory copy of who she was. You are not her. You're a puppet. Diana was a new god. Her counterpart was a puppet. The gap in raw power and speed was immense. After years at Thea's side, she'd long since stopped limiting herself to classical Greek combat. In every metric, she outclassed the Earth 2 version of herself. She swept Diana's shield away with a kick. Her sword came around and took off one of the Black Lantern's arms at the elbow. The miniature sun's sustained light slowed Diana's regeneration to a crawl. Diana threw the lasso of truth, even knowing it was a puppet, she had to try. The Valkyrie shouted, under the lasso, tell me who you really are. Diana fought wildly but couldn't break Diana's grip. New god divine power flowed into the lasso, a tide of law force that locked the puppet body in place. Diana kept thrashing. Diana wasn't sure why there was still resistance. Normally, being caught in the lasso meant submission. This Black Lantern was the first she'd ever seen that could still fight back. No time to analyze it. Her competitive nature surged, and she matched the struggle with her own full force. The golden lasso turned silver-white as divine power poured in. Diana's hair whipped loose around her. Every muscle was engaged. Across the field, Thea drove off a cluster of lesser BLs and teleported to Diana's side. She looked worried. Diana was pushing too hard, too fast. She had reached through the Black Lantern's connection and locked herself in a direct contest of will against Necron himself. Earth's finest was still nothing to the Lord of Death. Less than 10 seconds in, the silver-white lasso was already beginning to show faint black corruption at its edges. Only Diana's divine seed of perseverance was keeping it from failing outright. Golden sweat ran down Diana's neck. She gripped the lasso with both hands, barely holding. She was demanding an answer from the BL puppet, but the real target of her question was Necron. The stakes were enormous. Thea watched, alarmed. There was nothing she could do. Northwest matter how close they were, their divine attributes shared nothing in common. She couldn't reach back and pour her power into Diana the way a wuxia novel would have it, one hand on the shoulder, inner energy flowing between them. Their powers came from entirely different sources and had nothing in common in nature. Highfather's divine power of righteousness might be able to repel Necron at range, but that was one thing Thea absolutely could not use. She was stuck. Then her eye caught something in the distance, a civilian sprinting through the wreckage with a saxophone strapped to his back. And something clicked. She pulled out a panpipe. A product of hell, left behind by a demon lord who had been entirely too interested in the arts for someone in his line of work. 12 dragon bones, bored and tuned. When played, it breathed with hell's particular brand of scorching heat and creeping languor. As the goddess of art, Thea had every performing skill at its peak. She turned the instrument over in her hands and considered. Funeral music was out. Her soul divine seat would amplify it, but Necron would benefit even more. Pure, uplifting energy didn't suit the instrument either. The panpipe was born from hell. Serenity and light would sound wrong coming out of it. And besides, even if she pushed Diana from 100 to 150 still lost to Necron. Thea had spent considerable time working out how to deal with Necron. Her core principle had always been the same: if you can't match his realm, his understanding, his absolute purity of purpose, don't try to elevate yourself to his level. Drag him down to yours. It takes 10,000 years to cultivate that kind of purity. 5 minutes to defile it. Put some grit in pristine water. Pull him down to where she lived. Then beat him on home turf, where she had decades of experience to draw from. Her red lips curved around the mouthpiece. A slow smile followed. The music rose, soft, weightless, drifting, from a set of hellfire-forged dragonbone pipes. Chapter 834, Chapter 833, Blackest Night, Part 11. She is the last light of a fading sky. Longing, longing, for someone who truly sees. Come on, live fully, time stretches on without end. Come on, fall in love, there's plenty of room for fools. Come on, go wandering, every direction is waiting. Come on, play pretend, there's plenty of splendor to go around. Circling and circling, lost in a reckless dream. The more you worry, the more you want, the more you want, the more it itches, the more it itches, the more you scratch, the more you scratch. Decadence from the first note to the last, channeled through her soul power and divine seat of art, amplified by a panpipe carved from hell itself. The melody wound through the air and refused to leave. Every note trailed implications that pulled at the imagination and left them deliberately, agonizingly unresolved. At full divine resonance, mortals below the threshold of divine perception couldn't consciously hear the music, they could only feel it. A warmth under the skin. A vague, rootless restlessness with no object. Superman, for instance, attributed his sudden inexplicable heat to too much solar radiation. Diana was completely immune. She was too experienced for a little music to catch her off guard. After years together, what was one provocative melody? She'd seen it all. She felt the tune and let it wash past her without a tremor. Necron's experience was the exact opposite. He had never heard anything like this in his entire existence, which predated life itself. For the first time, something struck against the absolute calm of his being. A tremor, tiny and barely perceptible. But there. The ancient well, still for an eternity, stirred. He had existed before life was born, had watched endless cycles of lives emerging and fading away. Now, hearing Thea's music striking straight to the soul, he felt, for the first time, a faint flicker of envy toward ordinary mortals. Those creatures with souls could experience so much more than this. Thea's gaze pierced through countless layers of space and met Necron's wooden, uncomprehending stare. Watch carefully. This is how the goddess of art beats you. Necron's expression didn't change. But the simple, absolute directive that defined him, the return of all things to death, acquired a very thin veil. A gauze. Almost nothing. But enough. And the thread of control he held over Diana frayed, instantly, to almost nothing. Diana felt the release. The silver-white power surged back. Tell me who you are. Her body was failing, divine power nearly spent, but her voice came from somewhere that didn't run dry. Diana's struggle slowed. I'm not. I am. On the far end of the connection, Necron read the situation and withdrew. I am Diana Prince. The Black Lantern's shout split the air. Wonder Woman. From the inside out, the puppet's body detonated into dust. Earth 2's Wonder Woman, bound by the lasso of truth, had reached something buried deep in the body's memory, her own name, and reclaimed it. The black ring's hold shattered. Thea stared, mouth slightly open. In that instant, she felt a new source crystallize inside Diana. Diana looked at her, and told her its name. Courage. Questioning a being far above you. Fearing nothing. Charging into the dark even when everyone else turns back. Standing when the numbers are beyond any rational calculation. Standing anyway. Thea had always assumed this divine seat belonged to Highfather. It did not. Apparently Highfather didn't have courage at all. That explained quite a lot about centuries of losing ground to Darkseid. She filed the observation and began mentally reorganizing her taxonomy of new god-divine seats. 4 tiers, roughly. The first tier, foundational forces. Time, space, life, death, the objective substance of the physical universe. Pre-existing. Currently beyond any new god's reach. The second tier, divine seats of enormous and arguably necessary influence. Justice, evil, soul. Soul edged slightly above the other two, though technically, life could exist without souls, the reach were proof enough. The third tier, divine seats that arise from the activities of living things. Trade, wealth, her original seats. Protection, courage, Diana's. Hate, pain, Steppenwolf's crowd. The fourth tier, the optional ones. Nothing would collapse without them. Art. Lady Starhaven's tracking. Nice to have. Not essential. Across the field, Diana was soaked, divine power in the red, and absolutely glowing. She caught Thea's eye, licked her lips, and the expression said everything, see that? Caught up again. You're in trouble tonight. Thea ran the math. Her own portfolio, 1 second-tier seat, soul, 2 third-tier, trade, wealth, 1 fourth-tier, art, versus Diana's 3 third-tier seats, protection, courage, and whatever came next. In theory, Thea still had the edge in raw divine weight. Her personality just didn't come with the same natural aggression. She instinctively pulled her shoulders in. She gripped the Ankh talisman and checked the latest data projected from the Death's domain. She almost laughed out loud. Necron's position in the cosmic registry had dropped by 3. He now sat at 108. The defilement strategy worked. She sent Diana to rest. Diana had nothing left anyway, and stood alone for a moment, cataloging the new divine seat's properties. The decadent melody had done its work on Eobard Thawne as well, as an indirect bonus. Barry and Wally were both young men. They couldn't consciously hear the music, but the soul-level harmonics still reached them. Neither understood why they were suddenly having such a disorienting physiological response to the sight of Eobard Thawne. Both stood there, thoroughly confused. Should they see someone about this? Reverse Flash had no such complications. He took advantage of Bart Allen's inexperience in the resulting chaos and slipped out of Central City before anyone could close the gap. Superman tried the same exit. Thea blocked him. Several heroes combined fire, 1 green construct, 1 yellow, and Superman went offline, collapsing to the ground as a scatter of bones. Diana studied the portal, wide enough to drive a truck through, and frowned. Black lanterns kept streaming from the other side. Steve Trevor. Laurel Lance. People she'd known, back on their feet with black rings. Can you seal it? I can't seal this quickly, Thea admitted, hands already building with power. I'll just blow it up. But she held back, not quite committing to the act. The balance of the universe was fragile. If she blasted Earth 2 off the connection entirely, there was no telling what chain effects would follow. This was why being a villain was easier than being a hero. Villains just broke things. Heroes had to think about what came after. She'd find another way. Then the answer walked through the portal itself. Child, it's me. An old man stumbled through the gate and immediately threw his hands up before she could complete her spell. It's me. Old Robert. Thea blinked. Why are you here? Behind him came the rest, a battered procession. Earth 2 Superman, Val Zod. Then Dr. Fate, Khalid. Green Lantern Alan Scott. And Jay Garrick, Flash of Earth 2, pouring through in ragged order, all of them out of breath. Chapter 835, Chapter 834, Blackest Night, Part 12. Help us, we can't hold much longer. Robert Queen had one arm around the elderly Thomas Wayne, running at the front of the group, gasping, waving urgently at Thea. There are two of them behind us, stop them. Who? Earth 2 didn't have that many heavy hitters left. Thea assessed the state of the arrivals, every one of them looked like they'd been worked over for hours, and looked past them into the passage. Dr. Fate kept throwing wide-field magical strikes back toward pursuit. Alan Scott kept hurling constructs behind him. Valzad fought a running retreat, engaged, disengaged, covered, re-engaged, a full minute of continuous combat across the length of the portal just to buy time for the non-powered members of the group to cross. Who's chasing you? Thea asked. Nah, Robert caught his breath. Nabu. The name had barely left his lips. Valzad took a fireball to the chest and was thrown 15 meters through the air. Dr. Fate's magical shield detonated. Alan Scott caught a column of fire and went down. Through the portal walked something that had not been alive in a very long time. Black, rotted muscle. The smell of ages. Eyes burning with terrible light. Nabu, the ancient mage who had become a god on Earth, one while on Earth, two choosing to sacrifice himself, had been raised by a black ring. Millennia of death had eaten most of his clothing. Thea automatically disregarded what remained of the fabric and focused on the man himself. He floated at eye level, legs folded in meditation posture, wearing the remnants of a half-cracked pharaoh-style golden mask. She immediately revised her assessment of the situation upward. The man was loaded. Earrings. Rings on every finger. A nose ring. Wristbands. A belt. Ankle bracelets. And his toes, she was fairly certain his toes had rings on them too. The overlapping magical auras pouring off each piece made her eyes water just looking at them. No wonder he'd crushed Earth 2's finest. An artifact ensemble like that was effectively its own army. Nabu uttered a few syllables. Before Thea could make sense of what he was doing, she found she didn't need to, the artifacts did it for him. Without preamble, without monologue, without warning, each piece began to coordinate. Each piece activated in sequence, their power flowing through Nabu's will like a liquid through a precision instrument. Not one jewel wasted. Not 1 millisecond of lag. He raised both hands. A rain of fire unfurled across the sky, miles wide, each drop wrapped around a burning meteor. If those hit, half of Central City would be leveled. Ancient magic. Thea felt a genuine spark of interest. There weren't many people in the world who could actually push her in a pure spellcraft contest. She quickly located several key nodes in the casting framework and struck one apart to break it. Nabu paused. Briefly. He didn't speak, not even a warning, just connected to a different artifact, and the burning rain hiccuped once, then resumed its descent. They traded moves. Thea hit a node. Nabu rerouted. She hit another. He adapted. The fire rain jerked across the sky in stuttering fits and starts, like a film skipping frames, each volley pausing mid-fall before lurching downward again. He was committed to completing the spell. She was committed to stopping it. 7, 8 exchanges, neither one pulling decisively ahead, because whatever managed to get through, Superman, Diana, and Valzad were already breaking it apart before it hit ground. Don't worry about me, Thea said, eyes fixed on Nabu. There are still enemies coming through on the other side. She didn't add the rest of it, that Nabu, through some combination of deliberate caution in life and sheer luck in death, had stacked 7 or 8 layers of magical shielding on his body, and that her usual shortcut for dealing with black lanterns, one green, one yellow, was completely useless against him. She'd have to strip every last shield before she could even think about finishing him. As if to punctuate the point, a golden shape burst from the portal. Once gleaming armor, now flooded with black. Winged helmet. A caduceus staff, both serpents dull. Lightning trailed behind the figure as it moved, and the first bolt struck Diana before she'd fully registered what she was looking at. Speed force. Diana got her shield up on instinct. The impact was real. Her sword came around and caught nothing. She fired a look at Thea. Earth 2's Hermes, Thea said without turning. Their god of speed. Jay Garrick's speed was his gift before he died. Barry lit up and ran to help. The gap announced itself immediately. Hermes was a god. Barry was human. A divine body could perform movements that simply weren't available to human physiology, angles of attack that defied inertia, reversals that required no wind-up. Barry could track him. He could not match him. The other speedsters didn't come close. Earth 2's Aquaman appeared next, Arthur Curry as a black lantern, and behind him, Mara. Their Atlantis had never sunk, but Steppenwolf had broken it open in the early hours of his invasion. Arthur had died in that breach. Clark moved to intercept. He managed 2 exchanges before Black Lantern Batman appeared behind him and a kryptonite dart nearly ended him. It took Cisco, Caitlin, and half a dozen others to drag him clear in time. The situation was getting complicated. Thea escalated against Nabu, which proved significantly harder than she'd expected. The ancient mage was extraordinarily resilient, 7 parts defense, 3 parts offense. His shields regenerated the moment she broke them. His magical traps reset as fast as she could dismantle them. Against any normal human mage, 3 soul strikes and it would be done. Against a Black Lantern, soul techniques were off the table entirely. Immunity was built into the ring. She was stuck fighting him by pure attrition. For every 9 spells he cast, she countered 10. She was winning. Slowly, and at significant cost. The problem was she needed to conserve power for Necron. Grinding through Nabu's entire shield array would drain her far too much, but his spell work was too precise and too dangerous to hand off to anyone else. She glanced around for the guardian she'd freed earlier. Gone. Hadn't said a word. Hadn't offered so much as a perfunctory thanks. Just vanished. With no other options, she called in a favor. Raven, the crown princess of brute magical force, who had never met a problem she didn't want to solve by hitting it harder, heard what the task was and immediately looked interested. Chapter 836, Chapter 835, Blackest Night, Part 13. Raven brought everything she had and spent none of it carefully. Dark magic hammered into Nabu's shields in a relentless barrage, no finesse, no distinction between shields, deflections, or traps, just overwhelming magical force. She couldn't tell them apart and didn't care to try. Yeah. Behind Raven, her magical avatar manifested, a raven so vast it blotted out the sky, solid as stone, and it hurled itself directly into Nabu's layered defenses. The impact shattered 3 shields simultaneously. For the first time, Nabu showed something close to alarm. Every artifact on his body blazed at once. His tactical intelligence was still intact. He identified Raven as Thea's reinforcement, braced against Thea's disintegration attack using sheer artifact synergy, and counterattacked with both hands, a multicolored chromatic beam that struck Raven dead center. Thea and Raven looked at each other. Then they both started laughing. Nabu had assumed Raven was young, and that a young woman's mental fortitude would be soft. He'd used a high-order confusion spell, the kind that could crack a senior archmage. What he didn't know was who Raven's father was. Trigon. Demon King of 3 worlds. Demonic bloodlines had the second highest magical resistance in existence, after dragons, and against mental magic specifically, that resistance bordered on immunity. Even Thea, with all her depth of craft, had been planting mental influence in Raven since Mechastar was at her weakest, and still couldn't claim to have truly controlled her for more than a handful of years. Nabu's brute-forced external will, hammered in through a single conjured spell. It didn't land. He had wasted the move. His defeat arrived faster. The man was still extraordinary. 2 full minutes of sustained bombardment from both of them, Raven opening full manifestation attacks repeatedly, the Dark Raven crashing through his defenses again and again, before the last shield finally collapsed. Thea, 1 green. 1 yellow. The black ring shattered. Nabu went down. With both of them fully engaged, the rest of the battle turned. Hermes remained a problem. His divine body resisted the miniature sun's light far better than any normal speedster, and unlike the rest, he could fly. It took a coordinated effort from everyone on the field to finally run him down. But the delay had cost them. While Nabu and Hermes had held the field, Black Lanterns had scattered across Central City. Thea looked over the final results, speechless. BL Batman. BL Malcolm Merlin. BL Reverse Flash. The 3 most strategically dangerous combatants in the entire battle had escaped. Of course they had. Robert Queen stepped forward, his voice quiet and earnest. Please. Don't destroy the portal. Thea turned the problem over in her mind. Earth, too, had already been devastated by Steppenwolf, its heroes bled dry, its strength reduced to a fraction of what it once was. Now a blackest night on top of everything. Adding insult to injury. Without other Spectrum Lanterns, with only Alan Scott's nature-based power to work with, Earth, too, had no real mechanism to quell a blackest night on its own. And this crisis had originated on Earth, 1. Earth, too, was a casualty, not a cause. If she destroyed the portal, the Black Lanterns already on the other side would simply finish what was left of Earth, 2 without interference. I'm willing to help, Thea said. Drive the dead ones through to our side. Clark and Diana didn't hesitate. They had the ability, that made it their responsibility. Earth 2's heroes were allies. The call was obvious. The Earth 2 contingent wept. Several of them simply dropped to the ground to rest. The fight had come without warning, without preparation, they'd absorbed an overwhelming blow and hadn't stopped moving since. Thea looked over the arrivals. Where's Hawkgirl? Where's Captain Steel? Don't tell me everyone coming through the portal was. They died fighting, Robert said quietly. She absorbed that. Earth, too, had been used as a sacrifice by Scarface, its brief recovery from Steppenwolf's devastation spent in a single afternoon. She didn't carry guilt over it. The portal had existed whether she knew it or not. Discovery was always inevitable. If Scarface had found it, she'd been operating on Earth for a significant stretch of time, not an impulse. Everything had been arranged by something larger than any one player. She put it under Destiny's name and felt marginally better. Clark flew to her side, staring at Valzad with visible confusion. Blue bodysuit. Red cape. The S-shield on the chest. Who is that? Valzad. Their world's Superman. The Black Lantern version you just put down was their world's Zod, but on their Earth, Zod was a pacifist. A scholar. He's the one who ended up carrying the cape. The explanation came out in fragments. Even Thea had to admit the situation was getting absurdly layered. Dead people walking. Parallel timelines. Dead people from parallel timelines crossing into their timeline. And somewhere in the suburbs of Metropolis right now, Farah was locked in a full battle with the real Zod, while his son from a parallel universe sat 20 meters away, recovering. The portal kept producing Black Lanterns. But with Clark, Diana, the Flash, and the Earth, two contingents supporting the Central City Police and National Guard, the line held around the ruins of the former STAR Labs complex. The miniature sun continued to degrade every Black Lantern within its radius, conventional weapons and combined hero firepower handled the rest. The human side was holding, barely. Thea said her goodbyes and left. Star City needed a miniature sun. Metropolis needed one. Washington needed one. She had work to do. Elsewhere. Amanda Waller's head dropped below the door frame as something hummed past at lethal velocity. Deadshot's shot shattered the boomerang mid-arc. ARGUS was in full retreat. The agents were skilled, but against opponents who couldn't stay dead, skill had a ceiling. BL Captain Boomerang had apparently taught himself to create ring constructs on the fly. His projectiles came back from angles that didn't exist, in the dark, without warning. Dr. Light, their best option against Black Lanterns, had taken a hit in the first wave and was down. If Amanda hadn't spent her career being paranoid about contingencies, they'd have been sealed inside the ARGUS complex an hour ago. 500 agents. Under 300 remaining, and half of those were desk workers. Change vehicles, move. The convoy ground forward, losing another car every few blocks. Amanda. The voice was warm and terrible, coming from somewhere behind them. My old boss. Rick Flag and Dr. Moon are here to see you. BL Rick Flag, once Amanda's most promising operational asset, the men she'd been grooming to lead the Suicide Squad, was running them down from behind, pale light burning in his eyes. Right on cue, June Moon, the Enchantress, raised again by a black ring, raised both hands and fired a volley of shadow arrows, followed by a wave of shadow creatures churning across the asphalt. Dr. Mist, an African hero whose entire body was inscribed with magic circles, caught the directed spells on his reflective wards. The shadow creatures were another matter. Katana stepped into the gap, her soul-cutting blade a blur, putting down 3 creatures in quick succession before they could reach the group. Crisis averted. For the moment. Chapter 837, Chapter 836, Blackest Night, Part 14. A shape dropped from the darkness above and hit the asphalt between the convoy vehicles like a demolition charge. BL Killer Croc. Chato. Amanda's voice cut through the noise. El Diablo, Chato Santana, former gang enforcer, the man who carried a demon's fire in him regardless of his preferences, shook off whatever blankness had settled over him and raised both hands. A column of flame pushed Killer Croc back. Hiss. A wall of ice rose across the road behind the convoy, temporarily blocking the pursuit. Captain Cold had appeared somewhere in the last block. Leonard Snart, escaped from prison, cold gun back in hand. He'd simply attached himself to Amanda's convoy without announcing any particular intention to do so. Amanda hadn't asked how he got out. She didn't mention it. He was here, that was sufficient. Black Lanterns couldn't be cooked. Couldn't be frozen in any permanent sense. The assembled survivors exchanged a collective look of grim frustration. The BLs could fly. Their side was stuck in ground vehicles. There was no version of this math that ended well at their current rate. Where are we running to? Snart asked, entirely too calmly for the circumstances. Washington. Amanda said it without hesitation. Her actual calculation was simple. As an old acquaintance of Thea's, instinct told her Thea would have some way to protect her own mother. Amanda could use the excuse of rushing to protect the president as her cover story, and Washington was therefore the safest place she could be. To her agents, this looked like an administrator thinking of the country even while being hunted. Word moved through the convoy, even now, she's thinking about the president. Director Waller is something else. They're back on us. An agent at the rear window shouted. Over 100 black lanterns were closing fast. Not just former Suicide Squad members, among the corpses ArrowVerse had kept were a number of notorious criminals, many of them superpowered. Now the black rings were pointing them all at the living. Some hit with overwhelming force. Some spat acid. Some detonated. The road behind the convoy became a running gauntlet of spectacular and terrible superpower combinations deployed without strategy or restraint. The Enchantress blinked into existence inside one of the jeeps as a column of black smoke. Amanda, go to hell. 5 fingers spread, nails like polished knives, and drove straight for Amanda's chest. Half the Suicide Squad members present developed a sudden, convenient case of slow reactions. Not our problem. Probably. Katana didn't. She drove a kick into the Enchantress, like striking a stone pillar, but the impact bought Lila Michaels enough time to drag Amanda out of the trajectory. The claws caught Amanda's shoulder anyway. 5 parallel gouges through the uniform and into flesh. Attack her. Amanda's voice could have cut steel. The squad reluctantly complied. These people still need more work, she thought, fury barely contained. Nearly got me killed. Deadshot, El Diablo, and Bronze Tiger, none of them operating anywhere near their weight class in this fight, drove the Enchantress back long enough to create distance. Chato's demon was a shadow of what it had once been. An encounter with Thea in a previous operation had nearly torn his soul loose, and his power had never fully recovered. He called it hellfire. In truth, it wouldn't even be enough to start a barbecue in hell. The Enchantress dodged his fireballs without much effort, the 2 that connected achieved nothing she couldn't walk off. Deadshot had a vein visibly pulsing in his forehead. The best shot in the world, completely useless when the target couldn't stay dead. Bronze Tiger, one of the finest hand-to-hand combatants alive, was doing well just to stay on his feet. The convoy was being herded. Slowly, deliberately, the black lanterns angled them off course from above. The road was narrowing. The options were narrowing. More BLs had joined in the interim. What had started as roughly 100 criminal corpses was now closer to 300, as fallen ArrowVerse agents added to the count. Ordinary civilians she could at least send home to hide. The problem was the VIPs. 2 senators were riding dead center in the convoy, loudly insisting they were also going to Washington to protect the president. Amanda would have dearly loved to kick them out the door. Amanda stayed low beneath the window frame, dodging a boomerang she sensed more than saw, and spoke quietly to Lila at her side. Any word from rescue? Lila, who maintained her own private channel to Diggle, a fact both Thea and Amanda had long since chosen to leave alone, checked her wrist device. Amanda already knew the committee was untouched. Nevada. Barely any population out there, which meant barely any bodies, which meant no black lanterns to raise. Nothing yet. I think we might be. Amanda silenced her with a look. They're here. Lila's head snapped up. Something changed in her expression, relief so sudden it looked like vertigo. In the sky. A massive carrier broke through the cloud layer and descended. Weapons bays opened across its hull. Fire came down on every black lantern in the engagement zone simultaneously. John Diggle, 1/3 of the original Green Arrow team's core, stood on the bridge with both hands clasped behind his back, his black trenchcoat hanging from his shoulders, voice calm and precise as he directed fire patterns across the ground. The saturation strikes were calibrated to overwhelm BL regeneration, volley by volley, their self-repair simply couldn't keep up. He'd always been the one standing 2 steps back. Always the steady hand in the background. Today Thea had handed him this, and he was going to make it count. He remembered what she'd said when she saw him in this getup, the suggestion she'd thrown out with that half-smile of hers. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the eye patch. Put it on. Checked his reflection in the bridge window. One eye covered, trenchcoat straight, carrier at his back. The look on his face said try me. Not bad at all, he thought, quietly satisfied. Wait till Lila sees this. Below, every person who had spent the last hour convinced they were going to die looked up at the carrier breaking the clouds and exhaled something too raw to be a word. Even the Suicide Squad members let go of their grudge against Amanda for one moment and built a defensive perimeter while rescue craft descended. Firestorm and Lobo covered the carrier's flanks. Firestorm found his transmutation ability useless against the rings, he couldn't touch the construct, and switched entirely to raw nuclear fireballs. The temperature differential between his output and Chato's was not a close comparison. BL Killer Croc ignited like a bonfire. Even the Enchantress, veteran magic user that she was, pulled back from the heat. Lobo came in on the other flank with his Space Harley at full throttle, flying configuration engaged, sidecar occupied. The engine howl was followed by explosions, and more explosions, and then laughter that sounded like it was having the time of its life. Deadshot recognized the passenger about half a second before she waved. Harley Quinn, grinning, already winding up with the grenade as if it were a friendly greeting. He raised his gun. Chapter 838, Chapter 837, Blackest Night, Part 15. As it turned out, Harley Quinn wasn't quite as unhinged as her reputation suggested, at least not today. She looked down at the bomb in her hand, then at Deadshot's sour expression far below, and broke into the widest grin imaginable. She transferred the bomb to her left hand and used her right to wave enthusiastically at her former colleagues on the ground. What's the big deal? Deadshot wasn't happy. A close friend had been pardoned on the flimsiest excuse imaginable, and the injustice sat in his chest like a stone. It had come up during a mission once. Amanda had let something slip about what was technically a forbidden topic within the squad. That was when he'd finally gotten the full story. Harley Quinn was a woman. That was it. That was the entire reason. He was still out here risking his life, while she was apparently having the time of her life. This alien's an idiot, he thought, eyes narrowing. He had sharp eyes, famously so, and he'd clocked the figure riding alongside Harley the moment they'd appeared. The skin tone, the build, the sheer alien wrongness of him, not from Earth, no question. That troublemaker is going to get him killed sooner or later. 2 seconds later, he revised the prediction. More likely the other way around. The alien in question, Lobo, barreled his motorcycle straight into a wall of black lanterns without slowing down. He chopped and hacked and screamed, his voice carrying like a loudspeaker. Ha! You Earthers really know how to throw a party. The mainman loves it here. In the sidecar, Harley was in absolute heaven. This new friend of hers was crazier than she was, and she found that deliriously exciting. She hurled bombs at the black lanterns with no particular system or strategy, only enthusiasm. The black lanterns felt no pain. But their pre-death memories were intact, and they'd all been hardened criminals in life, unruly, arrogant ones. None of them had ever seen two people this outrageously reckless. They swung their attention toward the pair in force, determined to bring them down. Enchantress moved fastest. With a sound like wind through dead wood, she dissolved into black smoke and reappeared directly behind Lobo. Her 10 fingers extended like blades. Before Lobo could react, she'd plunged them into the back of his neck, then sliced laterally. His massive head listed to one side, spine exposed to the open air. It looked horrific. Enchantress was already turning toward the sidecar, preparing to finish Harley. Deadshot had his rifle up, lining up a rescue shot from a distance. Both of them stopped. Lobo's head slowly twisted on the remaining thread of flesh and muscle, using the spine as a pivot, until it was facing backward. He stared at Enchantress from this anatomically inadvisable angle. The problem was that the thread of tissue couldn't actually support his head. Harley, ever helpful, stepped in to hold it up by the chin. Now he could see her properly. Ha! The mainman doesn't flinch at cheap shots. He picked his own head up with both hands and pressed it back onto his spine, completely disregarding blood vessels and nerves. 2 massive hands clamped down on either side of his own neck, and his regeneration did the rest, muscle fibers knitting and reattaching at visible speed. Within seconds, his head was back where it belonged. He seemed entirely unbothered by the whole affair. He grabbed a large axe with his left hand and split Enchantress cleanly in 2 from crown to floor. Black lanterns healed fast, black energy threads raced to reconnect the 2 halves. Enchantress's expression turned feral. She wanted to see whose regeneration was stronger. Then she noticed something odd. Her body felt strange. She looked down. A round bomb, a smiley face painted cheerfully on its front, was lodged inside her stomach. A short length of fuse dangled out. Down you go, genius. Lobo's heavy chain cracked across Enchantress's face. The impact launched her off the motorcycle. The explosion was tremendous. So were the 2 maniacs' laughter. With those 2 serving as the world's most chaotic distraction, John Diggle brought 2 medevac airships in low. Amanda Waller's team was extracted without incident. Lila watched her husband step aboard wearing an eye patch and tilted her head. He'd been fine at lunch, perfectly fine. When had he gone blind? Tech gear, he said, clocking her expression. It wasn't even a lie. Thea had integrated comm systems, infrared sensors, and GPS tracking directly into the eye patch before she'd been willing to let him put it on. The truth was, she'd put real thought into making Diggle look the part, the eye patch, the bearing, the whole effect. Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. had set a certain standard. It was, honestly, a small disappointment. When Thea had handed Felicity the brief for the Avengers liaison setup, she'd imagined something with a little more range. Instead, the former hacker had looked at the command position, looked at her boyfriend, and essentially drawn him taller and more square-jawed. Thea had never quite been able to look at the result without a slight wince, until Diggle had volunteered to command the Flying Fortress, and the casting problem had, mercifully, resolved itself. The Flying Fortress broke atmosphere and engaged its stealth systems. The cloaking technology was demonite-derived, absolutely unparalleled in the known universe. Even back when Thea herself had worn the Batman cowl, it had gone undetected. The Black Lanterns weren't finding it either. They made their way across the flight path in stages, doing what they could for civilians. Supergirl and the Martian Manhunter arrived with a full DEO contingent and joined the fight. By the time they reached Washington, D.C., the ship was packed well beyond comfortable capacity. The miniature sun floated in place above the city. Washington's skies remained in human hands. The Flying Fortress entered combat operations, beat back another wave of Black Lanterns, and finally set down its passengers. Diggle took the ship back up to continue evacuations. The assembled heroes followed, fanning out to stabilize the situation. Amanda Waller issued orders to her people and went straight to the White House. Whatever was happening out there had to be a report. She was still planning out what to say when the door took her a full minute to open because the room beyond was absolutely packed. Representatives. Governors. Mayors. All of them with the same story, here to protect the president. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought they were paragons of loyalty. Moira Queen was doing her level best to manage the situation, explaining patiently, repeatedly, that they could be transferred to the new continent, that it was safe there, that without specific methods, Black Lanterns couldn't cross over. For once in a long while, she was telling the complete truth. And nobody believed her. They couldn't parse the difference between a higher dimensional space and a parallel universe. They'd made up their minds, the president wasn't leaving, so neither were they. Beat them with a stick, they'd still be standing in the White House, protecting her. Moira laughed despite herself and kept the conversation moving. Thea had told her, this one's different from last time. Civilian involvement will be low. Even most heroes won't be central. The outcome turns on a handful of people. Moira remained calm. She stayed calm even when she caught sight of Black Lantern Robert Queen through the window, her eyes narrowed slightly, nothing more. No signal given, none needed. Wait for dawn. Ordinary people only needed to wait, that was what Thea had told her. It would be all right by morning. So Moira waited. Chapter 839, Chapter 838, Blackest Night, Part 16. 9 miles, 15 kilometers, west of Gotham City, Tim Drake flew low. After the battle over the Batman mantle, he had declared himself Red Robin and left for a time. Tonight was his return. He used a self-built glider to move through the air, elegant as a great bird, if he could ignore the boulders being hurled at him from behind. Beside him flew a young woman with golden hair, wearing a crimson bodysuit and matching gauntlets, a deep red lasso coiled at her hip. Cassie, Diana's student, Wonder Girl. They'd run into each other by accident. Cassie had been passing through. Tim had received a message from Dick, his biological parents had been raised as Black Lanterns, and he was racing back to Gotham. He'd literally crossed paths with Wonder Girl mid-flight, exchanged a few words, and discovered she wasn't as much of a stranger as he'd assumed. After a few months under Diana's training, Cassie was full of rescue-first ideals and eager to make a name for herself. She didn't need to think twice about joining him. On her first outing, Wonder Girl got knocked unconscious. Solomon Grundy had broken loose, and that massive zombie, a creature Thea herself had once been completely unable to handle, gave Wonder Girl a thorough education in the gap between confidence and ability. He knocked her pride right back to the basics in 3 moves. If Thea had been there, she would have had a genuine philosophical question for Necron: does Solomon Grundy even qualify as dead? He was still walking around. He wasn't exactly alive, but he certainly wasn't entirely dead either. Unfortunately, Cassie had no such meditations to occupy her. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday, took ill on Thursday, worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday, was a creature of ferocious power. Back then, it had taken rookie Superman, rookie Batman, and Thea working together to contain him, and if Thea was honest, the latter two had mostly been providing moral support at the time. The point stood. The version in front of Cassie was well beyond her current level. He'd ignored her lasso entirely, backhanded her clear across the terrain, and she would have been badly injured already if Tim hadn't pulled her out of the follow-through. Diana's twin swords, she thought. Her lightning spear. She had a lasso in her fists. That wasn't going to be enough. We can't pull him back into the city, she told Red Robin. We have to deal with him out here. Tim had already reached the same conclusion. He glanced over. What can you do? Quick version, abilities. Cassie wasn't about to hand a near stranger her complete profile on a first meeting. She gave him the abbreviated version. Tim processed it briefly. Can you make it to the moon under your own power? She blinked. She had no idea. She'd never had any particular reason to find out. Here's the problem, he said. That thing can't be killed. We can't beat it in a straight fight. But I don't think it can fly, and if we can get it into orbit, we can tame it and deal with it later. It's the only option I see right now. Cassie looked back at the lurching giant behind them. But I've seen black lanterns fly. Why wouldn't he? Black lanterns copy the deceased's memories from before death, Tim said, working it through as he spoke, not fully certain but unwilling to wait for certainty. Solomon Grundy technically never died, not by our records. So the ring's full functions might not be accessible to him. He didn't know how much to trust the logic, but staying put wasn't going to help anyone. They led the zombie across the terrain for a while, Cassie keeping him occupied while Tim broke off and found what he was looking for, a hidden bat cache in a hillside. A concealed panel, a series of locks, and with a roar of ignition, a space shuttle tore upward from underground. Grundy's intelligence was not his strong suit. When he saw one of his targets leave, he didn't pause to consider why, he simply leaped onto the ascending vehicle. Tim had been counting on exactly that. He triggered the containment locks remotely, trapping Grundy aboard, then jumped clear himself. They stood on the ground together and watched. The shuttle climbed. Grundy raged and wrenched, but Batman's engineering held, not indefinitely, but long enough. His bellowing faded as the atmosphere thinned. The shuttle followed its preset trajectory and disappeared into the dark above the clouds, carrying its passenger toward lunar orbit. A long silence. No incoming boulder. No massive shape dropping back down. He can't fly, Tim said, more to himself than to her. Cassie stared after the now invisible shuttle, faintly startled. She'd expected a longer fight. That's one way to handle it, she thought. They waited another few minutes to be certain, then headed into Gotham. Gotham was already a spectacular disaster. Here, at least, Batman's no-kill policy had a distinct silver lining, an enormous criminal population that was spectacularly difficult to permanently eliminate, and thus still breathing tonight. Harvey Dent, skulking with his people through the city's back corridors, had apparently decided that Gotham was his turf, and no collection of dead men were going to move in on it. He'd rallied his gang into something approaching a resistance line. Gotham's top-tier rogues had mostly survived. The second tier had thinned out through infighting and bad luck, enough that the Black Lantern count had been climbing since nightfall. Add in Dick Grayson's parents and Tim's own, and the city was in genuine chaos. They found the current Batman, Dick Grayson, back-to-back with Damian, both of them wielding flamethrowers, holding a perimeter. Two others flanked them, a woman Tim recognized from Gotham's criminal underground, Firefly, and a heavy-set man with a broad, scarred face who had apparently made the trip over from Central City specifically to exchange fire techniques with her. Heatwave. The four barely held the line. Tim and Cassie hit the flanks, and six became a fighting unit. They punched through the encirclement and broke out into open ground. Gotham Central, Dick said, already moving. He was wearing the Batman mantle now and carrying the authority that came with it. Nobody argued, not even Heatwave or Firefly, who had theoretically better options and practically none. Thea arrived in Gotham not long after. Commissioner Gordon had rallied his department, the sight of their old chief giving orders had steadied the officers enough to hold a working defense line. Thea reinforced their position with a miniature sun, added what covering fire she could against the Black Lantern advance, and turned to go. Boss. Boston Brand materialized in front of her before she could leave. Dead man, floating, translucent, visibly unsettled. He pointed downward at a Black Lantern figure below. His own body, moving with Black Lantern purpose. He wanted answers. The honest truth was that Thea had never fully resolved the question in her own mind. Was Boston Brand alive or dead? By Necron's logic, he was dead, dead was dead. By her own understanding of souls, he had intact consciousness, intact will, intact identity. By her definition, that meant he was still here, still alive in every sense that mattered. She and Necron had fundamentally different definitions of death. That isn't you, she said, and made sure he could hear that she meant it. That is a puppet. Nothing in it belongs to you. Remember that. She was already 4 things at once and had 20 more things to be. She gave Deadman 2 sentences, because he was one of hers, and then she left. Deadman floated there a while longer, watching his own body lurch around below him. He had to admit, uniquely qualified for this kind of existential crisis. He'd explored dozens of planets. He'd witnessed phenomena that broke every framework he'd been given. Across the entire universe, he'd never encountered another consciousness quite like his own, dead and yet unanchored, aware of itself, still moving through a world that technically had no room for it. He kept watching. He was going to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 840, Chapter 839, Blackest Night, Part 17. Boston Brand made up his mind. He dove at his own body. It was familiar in the way only something you'd worn your whole life could be. He knew the dimensions of it, the weight of it, the specific way it had once moved under his direction. The first thing he thought, sliding back in, was I know this. For one unguarded moment he forgot entirely that he'd been gone, that this body had been rotting, that anything was wrong. He reached up instinctively to touch the back of his head. The arm started to move. And then something vast closed over him and swallowed his will entirely. When he came back to himself, he was a ghost again, floating in complete darkness. The lantern ring was extinguished, fully dark, nothing. The soul link to Thea was barely there, a thread thinner than a whisper, pulsing faintly, as if the next second might be the last one it held. He had no idea where he was. No idea if he was still on Earth. Great, he thought. I did something very stupid. There was no up or down here. No landmarks, no reference points, nothing but black extending in every direction. He picked a direction at random and flew. He flew for what felt like a long time, or possibly a few minutes. Time had northwest traction in this place. Eventually, he found something, white filaments crisscrossing in every direction, like the load-bearing structure of something vast and very old. They were the color of old paper, or old bone. White that had been white for so long it had started to look like grief. Who's there? A point of blue light drifted toward him from some distance away. Deadman held his ground. The light drew closer. So did the person carrying it. Both of them stopped. Both of them stared. Both of them recognized each other. Dr. Palmer? Deadman looked at the fully armored figure of the Atom and had three simultaneous realizations: that he was surprised to see him here, that he was surprised Ray Palmer could see him at all, since the Atom couldn't perceive ghosts without yellow ring assistance, and, most pressingly, that the only reason either of them was visible to the other was if something had gone very badly wrong for one of them. What are you doing here? Where is here? Wait, you can actually see me. Palmer's helmet meant Deadman couldn't read his expression. But the body language of a man who has just convinced himself he might be dead was unmistakable. Can I see you? Palmer said, slowly. Why can I see you? I shouldn't be able to see you. Unless he stopped himself. Ran through the logical implications. His posture went carefully rigid. Did I die? Did I live? Deadman said at the same time. A long, peculiar silence. In the normal run of things, they would never have had much reason to talk. Ray Palmer was one of the world's leading scientists, heir to significant research, young and accomplished and fluent in the language of educated people everywhere. Boston Brand had dropped out of high school, spent his 20s in circus work in the company of people his mother wouldn't have approved of, and died before he'd had a chance to fix any of that. They had approximately nothing in common. When they started explaining how they'd each ended up here, the gap only widened. Deadman's explanation was brief: he'd tried to possess his own Black Lantern corpse and been consumed by something much larger. Palmer's was considerably more involved. He'd received access to a significant body of atomic research from Thea at some point, work she'd attributed to another source, though she hadn't specified where it originated. What she hadn't mentioned was that the source was himself, decades further along. He'd been building on his own future research without knowing it, and the result was that his understanding of the subatomic world had taken a very sharp upward curve. He'd hitched rides on phone signals into virtual environments. He'd mapped the internal structure of active computing systems. This time, he'd been curious about Black Lantern ring construction, found what looked like a microscopic structural gap, and slipped inside to study it. After that, it had gotten complicated. Deadman, listening to all of this, had exactly the expression of a man handed a technical manual in a language he'd never encountered. Palmer, listening to Deadman's explanation in return, looked roughly the same. Magic and quantum physics met in this place, extended their hands politely, found they shared no useful vocabulary, and agreed to keep moving. They explored together. On the other side of something that wasn't quite space, Thea registered a flicker in the spiritual marker she'd placed on Boston Brand, not gone, but wrong. Somewhere it absolutely shouldn't be. She noted it, filed it, and had no time to act on it. There was a very large problem in front of her. The figure was approximately 100 meters, 330 feet, tall, draped in a green hooded mantle, and methodically passing judgment on the criminals of Gotham City. Cairo. Theft. You stand condemned. A burst of black energy. A screaming man was reduced to nothing, not ash, not residue. Not even a soul left behind. Tines. Armed robbery. You stand condemned. Thea pressed 2 fingers to her temple and watched. The Spectre. A Black Lantern now, which was not a sentence she'd expected to ever need to parse. His chest bore the Black Lantern insignia, and the power radiating off him was genuinely uncomfortable to stand near, even at distance. She'd faced him once before. He'd been stronger then, considerably. Whatever the Black Lantern ring was doing to him, it was filtering out something essential. She could handle this version, she estimated, but it would cost actual effort. She looked to her left, at the empty air beside her. Phantom Stranger, she said. I know you're there. Step out. Because I need you to explain to me how you managed to kill Jim Corrigan while knowing he was the Spectre's host. And I want a real answer. The air shifted. The Phantom Stranger stepped out of it, as he always did, as if he'd simply been standing behind a curtain the whole time. His expression hadn't changed. The one Thea had come to think of as his permanent setting, the face of a man who has no strong feelings about anything, including his own continued existence. The voice commanded it, he said. No reason given. No grudge involved. I was told to act, and I acted. Thea exhaled slowly. She looked back at the destruction ahead of her. Here was the part she found genuinely incomprehensible. The presence, God, whatever title one preferred, was apparently in a sufficient state of internal disorganization that his own avatars were actively undermining each other. One minor extension of Divine Will had gotten a second minor extension's vessel killed. And now the second extension was running loose inside a Black Lantern body, dissolving Gotham's criminal population into absolute nothing. Efficient, she supposed. Also spectacularly counterproductive. And you have no solution, she said. It wasn't a question. The Phantom Stranger shook his head, with the specific equanimity of someone who made peace with categories of problems they wouldn't be fixing a very long time ago. She turned back to the Spectre and thought through what she knew. Without a host, the Spectre was genuinely fearsome, divine wrath-given form, constrained by nothing, operating at full capacity. With a host, his power ran through human limitation. Add a Black Lantern ring's mediation on top of that, and the current version was somewhere under a tenth of what he actually was. Still enough to erase people from existence and leave nothing behind. She raised her right hand and snapped a bolt of lightning directly at his face. The kind of strike that could vaporize a normal person through solid cover. Against the Spectre, it flared once and ceased to exist. He turned and looked at her. He appeared to be assessing whether she was guilty of anything. The result came back inconclusive. She was not, strictly speaking, a good person. She also didn't meet whatever bar he was applying tonight. He turned back to Gotham's criminals. Chapter 841, Chapter 840, Blackest Night, Part 18. The Spectre returned to his work, and Thea returned to the problem of how to end it. She brought her right hand in line with his chest, first 2 fingers extended, the rest curled, and compressed pure light attribute magic down to the smallest surface area it would hold. The construct blazed like a second sun against the black sky. Even in the dark of Blackest Night, it was impossible to look it directly. The Spectre's hand came up to intercept. She turned her wrist as she released the shot, redirecting the beam upward toward his head. Do not impede the work of God's judgment. His voice was thunder-shaped like language. You're not the Spectre, Thea said. She kept her voice flat and carrying. You need to hear that clearly, you are not the Spectre. You are a copy of Jim Corrigan's memories wearing his body. You are not the host. You are not the being. You are a corpse pretending to be both of them, and you are neither. The figure went still. She moved into the gap, a compressed light blade, drawn twice across his chest in an X, directly over the Black Lantern insignia. 8 or 9 meters of wound on a 100-meter target. It healed in seconds. The tissue closed like water over a stone. She looked across to the Phantom Stranger, who was watching with arms folded in the specific posture of a man who has bet on the underdog and is very carefully not showing it. Then she reached into her coat and retrieved a ring. St. Walker had given it to her as a keepsake when he declared her the Blue Lantern Corps' honorary leader, a gesture, a token of a title she'd carried for a while without really examining. She'd worn it exactly once since receiving it, just to verify it fit. She put it on now. The ring recognized her immediately. She had hope, genuine, fundamental, unperformed, and the ring took that and reflected it back amplified 100-fold. The effect expanded outward from her in a wave. Something changed in Gotham, not a physical thing, but a quality of the air, the way sound carried, the posture of people huddled in basements and doorways. Something lifted slightly, like a window cracking open in a sealed room. And she used the ring to build. The Phantom Stranger, standing beside her, watched the construct take shape and went very still. It was him. An exact rendering of the Phantom Stranger, scaled up to match the Spectre's current height, blue cloak, blue wide-brimmed hat, the same slightly aggrieved set of his shoulders. At range, in the middle of a combat where close attention was a luxury, it was genuinely difficult to tell which one was the construct. You didn't, the Phantom Stranger said. The timing was very good. Inside the Black Lantern Spectre, something stirred. Jim Corrigan had been a Gotham detective before an act of betrayal and a gang's worth of bullets had made him extraordinary against his will. He was ordinary before that, too, by most measures, except for the stubborn, low-burning quality of his will, which had proven rather more durable than expected. It was still present in there, faint and nearly buried under the Black Lantern consciousness, but intact. He had a long memory. He remembered being a man living a difficult life. He remembered someone he trusted passing that trust like currency to his enemies. He remembered the specific sensation of bullets. The construct of the Phantom Stranger, enormous and unmistakable, floated in front of him. Something older than Black Lantern conditioning took over. Phantom Stranger. The voice was different now, rawer, the divine thunder undercut by something more personal, more human. Deception. you stand condemned. Thea bit down on a laugh. She caught the phantom stranger's expression and swallowed the rest of it. Get in there, she said. The phantom stranger produced a sound that conveyed philosophical resignation in a single exhale, and rose to meet the construct version of himself. What followed, viewed from street level, was one of the stranger sights Gotham had seen during an event that had already generated significant competition. Two identical blue-cloaked giants and one green-cloaked giant, trading blows in the sky above the city. The Black Lantern Spectre was losing. He was strong, diminished divine wrath was still divine wrath, but 2-on-1, at reduced power, wasn't a winning arrangement. He compensated the only way remaining to him. Phantom Stranger, you are guilty. Phantom Stranger, you should not exist. Phantom Stranger. Why is he only going after you? Thea said, landing a strike against the Spectre's shoulder roughly the size of a building. We're both hitting him. I betrayed the men, the Phantom Stranger said, in the tone of someone very tired of a true thing being true. The host's memories are dominating his responses. I am the relevant grievance. That's incredibly awkward for you. She was tracking something else, though, a shape at the edge of her peripheral vision that hadn't been there a moment ago. Two shapes. The Spectre's hand swung down. She was already reading that it wasn't aimed at her, but the angle. Hank, look out. She turned. Hawk and Dove. Hank Hall and Don Hall, brothers, the avatars of War and Peace, she hadn't known they were here. Hank wore white combat gear with a red cape, wings spread wide, already banking hard away from the incoming strike. Don was in front of him, trying to put himself in the path of it. The wrong instinct. Don Hall was so spiritually clean that the Spectre's hand passed straight through him without friction. It landed on Hank Hall with the full weight of divine judgment behind it. There was no sound, not really. The Spectre's condemnation did what it did. Where Hank Hall had been, there was nothing, not ash, not residue, not a trace. Not even a soul. The divine judgment had been absolute. Don Hall looked at the space where his brother had been. No. You have no sin, the Spectre said, turning toward him with something that might have been an attempt at restraint. Stand back. Don Hall did not stand back. He hit the Spectre. Thea maintained her attack from one side, the Phantom Stranger from the other. Within a few exchanges, both of them had pulled away. The space around Don Hall had started to glow. It was the specific light of someone who had spent every day of their life being exactly what they were, no performance, no compromise, and the sanctity that accumulates in a person like that when they go to war for someone they love. It built as he fought and kept building, and the radius of it expanded until Thea, maneuvering above, had to shield her eyes. Zoriel, the angel who had been following the Phantom Stranger at a respectful distance for what amounted to several thousand years, stepped out of that distance. He stared. That man. The awe in his voice was uncontrolled. I couldn't have imagined, in all my time, a human being with this much. I know, Thea said. Compared to him, I know. Standing next to Don Hall's light, a genuine angel of heaven read as the cheaper product. Chapter 842, Chapter 841, Blackest Night, Part 19. The light broke like a wave. Connection severed. Connection severed. Across Gotham, every black lantern touched by the expanding white came apart, black energy dissipating, animated dead collapsing back into what they actually were. The effect kept spreading. It swept outward for over 50 kilometers, about 30 miles, blanketing the city and everything around it. Everyone in Gotham looked toward where the fighting had been, trying to understand what had just happened. Don't, Thea said. Stop. She reached out and pulled back. Reached and pulled back again. In the brightness, she thought she saw it, another version of herself, indistinct but unmistakably present, and beside that other self, a small white shape waving. The little unicorn. The fragment of herself she'd once split away. The purest and least compromised part of her, which had been living its own separate existence for a long time now. It turned toward her in the light and waved. She understood what was happening. That fragment of herself, the purest and most uncomplicated part she had once split away, and the white dove were burning together now, merging in the final strike, and there was nothing to be done about it, and no reason to try. She reached out again, slowly, and this time did not pull back. Just held her hand open for a moment. Then she let go. It's all right, she thought. I don't regret it. I didn't then. I wouldn't now, even starting over from nothing. The past had made her what she was. The separation had served its purpose. She could grieve without regret, and she could let go without grief destroying her. She closed her hand and let her arm fall. The combined light hit the Black Lantern Spectre square in the chest. He survived it. He was the spirit of vengeance, filtered and diminished and rotting inside a Black Lantern ring, yes, but still that. A strike of that magnitude would have annihilated almost anything that existed. The Spectre held. His massive frame was broken and scored in ways that weren't healing correctly. The divine face beneath the hood had been burned into something that barely passed as a face anymore. But the construct was still upright. Thea moved before he could begin to recover. She manifested both arms at his scale, intercepted the specter's straight punch, and used the block to drive inward from either side of his chest, fingers hooked like grapples, and pulled. The decayed musculature of a Black Lantern body wasn't built to resist the kind of force applied from within. The black flesh tore without much argument. There was no blood behind it. No organs, no beating heart. There was a small figure, curled in the hollow. "Get him out," she shouted. The phantom stranger was already moving. He reached in, took hold of the figure, and pulled Jim Corrigan free. The response was immediate. Something vast and luminous came down, not physically, in the way that certain things exist outside of physics and are nonetheless completely real. The blue lantern construct Thea had been maintaining for the last several minutes detonated outward from its center. She absorbed the impact and was pushed back roughly 100 meters, about 330 feet, tumbling through the air until she found her footing. The phantom stranger was still holding Corrigan, which turned out to matter. The Black Lantern shell disintegrated. The light settled. The true specter had returned, and Jim Corrigan was back where he belonged. Corrigan opened his eyes. He looked at the phantom stranger. "You." The weight of everything Corrigan remembered, the betrayal, the alley, the particular way bullets felt entering a body, was present and fully accounted for. "You rotten, you deserve to die for what you did to me." The phantom stranger nearly produced an undignified sound. "You were under a Black Lantern's control when you said that," he thought, with rising desperation. "You are now free. You are currently saying the exact same thing. Do you not understand that I just dragged you out of?" He looked to Thea for some form of assistance. Thea was sitting on the edge of what had recently been a wall, one hand resting lightly on the ground, face turned away. The phantom stranger had been navigating human grief for thousands of years. He recognized the expression. He left her alone. The true specter combined with its restored host was considerably more powerful than the Black Lantern version had been, but Corrigan had only just woken up, and his resentment was at its absolute peak. The specter, perhaps in the interest of solidarity, had apparently decided to hand the controls over to his host for the moment. Which was why Jim Corrigan was now throttling the phantom stranger with both hands. Zoriel came and sat near Thea without being invited. She glanced at him sideways. His charge was currently being throttled at close range, and he appeared unbothered. "Were they your friends?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "They were good people." A pause. "I could collect them. Their souls, gather what remains, bring them to heaven." She turned to look at him more directly. "Their souls are." He drew his sword. The blade lit. What happened next was something Thea hadn't expected to see. Small lights, dispersed, fragmented, scattered by the intensity of what had just burned through this area, began to respond to the sword's radiance. Drawn inward, slowly, the way scattered iron filings respond to a magnet being brought near. Gathering. Reorganizing. Taking shape. The methodology wasn't purely soul work. She could identify the blend, prayer, intention, accumulated blessing, the specific weight of something consecrated over enormous stretches of time. A cousin to the devotional energy in her own balance. Zoriel was calling the fragments together the way a name calls a person. "You are this. You belong here. Come back." Two spheres formed in the air between them. One shed a faint red warmth, Hank Hall, unmistakably. The other. Thea looked at it for a long moment. Then she looked at Zoriel, noted the slight unsteadiness in his posture, the fractional irregularity in his breathing that hadn't been there before. That cost him something, she thought. And that second light, that's a once-in-eternity grade of soul. Heaven is going to know exactly what it's receiving. And after several thousand years of extremely poor performance reviews, Zoriel is about to have a very, very good one. She kept that thought to herself. She looked at the two lights floating in the air between them, and she nodded once. "Go," she said. Zoriel gathered the two spheres without ceremony. A single streak of white, ascending directly without a backward glance, without a word to his colleague, who was still audibly objecting to his situation across the courtyard. The phantom stranger watched his only companion of thousands of years leave at high speed. He extended one hand toward the departing streak of light with the expression of a man watching his backup walk out. Thea gave him a small wave and also left. He's fine, she thought. The specter can't actually kill him, regardless of what Corrigan currently believes. She followed the light. The powers of Hawk and Dove didn't belong to any individual, they belonged to roles, to a continuous function in the world's equilibrium that had to be filled as long as the world required it. What had made Don Hall what he was would have been incompatible with Heaven's economy anyway. The power remained behind, drifting, looking for new vessels. She watched it settle. A pair of sisters she didn't know, Holly Granger and Dawn Granger, took a breath and looked at their hands with the expression of people who had received something they hadn't applied for. Thea watched until she was certain the transfer had completed, then turned away. Not my business anymore, she thought. You're your own people now. Whatever you do with it, that's yours. She finally had a moment to look in on Boston Brand. She reached for his marker, felt the shape of it, and went still. He's inside Necron. She extended her sense carefully. It wasn't ideal. There was nothing she could do from outside, and she didn't yet know that Ray Palmer was in there too. He'll come out when Necron is summoned to the surface, she reasoned. That's the only workable sequence from here. Hold on, Boston. She moved on. Thea swept through the major cities over the following hours, the Ankh amulet making the transit cost almost nothing. First wave of Black Lanterns, contained, everywhere she checked. Faura and Hal Jordan had taken down General Zod together. After that, they'd gone to Star City. Oliver had been struggling, Black Lantern Robert Queen was a problem he couldn't look at without it costing him something, and Faura and Hal had arrived in time to close it out for him. And somewhere above every city that still had lights on, Superman moved. Wherever the situation was worst, he was already there. Chapter 843, Chapter 842, Blackest Night, Part 20. Energy at 41.19%. Hearing the Black Lantern rings readout, Thea did the math. It wasn't far off her estimates, an hour at most before Necron would cross over into the material plane. The Green Lantern Corps had to be rescued immediately. Without the other corps backing them up, the Greens couldn't destroy a single Black Lantern, and conversely, the other 6 corps were equally helpless without the Greens. Each corps needed the others. That much was non-negotiable. First, she contacted Kerrigan, who was lying in ambush in the outer reaches of OA's system. That Guardian who'd fled earlier had almost certainly run straight back to OA, and Thea was not pleased. The little blue coward hadn't said a word, just bolted. Letting him return would dilute Ganthet's authority among the remaining Guardians. Better to have him hosted by the Ratchy Swarm for a while. Besides, Thea had been curious about the little blue men for a long time. A thorough round of harsh interrogation might turn up something interesting. Kerrigan in a one-on-one fight was slightly outmatched by a Guardian, but the Swarm never believed in fair fights. Thousands upon thousands of insects piling onto a single target, Thea had no concerns about the outcome. After a brief update to Diana and the others, she teleported back to the Blue Lantern homeworld. Her clone had arranged everything on this end. All that remained was departure. I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Remember that, Blue Lantern. The speaker was enormous, broad-shouldered, thick-bodied, encased in crimson armor, with a massive skull and the build of a walking wall. This ferocious alien was Atrocitus, leader of the Red Lantern Corps. Compared to him, Saint Walker looked thin as a reed. But the Blue Lantern's faith was absolute, and he met that furious gaze without yielding an inch. Thea wasn't about to let her people get pushed around. She stepped in front of Saint Walker and sized up the bristling red. No energy beams. No emotional shock waves. Just her gaze, and it was enough. Atrocitus, whose heart was a furnace of perpetual rage, went quiet. Ottos. My name is Atrocitus. The Red Lantern leader made one last attempt at defiance. Thea acted as though she hadn't heard. Ottos. That's the name you abandoned a long time ago. I know who you are. If you don't want to be part of this fight, leave. I have no shortage of rage. Her eyes blazed with literal fire as she stared him down. He held it for 2 seconds. Then he chose to back off, temporarily. Thea turned to the other side, where an orange figure was huddling in the shadows, trying to make himself invisible. And you? You greedy old dog, do you dare come out and face me properly? Larfleeze gaped at her. You told me I wasn't allowed in your sight ever again. Thea was fairly certain a vein had started throbbing at her temple. She forcibly suppressed the urge to strangle him. With her return, the roster was complete, Sinestro for yellow. Saint Walker for blue. Indigo, 1 for indigo. Atrocitus for red. Larfleeze for orange. Carol Ferris for violet. The 6 corps stood in clearly demarcated groups, each keeping its distance from the others. Yellow had the largest numbers. Even after Thea had culled the most violent members, they still fielded over 1,000. Indigo came second with close to 800. The rest were dismal. Violet had 50. Red had brought 30. Blue had 4. And orange had Larfleeze, solo commander of a party of 1. She'd intended to depart immediately, but in her experience, from both movies and real life, leaders were expected to say a few words before battle. Saint Walker had told her as much, regardless of circumstances, there had to be a morale speech. Give everyone hope. Make them understand what they were fighting for. Tradition before a major engagement. She considered her phrasing and opened with, I know many of you are wondering why rescue the Green Lanterns. Aren't they our enemies? Let me tell you the reason. I want compensation. I don't do anything without compensation. Larfleeze was squatting on the ground, clutching his orange lantern, muttering to himself. Thea pretended not to hear and pressed on. The Black Lanterns must be destroyed. They are the enemy of all living things. They will fill our bodies with death, and endless emptiness will consume the universe. Emptiness. That must mean my stomach. I haven't eaten in 2 hours. Larfleeze continued mumbling. One more word and I will kill you. Fire erupted from her eyes. Larfleeze shrank instantly, trembling from head to toe. Interrupted twice, whatever rousing eloquence she'd been building had evaporated completely. Thea hurried through the rest, that without the Greens they couldn't destroy Black Lanterns, and without the other 6 corps the Greens couldn't do it either. After repeating the point once more, she waved her hand and gave the order, teleport. Move out. Your Divine Majesty, have you seen Ganthet? Guardian Said asked quietly. Said was Ganthet's partner. The two had been together for over 100 million years, which was, by any standard, remarkable. Even after the Guardians had their emotions stripped away, Said had never left Ganthet's side. Thea had genuine affection for the pair. They were among the few decent Guardians. Not like that other one, the one Diana had rescued in Central City, who'd been mediocre in ability but acted like he owned the universe, flying off without so much as a goodbye. That sort she dealt with without a second thought. But with Ganthet and Said, she was always polite. Don't worry, Lady Said. Ganthet is still on OA. We'll concentrate our strength and bring them all home. Using Indigo Tribe teleportation, they arrived at OA. The planet's outer perimeter had once been lined with Guardian defense installations and anti-air defenses. All of it was destroyed now. The defenses that the Guardians had spent enormous effort building, that the Green Lantern Corps had helped construct over more than 100 million years, more than half of OA was shrouded in black. Only faint flickers of green showed through the gaps, proof that someone was still fighting in there. Thea closed her eyes. She could use telepathic communication, not as refined as Martian manhunters, but serviceable. With a slight frown, she connected with Ganthet. 3,600 sectors, 2 Green Lanterns per sector, that was 7,200 active members, plus an equal number of reserves. As the universe's police force, the Green Lantern Corps had always been the largest. But on OA right now, Ganthet had fewer than 2,000 at his side. Even accounting for some who'd been in their sectors and couldn't return in time, the optimistic estimate was that they'd lost nearly half their force. After the Blackest Night, even with every reserve activated, they'd barely manage 1 lantern per sector. Those 2,000 were holding against hundreds of thousands of Black Lanterns, hundreds of thousands of beings who, in life, had each been among the greatest Green Lanterns ever, fully capable of ring constructs. And that wasn't all. Plenty of enemies the Green Lanterns had defeated in the past had also risen. Thea spotted a massive figure among them, Mongol. In his prime, he could take on the entire Justice League single-handedly. In this timeline he'd gone to OA instead of Earth, and had been brought down by the full-strength Green Lantern Corps. His corpse had become one of the Guardians' trophy displays. Thea still had his son's body in storage, she'd sealed it away on the new continent as a precaution against exactly this scenario. Now Mongol had predictably risen. Combined with a horde of resurrected cosmic criminals, the Green Lantern Corps was on the brink of total annihilation. Ganthet had taken the field multiple times, but could only manage fighting retreats. Hold. Thea ordered the main force to stop. She crouched and began inscribing a magic circle on the ground. Why aren't we charging in? Ganthet is in danger. Said urgently. Indigo, one held her back. Lady Said, please wait. OA's spatial barriers are extremely sluggish, we can't teleport in, and they can't teleport out. Lady Thea appears to be working on a higher-level spatial breach. Said recalled, before her exile, she too had been a Guardian. She knew this. Teleportation wasn't especially advanced technology, psionics, magic, and mental powers could all achieve similar effects. Naturally, the Guardians had locked their own space down tight. Which created a predicament, the Green Lanterns inside couldn't join them, and they couldn't fight their way in. Chapter 844, Chapter 843, Blackest Night, Part 21. Thea kept her head down, calculating and drawing simultaneously. Relax. My portal can get everyone through, I just need a minute to unpick the spatial seams your Guardians wove into OA. I don't want to go in. The only person capable of producing that particular note of disharmony was Larfleeze. Thea didn't look up. The Guardians' methods were an entirely different system from hers, closer to technology than sorcery. Fortunately, she was the genuine article when it came to high magic, and her sheer tier advantage let her find the weak point quickly. A shimmering portal blazed into existence. In the distance, the Black Lanterns had already spotted them. Dense as a cloud of flies, they surged forward. In. Everyone in, now. Thea ordered her forces through. The Indigo tribe moved first, the most cooperative of the lot. The Yellow Lanterns were less enthusiastic about fighting alongside Greens, but under her iron-fisted authority, they complied. Violet, Blue, and Red filed through in turn. Larflee's eyes darted sideways, clearly calculating an escape route. You too. In. She grabbed him by the scruff and hurled him through the portal. One hand up, a fire tornado and twin chain lightning blasts drove back the oncoming Black Lanterns. She was the last one through, and she collapsed the portal behind her. Linking up with the Greens was the objective. The last thing she needed was enemies on both sides. The other side of the portal was packed. Zed and Ganthet were embracing. The remaining Green Lanterns just stared at the 6 core, expressions blank. The combat intensity had dulled their reactions, that was part of it. But mostly, their thoughts all ran the same way: what in the universe, there are this many multicolored lanterns? Arkillo. You killed my brother, I'll have your life. Some nameless lantern spotted Arkillo, a senior yellow, and charged despite barely being able to stand, half mad with grief. Sinestro. You traitor. Several more hotheads began screaming in a mixture of Interlac and their homeworld dialects, demanding to settle old scores. Sinestro's nerve was legendary. He'd walked up and thrown punches at Highfather himself. These nobodies didn't even register. His left hand came up, construct already forming. Thea grabbed his arm just in time and simultaneously shoved aside the offending Green Lanterns with casual ease, the way you'd brush off a street hustler faking an injury. They hadn't even processed what was happening before trying to start a fight. How had they survived this long? Idiots. I know you don't believe it, but any Green Lantern light combined with any other color can take down a Black Lantern. But that's not the point. The point is, we need to break out of here. Now. There was no reasoning with lanterns whose brains were running on fumes. Explaining the cosmic crisis threatening the universe was a non-starter, they simply wouldn't buy it. Thea's position was simple: fight your way out first, talk later. Ganthet responded immediately. As the most personable Guardian, he commanded significant respect among the Green Lanterns, especially now, with every other Guardian unaccounted for. Everyone fell in line. But plenty of Greens still had shifty eyes, clearly terrified the Yellows would stab them in the back. Worried about the wrong things and oblivious to the right ones. Thea assessed them silently. Yes, we break out first, sort everything else after. A fish-headed, four-armed alien Green Lantern was the first to rally behind the plan. Thea recognized him, Salak. The Green Lantern who managed OA's day-to-day operations, a dispatcher, essentially, bridging the gap between the Guardians and the rank-and-file Lanterns. Break out. Let's go. Several of Hal Jordan's friends had met Thea before and threw their voices behind the call. Shut up. You betrayed the Green Lanterns, you're not my father, I have nothing to do with you. A purple-skinned woman pointed her finger at Sinestro, looking as though she wanted to devour him whole. Sinestro raised his arm to backhand her. Thea caught him again. She recognized the woman too, Saranik Natu. Sinestro's daughter. Once, on Corrigar, before the betrayal, the Sinestro family had been happy. That was a long time ago. Whatever grudge you two have, take it outside and settle it there. Kill each other for all I care. But right now, everyone shut up. Divine pressure rolled outward in waves. Every sentient being within range felt a tremor that started in their souls. Larfleeze ducked behind Atrocitus. I don't care what bad blood exists between any of you. Shut your mouths. The last time I was on OA, I showed mercy. Do you actually think I won't kill? It clicked. The Green Lanterns finally connected her to the woman from the last battle, the one who'd unleashed a massive soul shockwave that had put them in recovery for months. They'd only just gotten back on their feet. In their defense, she'd been wearing different clothes. From an alien perspective, all humans looked the same: change your outfit and no one recognized you. Regardless of their internal complaints, the strong ruled. That much was universal. The crowd quieted, tacitly accepting the alliance. Thea looked at St. Walker. Before pulling the first mob, you had to buff up. St. Walker understood. He raised his right hand high. The other 3 blue lanterns did the same, holding their rings aloft, symbols of hope. Blue light blazed, brilliant and radiant. Gasps erupted from the green and red lanterns alike. My ring, it's charging on its own. 110%. 115%. The ring can break its limit. Apart from the handful of Greens who'd fought in the Darkside War on Earth, most were experiencing overcap ring power for the first time. The sensation was electrifying, every one of them suddenly felt invincible. Better quality rings hit 150%. Even the worst were above 120%. Thea turned to Atrocitus. Let's see the Red Lantern Corps' valor. Atrocitus absolutely did not want to be the tip of the spear. The Reds were brutal, not stupid. There were hundreds of thousands of enemies out there. Whoever charged first would be in extreme danger. But he couldn't refuse. Beneath the savage exterior, back when he'd still been called Autos, he'd been a psychologist. Becoming the Red Lantern leader hadn't drowned all his reason in rage, it had given him an ability, divination. Using his enemy's bones to read the future. In a sense, he was something of a mystic himself. Zed had found Larfleeze first, then reached out to the Red Lanterns on a whim. No one had expected Atrocitus to agree immediately. That was the real reason the Reds were here. His divination had told him, come, and there would be reward. Don't come, and there would be death. Thea watched him hesitate. Her patience was wearing thin. What was this, insubordination? I'm going. He stood over 7 feet tall, over 2 meters, towering above Thea, but he felt small. Her gaze grew colder by the second. He didn't dare wait another beat and led his forces out at a rush. Thea flicked a glance at Indigo, 1. The Indigo leader took over 100 of her people and fell in directly behind the Red Vanguard. Atrocitus was an immortal, a survivor of the Sector 666 massacre. He'd lived more than 100 million years, and his combat experience could only be called staggering. Ferocity tempered by precision, that was his fighting style. He materialized a blood-red great axe and shield and carved through the Black Lantern horde, cutting left, smashing right. His subordinates were less refined. Every last one fought like a berserker, latching onto a target and pounding it senseless with no regard for formation or coordination. Unlike the other 6 corps, rage energy replaced the blood in their veins. In combat, they could expel that energy from their bodies, dealing devastating damage to their enemies. Not that it mattered much against Black Lanterns. That kind of damage barely registered. Indigo, 1 remained serene in the midst of the battlefield, carrying herself with an otherworldly composure. The Indigo tribe didn't use rings, they used staffs, and one of the staff's most critical functions was the ability to temporarily borrow other colors of light. Understanding exactly why Thea had sent her out, Indigo, 1 and her 100-plus tribespeople put on a demonstration, cycling through all 7 colors one by one. Green light included. Chapter 845, Chapter 844, Blackest Night, Part 22. The Green Lanterns watched, stupefied. So it wasn't only them who could do it. Their self-image plummeted from chosen saviors to ground level, and practical concerns began to replace grandiosity. See that? Green light combined with any other color takes a Black Lantern offline. Stop hesitating, break out of OA and regroup at the Blue Lantern homeworld. Thea issued the breakout order. The Greens roared in unison. They'd watched Indigo, 1 and her people work in tandem, 1 burst of green, 1 burst of yellow, and shatter a Black Lantern. Morale surged. As long as the enemy could actually die, there was nothing to fear. Half a day of fighting without a single confirmed kill had been the definition of despair. The Yellow Lanterns, as if determined to prove their superiority over the Greens, charged in right behind the Red Vanguard. The Greens refused to be outdone, all 2,000 plus were hardened veterans, and once Black Lanterns could be destroyed, there was nothing terrifying about them. After all, the Risen were corpses, not the people they'd been. Hit the ring and the lantern went offline, effectively a 2-hit-point enemy. Any halfway decent coordination was enough to win. 7 colors of light blazed across OA. The entire force pushed outward together. Once they broke through, whether they teleported or flew under their own power, anything was better than being trapped. To force them to practice combined arms tactics, Thea lied about running out of teleportation materials and joined the main formation on foot. Halfway out, Salak suddenly remembered something. He turned to Ganthid and said, "What about the central power battery? Without it, our rings will drain dry in no time." Thea blinked. "Your central power battery is still operational." Salak answered honestly, "As long as Green Lanterns remain on OA, the central power battery will never go dark." His expression was that of a true believer. Thea almost laughed. That was awfully metaphysical. The battery runs as long as there are lanterns to believe in it. What kind of causal reasoning was that? Everyone just bought this. The battery worked because Ion was inside it, supplying power. She gave Ganthid and said a knowing look. Ion couldn't be abandoned, it was the oldest of the emotional entities. With this many lanterns from 7 corps, they could spare the effort to haul it back. The central power battery was easy to find. Dozens of meters tall, it was impossible to miss if you had eyes. The main force adjusted course slightly, picking up the battery while continuing to push outward. They were within sight of OA's edge when the Black Lanterns behind them became a tidal wave. Mongol led the pursuit, and ahead, an equally uncountable horde blocked the way. "I'll cover the retreat." Kilowog, Hal Jordan's friend, the hippo-headed drill instructor, stepped forward, volunteering to hold the rear alone and buy time for the main force. Green Lanterns didn't bluff about courage. Instantly, a dozen more volunteers stood up, ready to fight and die as the rearguard. No need. Keep up with the main group, I have arrangements. Thea grabbed Larfleeze by the collar. The men had been visibly slacking off right in front of her, and that was the final straw. Use your constructs to hold back those pursuers. Most of the Greens had never seen an orange lantern before. Kilowog and the others felt sorry for the skeletal-looking Larfleeze. Mongol's arm alone was thicker than Larfleeze's waist, and the raw menace radiating off that giant hadn't faded even in death. Every other corpse the Guardians had kept as a trophy had been a legendary powerhouse in life. The Green Lanterns figured throwing Larfleeze in there wouldn't even make a splash. This was pointless sacrifice. Thea found this privately hilarious. She didn't spoil the surprise. Their rings maxed out at 100%. Larfleeze maxed out at 100,000%. An absolute anomaly, practically a bug in the system. Sometimes she wondered if it was because the presence had incarnated as a schnauzer, and therefore had a soft spot for anything dog-headed. There was no other explanation. The Orange Lantern's power was absurd. Larfleeze protested with every fiber of his being, but under Thea's coercion, he had no choice. He released a massive swarm of ring constructs to stall the pursuing horde. The Green Lanterns who'd bravely volunteered for the rearguard stared, slack-jawed, at the tidal wave of orange light that filled their entire field of vision. They didn't know the orange ring's unique properties, they just assumed Larfleeze was some kind of powerhouse in disguise. The chaotic mass of lanterns, hauling the central power battery along, burst out of OA. The Indigo tribe worked together to bring the entire force back to Autumn. The Blue Lantern homeworld's serene, comfortable atmosphere, saturated with positive emotion, hit the Green Lanterns like a drug. Bodies hit the ground. Some sat, some lay flat. They were utterly spent. Thea pulled aside the core leaders to align perspectives. There wasn't much to align, the entire point of this rescue was to support Earth. Her own yellow and indigo forces had no objections. Sinestro was magnificently ignored. The Blue Lanterns, who were semi-subordinate to her, had no objections. Larfleeze, who'd been bullied into silence, had no objections. Carol Ferris, leading the Violet Lanterns, was a human from Earth. She'd fly back that second if she could. Atrocitus ran a divination and agreed to support Earth as well. The only complication was the Greens. Salak looked genuinely confused. Why Earth? There are countless planets under siege across the universe, why not support them? Or we could retake OA. Thea glanced at Ganthet. The Guardian gave a slight shake of his head, the entity's existence couldn't be revealed. She wasn't going to argue with this many stubborn Greens. The only solution was to let their own people convince them. She summoned every Earth-based Green Lantern she could reach. Hal Jordan. Guy Gardner. John Stewart. And the newcomer, Kyle Rayner. Regardless of who knew whom, she scattered them through the crowd to preach the importance of defending Earth. Hal Jordan's popularity was real. Half the Corps had shared a drink or swapped war stories with him at some point. Many of the Greens found the reasoning a bit thin, but they agreed to go as a favor to Hal. Where there were supporters, there were naturally those who sneered. Thea restrained Hal before he could go punch someone. Anyone who doesn't want to go can stay here and protect Autumn. The Blue Lantern homeworld can't fall, if Earth is lost, we can counterattack from here. The force split immediately. The Greens left behind just over 300. Thea matched them with a roughly equal number of her less presentable yellow lanterns to bolster the defense. Everyone else, bound for Earth. Thea, Barry says something big just came out of Coast City. Diana's voice crackled through the long-range comm. Necron had finally been summoned. Thea's eyes narrowed. The moment had arrived. She exchanged a few quick words with Ganthet, and the Guardian nodded. Thea took Green Lantern Hal Jordan, Yellow Lantern Sinestro, Indigo 1, Blue Lantern St. Walker, Red Lantern Atrocitus, Violet Lantern Carol Ferris, and a very reluctant Orange Lantern Larfleeze, and went ahead to Earth. She found Diana first. The warrior princess was surrounded by black lanterns. Maxwell Lord, the traitor from the Darkside War, pulled from the grave by a black ring, had immediately rallied a black lantern force and gone after Diana. 7 lanterns descended. Maxwell Lord took one look at the situation and ran. They didn't have time for small fry. Fighting and falling back, they finally carved their way out of the encirclement. A massive black lantern power source touched down in Coast City. Barry's there, he says he's seen a tall dark figure. Diana's voice was taut with urgency. Chapter 846, Chapter 845, Blackest Night, Part 23. Necron had appeared. Thea wasn't about to rush over and start the fight herself. Counting herself, Diana, the 7 lantern leaders, and Barry, currently sprinting around Coast City on reconnaissance, that was 10. 10 people against Necron, who was the kind of endgame boss that required the entire roster. If 40 allies weren't enough, they'd bring 400. This was about getting everyone to step up. Earth wasn't her property. She extended her senses outward, mapped everyone's position, located the Flash, and teleported the group to the helicarrier for a final war council. The men issuing orders from the bridge, eye patch, no-nonsense expression, growing more authoritative by the day, looked increasingly like a certain bald, one-eyed individual from the neighboring universe. Thea listened to him dispatching commands and felt a quiet surge of satisfaction at her own eye for talent. Diggle's circumstances were considerably better than the original timeline, where he'd been unemployed, living off his wife, babysitting, and tagging along on Green Arrow's misadventures. She was rather pleased with how things had turned out. The helicarrier was crowded with heroes. Some could fly under their own power but not as fast as the ship, and it offered rest, resupply, and critical backup. Most importantly, the cloaking systems were excellent. Apart from Superman, who feared nothing and went where he pleased, practically every active hero was here. The Justice League. Justice League International. The Women's Justice League. Amanda Waller's Suicide Squad. And a contingent of younger heroes, Red Robin, Wonder Girl, Damian, Raven, Beast Boy, Blue Beetle, among others. Wait, what are they doing here? The Flash stared at several familiar faces, his Central City neighbors. Captain Cold. Heat Wave. Weather Wizard, pardoned after the New Continent rainfall event. Captain Cold's sister, Golden Glider. And Mirror Master, the men who walk through glass. We're here to help, Captain Cold said flatly, then closed his eyes and didn't speak again. Help. Sure. They were here to hide, and Thea knew it. Central City's dimensional barriers were wide open, with black lanterns popping out at random intervals. Cisco, Caitlin, Wally West, and Bart Allen had joined forces with the Earth, 2 heroes, and were holding the line over there. She didn't call them out. Captain Cold's crew weren't bad people. They lived by a code: never kill unless absolutely necessary, never harm women or children. Their primary occupation was playing cat and mouse with the Flash, their side hustle was the occasional bank robbery, and honestly, any mid-level banker or economist tapping a keyboard moved more money faster. These people were basically harmless. Pulling Diana aside, Thea was heading to meet with the League when 2 figures appeared in the corridor. Constantine, Zatanna, what are you doing here? Is the New Continent under attack? Constantine looked terrible. Zatanna handled the explanation. The New Continent's fine. But we've heard a few old friends came back. Too many resurrections to track individually. Thea asked casually, who? Several members of the Cult of the Cold Flame who'd been killed previously. Sargon the Sorcerer. Tanarak the Great Alchemist. And someone spotted my father. Giovanni Zatara. Zatanna nodded. Also Nick Necro and Felix Faust, Constantine added. 5 resurrected magic users at once gave Thea pause. Felix Faust was her kill. Nick Necro had nothing to do with her, he was Constantine and Zatanna's old friend. That yellow trenchcoat Constantine wore, the one with the absurdly high magic resistance, it had originally belonged to Nick Necro. But these people were no longer worth her concern. What the mundane world called a great mage, and what she called a great mage weren't even in the same category. After brief consideration, she summoned 500 spellbreakers from New Genesis's magical core. Whether the target was a Black Lantern or a resurrected sorcerer, 500 spellbreakers would be more than enough. Highfather didn't bother with matters this small. The reinforcements arrived almost instantly, a boom tube opened and 500 armored, gleaming magical warriors reported for duty. Thea gave Zatanna a look, this should do it, yes. Forget your father rising from the dead, even if your family's legendary ancestor Da Vinci crawled out of his grave, these soldiers could put him right back in. With confirmation that Thea had returned with the 7 lanterns, Superman entered the helicarrier as well. Everyone shared intelligence, and in the end, there wasn't much to discuss. The enemy was at the doorstep. Time to fight. Everything was still running along the original timeline's tracks. The Black Lantern Central Power Battery had landed on Earth, specifically in Coast City. The city that Parallax had half destroyed years ago, rebuilt from the ground up, was now a sea of corpses. Countless Black Lanterns infested every street. At the city center, before the towering Black Lantern Battery, several figures stood. Hovering in the air was the renegade guardian, Scar. Black chains still bound her 7 former colleagues. Nearby, a twitchy man, William Hand, codenamed Black Hand, cradled 2 skeletons in his arms, muttering to himself. And at the center of it all stood a tall figure. He had thin, patchy white hair, skin mottled with dark spots, a body like a walking corpse, and black robes. Massive shackles hung from his wrists and neck, long since shattered, and in his hands was a scythe. The scythe seemed to drink light. It was blacker than black, and even a casual glance at it sent a person's heart hammering, as though they'd glimpsed the end of all things. Even from miles away, Necron's presence was unmistakable. Stillness. Thea took a moment to study his nature, to understand the road he walked. His doctrine was death in stillness. Death in silence. Born in peace. Die in peace. No turbulence, no passion, only a process as mechanical as code. Every sentient life, in his eyes, was a grain of sand in a river, carried downstream, leaving no trace. The sand was virtually inexhaustible, but he didn't care. All he required was that they complete the journey quietly. Thea frowned, absorbing the philosophy. Necron's concept of death differed from hers, but even without walking his path, there was value in observation. The other heroes lacked her level of perception. Diana, however, understood that her partner was pushing deeper into the soul divine seat's territory. She worried, sometimes, that Thea would drift toward a darker road, planned to bring it up next time they were alone together. But now, with the enemy at hand, she said nothing. The 7 lanterns were first off the helicarrier. They were ordinary beings, and all they could feel was a cold that sank to the bone. The side-wielding figure felt like their natural predator. Is he a lantern entity? Carol Ferris had seen the violet entity, predator, and the comparison seemed natural. Thea gave a quiet laugh. He isn't. He's death itself, the embodiment of life's ending. That was almost philosophical enough to make the 7 lanterns' heads spin. Only the magic users, Constantine and Satana, felt they'd caught a glimmer of understanding. Chapter 847, Chapter 846, Blackest Night, Part 24. Attack. Hal Jordan didn't waste a single word before charging. Carol Ferris, his ex-girlfriend, feared for his safety and followed him in. The rest, minus Larfleeze, launched their own construct-based offensives. It was futile. They were too few. The sheer mass of Black Lanterns intercepted all 6 of them before they came anywhere close to the principals. Blackhand, Scar, even Necron himself, none of them moved a muscle. Scar was directing the army. Blackhand was still cradling his skeletons in a daze. And Necron was peculiar. Thea noticed that his attention seemed fixed on the ground beneath his feet. He didn't spare the 7 lanterns a glance. Countless civilians turned Black Lanterns filled the field, interspersed with a significant number of metahumans. Among those Thea recognized on sight, Enchantress, Killer Croc, Captain Boomerang, Maxwell Lord, the Second Blue Beetle, Reverse Flash, and several of the Great Mages, a whole roster of familiar faces. We're going to. Thea addressed Diana and Larfleeze. The warrior princess launched skyward to take on Scar, while Larfleeze, after receiving a kick to get him moving, grudgingly entered the fray. The rest of the heroes poured in behind them. After a full night of fighting Black Lanterns, they'd learned the pattern. These corpses couldn't be permanently killed, but they could be injured and staggered, then handed off to the lanterns for the finishing blow. Everyone pushed toward the center. That big one is doing something down there, whatever it is, we have to interrupt him. Thea shouted over the chaos. She'd originally planned to stall for more time, but a faint will had reached out to her, barely audible, thread-like. She listened for a long moment before she understood. It was the world will itself. The entity was using the planet's consciousness to plead for her intervention. If the entity emerged, it would shake the cosmos. Every major power in the universe would fix their gaze on Earth. They'd show up constantly, kicking down the door for a look. And if some suicidal human decided to crack the planet open to see what the entity actually was, that would be even worse. She didn't assemble the 7 lanterns. She wanted to test the gap between herself and Necron first. OG Cab. A middle-aged man in a top hat floated into her path, unleashing Zatara-style backwards magic. Thea didn't even look at him. Backwards magic was nothing special. She wasn't afraid of the living practitioner, let alone a Black Lantern puppet. A casual disintegration spell struck Black Lantern Zatara. He shattered like glass and collapsed into a pile of slowly regenerating dust. Face to face with Necron, Thea felt calm. He was stronger than her. That much was indisputable. In a multiverse where conceptual attainment was combat power, Necron sat at the absolute peak. Thea knew she couldn't beat Darkseid's true form. But Darkseid's true form couldn't beat Necron either. By rights, Necron should have been able to crush her outright. But when his massive scythe came arcing down, a diagonal, sweeping cut, and Thea committed half her soul divine power into her left hand to catch it, the resulting shockwave was merely manageable. She was knocked back over 10 meters, about 30 feet. Ungraceful, but she hadn't needed to dig deep to absorb the blow. Same source advantage. A is stronger than B is stronger than C, but A doesn't necessarily dominate C, not when their powers share a common root. Thea found this mildly absurd, but it was good news. Black Lanterns pressed in from every direction. Friendly fire wasn't a concern. She mobilized everything she had, wreathing herself in dense, ink-black soul power that hung around her like a cloak of shadow. Necron's attacks meant death on contact, she needed every available defense before engaging. At this tier, magic's utility had cratered. Magic was devastating against brute force fighters, but against Necron, it was nearly useless. She went in again. Necron's combat technique, she realized, was unremarkable. She drew the holy sword and brought it down in a direct overhead strike. Necron answered with the same move, a side swing at a slightly different angle. If that death-saturated blade connected, the consequences would be severe. Thea kicked the side's haft with her left foot, then converted the kick into a stomp, riding the redirected momentum to close the distance. His swing had carried through. His guard was wide open. He didn't seem to care. The side vanished from where she'd pinned it, and materialized back in Necron's hands. Same technique, third swing. She didn't dare take it on the holy sword. Instead she drew Hawkgirl's mace, nth metal forged, and hurled it at the incoming blade. Edge met hammer. The impact produced a sound so deep it registered more in the chest than the ears. The mace hit the ground, outwardly unchanged, but Thea sensed something had shifted, as though a fraction of its vitality had been drained, leaving it inert and heavy. She tested several more exchanges. The scythe was extraordinary, the most powerful weapon she'd encountered to date. Ordinary magical weapons shattered on contact. Standard steel disintegrated into powder. Necron stood over 5 meters, about 16 feet, tall. The scythe matched his height. Close range was suicide. Thea needed to fight at distance. She drew her bow, the weapon that had built her career, and allowed herself a moment of regret. Necron's scythe wasn't a crafted artifact. It was an extension of his being, a manifestation of his fundamental nature, a source weapon, not a divine instrument. That kind of existential expression exceeded her trade domain's ability to transfer. A shame. Claiming that scythe would have been magnificent. An ink-black arrow streaked toward Necron. He turned his withered head and regarded it with something approaching curiosity. Why bother with this small projectile? What was the point? He chose to tank it. The arrow entered from the front and exited from the back, passing through him as though he were empty air. Every trace of divine power on the shaft was scoured clean. Less than a meter, about 3 feet, past his body, the arrow crumbled to dust. Thea stared. The shot had been a probe, he hadn't needed to absorb it completely. She studied him and caught the faintest uptick in his aura. She almost swore. He looked half dead and listless, but the cunning underneath was real. He deliberately let her attack land, not to defend, not to counter, but to study her death. Every ounce of death aspect energy she'd put into that arrow, he consumed and learned from. As the soul domain's mistress, her understanding of death couldn't match Necron's depth, but it was still worth something to him. Looking at Necron's placid, lake-still expression, Thea was certain he was mocking her. Try this, then. She knocked another arrow. This time, the shaft blazed with rage, raw emotional energy, red as arterial blood. She wanted to know if this silent monument to entropy had it in him to lose his temper. The arrowhead gleamed wet crimson. Red mist-like energy trailed behind it, dragging a long tail of flame as it streaked toward Necron. The emotional eruption on this side of the field made Atrocitus snap to attention. He kicked aside the black lanterns around him and stared, unblinking, at the incoming shot. He wanted to see if this arrow could hurt the big one. Necron wasn't stupid. He wouldn't stand still like a target dummy and let everyone take potshots while practicing their ranged attacks. Recognizing that the energy on this arrow had nothing to do with death, he swung the scythe to cut it down, and discovered the shot was angled with surgical precision. The scythe was too large, too unwieldy, he'd have to turn his body to get the right attack angle. Chapter 848, Chapter 847, Blackest Night, Part 25. Necron reacted exactly as Thea had predicted. He didn't move a single step. His left hand caught the arrow in midair and crushed it to powder. But the scarlet energy didn't dissipate with the loss of its carrier. Instead, it crept up his palm and along his arm like living flame. Ha ha. Rage. That's the heat of boiling blood. Atrocitus saw the fury blazing hotter and brighter across Necron's hand and went wild with excitement, as if this were his personal victory. Morale soaring, he drove an elbow through one black lantern and spat a faceful of blood energy onto another. What is he celebrating? Thea stared at Atrocitus, who looked moments away from breaking into a victory dance, and couldn't quite process it. She didn't slow down. Hope, fear, compassion, rage, 4 emotions cycling through her arrows in rapid rotation. One shot, one reposition. She circled Necron in a relentless barrage. He wasn't moving his feet. That was a problem. She needed to force him to move. Between volleys, Thea experimented with blending multiple emotions into a single arrow. Without the kind of cheat code that Destiny had handed Kyle Rayner on a silver platter, she had to build up the combinations manually through her divine foundation. Rage and fear were straightforward negative emotions. Hope was positive. Compassion leaned positive but was remarkably inclusive. One only had to look at how freely Indigo One's people could channel the other 6 spectra to understand its versatility. Thea used compassion as the base and layered the others on top. Necron just stood there taking hits without retaliating, almost helplessly. She couldn't figure out why he refused to budge, but she wasn't going to be polite about it. Arrows poured in. Crack. A fissure split open across Necron's left hand. A stench of putrefaction billowed out, and with it came 4 colors of emotional energy, all of them corrupted beyond reabsorption. Help! Thea caught a faint sound from inside Necron's body. Barely louder than a mosquito. And somehow familiar, it sounded like Deadman and the Atom. Right now, Necron's feet were locked to the ground, his left hand was busy purging the emotional contamination, and his right hand gripped the scythe. He was wide open. 2 miniature versions of herself popped up in Thea's mind. One urged her to rush in and grab the scythe. The thing carried an instant death effect, power beyond measure. But snatching weapons in a fistfight felt a little beneath her. She was a goddess, after all. The other miniature Thea clapped her hands and cheered, yes, go, go. She didn't have time to deliberate. In the gap while Necron purged the emotional residue, she coated one palm in soul power and seized the scythe. Simultaneously, she flooded the weapon with divine energy. She'd noticed during their earlier exchange that the scythe demanded extreme purity of power. It operated automatically when clean, but any foreign energy forced Necron to control it manually. Afraid he'd recall it mid-grab, she dumped everything she had into the weapon without a second thought. Heh. This thing and I have a certain affinity. Whether it was a source weapon or not, she'd take it and study it later. Thea thought it, and she did it. One pull, nothing. Necron was rooted to the ground like a tree, grip iron tight on the weapon. Thea's suspicion deepened. She had to make him take a couple of steps. Whatever the enemy wants, we destroy. That logic was sound. She'd initially intended to maintain her composure, but no matter how hard she pulled, Necron didn't budge a millimeter. Is he really that strong? She switched from one hand to 2. Still nothing. She wasn't a strength-type fighter, but the gap shouldn't have been this wide. And what was under his feet? Could it be the entity itself? Whatever he was trying to do, she had to stop it. Diana, help me. Kara, Faura, everyone, get over here. Thea's dignity threshold had always been flexible. Seeing that she was losing this tug-of-war badly, she shamelessly called for backup. As Black Lanterns converged, Earth superheroes were plunging into fierce combat across the board. Superman, Supergirl, the Justice League International, and some scattered heroes, all present and fighting. The 7 Corps' main forces had arrived too, emotional light of every color hammering the Black Lanterns. Despite the enemy's endless numbers, the heroes were finally pushing back. At Thea's call, Diana and the others rushed over. Don't touch the scythe. Grab me and pull backward. Thea shouted her orders. Diana wrapped her arms around Thea's waist. Kara and Faura each seized one of her feet. For women, pulling with everything they had. Harder. Pull. They were playing tug-of-war with Necron. Between the 4 of them, they could have dragged a planet out of orbit, but Necron still hadn't moved. More. I need women, strong ones. Thea kept recruiting. Her reputation carried weight. Raven, Cassie, Starfire, Stargirl, the newly appointed Hawk and Dove sisters, Mara, Fire and Ice, Satana, anyone who could fly and considered herself strong piled on. Nobody was stupid. The enemy standing perfectly still for no apparent reason. There had to be something under those feet. The female heroes had abandoned all pretense of dignity. Not that they cared, Superman and the others below were gawking so hard their jaws had gone slack. Stop grabbing my chest, who is that back there? Kara's expression twisted as she looked over her shoulder, trying to figure out who'd just copped a feel. Hold my waist, not my skirt. Starfire couldn't tell who'd been yanking at her skirt. The whole group was chaos. The scene was spectacular in the worst possible way. A mountain of female heroes stacked on top of each other, all straining against Necron's scythe. Thea's goddess persona had been flung into orbit. Since nobody could touch the scythe directly, they could only grab onto her waist, thighs, ankles, and the resulting tableau was, frankly, unwatchable. But Necron wasn't looking much better. The imperious Deathlord aura had thinned considerably. He couldn't afford to leave the emotional residue rampaging through his body unchecked any longer. He needed his weapon back. His feet stayed planted, but his knees bent into a rough approximation of a horse stance, both hands white-knuckling the scythe handle. The goddess's image, demolished. But Necron hadn't fared any better. The cosmic Death Emperor mystique he'd opened with was gone. He looked ridiculous, a stiff figure locked in a tug-of-war against a pile of determined women. We have enough raw power, we need a higher tier. Thea was getting frustrated. Why wouldn't he let go? Her reputation was in tatters. Ganthet. Arkillo. Carol. Indigo, 1, release the entities. Before the battle, Thea had negotiated with the lantern entities. Bonding now would be seamless. Necron wasn't just the enemy of sentient life, he was the mortal enemy of every entity as well. After all, the dead didn't feel emotions. Ion, the Green Lantern entity, the eldest of the emotional embodiments, found Diana first. The goddess of courage paired with the entity of courage. A perfect match. After years wearing a yellow ring and mastering the Book of Parallax, Farah fused with the fear entity. The predator, the violet entity, chose Kara, whose heart brimmed with love and a willingness to sacrifice for it. Finally, Thea merged with Proselyte, the indigo entity. Fitting, she was already using compassion as her emotional foundation. Chapter 849, Chapter 848, Blackest Night, Part 26. Green, violet, yellow, indigo, 4 blazing auras lit the sky as all 4 women surged with power. Diana's transformation was the most striking. She wore a suit of soft armor unlike any Green Lantern standard issue, a green domino mask, dark emerald bracers and boots, luminous white mesh stockings, shoulder guards, and a flowing cape. Absolute conviction radiated from every inch of her. A single glance at her and you felt your own courage multiplied 1,000-fold. Good heavens, is that the Ion form? You can achieve Ion without a ring. Salak, OA's chief administrator and keeper of many secrets, turned uncertainly to Ganthet. Yes. Ion without a Green Lantern ring. Ganthet kept his voice level. What he left unsaid, the Guardians themselves could merge with entities without rings. Higher-order beings like new gods had even less difficulty. What surprised him was Ion Shark's urgency in choosing Diana, near instant, without a moment's hesitation. For an entity that had existed for hundreds of millions of years, that kind of impulsiveness was almost unthinkable. Farah's transformation was more conventional, fear light radiating in all directions, her very gaze carrying immense pressure. Her costume was her yellow lantern kit enhanced with shoulder guards, a cape, and reinforced boots. Kara had changed the most dramatically. A bone-white mask covered her entire face. Silver-white chest armor beneath a violet overcoat. Uncontrolled violet fire danced around her body. Thea, the strongest of the 4, was barely affected by Proselyte. Only a faint indigo tint appeared at the corners of her eyes. She reached out toward Kara and deployed a psychic shield. Stay lucid. Remember your mission. Diana and Farah were warriors, she had no concerns about them. But the violet entity had a temperamental streak, so she reinforced Kara directly with magic. Entity bonded and radiating power, the 4 women's combined presence was staggering. They could transmute others' courage into strength, turn fear into fuel. The amplification had virtually no ceiling. Violet, green, yellow, indigo, light blazed across the black clouded sky over Coast City, illuminating half the heavens. The spectacle lasted about 3 seconds before the rhythm shifted back to phase 2 of the tug-of-war. Are you kidding me? It still won't budge. Thea swore. Proselyte was being a good sport, the little entity had lent her every ounce of its power and poked its head out from her shoulder to cheer her on. The other 3 were gritting their teeth and straining just as hard. They'd started the contest airborne, now all 4 had dropped to the ground, their feet carving deep furrows in the earth. Necron had shrunk to a gaunt figure roughly 2 meters tall, about 6.5 feet, looking almost pitiful as he held his end against the assembled women. To thwart the enemy's scheme, the women dug their feet in so hard they carved furrows in the earth. Several non-flying heroines joined the chain as well. Necron was starting to buckle. His feet hadn't left the ground, but wisps of dark energy were seeping up through the cracks beneath him. Thea was now certain there was something under his feet. Lantern Corps, form up and protect us. Everyone else, distract him, attack him. Thea bellowed. The 7 Corps teleported to the inner perimeter and erected a massive construct wall, holding back the Black Lanterns. Superheroes opened fire with everything they had. Superman's heat vision. Martian Manhunter's psychic blast. The Batplane strafing Necron with fear toxin rounds. A faint sound, barely perceptible, reached Thea's ears. She surged with excitement. Necron had almost lost his grip on the scythe. He'd caught it again instantly, but it proved the weapon could be taken. Keep going. Hit him again. 1 elite from each corps, concentrate fire on him. The Black Lanterns went berserk seeing their lord in trouble. Scar directed her 7 guardians into a frenzied assault, but Green Arrow, the Flash, Aquaman, and others held them at bay. With agonizing difficulty, each corps pulled 1 elite member from the defense line and organized a strike team. Hit his right hand. Thea was still calling shots while pulling. She'd staked her goddess reputation on this, she was getting that scythe today. Indigo, 1 led the remaining 6 Lantern elites. All 7 opened fire on Necron's scythe hand in unison. Off target, adjust. Hal, your beam's too intense, dial it back. Larfleeze. Hit harder or I swear I'll kill you myself. Thea pulled and directed simultaneously, piling pressure on Necron from every direction. Hemmed in inside and out, his defeat was only a matter of time. It moved. It moved. Supergirl was on the verge of passing out from exhaustion, but her sharp eyes caught the scythe shifting toward them by a single centimeter. She nearly jumped for joy. Necron was torn. He couldn't abandon his source weapon. He wanted to temporarily release the entity beneath his feet, but the fundamental rules binding him wouldn't allow it. He could neither descend to claim it nor retreat from it. Both sides had hit a tipping point. The question was who would break first. In the end, it was strength in numbers and variety of power that tipped the scale. Dr. Light, a scientist who had inadvertently absorbed a sliver of radiance from Thea's holy sword during an experiment, became the straw that broke the camel's back. With a shrug of might as well, he extended both hands and fired twin beams of light squarely into Necron's face. Among the barrage of energy attacks and emotional strikes, his contribution was utterly unremarkable. But the effect was extraordinary. Necron roared. His focus shifted. His hands, which had been gripping the scythe at the 1/3 mark, slipped free. His reflexes were godlike, the weapon was part of his very source. Both hands snapped into a reverse grip and caught the scythe handle again. He didn't get to savor the recovery. White light erupted from beneath his feet, a cataclysmic surge of life force, the absolute antithesis of death energy, slammed into his body. Caught off guard, Necron tried to hold both his source weapon and the entity at once. He failed at both. Boom, boom, 2 detonations in rapid succession. The scythe snapped clean in half. As a piece of Necron's own source, the weapon had absolutely no desire to join Thea's side, but the women were too insistent. In the end, the death scythe chose to sever itself, splitting apart from the middle. If Thea had checked her Ankh Amulet's rankings at that moment, she would have found Necron had dropped another 30 places. On the other side, the entity, which Necron had been using the laws governing the dead to drag toward the surface, broke free and, working with Thea, delivered a savage counterstrike. Necron's left leg exploded. Rotting flesh and blood corroded the ground into deep pits. His brittle, white hair, withered as straw, suddenly gained a hint of luster. For the living, that would have been a blessing. Renewal. Rejuvenation. For Necron, it was devastation. Following the decadent music that had defiled him before, he had been violated a second time, and far more brutally. The first encounter had been a remote exchange, its effect on his purity had been limited. This time, the entity had struck his true body with the full force of life itself. The vitality that every living being craved was pure poison to him. The serene finality of death was suddenly invaded by the clamor and passion of life. He faltered, unsure of his own purpose. Should existence be joyful survival, or tranquil death? The entity had posed him an impossible question. Teeth began regrowing. Skin tried to regain elasticity. Necron felt a shudder originating from the very wellspring of his being. With a howl, he abandoned all caution, damage to his essence be damned, and wrapped the life energy in death force, burning through massive reserves of his own essence. He retched violently, expelling a torrent of black blood. A blast of black and white light erupted from his body, and with it came the 2 explorers who had been wandering his insides, Deadman and the Atom, swept out in the flood. Chapter 850, Chapter 849, Blackest Night, Part 27. 2 goofballs tumbled out of the white light and rolled to a stop. They looked at each other. Solid ground under their feet. Deadman, Boston Brand, stared at his own hands, touched his own face, and said uncertainly to the Atom, I think I'm alive. Ray Palmer had never seen Deadman's original face. He studied the thick-browed, wide-eyed man for a long moment and ventured, I think, maybe. You 2 clowns, go chat in the back. Thea waved them to the rear before they could settle in for a proper heart-to-heart. Couldn't they see the raid was still in progress? Resurrected and standing around in front of the boss, were they trying to die again? With the eyesores cleared, she finally got a good look at Necron's sorry state. Satisfying. Wonderful. Exhilarating. Necron had taken catastrophic damage this time. Even if he put on a dress, he couldn't catch her now. Ha, the tug-of-war was over. Thea retrieved her goddess composure and let out a crystalline laugh. In her hands, a lifeless scythe blade and a short length of handle. No spiritual energy remained, but the fragment was saturated with Necron's accumulated insights. She could have howled at the sky with glee. The thing was useless as a weapon, but enshrined for study. Absolutely. This was a net win by any measure. Thea dismissed the female heroes to rest. What came next was beyond their help. The entities returned to their respective energy sources. All 3 hosts besides Thea were spent. Of the 3, Diana, Faura, and Kara, Diana was the strongest, but her partner Ion Shark was also the oldest entity, nourished by the Green Lantern Corps for over 100 million years. The energy contained within was staggering. Without a divine constitution like Diana's goddess of courage mantle, an ordinary person simply couldn't withstand that much power without external enhancement. You've lost. Go back to your world. The living don't want you here. Necron's appearance had deteriorated as well. His hair had dried out again, though it was noticeably thicker. The entity's life force wasn't so easily expelled. The most comical detail was his weapon. He was holding a stick. The image of death incarnate, scythe raised to reap the living, had transformed into a ragged beggar-sect chief clutching a dog-beating staff. Necron stared at Thea blankly, or rather, at the scythe blade in her hand, then reached toward the Black Lantern central power battery, drawing power from it. Don't you dare. Diana snatched up her lightning spear, arm cocked to throw. Thea caught her arm. Look carefully. What he's absorbing isn't the same as his source power. She knew, of course, that the anti-monitor was imprisoned inside the central battery. A reckless attack might crack the prison and release him, and then Earth would really have a party. One course at a time. One enemy at a time. If Necron wanted to siphon the anti-monitor's power to patch himself up, let him. Stacking raw energy actually diluted his fundamental nature. Thea was happy to watch. That's a force antithetical to creation, similar to Darkseid's destruction aspect, but more refined, she murmured to Diana, choosing her words carefully. She couldn't explain how she knew the anti-monitor was sealed inside without raising questions. So we just watch? Diana asked. Of course not. Necron won't let destruction corrupt his death domain indefinitely, he'll only absorb a portion. In that window, I'm going to consolidate the 7 spectra and hit him with everything. She raised her voice. Ganthet, give me a green ring. Carol, a violet ring. Larfleeze. She spotted the orange blur trying to slip away. Don't even think about running. I'm talking to you. Give me an orange ring. Her range of mastered emotions was broad but ultimately couldn't match Kyle Rayner's cheat-level advantage. Even now, she had firm command of only 4 emotions, with orange avarice at a basic level at best. Without a ring to bridge the gap, it wasn't going to work. Green and violet came easily. Orange did not. You think you can outrun me? Hand it over before I make you. Larfleeze tried to bolt, but Thea blinked after him, caught him by the throat, and spent a long, undignified stretch alternating between threats and bribery. Larfleeze wept openly, fat tears streaming, and with the expression of someone attending his own parents' funeral, surrendered a single orange ring. 3 rings floated before her. She didn't put them on immediately. First, she needed to harmonize the 4 emotions already inside her. Compassion as the base, the most inclusive of the spectra. Layer in fear, hope, and rage. Then green hope. Then orange avarice. Close with violet love. Thea and Necron adjusted simultaneously, preparing for the final confrontation. The external battle had reached a boiling point. The female heroes, partially recovered, rejoined the fight. Only Diana remained at Thea's side. Hal Jordan, Sinestro, Indigo, 1, Saint Walker, Atrocitus, Larfleeze, Carol Ferris, 7 elite lanterns blazed brightest of all, teaming up against Scar. Scar commanded her 7 enslaved guardians against the 7 lanterns. Each lantern was either a core leader or the greatest of their color. Their teamwork was rough but functional, covering for each other, tightening the perimeter, all driving toward a single objective, take Scar down. In their eyes, the blame was singular. Manufacturing Black Lantern rings. Enslaving the Guardians. Breaching OA's defenses. Slaughtering life across the universe. Summoning Necron. All of it traced back to this one little blue woman. She had to answer to the dead of the whole universe. Hal, reign in that recklessness. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Sinestro snapped. Hal had pushed forward too aggressively, leaving Sinestro's flank exposed. A guardian nearly blindsided him. Don't lecture me, oh greatest Sinestro. We still have unfinished business, you and I. Hal couldn't help himself. Working alongside Sinestro was like handling a live wire, he knew the stakes, he was trying to play team, and he still ended up taking shots. Please, please, both of you, stay calm. Focus on the big picture. All will be well. Saint Walker scrambled to mediate. 2 minutes in, Atrocitus exploded. Green Lantern, you're blocking my line of fire. I'd also like a green ring. That shifty whisper came from Larfleeze. The 7 were a mess. Hal and Sinestro going at each other like rival magnets. Hal's romantic history with Carol adding a whole other dimension. Atrocitus's ancestral grudge against the Green Lantern Corps simmering underneath. Indigo, 1 and Saint Walker frantically smoothing things over. And Larfleeze, darting between everyone, perpetually scheming to pocket someone's ring. No one watching them fight would have associated the words unity or teamwork with what they were seeing. Can these people actually pull this off? Diana couldn't help the thought. Anxious about the broader battle, she nevertheless held her position at Thea's side. Thea was surrounded by an ethereal indigo haze, the base layer of compassion. Her golden hair drifted upward, each strand radiating light that would make the sun jealous, that was yellow fear. One flash of crimson, rage. One shimmer of cerulean, hope. Harmonizing four emotions wasn't difficult. She'd practiced extensively in private. She checked her work, everything stable, and slid on the green ring of courage. An external emotion, but piloting a single ring was child's play for her. No need for the oath. No need to pledge allegiance to the Green Lantern Corps. Courage slotted in smoothly as the fifth emotion. Chapter 851, Chapter 850, Blackest Night, Part 28. She removed the ring. The borrowed courage departed with it. Thea suppressed the distinction between external and internal emotions and reached for the orange ring. Emotional accumulation wasn't additive, it was multiplicative. Each new emotion compounded the strain on her psyche. Fortunately, she had a working foundation in avarice, and the ring helped guide the process. She brought it under control relatively quickly. How did Kyle Rayner ever manage this? Thea was baffled to the point of speechlessness. She was essentially stacking dominoes, one tiny error could collapse the entire structure and leave her seriously injured. After careful adjustment, she opened her eyes. The light behind her had become too intense to look at directly. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, 6 colors swirling together in an indescribable pattern. She needed one more. Violet love occupied the same extreme end of the emotional spectrum as red rage. Both were fundamentally radical emotions. The Star Sapphire Corps' creed was simple: love justifies everything. If love, then anything is permissible. If a sapphire fell in love with an arsonist and murderer, that was simply another expression of love. Thea despised that kind of extremism. It was exactly why she'd saved love for last. But the moment she slipped on the violet ring, a massive sense of disharmony crashed through her. She rushed to fine-tune the 6 emotions, trying to coax Violet into alignment. No luck. The love energy was actively rejecting her. Is this a problem on my end? She considered it and decided no. Lantern rings were idiot-proof devices: put it on, it works; take it off, nothing happens. She was stronger than any rank-and-file Star Sapphire. Even with zero love in her heart, she should have been able to brute force compliance. Emotional energy sounded mystical, but at its core, energy was energy. Yet Violet refused to engage. It was like a wealthy heir who'd prepared 81 brilliant stratagems to woo a woman to dinner, only to discover there was no such person. Thea's situation was exactly that. Violet wouldn't even give her a chance. All her power was useless. Is it the sequence? She hurriedly restructured the emotional layers. Keeping compassion as the base, she rearranged everything into proper spectral order: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, violet. The existing emotions wobbled dangerously before finally stabilizing. Surely you'll cooperate now. Another cold splash of rejection. Violet was still resisting. What the hell is wrong? Sweat beaded on Thea's forehead. Was there still some sequence she hadn't gotten right? Was this really exclusive to Kyle Rayner? Impossible. She refused to believe it. Not enough. Earth's not enough. A voice, barely there, drifted into her awareness. The entity. Thea's pulse spiked. What's not enough? She was ready to climb walls. The entity was taking its sweet time telling her not enough, and she wanted to scream. Not enough what? She replayed the original timeline in her mind, searching for whatever she'd missed. Black Hand's emergence, yes. Scar's betrayal, yes. Energy collection, yes. Necron's summoning, yes. The early steps matched perfectly. The deviation was later. In the original timeline, the entity surfaced, Sinestro and Hell went through a whole ordeal, eventually resurrected Black Hand, and severed Necron's connection to the material plane. None of that had happened here, but that was the endgame phase and shouldn't affect what she was doing now. She thought, and finally identified one discrepancy. The entity was buried deep within Earth, meaning the White Lantern entity, the physical embodiment of life's emotions, was composed of Earth's emotional spectrum. If she wanted to channel 7 emotions into white light without relying on the entity itself, she needed to draw from the planet directly. 7 cosmic emotions alone weren't enough. They came from the universe at large. Thea needed 7 Earth-sourced emotions as catalysts to complete the convergence into white light. She wasn't sure the theory was right. She alerted the Justice League, and Martian Manhunter and Miss Martian rotated in to relieve the 7 lanterns. What's going on? Sinestro was irritated. He'd felt the upper hand was theirs, being pulled off the line didn't sit well. Thea kept her eyes closed, maintaining 6 emotions in suspension. Through a telepathic channel, she whispered to Ganthet. Ganthet's face soured. You think of me whenever there's scolding to be done. What a pal. But the little blue man had perspective. The line of people who wanted to yell at him could wrap halfway around the universe. A few more wouldn't matter. He studied the 7 lanterns carefully, snapped his fingers, and spoke a single word. 6 soft pops in rapid succession. Every ring except Hal Jordan's produced a duplicate. The copies hovered for a heartbeat, then shot off in different directions. What the? Atrocitus roared and rounded on Ganthet. My ring, oh no, my ring. Larfleeze didn't hold back this time. Fat tears streamed down his cheeks in thick rivulets, soaking his tunic in under 3 seconds. First Thea had taken one, now another had flown off. Thea was still playing the mystic in meditation act, eyes closed, but she spoke up rather than let Ganthet take the heat alone. The Guardians embedded a protocol backdoor in every ring's original manufacturing code. They can duplicate any active ring and assign it to a new bearer. 7 pairs of eyes locked onto Ganthet. The little blue man winced. That was worse than saying nothing. At least Larfleeze, upon hearing the word duplicate, looked marginally less stricken. Thea continued, I need 6 Earthlings to channel these emotions. To help me fight him. She nodded toward Necron. Hal looked around. His ring was the only one unchanged. Why wasn't I affected? Earth already has 4 green lanterns. Courage is sufficient. She almost added that courage's abundance was exactly why Kyle Rayner had achieved white light so easily. Little Earth had 4 green lanterns now and 2 more in the future, for a total of 6. The Guardian's rule of 2 lanterns per sector wasn't arbitrary. It was calibrated with exacting precision around emotional balance. One planet with 1 or 2 lanterns generated more than enough emotional resonance. Her yellow and indigo spectra technically had Earth-based bearers too, but the yellow wearers used their rings as glorified smartphones, and the indigo-wielding secretary barely touched hers. Better to get fresh representatives for safety. 6 temporary rings. She authorized them all. With the battlefield full of heroes, Violet, Blue, and Indigo found their bearers quickly. The Violet ring compared Diana and Kara, weighed them briefly, and made its choice. Diana glanced at Thea. Thea gave her a nod. Only then did Diana put on the Violet ring. Sentient being locked. Diana, Prince of Earth, your heart holds profound love. Welcome to the Star Sapphire Corps. Sentient being locked. Barry Allen of Earth, you possess the ability to instill unwavering hope in others. Welcome to the Blue Lantern Corps. Sentient being locked. Ray Palmer of Earth, your heart holds boundless compassion. Welcome to the Indigo Tribe. Flash and the Atom accepted on the other end. The instant they did, Thea felt the faintest tremor of acceptance from the Violet ring. Love was finally, tentatively, beginning to integrate. Between guesswork and luck, she'd gotten her answer. 3 positive spectrum rings found bearers on the spot. The 3 less positive ones took a few minutes longer before returning one by one. Yellow Fear chose Scarecrow. Orange Avarice chose Lex Luthor, who had been hiding in an underground bunker when the ring physically dragged him out. Neither surprised Thea. The original timeline had made the same selections. Red Rage's choice, however, left everyone, Thea included, stunned. The red ring chose a house cat. Chapter 852, Chapter 851, Blackest Night, Part 29. Atrocitus stared at the scrawny shorthair crouched at his feet. His expression was blank. Then fury flooded in. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Don't you laugh. You think I don't know? That's one of your planet's little animals. This is an outrage. Orange and yellow had returned well before red. Atrocitus had waited and waited, and this was what he got. The cat was small and thin, maybe 4 or 5 pounds. Even with its red lantern vest on, the damage was still visible, scarred head, mangled paws. It had clearly been abused. Ha ha. The loudest, most shameless laughter came from Hal Jordan. He knew the stakes. He laughed anyway. Atrocitus was a walking powder keg on a good day. Seeing Hal doubled over and clutching his stomach sent him nuclear. In fairness, it wasn't just the perpetually irreverent Hal Jordan, the men who'd crack jokes to Highfather's face. Several Earthlings were slack-jawed, and then they were laughing too. Even Diana, steady, composed Diana, let slip 2 quiet chuckles. Thea allowed herself a smile but kept her priorities straight. She cleared her throat, aiming for a tone that definitely wasn't "I'm enjoying this immensely." Atrocitus, look at this cat carefully. It meets every standard of the Red Lantern Corps. The ring made no error. She'd spotted it immediately. An ordinary cat, once, but the red, the primordial force of animal life, had elevated its existence to a higher tier. That was what the ring had ultimately locked onto. After all, rage wasn't hard to find. Every street had its share of hotheads. Atrocitus swallowed his fury and examined the creature. Beneath its frail exterior roared an unquenchable fire, raw, potent, but contained. The Red Lantern Corps only demanded rage, and the stronger the better. But as Corps leader, Atrocitus couldn't recruit indiscriminately. He needed soldiers who could restrain their anger and follow commands, not mindless berserkers. That was precisely why the Red Lantern's ranks remained thin. If he opened the floodgates, every corner of the universe would yield hotheads by the thousands. That wasn't the point. Atrocitus dropped to all fours and pressed his massive face close to the cat's. They locked eyes, apparently communicating on some level. Hal Jordan eyed Atrocitus as upturned posterior several times, each time winding up for a kick, each time blocked by Carol Ferris. After the battle, I will formally induct it into the Red Lantern Corps. Atrocitus's gaze slid to Thea. The cat was, after all, from Earth. She gave a small nod. Permission granted. The bearers of the positive emotions adapted smoothly. Diana had been around Thea long enough that rings were old news, a moment's thought and she understood the mechanics. The violet ring wasn't a billion-year-old entity like Ion. No costume change. Diana mastered the temporary ring with ease. Nearby, Saint Walker kept calling Barry, Brother Allen, while earnestly explaining the way of hope. Indigo, one gave the atom a quick primer on channeling compassion. Scarecrow, surprisingly cooperative, practiced alone, manifesting flocks of small birds that swirled through the air around him. The only real problem was Orange. Baldy, don't you dare touch my lantern. Larfleeze had death-gripped his charging lantern and wasn't letting go. On the other end, Luther's eyes blazed as he tried to pry it loose. Do you have any idea how to build an organization? A nation? An empire? You absolute imbecile, that ring is wasted on you. Luther had one foot planted on Larfleeze's face and both hands working to peel his fingers off the genuine orange ring. What's happening over there? Several heroes looked on in disbelief. Thea was deep in emotional calibration, but she spared enough attention to flick a psychic shield at Luther. He's been consumed by the ring's avarice. Though privately she knew Luther's ambitions were genuine. He wanted everything. Orange had chosen well. Everyone, I don't need you to accomplish anything specific. Just release the emotions in your rings. That's all. Thea saw they were ready and sent them into the fight. Hit anything, aim at anyone, as long as the emotional energy was deployed on Earth, her objective was met. Through the telepathic link, she told Diana, Violet love is the key. I'm stuck on it. Deploy yours as fast as possible. Diana handed her guard duty to Kara and launched herself forward. The mission was straightforward, use the ring's emotional energy, saturate Earth with love, and the job was done. Her constructs materialized as a host of Amazonian warriors, mounted, spear-armed, charging into the Black Lantern horde like a violet flood. The others followed suit. Scarecrow was, bizarrely, the most enthusiastic, manifesting countless birds that swarmed the Black Lanterns in shrieking waves. Luther and the cat attacked with varying degrees of reluctance. Once his mind cleared, Luther's genius kicked in immediately. After Diana, he was the second person to use his ring with ease. Every variety of high-tech weapon materialized in sequence, then, discovering the apparently limitless energy reserves of the orange ring, he abandoned all restraint. A mechanical army poured from the ring, wave after mechanical wave crashing into the Black Lanterns like an industrial tide. Brainiac had classified Luther as a 9th-level intellect. His processing power, his encyclopedic knowledge, paired with an orange ring whose energy reserves bordered on infinite, the combination was terrifying. Where Larfleeze relied on brute force wave attacks, Luther optimized. His constructs fought with tactical precision, executing coordinated maneuvers, establishing kill zones. Within minutes, the Black Lanterns, nearly 1 million strong, were being suppressed by a single man. So Orange Avarice plus Luther really is the ultimate pairing. Thea filed that away quietly. Thank destiny that the first orange ring had bonded to Larfleeze. If Luther had been the original Orange Lantern, Necron wouldn't have stood a chance today. On the other flank, the cat was unleashing devastation of its own. The red, the primordial force of animal life, seemed to be using the tiny creature as a conduit for its own fury. Molten red energy, blood-hot, lava-bright, gushed from the cat's mouth in a continuous torrent. The volume of blood energy was absurd, not just impossible for a 5-pound cat, but impossible for an elephant. The cat didn't hesitate. Scalding crimson energy poured and poured, scattering Black Lanterns in every direction. The indigo atom didn't require much of Thea's attention. Between the Secretary's existing ring and Ray Palmer's temporary one, Earth's compassion was already well represented. Add the existing courage, fear, and compassion baselines, and 3 of the 7 emotions had always been the easiest for her to integrate. Chapter 853, Chapter 852, Blackest Night, Part 30. Luther unleashed his constructs in a blaze of concentrated fire. The sliver of Earth's greed settled neatly into place. Diana and Dexter followed close behind, love and rage both cresting at exactly the right level. 6 of the 7 emotions were now perfectly calibrated, with hope the lone holdout, its slight dissonance the one thing still blocking the violet ring's power from fully merging with her. The entity of life fed her a current of warmth and ease. Even within herself, the 7 emotions were beginning to find a tentative harmony. Brother Allen, all will be well. Saint Walker floated beside Barry Allen, who stood in his all-blue suit, murmuring quiet reassurances. Barry's personality wasn't so different from Saint Walker's. Both were the kind of people who couldn't help caring. He was baffled. He pointed at Luther's scarecrow construct. Do I have to do something like that? But all I do is run. No, Brother Allen. Running is not truly your gift. Saint Walker said, his voice unhurried as ever. Barry blinked. What does that mean? I'm not good at running, do you think you are? Your gift is giving others hope. That is your true power. Barry smiled at that. He'd always taken quiet pride in it, the idea that his greatest strength wasn't the speed force but the fact that he never stopped. The more he looked at Saint Walker, the more he liked the man. There was even a faint hint of romantic chemistry between them. Across the battlefield, Thea watched with a furrow between her brows. We're in the middle of a fight. Can we skip the inspirational speech and do something useful? Through the mental link she said, Barry, don't worry about constructs. Just run. When you run, you give people hope. Let yourself feel for anyone who needs help, and the hope emotion will multiply your speed. Think back to the first time you ever helped someone, really helped them. Remember, the speed force chose you. That wasn't an accident. Barry took a few skeptical steps, and found something had changed. He could fly. The air beneath his feet was as solid as the ground. He could run across it. Every limitation the earth had ever placed on him was simply gone. He was like Hermes had been, sprinting freely through the open sky. He did what Thea said, reached out, felt for the people calling for hope, and found them everywhere. As many as he could want. He felt as though he could be at any of their sides in an instant, just by choosing to. Hope had given him wings. As much as he wanted to help every single one of them, he knew the battle came first. He turned and started threading the lines between the green lanterns, picking off black lanterns. He had never moved this fast in his life. He ran inside a pocket of relative time, the world around him frozen, every soldier and hero locked in a single still frame. It let him see the battlefield clearly, gauge everyone's relative strength on it. Necron and Thea were unaffected entirely. One was drinking in black lantern energy, the other was gathering the light of 7 colors. Both were the same grave, measured expression of people building toward something enormous. Diana, Ganthet, said, Scarface, and the 7 unnamed guardians were barely touched. Diana gave him an odd look as he streaked past. Superman and Martian Manhunter were slowed considerably, still mobile, still fighting, but moving like slow-motion replays against the swarm of enemies pressing in from all sides. Strip away the speedsters and the Black Lantern reverse flash lurking at the edges, and all the other ordinary people had gone completely still. Don't go near him, Thea cut in sharply when Barry drifted toward Necron. Time isn't absolute here, don't gamble on it. Conventional force won't bring him down. Help the Green Lanterns. Barry saw that Thea's speech was still flowing at normal pace even as she charged her power. She was working. He turned and got back to work. In a world where time had nearly stopped, he moved like a tireless bee, darting from Green Lantern to Green Lantern, nudging their aim, making sure each beam would land on a Black Lantern ring. Then he'd add a pulse of blue light, and move on. Run, correct, follow up, run again, without pause. To everyone else, it looked like he had coordinated the takedown of over 2,000 Black Lanterns alongside the Green Lanterns in an instant. And in every soul on that battlefield, a thought rose without being summoned. We can win. There's hope. A fragile, stubborn spark of light kindled in each of them, and that hope fed back into the entity, and from the entity it flowed into Thea. Finally. The hope emotion locked into place. It shifted on its own, making room, and the violet ring of love slid onto Thea's finger as naturally as breathing. For emotions of her own. The violet ring on her left hand. The green ring and the orange ring on her right. 7 colors of the emotional spectrum, beginning their final convergence. Stop her. Thea had been building the light openly, and Necron wasn't blind. He called out the order, and the race became immediate, whoever finished charging first would win. Scarface was already holding the line with everything she had. But the Guardians she controlled were only performing at 20 or 30% of their true ability, and under Superman and Martian Manhunter's relentless assault, she was barely keeping herself upright. Then Black Hand stirred. He'd been sitting there the whole time, cradling the bones of his family with a vacant smile. Now something behind his eyes woke. As the first Black Lantern ever created, he finally bared his teeth. The ring on his right hand split into countless black threads, suture wire, the kind used on corpses, made for the dead. Endless coils of it, dense as a storm, surging toward Thea. Diana was already moving to intercept. She didn't bother with the construct, she drew the sword of Hephaestus and carved through the threads in wide, powerful arcs. On the other side of the field, Hal Jordan and the others launched everything they had at Black Hand. But the techniques that reliably took down ordinary Black Lanterns did nothing here. Black Hand wasn't a puppet, he had his own will, his own awareness. 100 beams hitting him at once didn't matter. The suture wire caught several lanterns and heroes. It looked ordinary, but it was anything but, laced with microscopic barbs that dug deeper with every movement, draining the life from whoever it touched. Hal Jordan was ensnared for less than 3 seconds before his face began turning an unnatural black. Diana cut through several strands and, seeing Hal on the verge of collapse, flung one of the gems she carried, a sealed burst of Firestorm's flame. The fire roared out and pushed the wire back. But in less than 10 seconds it was pressing forward again. Burn it. Hacking with a sword was too slow. Diana could only throw a few fireballs herself, magic was never her element, so she called out to everyone around her. The Kryptonians answered with heat vision. The heroes who commanded flame followed, the revenge demon of the Suicide Squad, Firestorm, and fire from the International Justice League all opened up at once. But the one who turned heads was Raven. Her hood shadowed her face, but in the darkness beneath it 3 pairs of crimson eyes were open and burning. Her bloodline power was fully awake. She screamed, and from the shadows behind her rose a shadow raven vast enough to blot out the sky. Hellfire and dark sorcery woven together, the bird swept the suture wire along with it as it bore down on Black Hand. The power of Trigon's lineage was not something a mortal could resist. Black Hand tried several times to lasso the raven in wire, and each time it burned through. The rot and death energy of the black threads only fed the shadow, making it stronger. The raven let out one low, resonant cry, and passed straight through Black Hand's body, continuing on toward Necron in the distance. Chapter 854, Chapter 853, Destiny has waited long enough. Necron threw his forces into the raven's path. Against Raven's fully charged strike, and with his core weapon intact, he could have taken the hit. In his current state, he decided not to bother. It didn't matter. His pawns were mere mortals. They flew into the shadow like moths into a flame and came out as ash. Scarface chose to eat one of Superman's punches clean in exchange for positioning, then used the opening to drive one of the controlled Guardians into the Raven's path. Thwump. 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 3 Guardians, in rapid succession. The Shadow Raven punched through each of them, and by the third the dark sorcery was spent. Maintaining that level of power had taken a brutal toll on Raven's mind. She released her bloodline form and sank to her knees, breathing hard. The price on Necron's side, 3 Guardians burned to ash. 3 beings of eternal lifespan, reduced to nothing. Scarface felt no grief, she'd surrendered emotion long ago. But she was in serious danger now. Diana had already saved 1 Guardian earlier, 3 more were gone. She had only 4 left under her control. Fewer bodies meant more concentrated control, but under Superman's unrelenting assault she had no time to appreciate the advantage. The battlefield settled into a grinding stalemate. On the outermost perimeter, human military forces evacuated the civilians of Coast City while engaging the Black Lanterns at range. Inside the city, Black Lanterns had seeded every block, absorbing fire from the perimeter while focusing the bulk of their pressure toward the center. In the city's heart, the 7 Lantern Corps and Earth's heroes fought to hold the line. And at the very center of everything, Thea and Necron. A dark miasma rolled off Necron, shot through with threads of something else, the void breath of the Anti-Monitor, the scent of a force that had unmade entire universes. It was ancient and immense, like a constant that predated time itself. The energy was powerful, yes, but it sat poorly in Necron's body. He could only draw on a fraction of it, and even that he'd have to shed afterward. He didn't care about the cost of recovery. He had nothing but time. Against that darkness, the other side blazed like noon. Anyone with eyes could see what the 2 poles meant. Black Lanterns and heroes alike fought with everything they had, all for the sake of holding on until this moment of dawn arrived. Thea's white light had started impure, like a white cloth with scattered stains. As she worked to harmonize the 7 emotions, the stains slowly faded. At fine scale, trace impurities still lingered, but the overall picture was clean. Death is not a catastrophe, she said, the words rising on their own. It is life's companion. Growing old is not a bad thing, it is a blessing. Necron, who had been utterly silent, finally showed something that resembled emotion. This was a war of philosophy now. He answered loudly, "Death is the end of life. The final destination of all living things, without exception. What waits there is only eternal peace." That's wrong. Death is life's companion. Every living thing meets death twice, once at birth, and once at the end. Death waits at both the beginning and the close of every life. That's absurd. They argued. Back and forth, each pressing their interpretation of the same truth, neither willing to yield. The black lanterns Necron controlled flickered in and out of focus as his attention divided, and one by one they faltered, leaving heroes blinking in confusion. Are we winning a fight by talking him to death? Why didn't someone say so earlier? We could have roasted him. Thea, of course, hadn't started the argument on purpose. She'd been genuinely turning something over in her mind, and the thought slipped out before she could stop it. But once she noticed Necron was agitated, actually scrambling to argue back, she saw no reason not to stall. She'd seen far more of death than he had. His conception of it was pure, ancient, undisturbed, hundreds of millions of years of solitary contemplation, arriving at a stillness like a stone in deep water. But her understanding had grown wider. Doomsday's arc from destruction to death, the Rot's path from death into decay, Helrenmir's death, the Black Racer's death, each was a facet, each partial, each true in its own way. She could throw those fragments at him and let him wrestle with the contradictions. She feared the pure, undivided Necron. She was less afraid of a distracted one. While she talked, she gathered. When the 7 emotions finally harmonized, she felt a whisper of regret. 3 of the 7 weren't originally hers, and no matter how hard she'd worked, a ghost of imperfection remained. But it was enough. Light poured out of her. More than light, light. Diana and the others shielded their eyes. It wasn't hot. But it was alive, radiantly alive, and the heroes who had been fighting for an entire night, emptied of strength, battered and bleeding, they felt it land on them like cool water. Every wound closed. Every exhausted muscle filled again. When they looked up, they were whole. Click. 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 3 sharp sounds. The 3 rings on Thea's fingers cracked and crumbled to dust. From beneath the earth, a ring rose. Luminous. Snow-white. It settled onto her left hand on its own. Thea, Queen of Earth, destiny has waited long enough. A wave of white light filled every field of vision at once, but softly, like a friend leaning close to whisper something only meant for you. Warm. Gentle. The kind of presence that made you want to draw nearer. Even Larfleeze, who hadn't felt anything but one for longer than he could remember, found himself standing in a memory, some dim, half-forgotten time before the orange ring, before the constructs. He'd been small and ignorant and had nothing. And he had been happy. The Red Lantern's hearts had been replaced by their rings long ago, but from Atrocitus down the line, every one of them felt a heartbeat. The Violet Lantern stepped out of their burning devotion. Life held more than romantic love, friendship mattered. Family mattered. Across the battlefield, hero and villain alike felt the same thing arrive without warning, as though countless emotions were flooding into their hearts all at once, and as though countless others were there to help carry whatever had been weighing them down. Superman thought of his last argument with Lois and smiled quietly. It had felt enormous at the time. Now it was nothing. Dick thought of Barbara and Starfire, and of a conversation he'd been putting off. He'd have it, after this. Across thousands of people, across 1,000 different weights, they set them down. The white light asked nothing, explained nothing, and healed something anyway. None of them could see the pillar of white light, 100 meters wide, drilling up through the clouds and breaking through like a fist through paper. Fragments of brilliance scattered upward, and then fell back, raining down across the world below. When their eyes cleared, they all looked toward the same place. White boots. White gloves. A white capelet over a flowing skirt. No mask. The emblem on her chest echoed the Black Lantern symbol in structure, but in meaning, it was the absolute opposite. Where the Black Lantern showed an inverted triangle with 5 fingers splayed outward, the White Lantern showed the same triangle with a vertical line through the fingers, as if drawing something back in. She'd taken a few extra seconds stepping out of the light. The suit underneath had been completely unacceptable, 100% skin-tight, and while it covered everything, the sensation was unbearable. It felt like wearing nothing at all while being squeezed on all sides. She'd nearly been unable to breathe. And it wasn't even an all-female audience. Fortunately, she had her own emotional foundation and wasn't relying entirely on the ring, which left the entity without much authority over her. They'd had a brief negotiation, 2 quick concessions, one from each side, and arrived at the current arrangement. Her end of the deal, she had to recite the White Lantern Oath. Properly. Once. The entity gave ground on the costume, she didn't push back on the words. One recitation wasn't worth making an issue of. In brightest day, by purest light, Cleanse the soul of error and delusion. When darkness falls, lift your gaze. When the new day comes, light is boundless. Chapter 855, Chapter 854, Thea vs. Necron, Part 1. The entity of life is with me, Thea said, hovering in front of Necron. Her voice was even, almost casual, as though she were commenting on the weather. You've already lost. There's no way you beat me now. She was hovering mainly because the skirt had a slit that ran slightly higher than comfortable, and any aggressive footwork was going to create a situation. The white light surrounding her helped, but a few people on this battlefield, Superman, Firestorm, had the kind of eyes that didn't care about bright backgrounds. Necron started to strike, then remembered. Right. No blade. The scythe head was gone. What he was holding was, unambiguously, a stick. Thea almost laughed out loud. She didn't bother using her soul force to slow him, she just reached out and caught the pole. She absorbed the impact without effort. The death energy riding it dissolved before it could touch her. You see. You can't touch me anymore. The white ring links me to every sentient being in this universe, I share their life force. How would you kill me? And as for that weapon of yours, she let out a short, amused sound. Well. She reached into her ring space and drew the holy sword. Technically, the white ring's arsenal didn't include weapons. A white lantern wasn't supposed to carry one. But 4/7 of the power was hers, which left the entity without enough authority to stop her, and she had no intention of fighting empty-handed. Her holy sword worked just fine, thank you. The blade was forged from light and had always been exceptional. In her hands right now, it was something else entirely. She hadn't even activated it, and already a sword or a nearly 2 meters long had erupted from the 1-meter blade on its own, the energy inside it purer and more intense than anything she'd drawn from the sword in all the time she'd carried it. 7 emotions, unified. She swung. Necron lifted the staff to block. He had freed himself from the ground, his feet could leave the earth now, and that opened up his options considerably. Thea could share all damage across every living mind in the universe, spreading it so thin it meant nothing. He could reach into the memory of every being who had ever died, pull out whatever he needed. Across the billions of years of accumulated death, someone had known how to fight with a staff. He simply absorbed the memory and moved as if he'd always known it. One upward sweep. Thea slipped left, and in the fractional gap before his guard reset, her left hand snapped out. A silver chain, conjured in an instant, looped around his right leg with a crack. He saw he couldn't pull free. He phased the leg, pushed backward 1 step, and the chain fell slack and hit the ground. In the same motion he drew a breath and exhaled a massive death fog. Thea was already pulling back, holy sword carving a silver arc through the air as she went. They exchanged a few more passes. Probing. Each one faster than the last. The sword and the staff were almost secondary. What they were actually trading was philosophy, every collision carried the weight of what each of them represented. Thea had 7 emotions distilled into white light, and she worked them into the blade, the wonder of a newborn seeing the world for the first time. Do you like it? A promotion, a raise, the thrill of reaching the top of your life. Do you like that? Children gathered around you, a long old age lived to the full, leaving the world smiling. Do you like that? Necron answered with stillness. Whatever came at him, elation, grief, hunger, joy, he received it and returned nothing but calm. Passion. I am unmoved. Sorrow. Still unmoved. Thea felt her own emotional state starting to pinball. She was cycling through highs and lows so fast she was essentially demonstrating emotional instability in real time, watching the expression on her own face go from bright to flat to somewhere complicated. The borrowed emotions were still inferior to Necron's, but with every mind in the universe absorbing her share of the impact, she herself was barely affected. Necron's mastery was genuinely terrifying. Death, for him, was as fundamental as breathing. Every casual swing of that staff carried the weight of legendary death magic. At full strength, without the white ring, she guessed she'd last a minute before she'd need to run. With it, she had no reason to be afraid. 9,999 units of whatever he threw at her, spread across every living being in the universe, none of them would lose a single hair. And her own offense wasn't weak. Necron had no one to share his damage with. He was absorbing everything alone. The outcome was already settled. Their exchange escalated. The ripples of their clash began to reshape the world around them. Death energy seeped into the earth and raised a mountain of pure black, no sound, no wind, no breath of life within it. Silent and absolute as the grave itself. The life energy did the opposite, a river wound itself into existence, curling south to north across the battlefield. Heroes who had been fighting since before dawn, drained to the edge of collapse, felt their strength return the moment they touched it. Wounds that should have taken weeks, gone in seconds. Where the mountain and the river met, Thea and Necron continued. Their residual energy flowed into both, into the stone, into the water, and the landscape shifted with each blow. "Help me." The voice came faint and far away. Thea's first thought was the entity, but she dismissed it almost immediately. The signal was coming from within the Black Lantern power battery. The anti-monitor. She had absolutely no interest in helping him. The anti-monitor was Darkseid's problem. He'd been after the anti-life equation for years. She'd leave that particular headache for the two of them to sort out. Still, she looked. Maybe there was something worth knowing. Apparently hoping to compel her rescue, the anti-monitor dropped every defensive barrier he had, letting her see him completely. He was dead. That was her first clear impression. His body showed no vital signs, only a faint wisp of will still clinging to the shell. Necron had killed him. Not entirely surprising, the anti-monitor was strong, but he was still a living creature. Without anyone to share his damage, without a countering power type, it didn't matter how much health he had. Given enough time, it would run out. The anti-monitor's desperate counterattack had hurt Necron badly before the end. That was why he seemed weaker than she'd expected. She continued fighting Necron with one hand and examined the anti-monitor with the other, openly, without hurry. A rare opportunity. She intended to use it. "Save me. Your power could bring me back." He was still pleading, still playing helpless. His plan was obvious: recover, destroy one universe to replenish his strength, and this one conveniently beneath her feet would do just fine. She read him like a page. The dense life aura surrounding her had masked her new god traits, and he was too weakened to read her level. "Who are you? Where did you come from? Where are you going?" A cheerful stream of nothing while she studied him, and with him already dead and using no concealment whatsoever, everything was plain to see. The more she looked, the less impressed she was. He'd started as an ordinary person and had simply gotten access to something extraordinary, by all signs, the anti-life equation, source of the antimatter universe. Pure destruction for its own sake. She had limited interest in that. She gave him a few vague reassurances. "Big battle going on, have to deal with Necron first, then I'll come save you." And kept fighting. Chapter 856, Chapter 855, Thea vs. Necron, Part 2. The anti-monitor couldn't have cared less. "Who do you think you are, talking about beating Necron?" But he was dead. He had no good options. He waited. Thea traded 2 more passes with Necron, and then felt it. A descending force, sharp and absolute, as though something capable of splitting the planet in half was falling from the sky. "Who?" She drove Necron back with a quick exchange and looked up. A blood-red sword was dropping from an immeasurable height, cleaving the air in a single long diagonal. The power inside it was without limit, the kind of force that could erase a world with a gesture. If she was reading it correctly, this was the power of the presence itself. Her gaze jumped instinctively to the specter miles away. He was also looking up, expression unreadable, deciding whether to intervene. Thea stared. "Not him." "It's my predecessor," came the specter's voice, drifting to her ear unbidden. His predecessor. Eclipso. Or, that other Thea. The Dark Thea. Or something in between. She examined the sword light. Same blade as the holy sword, structurally, but black, veined with crimson, magnified hundreds of times over. She'd just misread it at distance. The life-sharing link meant she had to take the first hit of anything threatening the field. There was no time to think. She flooded the holy sword and swung it full force into the sky. Against whatever this was, Eclipso, or the dark version of herself, or both merged, she went all out. She was confident. Even if Eclipso or the specter stepped in personally, she could hold. The impact she expected didn't come. Her swing cut empty air, the strike curved elegantly in the space between them, looped in a long arc, and came down toward the Black Lantern power battery far behind her. "She's trying to revive the anti-monitor." Thea's guard had opened. Too late to intervene. The blood-red sword light struck the power battery clean. The cut was mirror smooth. The lantern-shaped battery split in two and toppled with a sound like distant thunder, throwing clouds of debris. Something dark and motionless lay in the wreckage. The sword energy didn't stop. It drove itself into the life river. No. The river had formed from Thea's own combat energy mixing with the ocean. She'd intended it as a healing pool for the heroes on the field. She hadn't counted on someone using it against her. She raised her left hand immediately and the white ring began drawing the energy back in, drinking it like a whale swallowing the sea. Too slow. The impact had already scattered river water in every direction, spraying across the battlefield at random. One of the lucky ones who received a few drops was the Black Lantern Captain Boomerang. He came back to himself completely baffled, with no idea why he was suddenly alive again. His last memory was Deathstroke taking his head off. He took one look at the black figures surrounding him and ran. If some were revived passively by sheer luck, others fought their way back deliberately. Those with enough personal willpower to push against Black Lantern control, even partially, broke free and scrambled for the water by whatever means they had. Reverse Flash was the most conspicuous of these. He erupted at nearly his peak speed, snatching droplets in sequence, 4 or 5 in rapid succession to be sure. White light flashed over him as the Black Lantern shattered, then turned without a backward glance and vanished from Coast City entirely. Nick Necro, Constantine's old guide, and by any measure one of the most gifted young practitioners in the magical community, raised a hand and executed a seamless layered working, displacement, knockback of nearby Black Lanterns, absorption of the river water, revival, and a teleport out, all in one unbroken chain. Felix Faust swapped positions with a Black Lantern that had been standing at his intended landing point, slipped into the revival, and was free, but fumbled his escape just long enough for a group of anti-magic users to pin him in place. Reversals. Zatara, adept at backward casting spells, pushed through the Black Lantern control as well, absorbed a few drops, and completed his revival. These were all footnotes. What actually commanded attention was the largest single spray of water, which curved away from all of them and flew entirely beyond control, straight toward the anti-monitor. Thea and Necron moved simultaneously to intercept. The Holy Sword's radiance and a wave of death energy struck together against a surface thin as a dragonfly's wing, a translucent mirror that seemed to open like a mouth, chewing and swallowing both attacks before dissolving into nothing in under 2 seconds. But those 2 seconds were all the anti-monitor needed. He was alive. 5 meters tall. Power armor dense with high-technology energy systems. 6 energy conduit tubes running from the back of his neck down his spine, all snapped. That must have been how Necron had drained him, tapping directly into those connections. Even revived, his condition was catastrophic, a comical helmet on his head, his right leg gone at the knee, his entire body crosshatched with wounds, blood still welling steadily from the severed stump. The external damage was severe. The internal depletion was worse, enormous amounts of power had been extracted. The life river could bring an ordinary person back at full health. For a body of his scale, the effect was equivalent to a single drop of blood. Right now anything with half a mind could put him down again. He didn't wait around to test that theory. Thea's sword was barely raised before he teleported, and was gone, into another universe. That was fast. She stared at the space he'd left behind. 3 choices, now. Chase a nearly dead anti-monitor. Team up with the Spectre against the dark version of herself. Or stay and finish what she'd started with Necron. The first was off the table immediately. He'd vanished without a trace and she had no coordinates to follow. The Dark Thea she wasn't willing to chase either. Eclipso was not someone to be careless about. Here, on this Earth, she had no fear. Every living mind's power pulled together, she could hold her own against even the Spectre's full force. But the attacker had made one cross-dimensional strike, landed the blow, and left. If Thea pursued into a parallel timeline, the white ring would be useless, no reservoir to draw on. The energy in the ring itself would drain and not refill. She wasn't quite at the level of fighting one of the Presence's vessels with raw reserves alone. Not yet. She turned back to Necron and touched the holy sword lightly to his chest. Interruptions over. Shall we? Necron surveyed the field. The Black Lanterns were pushing 30% harder, but he felt no satisfaction. With the power battery destroyed, he was the sole power source for every Black Lantern ring in the universe. The death energy was bleeding out of him continuously, converted and consumed by rings that numbered in the billions. He'd started with 3.9 billion. Fewer than 10 million had gone offline. How long could he sustain the rest? There was nothing to discuss. He ran. He was the incarnation of death, he had nothing but time. He could wait. He could come back. He clearly hadn't studied Stanislavski. He made absolutely no effort to disguise his intent, and Thea wasn't going to let him walk out. She let the sword's tip bloom with white light, dense, threaded, a mass of tangled radiance sweeping toward Necron in an all-encompassing wave. The light was so thick that friendly fire was inevitable, but passing through ordinary people did nothing at all. Through a Black Lantern, though, 1 pass, 1 kill. Chapter 857, Chapter 856, Thea vs. Necron, Part 3. A thread of white light caught Necron's left foot. His retreat stalled for a fraction of a second. Thea drove in, holy sword loaded with emotion, and stabbed him in the back. Thud. A wave of rot and decay bloomed in the air, thick enough to gag on. She had enough of a clean streak to find it genuinely unpleasant, but she held her breath and twisted the sword inside the wound. Twice. You can't kill me, Necron said. He sounded like he was explaining something obvious. His body crumbled to ash. Less than a second later, his presence reappeared inside a Black Lantern, the body stretching and reshaping itself, gaunt and skeletal as ever, a long staff back in his grip. He can jump between any Black Lantern freely. Necron wasn't a living creature. He was something more like a will that had taken form, a concentrated intention wearing a body for convenience. Conventional methods weren't going to work. Thea weighed the question of a war of attrition and found herself hesitating. The life-sharing link meant the people who'd run out of reserves first would be the elderly and children. She didn't like that math. Necron raised a barrier in front of himself and turned to leave this world behind. It was Hal Jordan who moved first. One burst of green light, and he was flying full speed directly into Necron's side. Hal, don't. Carol Ferris knew exactly what Necron's death aura did. She screamed his name and lunged after him. Necron had his guard angled toward Thea. He hadn't accounted for someone being reckless enough to tackle him with their body. Does this man's skull contain anything at all? Green light shattered on impact. Death energy cascaded, crawling up from the contact point at Hal's shoulder to his neck and across his face. Hal Jordan's life had less than a second left. Thea didn't hesitate. She dropped the rest of her considerations and cleared the death energy from Hal first, then wheeled on Necron. They clashed again, back and forth, the exchange loud and relentless. Every second Necron held on, he bled more death energy, and to compensate he began shedding Black Lantern rings. Across the universe, Black Lanterns stuttered simultaneously, a single heartbeat of stillness, and then rings began departing their hosts, drifting loose. Every planet that had been overrun felt the pressure drop. The sound that went up was barely audible from where Thea was fighting, but she felt it. She noticed the shift immediately. She was attuned to death energy now, and this kind of change was impossible to miss. But there was no way to stop him from cutting losses. The gratitude of every living mind across the universe crystallized into something like prayer, pouring in an unbroken stream into the scales of order. She couldn't stop that either. Necron's focus narrowed to escape and survival. He pulled the black mountain he'd raised back into himself, shed rings in batches, and worked at maintaining what he had left. Thea stopped pressing aggressive combinations and shifted to defense, conserving her own reserves while the assembled heroes poured on offense. The logic was simple: the Black Lanterns were extensions of Necron. Whatever damage they took was damage to him. Every ring destroyed on the field was a fragment of death that was simply gone. Not transferred, gone. The battle hit its peak intensity. Ganthet recalled every Green Lantern who had been stationed at Autumn and every scattered lantern across the universe, pulling them all in. Everyone moved at full speed, racing to destroy as many Black Lanterns as possible before the window closed. Thea opened up repeatedly, white light cascading outward in every direction like sheets of rain, wave after wave, relentless. She kept the intensity calibrated, enough to destroy, enough to dissolve death energy, but not enough to trigger revival. Nothing she did was an accident. You're not going anywhere. Another swing, another strike, this one landing on Necron's shoulder. The holy sword's edge dissolved an entire arm in a sizzling line of white energy. He used the moment she spent on that strike to open a corridor behind himself, stepped through without looking back. Thea thought for 2 seconds. She didn't know how well her rings would hold in there. But she decided to follow. Because the corridor Necron had opened was a time stream. At the far end of time lived the Council of Time Masters. At the beginning of time lived the Endless. Time wasn't her turf, but she had people there. She wasn't afraid of either end. The instant she crossed the threshold, her white ring read 99%. She wasn't surprised. Time treated everyone with the same indifference. Darkseid, Highfather, all of them kept a respectful distance from it for exactly that reason. Any overwhelming force that entered the time stream got trimmed down to something manageable. That fairness was absolute. Previously she'd only been able to enter via an avatar. Her current status as Death's Reserve was what had freed her from that limitation, and she doubted Necron shared the same advantage. "This is a time corridor, I'm going after him," she said, leaving one sentence behind for the field. Fair warning. If some hero decided to come anyway, that was their choice. She stepped in. The time stream was as vast and strange as she remembered, a layered expanse of compressed realities, each frame of three-dimensional existence stacked against the next. To her eyes, space itself stuttered, flickering like a faulty projection. This was a dimension built from countless three-dimensional worlds piled on top of each other, their echoes crowding the air around her. She looked through the layers, past the noise, and found Necron. He hadn't gone far. "You are chasing death, new god," Necron said, watching the white light on her body begin to dim. His voice carried something she hadn't heard from him before, the faint edge of satisfaction. "What are you bragging about?" She could see perfectly well that his own aura had dropped below 1/5 of what it had been at the start. No weapon. No power left to speak of. What was there to be afraid of? He did exactly what she expected, ran. He sprinted through the time stream, hopping in and out of the current whenever she got close. They chased through centuries. 1 second in the Middle Ages, the next in the 30th century. The time flow worked on both of them, pushing, pulling, reshaping the parameters of what they could do. She passed Jesse Quick and Trajectory at one point and waved them off. "Big one. Go rest." They ran and fought in bursts across the timeline, neither gaining clean ground. Time diminished Necron less than she'd hoped, barely at all, and her own caution around his death energy kept her from committing fully. They were testing each other's endurance. "Hey, Thea, I'm over here." She was moving at speed through a particular time slice when she caught the voice. Impossible, no one who knew her had any business being in the time stream. But her dynamic vision was exceptional. Even at that velocity, even from a single passing glance, she'd already reconstructed the face. Bare torso. Rough linen trousers. A full beard. What looked like the deck of a ship. "Who is that?" She turned it over for a moment. Then she had it. Oh. That was Bruce Wayne. She hadn't recognized him at first, he was almost never without the cowl, but that jaw was unmistakable once you knew what you were looking for. She kept pursuing Necron and sent a message ahead to Booster Gold, retrieve Bruce from the time stream, bring him to the vanishing point. They'd figure out the rest afterward. Hold still. Her gaze fired 2 beams, since absorbing that hunger deity, her eye beams had leveled up considerably, somewhere in the range of 40 or 50% of Omega-level intensity. She couldn't eliminate Necron outright, neither could Darkseid, but she could slow him. Necron didn't take it on the body. He shifted 2 steps left, realized the beams were tracking, and in a moment of apparent resignation raised the manacle on his left wrist to bat them aside. Chapter 858, Chapter 857, Sealing and Return. Thea had noticed something extraordinary about Necron's shackles long before this moment. Someone had used them to imprison him once, but the material was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Not metal. Not arcane material. Not magical alloy. Yet their power was absolute, no matter what energy she hurled against them, not a single mark appeared. She wanted them badly. She had even hacked off Necron's left arm to try, but it regrew in the next second, shackles still attached. The things outclassed even his scythe, his signature weapon. Infuriating. She swatted away the tracking beam. Necron hadn't even had time to celebrate before, boom. A colossal column of light punched through from beyond the time stream and slammed directly into him. The pillar was saturated with savage, annihilating energy, like an entire universe screaming in rage. Every moment of time it passed through shattered like glass, leaving a trail of glittering, multicolored fragments drifting down the river of time. Antimatter cannon. Thea didn't stop to think about the consequences. She jumped backward through 2 time slices in an instant. An antimatter discharge that intense was unmistakable. Did the anti-monitor just shoot Necron from outside the time stream? She wanted to leave the timeline entirely, but Necron showed no reaction whatsoever, just drifting away along the current of time. She hesitated, then made up her mind, seal him first. The anti-monitor firing on Necron made perfect sense. Being locked inside the Black Lantern's central power battery and used as a living generator would break anyone. An entity who had collapsed countless parallel universes, finally free, of course he'd take his shot. What would be strange is if he didn't. What Thea wasn't sure about was how he felt toward her. She trailed Necron along the river of time for a good 15 minutes. When no second shot came and no further moves were made, she allowed herself to relax, slightly. Maybe his injuries were too severe, 1 shot and he passed out. It was the only explanation she could come up with. Years later, she would learn how deep the Anti-Monitor's hatred for Necron truly ran, that he had been running on fumes, barely holding himself together, and had reached across time and dimensions for that 1 shot out of sheer spite. Afterward, the cannon exploded. The effort knocked him unconscious. For now, Thea hauled Necron out of the time stream. 1 antimatter cannon, designed to destroy a parallel universe with a single shot, its effect on Necron was plain to see. He was completely unconscious. A hole still burned through his chest, smoldering at the edges, his body unable to close it. This was remarkable in itself. Necron wasn't a living creature in any conventional sense. He was a conceptual entity. Flesh, bone, blood, these were just external representations he adopted. If all life was human, he was human. If all life was fish, he was fish. Normal biological functions had nothing to do with his actual existence. And yet he was unconscious. Knocking a concept out cold, that said everything about what an antimatter cannon could do. Mine now. Thea didn't waste a syllable. She stripped the staff from his hand and set it aside, she'd try fitting it onto the scythe's blade later. No idea if it would work. She examined the shackles at his wrists and neck. She couldn't remove them. Couldn't even force trade them away. She let it go. Next came the soul-sealing chains, recovered from Highfather's armory when she was building the magic web. Rumor had it they had once bound an ancient black dragon. She'd originally planned them for Darkseid, but right now she wasn't being picky. She wrapped Necron up thoroughly. 4 light mirrors pressed flat against his 4 limbs, steadily eroding the death energy. Through the hole in his chest, she then, with the cheerful efficiency of someone pouring sand into a jar, dropped in all kinds of things, 4 emotions, the black of rot, the green, the red, a few doomsday cells. That sort of thing. Finally, she produced a sarcophagus. This particular piece had come from Hades' treasury, originally the great solar bark of Ra, the Egyptian sun god, used for his nightly journey through the underworld. It had passed to Osiris, then been converted into a coffin by Hades, and eventually found its way into Thea's hands. She trussed Necron up like a tightly wrapped bundle and dropped him inside. Decadent music was, of course, non-negotiable. She tucked in an echo stone from the underworld, infused with a thread of divine power and set to loop. Conservative estimate, 3,000 years of continuous playback. She grabbed Hawkman's warhammer and Apollo's arrows, and hammered away until the lid was nailed shut. Then she straightened up and exhaled. Nobody's breaking him out of that without help. 1,000 years minimum. She pulled up Necron's ranking. Encouraging results, he dropped to 210th, and with the antimatter energy continuing to eat away at him, plus her various additions, sliding past 300 to keep Darkseid company was only a matter of time. Now, where to put the coffin? The beginning of time was ruled out immediately. She wasn't leading Necron anywhere near the endless. The vanishing point was full of lightweights. The timeline itself wasn't safe. Parallel universes were a liability. Someone might stumble in and try to free him. Heaven would honestly be ideal. Thea had no connections there, but she suspected the shackles on Necron's wrists and neck came from heaven. Those archangels who wielded the light of life, Michael, Lucifer, who possessed the power of creation, only they would have had the power to restrain Necron at his peak. In the end, she placed the sealed sarcophagus inside the Rock of Eternity, the old Shazam's domain. Ordinary people couldn't reach it. Extraordinary people had no reason to come. Relatively safe. She finished the cleanup, set several trigger-based wards, just in case someone came poking around, and teleported to the vanishing point. Hey. Bruce was wrapped in a towel, looking like a man rescued from a shipwreck. He looked up when she arrived and greeted her with his usual composure. Booster Gold stood on the other side, reviewing data readouts. He gave Thea a small shake of his head. What's wrong? What happened to me? Bruce's voice was slightly hoarse. Thea said nothing. She picked up the report and read it, then studied Bruce twice over before gesturing for Booster Gold to explain. Booster walked him through it, from the moment of his disappearance to recent events. I disrupted the timeline. If I go back, I'll. The truth was, Bruce had been genuinely glad to see Thea. He hadn't known how long he'd been drifting through the time stream, but Booster Gold had brought him here instead of Gotham, and that, combined with what he was hearing, told him something. All right. I should pay for my recklessness. So killing me would solve everything, correct? His expression remained flat. He said it like he was discussing someone else's problem. It won't come to that. You're our teammate, the Justice League doesn't abandon its own. Thea said it plainly, then held out Necron's staff. Here. Take this. Batman looked at the staff in his hands. Long, black, cold to the touch, a chill that seeped from the palm straight into the marrow, as if every drop of blood in his body had begun to freeze.